Chapter 1137. At the Yellow Springs Road, Dejun was heavily guarded, and news from a Yang realm had been sealed. Although many people knew about the Nether realm, with Jindiyu leading the Third Legion, no one dared to approach. Nether realm, Great Qin City, Central Hall. The officials stood respectfully, and Yifeng stepped forward. Reporting to Sage King, according to the information we have gathered in the past 5 years, although the myriad ghost domain is divided into two, the world is not stable. In the past, the 10 countries had just unified into 2 countries, and the cities have different feelings of belonging to the 2 holy halls. The citizens of the cities miss their old countries, and they're even more conflicted with the 2 countries. Dejun is now the time to mobilize troops. Mobilizing troops will be a great victory, Yifeng said solemnly. On the dragon throne, Yin Chuan nodded. In the myriad ghost domain, the holy court of Great Zhun is the rightful ruler of the world. The various nations are at war, and the Yushan and Han dynasties have raged against each other, inciting the resentment of the masses. The 2 dynasties will not rest until one of them is dead. If this continues, the common people will definitely suffer. Since the Zhun is established, the world will be at peace, and the myriad ghost domain will be at peace. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, the officials replied. Yifeng will be in charge of the punitive expedition headquarters, and a myriad ghost domain will be at large. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, your majesty, Yifeng replied. Meng Tian will be the secluded divine lord marshal, and Li Si will be the deputy marshal. The secluded divine lord will establish the territory and rule the world. Yin Chuan ordered. In other words, Meng Tian would lead the troops, and Li Si would take care of the logistics. Yes, your majesty, the 2 replied. Wang Jian will be the secluded divine lord marshal, and Yin Tian will be the deputy marshal. The secluded divine lord will establish the territory and rule the world. Yin Chuan said again. Yes, your majesty, Wang Jian and Yin Tian replied. After the 2 acknowledged the order, Wang Jian returned to his position, but Yin Tian did not. Yin Tian, do you have something else? Yin Chuan asked. Yin Tian smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say. After a moment of silence, Yin Tian mustered his courage. Sage King, I have a request. Yin Tian said. Oh, clenching his fists, Yin Tian's eyes reddened as he said, Soul Rage Sage King, Zhua Tianhun, plead with the Sage King to kill him. With that, Yin Tian bowed solemnly. No one doubted the final result of this expedition. The Great Jin Empire would definitely win. The only question was how they would win. It was very likely that in the end, the 2 emperors would submit, or force them to flee. But Yin Tian wanted Zhua Tianhun to die. Sacred King, I've done some investigation. The Soul Rage Sacred King, Zhua Tianhun, is a disciple of the Zhua clan side branch. Although his status in the Zhua clan isn't high, killing Zhua Tianhun will offend the Zhua clan. The Zhua family is an extremely powerful force in this world. No, it is one of the top forces in the world. Yin Tian said frankly. One of the top forces in the world? The ministers were surprised. Many people had heard of the Zhua family. After all, they had dreamt of Tianji for 5,000 years, so they had more or less heard of them. However, they had never heard of the Zhua family being one of the top forces. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan, and so did Yin Chuan. Zhua family? The enemy that you mentioned? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes, the main culprit who caused the destruction of my family. I will never forget it. Yin Tian lifted his head and looked at Yin Chuan. At the same time, he seemed to be forcing Yin Chuan to state his position. Yin Tian had stayed in the Great Zhun Empire so that he could one day avenge himself. Yin Tian had seen how powerful the Great Jin Empire was, but what was the attitude of the Great Jin Empire? Did the Sacred King still remember his promise? Yin Chuan looked at Yin Tian. He naturally knew what Yin Tian was planning. However, Yin Chuan wasn't angry. Approved, Yin Chuan suddenly said. Wang Jian. Yes, your majesty. Capture the Soul Rage royal family and hand them over to Yin Tian. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, your majesty, Wang Jian naturally replied. Thank you, sacred king. I will not let you down. Inhentian said with tears in his eyes. He was touched. Inhentian knew that Yin Chuan might have had a powerful past life, but he had not recovered to his peak. Even so, Yin Chuan had supported him without hesitation. Inhentian suddenly felt like a gentleman who would die for his bosom friend. Yifeng. Yin Chuan looked at Yifeng. Yes, your majesty. Yifeng stepped forward again. I have received news that a ghost immortal has opened a star-scattered chess hall in the myriad ghost domains Lilua City. Yin Chuan said. Yifeng was slightly surprised. The Sacred King had received news? This meant that the news wasn't from the East Factory. It should have been from Butian Pavilion. However, Lilua City? Ghost immortal? Star-scattered chess hall? What did that mean? That ghost immortal is called Chun Feitian. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Chun Feitian? Yifeng seemed to have contracted hysteria. His whole body trembled, and his eyes were filled with intense emotion. Chun Feitian was Yifeng's wife. When Yin Chuan had persuaded Yifeng to follow him back then, a large part of the reason was Chun Feitian. As long as they established the Immortal Kingdom together, the Immortal Kingdom's forces would definitely help Yifeng find Chun Feitian's whereabouts in the Netherworld. 5 years ago, Yifeng had asked Gue Guzi to send people to search for her, but there had been no results. Now there was. One had to know that Yifeng had not remarried all these years because of his stubbornness. I have already sent people to protect the star-scattered chess hall. This is Chun Feitian's portrait. Yin Chuan handed it over. A scroll flew quickly to Yifeng. Yifeng carried an intense joy as he quickly unfolded it. The moment the scroll opened, it revealed a woman in white. She looked extremely beautiful on the left side, but on the right side, there was a long scar. Feitian, it's really Feitian. This scar? Yifeng was excited at first, but when he saw the scar on her face, his eyebrows jumped wildly. It is said that after the sealed world collapsed, Chun Feitian obtained a ghostly cultivation method in the Netherworld. Her cultivation was quite good, and because of her beauty, she was fancied by a disciple of the Soul Fury Holy Court. He wanted to take her as a concubine, but Chun Feitian was unwilling. She used weaving fire to injure her soul and destroyed her own appearance, avoiding disaster. Yin Chuan said. Yifeng's eyes were already red. That disciple is called Zhuojiang. He is now the assistant minister of the Soul Fury Holy Court's Ministry of War. When I received the news, I did not make a move. You can deal with everything yourself, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Thank you, Holy King. Yifeng's voice trembled. This was a trembling that could only be caused by suppressing a surging aura. It felt like he was about to explode at any moment, causing the surrounding officials to feel a bone-piercing chill. Yifeng had always been cultured and refined. He had always been indifferent and had never had a temper. Why was he so angry now? The officials didn't need to guess. They all knew what would happen to Zhuojiang. Yifeng reorganized the army. We'll set out in 10 days, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Understood, Yifeng replied through gritted teeth. Court is dismissed, Yin Chuan said indifferently. Long live the Holy King. Long live the Holy King. The officials bowed and retreated. Set out in 10 days? There was no need for 10 days. In 3 days, Yifeng urged the 2 marshals to set out. The expedition to Myriad Ghost Domain had officially begun. Rumble. The army set out. For a time, the flames of war rose in Myriad Ghost Domain. Meng Tian and Wang Jian had been born to lead armies since ancient times. Under the training of these 2 fierce gods, the soldiers under their command had all become fierce gods. An army of 1,000,000 fierce gods continuously set out for the various major cities. In front of these 2 fierce gods, the various major cities couldn't withstand a single blow. This was especially true for cities that didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the 2 dynasties. In just a month, the 2 marshals had subdued 18 cities. They continued to spread out in all directions. Li Si and Inhentian were both powerful logistics officials. They had also nurtured a large number of civil officials and quickly stabilized the cities they had subdued. They also quickly recruited soldiers and recruited talents with generous rewards. The officials didn't keep a single immortal stone from the cities they had conquered. They threw all of it into the battlefield. This was because all the officials understood that these immortal stones didn't count for much. The only thing that was truly useful was the merits. War was always accompanied by a large number of merits. Whoever obtained more merits would gain more power and influence when a myriad ghost weave was unified. What were spirit stones? Once power arrived, the Holy King would reward immortal tools, immortal pills, and immortal techniques. They were all wholesale. The Holy King was never stingy with his rewards. As long as there was merit, there would be rewards. The powerful machinery of the empire quickly began to operate. However, when the news of the Yellow Springs path reached the two Holy Hall's capitals, Great Jun had already conquered 50 cities of the two dynasties. It was a virtuous cycle that was constantly expanding. What Li Si and Enchanting were doing the most now was to continuously take part in the literary examinations and continuously select the most useful talents so that they could continue the selection process. Great Jun's expansion was like the sun at noon. The Holy Hall's capital. The Holy King was listening to his subordinates' report. The officials were in an uproar. How is that possible? How long has it been? Half a year? The Holy Hall of Great Jun has already invaded 100 cities of our dynasty? The Holy King's expression darkened. No, Holy King. This news is from a month ago. To be more precise, they have already taken over 100 cities of our dynasty. The official said. The Holy King slammed his palm on the armrest of his throne. Trash. A puny Great Jun recruited a bunch of random soldiers and conquered a city? The Holy King said coldly. It's not a random army. The army led by Meng Tian has 10 armies. The generals of each army are all peak great immortals. No, they seem to be ancient immortals. The official said fearfully. What? Moreover, Great Jun's logistics is extremely strange. That Li Si is one of those who submit to him prosper, and those who oppose him perish. Those who resist him will have their entire family wiped out. Those who support him will receive strong political support from Great Jun. When it comes to those who are virtuous, they will scour the ground to find them to govern. Great Jun uses the nobles to control the nobles and the virtuous to maintain order. Their logistics management is impeccable, the official said bitterly. Is their logistics management really that impeccable? The Holy King asked with an ugly expression. Yes, they are even more ferocious than Meng Tian's army. Meng Tian's army only conquered cities, but Li Si's management is destroying hearts. The official said. The Holy King's expression darkened. Great Jun? Great Jun had come prepared. What about the Holy Hall of Soul Fury? The Holy King asked. The Soul's Fury Holy Court is even worse. It seems that the Great Jun's attack on our two dynasties is more targeted at the Soul's Fury Holy Court. They have sent more soldiers and officials. Our dynasty has lost 100 cities, while the Soul's Fury Holy Court has lost 150 cities at the same time. Chapter 1138. Great Jun's war had begun in the Netherworld. Meng Tian and Wang Jian's armies attacked Yushin and Han Nu ferociously. In the mortal realm, although De Jun hadn't sent out any troops, the ministers of the mortal realm weren't idle either. Jinlong Domain, Great Chu's sacred court. Inside the palace, Great Chu's sacred king, Chen Xiao, personally received Lu Buwei from Great Jun's sacred court. In a banquet hall, Chen Xiao sat in the main seat, surrounded by ministers. On the other side, Lu Buwei was dressed in a gorgeous brocade robe, sitting with several envoys from Great Jun. Congratulations, Lord Lu, for being conferred the title of Great Jun's right minister. Chen Xiao raised his cup and smiled. Lu Buwei raised his cup and smiled. Right minister? My position as the right minister is just an empty title. In Great Jun, my achievements are far from enough. Oh, what is a feint? Chen Xiao asked with a hint of surprise. Great Jun's sacred court must have the dignity of the sacred court. I am fortunate to be chosen by the ministers and recognized by the sacred king as the right minister. Although I'm a minister, my achievements are far from enough. I will slowly make up for it. Lu Buwei said. Oh, faint? Make up for it? It seems like Lord Lu is highly regarded by Yin Di. Chen Xiao smiled. After drinking, Lu Buwei smiled and said, I dare not accept his praise. The merits that I owe him will eventually be repaid. Oh, Lu Buwei smiled and looked at the officials who were attending the banquet. He then turned to look at Chen Xiao. Emperor Chen, what do you plan to do about the Sacred King's offer of 100 years? Lu Buwei smiled. Chen Xiao's face turned serious. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. In the past, when Great Zhun ascended, destroyed Zhou Tianshu, and defeated Sun Wukong, Yin Chuan announced that he would give the major forces 100 years to retreat or submit. It was extremely arrogant. However, in recent years, Yin Chuan had suddenly gone into hibernation, which puzzled everyone. Why did he bring it up again? The fact that the Prime Minister of Zhejiang was an envoy meant that Yin Chuan attached great importance to him and was determined to win him over. Furthermore, Lu Buwei could even represent Yin Chuan fully at this moment. What does Yin Chuan mean? Chen Xiao asked coldly. Ha ha, Emperor Chen, there is no need for that. I brought these people today. Lu Buwei smiled. Chen Xiao looked at the officials behind Lu Buwei, his expression extremely complicated. Lord Lu, speak your mind. Chen Xiao said. All right, then I will say it. Chen Di, you can see that although your Great Chu's territory is vast, it is blocking my Great Zhan's path. You want to swallow Sun Wukong's former territory, but you don't want my Great Zhan to drink the soup. This territory was given to us by Sun Wukong. Zhen what? Secondly, Emperor Chen, I'm sure you've sent people to investigate the background of my dynasty over the years. What do you think? Lu Buwei smiled. Chen Xiao, how much is the difference between the Great Chu Sacred Court and our Great Jin Sacred Court? Lu. Chen Zhao's face darkened as Lu Buwei spoke. Lu Buwei no longer remained seated. Instead, he carried the wine bottle and walked to the center of the hall. Emperor Chen, you might be thinking that Great Zhen is strong, but with so many heroes working together, you're nothing to worry about? Lu Buwei smiled. That's right. Chen Xiao nodded. Ha ha. Lu Buwei laughed. Turning around, Lu Buwei looked at the group of people he had brought with him. There was a man with a veil covering his face. Lord Wu. Lu Buwei smiled. The man slowly took off his veil. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared. Ah! Some of the officials cried out in surprise. On the dragon throne, the wine bottle in Chen Zhao's hand trembled, nearly spilling the wine. Wu Wen, it's you? Sichuan's prime minister? Chen Xiao exclaimed. Apart from the Great Jin dynasty, there were 4 other factions in Jinlong domain: Great Chu, Great Tao, Sichuan, and Sea Dragon. As for Wu Wen, he was the sect master of the Purple River Dojo. Yet, this prime minister had become Lu Buwei's subordinate. This was Sichuan's prime minister, who was on equal footing with Chen Xiao. Why was he here? Who did not understand? Sichuan's prime minister had submitted to Great Zhan, and the vertical alliance had collapsed. Emperor Chen, Lord Wu and I will toast you, Lu Buwei said with a smile. Emperor Chen, I'll drink first, Wu Wen said with a smile. The two of them downed the wine in the bottle. Chen Xiao drank the wine, but he could not calm down. Chen Xiao was not the only one. All the officials in the hall were terrified. Vertical alliance? How is that possible? What's wrong, Wu Wen? Why did you submit to Great Zhan? Chen Xiao asked in disbelief. Ha ha ha, Emperor Chen. Lord Wu didn't have to tell you that he chose Great Zhan. Lu Buwei said with a smile. Chen Zhao's face darkened. The officials also had ugly expressions. The Great Chu Sacred Court was established by Emperor Chen, and it took a lot of effort. It is very difficult to give it up. I understand that, but sometimes you have to give it up. Originally, I was not the one who came on this mission. It would have been best if external Minister Zhang Yi, the commander of Great Zhan's 7th Army, could have come. However, I have some karma with Great Chu, so the Sacred King sent me. Lu Buwei said with a smile. Oh, 5,000 years ago, I worked together with all of you. 1/3 of Great Chu's territory was conquered by me through the trade route. Lu Buwei said with a faint smile. What? What a joke. Is Lu Buwei crazy? The officials were in disbelief, but Chen Zhao's pupils constricted. Lu Shang? You are Lu Shang? Chen Zhao's expression changed. Lu Shang was a great merchant who suddenly appeared in Great Chu's territory 5,000 years ago. His cultivation was not high, but his means were outstanding. In a short 10 years, his wealth was enough to buy a city. After that, he worked hard for Great Chu. In the following 5,000 years, Lu Shang focused on nurturing the hostages sent by the various dynasties and holy lands. He used these hostages to seize control of the dynasties and holy lands. In a short 5,000 years, Great Chu's territory increased by 1/3. However, just as Chen Xiao was about to give Lu Shang an official title, Lu Shang suddenly disappeared. In these 5,000 years, Lu Shang helped Great Chu for free, but he never accepted an official title. He never lost to the emperor. In Great Chu, countless officials were extremely respectful to him. Many of them were even recommended by Lu Shang. A large number of officials were even Lu Shang's former guests. These officials submitted to Lu Shang's courage. Lu Shang disappeared, but as long as he appeared, he could gather a large number of officials in the blink of an eye. The countless officials in the hall were already in an uproar. Lu Shang? How could this be? How could that proud and lofty character be Lu Buwei? You are Lu Shang? What evidence do you have? Chen Di said with an unsightly expression. What was the name of my merchant association in the past? Lu Buwei asked with a smile. The Buwei Merchant Association and the Dao Qiu Merchant Association, Chen Di said in shock. Lu Buwei, Kong Dao Qiu? You should have found out that I used this name 5,000 years ago. Also, everyone, 1/3 of the officials here were my former guests. Do you still remember my Lu Shang's spring and autumn annals? Lu Buwei took out a bamboo slip and laughed loudly. The officials immediately panicked. Greetings, sect master. Many officials suddenly bowed. Back then, Lu Shang had a keen eye for talent. When many people were at their poorest, Lu Shang sent people to find them and give them the greatest help. It could be said to be a grace of rebirth. Hence, they bowed respectfully to Lu Buwei. When Chen Xiao saw that his officials were bowing to Lu Buwei, his expression turned even uglier. 5,000 years ago, your consciousness entered this world. Then, you possessed Lu Shang. Why? Why are you funding my Great Chu? Chen Xiao asked sullenly. Ha ha ha. Emperor Chen, you must have forgotten. I made it very clear just now. My position as Great Zhen's right minister is illusory. Have you forgotten? Lu Buwei said with a smile. Chen Zhao's hair stood on end. He instantly understood. You did it for Great Zhen? When Great Zhen ascends, it must conquer the world. You started planning 5,000 years ago. You didn't do it for my Great Chu, but for Great Zhen. 5,000 years ago, you began to merge the original 10 heavenly dynasties and 8 sacred lands. You started planning then? Merge with my Great Chu, and my Great Chu won't get 1/3 of the territory, but rather, we will help you guard this territory. You can take it back at any time. Chen Zhao's back broke out in cold sweat. It was not just Chen Xiao. Many officials in the hall broke out in cold sweat at this thought. Lu Buwei flung his sleeve and placed it behind his back. A trace of smugness flashed in his eyes as he said, Emperor Chen, you finally figured it out? You. Chen Zhao's eyes turned cold. What? You want to kill me? Ha ha. Emperor Chen, you can't kill me with your ability. Since I dared to come, I naturally have a way to leave. As for your cities, my 2 merchant associations will continue to control them. As long as I give the order, 1/3 of your Great Chu's territory will immediately belong to Great Zhen. Lu Buwei shouted. Chen Xiao trembled in anger as he clutched the wine bottle. It's not just the cities. I can even take away 1/3 of the officials in this hall. Do you believe me? Lu Buwei said sullenly. The moment Lu Buwei said that, the officials in the hall immediately became suspicious. They kept looking to see which of their colleagues was the traitor. Good. Lu Buwei, Yin Chuan, it turns out that you have been targeting my great Chu since 5,000 years ago. Chen Xiao said angrily. We are not targeting your great Chu. Emperor Chun, you are not qualified to own True Dragon territory. The entire True Dragon territory will belong to my Great Jun Holy Court, and even the Great Jun Heavenly Court in the future, Lu Buwei said sullenly. The Heavenly Court? Chen Zhao's expression changed. He did not expect Yin Chuan to be so ambitious. Emperor Chun, there will be no place for you in True Dragon territory. Each territory is controlled by a Dao God. You will not be able to do much. You are indeed talented, but you are much weaker than me, let alone the Sacred King, Lu Buwei said sullenly. I don't believe it. Lu Buwei, you are deluding us. Chen Xiao shouted angrily. He was about to attack. Wu Wen was about to step forward. Lord Wu, don't interfere, Lu Buwei said sullenly. Then, Lu Buwei struck out with his palm. Boom! A beam of golden light shot into the sky from the hall. On this day, the Great Chu Imperial Palace was in chaos. The golden light shrouded the entire palace for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days later, the golden light slowly disappeared. No one knew what had happened during these 3 days. The surrounding officials were unconscious on the ground. In the banquet hall, only 3 people were awake. Chen Xiao, Lu Buwei, and Wu Wen. Chen Xiao took off his dragon robe. A look of confusion appeared on his face. Lu Buwei stood at the side. Chen Xiao looked at Lu Buwei. After a long while, the confusion in his eyes slowly turned into determination. Chen Xiao, Lu Buwei, will personally recommend you. What are you worried about? Lu Buwei said with a smile. Chen Xiao took a deep breath and nodded. Then he suddenly looked up at the sky and said, People of Great Chu. Boom! The Sea of Providence shook violently, and the sound spread throughout Great Chu. Countless people looked up at the sky in confusion. From today onward, the Great Chu Sacred Court will submit to the Great Jun Sacred Court and worship the Great Jun Sacred King. Long live the Great Jun Sacred King, Chen Xiao shouted. Hum! The sky of Great Chu collapsed. The people, officials, and soldiers all screamed in shock. What was going on? The Sacred King had submitted? Countless city lords quickly flew out of their cities and headed to the capital to ask the Sacred King about this unbelievable thing. Ha ha! Lu Buwei laughed arrogantly in the imperial city. Chapter 1139. The Chu Sacred Court's providence was flowing toward Great Jun. Chen Zhao's greeting caused an uproar in Great Chu. Countless officials put down everything they were doing and rushed to the palace. Countless city lords also flew toward the capital. Great Chu had submitted to Great Jun? How could this be? There was too much disbelief and panic. Great Chu was on the verge of collapse because of Chen Zhao's words. Fortunately, Lu Buwei had already made arrangements. He had established 2 chambers of commerce and planted some pawns to quickly stabilize the situation. The officials quickly gathered, and Chen Xiao quickly made arrangements to submit to Great Jun. Even so, it would take several years to convert all the territory to Great Jun. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Wu Wen also returned to Zichuan Training Hall. Not long after, Zichuan Training Hall made a shocking announcement. Zichuan Training Hall was officially submitting to Great Jun's Sacred Court. Zichuan Training Hall's disciples were in an uproar. At the same time, most of the dynasties and sacred grounds in the Jinlong domain also announced their submission to Great Jun's Sacred Court. For a moment, the Jinlong domain was in an uproar. The entire Jinlong domain was in an uproar. It was even more intense than when Great Jun had ascended. After all, last time, it was only at the sealed world's entrance. This time, it was like a storm that swept across the world. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, this was an unbelievable thing. A newly ascended celestial empire had destroyed the Thousand Confucian sect and defeated Great Qi's Sacred Court. Now, it had silently made Zichuan Training Hall and Great Chu's Sacred Court submit? This was too strange. Great Jun hadn't sent any troops. Almost everyone could see that the Jinlong Weave was about to undergo a major change. Although most of the domain wasn't completely under Great Jun's control, it already belonged to them in name. As long as they had time, Great Jun would be able to take over. Was a new domain lord about to be born? Apart from some aristocrats who were strongly opposed to this kind of expansion without war, the common people were only slightly dissatisfied. After all, even the sacred kings had submitted. What did the common people have to worry about? Life was still the same as before. Nothing had changed. Although they still remembered their homeland, everything was still the same. It was just turning the country into a domain. Under Dejan's various preferential policies, the people quickly adapted. The ones who couldn't adapt the most were the Great Wave Sage King and the Sea Dragon Hierarch. The moment Great Chu announced its submission, the two mighty experts immediately sensed the change in fortune in the distance. Surging providence flowed towards great perfection. At that time, Great Wave Sage King Wang He was in court. Through the sea of providence, he suddenly sensed Great Chu's providence dissipating. He immediately cried out, "What's going on? Holy King, what's wrong?" The officials were curious. "Grand Tutor, go to the Great Chu's sacred court immediately and let me see what's going on," Wang He said with an ugly expression. "The Grand Preceptor is going?" The ministers were slightly taken aback. Keep in mind that there were two ancient immortals in the Grand Wave Sacred Hall. One was a sacred monarch, and the other was the Grand Preceptor. The Grand Preceptor was only below one person. The Grand Preceptor and Wang He had a tacit understanding. They immediately understood the severity of the situation and quickly flew out of the hall. After a few days, the Grand Tutor returned with news. The hall was in an uproar. How could this be? The officials cried out in alarm. Wang He's expression was also unreadable. "Holy King, it seems like the vertical plan is useless," the Grand Preceptor said with an ugly expression. "Great perfection, sacred court." Wang He clenched his fists, his eyes cold. "I originally thought that the vertical plan would be able to completely suppress great perfection. Great perfection has been content with its position all these years. I originally thought that it was because great perfection was afraid. I didn't expect great perfection to be even more ruthless this time. It silently swallowed the Great Chu Sacred Court and Zichuan training grounds." The Grand Preceptor smiled bitterly. The Thousand Confucian sect was destroyed, the Great Qi Sacred Court retreated, the Great Chu Sacred Court surrendered, and Zichuan training ground surrendered. Ha ha! Great perfection in Yinchuan. In such a short time, more than half of the true dragon domain has already belonged to great perfection. Wang He's expression was extremely ugly. "Holy King, what should our dynasty do?" the Grand Preceptor asked in a deep voice. Wang He's eyes were filled with uncertainty. After a while, Wang He took a deep breath and said, "Yinchuan, since he's courting death, he can't blame me." "Oh," the officials asked curiously. "Let's leave. Great perfection is nothing to worry about. Yinchuan will definitely die." Wang He promised. "Yes, may the Holy King live for 10,000 years." The officials left the hall, filled with doubts. Only the Grand Preceptor remained. "Holy King, are you really going to go?" the Grand Preceptor asked with a worried expression. "Originally, our Great Wave Sacred Court was going to become independent and not rely on them. However, time waits for no one. Unexpectedly, a monster like Yinchuan appeared. We can only ask them for help." Wang He said in a deep voice. "Actually, this is also good," the Grand Preceptor nodded. "Oh, if great perfection is destroyed, our Great Wave Sacred Court will be the only sacred court left in the true dragon domain." The Grand Preceptor's eyes narrowed. "That's right." Wang He's eyes lit up as he smiled. "When I'm not here, Grand Preceptor, help me oversee the Great Wave Sacred Court." Wang He said. The Grand Preceptor nodded. After giving some instructions, Wang He stepped out of the hall and flew toward the east. Whoosh! Several days later, in a large hall, Wang He and the Sea Dragon cult's leader, Whale King, were talking. Whale King, we're the only two forces left in the true dragon domain. Don't tell me you're planning to perish together with great perfection? Wang He smiled. Whale King's face turned ugly. My Great Wave Sacred Hall and your Sea Dragon Bodhidharma are both forces nurtured by them. To put it nicely, we're just allies. To put it bluntly, we're just their gatekeepers. Wang He laughed. Whale King looked at Wang He and said, So what if we're gatekeepers? Wang He, do you have a problem with that? It was obvious that Whale King was extremely loyal to them. No, of course I have no problem with that. However, if great perfection continues at this pace, we won't be able to complete our mission. We have to uproot great perfection, Wang He said in a deep voice. Whale King looked at Wang He. You and I aren't a match for great perfection, but they can, Wang He said in a deep voice. Whale King's expression changed slightly. You want to go to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace and ask the Dragon King for help? Whale King asked in a deep voice. That's right. If Dragon King doesn't show up, our forces will be destroyed. If Dragon King shows up again, we'll have to start all over again. Wang He advised. Whale King frowned and paced back and forth in the hall. Finally, he took a deep breath and nodded. There are Dao gods among the Dragon Kings. We only need one Dao god to destroy Yin Chuan. Wang He said in a deep voice. Whale King nodded. Let's not delay any longer. We'll set off immediately. Wang He said. Whale King looked at Wang He and pondered for a while. Finally, he said, All right, with such a big thing happening in the true dragon domain, it's time to report it to the Dragon Kings. Whale King and Wang He quickly flew out of the Sea Dragon cult and headed straight for the Eastern Sea. Great Perfection's sacred court, Xianyang. Meow. Meow jumped into a pond excitedly. She picked up a fish 3 times her size and started eating. The fish was golden in color and looked like a carp. However, its body was transparent and clean like a crystal. It had a pair of dragon whiskers. Puff, puff. The fish struggled for a while and stopped moving. In the end, Meow finished it. Delicious. Meow. The Eastern Sea arowana. I can finally eat arowana again. Meow said excitedly. After eating, Meow jumped up. Thank you, Mr. Gue Guzi. Meow smiled at Gue Guzi, who was standing beside Yin Chuan. I was lucky when I went to the Eastern Sea to investigate. I saw a few and brought them back. Arowana are born from the energy of dragons. They are extremely rare and not easy to find. Gue Guzi smiled. Eastern Sea? Where is it? Meow asked. The 9 prefectures of the Yang realm are divided into the middle continent, the 4 surrounding continents, and the 4 outer continents. Do you know? Gue Guzi smiled. Of course I know. Our true dragon domain is in the outer eastern continent. It's close to the northeast continent. Meow nodded. The Eastern Sea is in the east of the 4 surrounding continents. It's the intersection between the outer eastern continent and the 4 surrounding continents. Gue Guzi explained. Isn't it very close? Meow was surprised. It is very close. You could say that the sea to the west of the true dragon domain is the Eastern Sea. Gue Guzi said. Meow. Then I'll catch them myself when I have time. Meow said thoughtfully. Yin Chuan smiled and said, All right, you're busy eating. Why don't you give some to ZZ? Meow. You only know how to dote on Sister ZZ. Meow rolled her eyes. However, she still skipped away. Behind her, Meow used a spell to float a few arowana into the harem. After watching Meow leave, Yin Chuan looked at Gue Guzi. How'd it go? Yin Chuan asked. All these years, I've been traveling around the true dragon domain and finally found some clues. Gue Guzi said solemnly. Oh, the vital chi of heaven and earth in the true dragon domain is only half of the other domains. This is also the reason why some Taoist gods don't want to come here to dominate. Due to the lack of vital chi of heaven and earth, cultivation is naturally slower than in other domains. That's why there are too few experts in the true dragon domain. However, during my travels, I found that something is wrong. Gue Guzi took a deep breath and said, Something is wrong? It's not that the vital chi of heaven and earth in the true dragon domain is too little. It's just that a certain spirit has forcefully devoured half of it. The Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is right next to the true dragon domain. It's actually to find it, but it hasn't been found for many years, Gue Guzi said excitedly, devouring half of the vital chi of heaven and earth in a domain. Could it be? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. The sage ruler guessed correctly. It's the primitive dragon vein, the most powerful great earth dragon vein. No wonder I felt that there were so many great earth dragon veins in the true dragon domain. It's unusual that there are so many great earth dragon veins in a place without vital chi of heaven and earth. Those small great earth dragon veins were born together with the primitive dragon vein, Gue Guzi said solemnly. The primitive dragon vein. The primitive dragon vein in the outer eastern continent is in the true dragon domain. That's great. Gue Guzi, you cultivate fate and feng shui. Finding the primitive dragon vein is your specialty. Find the dragon head as soon as possible, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Rest assured, sage ruler. I already have some clues. It won't take long. All lands under the heavens belong to the Great Jin Empire. Since the primitive dragon vein is in the territory of the Great Jin Empire, it belongs to the Great Jin Empire. No one can take it away, not even the dragon kings of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Gue Guzi said solemnly. Yin Chuan nodded. Chapter 1140. West of the Jinlong territory, there was a vast ocean. This ocean was the East Sea of the world. In the depths of the East Sea, there was a magnificent area. This was because there were countless luminous pearls that illuminated the bottom of the sea as if it was daytime. Outside the luminous pearls, there was a huge array that isolated the seawater. Inside, there was a vast palace surrounded by colorful corals and crystals. It was a beautiful sight. There were many shrimp soldiers and crab generals patrolling the area. In the middle of the palace was a huge palace called the Crystal Palace. Outside the Crystal Palace, there were many shrimp soldiers and crab generals guarding it. Outside the palace, Wang He and Whale King waited patiently. Soon, an old man walked out of the Crystal Palace. Prime Minister Turtle, I wonder if the Dragon Kings? Whale King asked respectfully. The Dragon Kings invite the two of you in, Prime Minister Turtle said. Yes. The two of them walked into the Crystal Palace. In the Crystal Palace, there were 5 men standing there. All of them had prominent foreheads and a majestic expression. They wore dragon crowns on their heads, and their eyes shone brightly as they looked at Wang, He, and Whale King. Greetings to the 5 Dragon Kings. Whale King and Wang He said respectfully. The 5 Dragon Kings nodded. I wonder if the Dragon Emperor is here? Wang He asked. Dragon Emperor? The Dragon Emperor is in seclusion. The other Dragon Kings are also in seclusion. Have you found him? One of the Dragon Kings asked. No, Whale King said shamefully. The 5 Dragon Kings' faces darkened. 5 Dragon Kings, we have no choice but to come and ask for help. Wang He said immediately. What happened? One of the Dragon Kings asked. Wang He immediately told them about the Jinlong territory. The Jin? Yin Chuan? The 5 Dragon Kings' faces darkened. Yes, Dragon Kings, if we don't deal with Yin Chuan, our sects and countries will be destroyed. We are not Yin Chuan's match. Please help us. Wang He said immediately. The 5 Dragon Kings squinted their eyes. A mere Yin Chuan wants to unify the Jinlong territory? Oof. One of the Dragon Kings squinted his eyes. Seeing the white-robed Dragon King's disgust, Wang He and the Whale King's faces lit up. Dragon 5th. Another Dragon King immediately called out. White-robed Dragon King Dragon the 5th was slightly stunned. Wang He took a look and realized that something was amiss. Dragon Kings, no matter how strong Dejun is, he's just an ancient immortal. He can't even withstand a single blow from you. Dragon Kings, please kill Yin Chuan. We'll find what you want as soon as possible. Wang He said immediately. Yeah, big brother, this is nothing. Dragon 5th yelled. The leader of the Dragon Kings shook his head. Wang He, Whale King, you two go out first. The Dragon King shouted. Yes. The two of them walked out of the Crystal Palace with doubts. Quang. The great door of the Crystal Palace slammed shut, leaving only the 5 Dragon Kings inside. Big brother? What's wrong? Dragon Fifth said puzzledly. Dragon Fifth, you have outstanding talent, but you're still too young. Great Jun? Indeed, it's easy for us to destroy Dejun, but we have to pay a sufficient price. The leading Dragon King said solemnly. Ah, Great Jun? Wani said it so casually. How can I not see it? I don't know how strong Dejun is, but Wang He and Whale King didn't even have the courage to fight. He's obviously not someone to be trifled with. At the same time, his subjects are also extraordinary. We have to pay a price for destroying Dejun. The Dragon Emperor has instructed us not to fight with anyone for the time being, the leading Dragon King said solemnly. Ah, big brother, of course there will be injuries in battle. Moreover, Yin Chuan is just an ancient immortal. Dragon Fifth yelled. The leading Dragon King shook his head and said, Normally, I wouldn't be afraid. In fact, the EC has never feared anyone. But now, we can't make any mistakes. Why is the Dragon Emperor in seclusion? Why are the other 12 Dragon Kings in the East Sea all in seclusion? Dragon Fifth's face darkened. 5,000 years ago, Di Renjia of Great Zhou led his army to the West Outer Continent. Have you forgotten? Great Zhou established the Heavenly Court, and almost all the sea dragons submitted to Great Zhou. Only our East Sea Dragon tribe is left. A few years ago, a dragon came to report that the West Outer Continent situation was settled. Perhaps the Dragon Emperor of the West Outer Continent will be here soon, the leading Dragon King said. The other Dragon Kings nodded. Dragon Fifth's face turned ugly. The East Sea Dragon Palace is also at a critical juncture. We can't make any mistakes. If anything happens, our East Sea Dragon Palace will cease to exist. Dragon Fifth, do you understand? It's not that we're afraid of Dejun. It's just that we can't spare any energy to deal with it. Once something happens, it's very likely that our East Sea Dragon Palace will be consigned to eternal damnation. But were we just going to let Dejun be free? Finding the primordial dragon vein is also a top priority. Dragon Fifth said worriedly. We won't go. The leading Dragon King shook his head. If you won't go, I'll go. Dragon Fifth said. Dragon Fifth. The leading Dragon King was furious. Big brother, before the great ancient calamity, how powerful was our dragon tribe? What about now? The primordial dragon vein is the hope of our East Sea Dragon Palace. We can't lose it. I'll go. I'm a Tao god who controls a great heavenly Tao. Isn't it easy to kill Yin Chuan? If something happens, no one can stop me. Dragon Fifth said, It's best if you don't go. The leading Dragon King shook his head. No, big brother, I can't listen to you this time. It's just a small Dejun. Don't worry. Dragon Fifth said. Dragon Fifth, our EC Dragon Palace only has 5 Tao gods. What if something happens to you? Another Dragon King said. Don't worry, I'll be fine. If I can't even deal with an ancient immortal, how can I call myself a Tao god? Don't worry. The Dragon King said firmly. The leading Dragon King looked at Dragon Fifth and agreed. Finally, he nodded and said, Be careful. It's best if you don't get hurt. Dezhou's dragon tribe can come at any time. Big brother, don't worry. Dragon Fifth said confidently. Tao god. He was someone who could completely crush an ancient immortal. Quang. The Crystal Palace's door opened. Wang He and Whale King looked over. Dragon Kings? Let's go. I'll go with you to Xianyang. Dragon Fifth said, good. Wang He said excitedly. With the Dragon King going, Yin Chuan will definitely wait for death. Whale King said excitedly. Boom. 3 rays of light flew out of the Crystal Palace. After Dragon Fifth left, the remaining 4 Dragon Kings frowned. Dragon One, your brother left. Should we report to the Dragon Emperor? One of the Dragon Kings asked. No need to disturb the Dragon Emperor. It's just an ancient immortal. Be careful of Zhou's dragon tribe. Dragon One said. The Dragon Kings nodded. Obviously, they felt that Dragon Fifth would be fine. When the Dragon Kings went out, 2 huge waves appeared in the sea, as if a road was opened. The 3 of them flew towards Zhenlong's territory. Along the way, they stayed close to the surface of the sea. The dragon aura spread, and countless fish worshipped them. The speed of the three experts was extremely fast. In just 10 days, they arrived outside Xianyang. Xianyang, Chaotian Palace. Yin Chuan was presiding over a court meeting. Lu Buwei, Zhang Yi, and the others were all out collecting the various cities. Sage King, news came from the East faction. Wang He and Whale King are heading west together. Lu Gang said respectfully. Oh, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. A Sage King and a sect leader were heading west together, and at such a time, just as Yin Chuan was deep in thought, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. Outside of Xianyang, Dragon Fifth, Wang He, and Whale King had already arrived. Wang He and Whale King stood respectfully behind Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth looked at the heavenly providence in front of him with disdain. Dragon Fifth suddenly roared towards the sky. The dragon roar pierced through the 9 heavens, and a huge dragon aura came down, pressing down on the hearts of countless people. That wasn't enough. Behind Dragon Fifth, a golden heavens path suddenly shot up. A huge transparent pillar pierced through the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. Heaven's path. A vast heaven's path. Once the heaven's path appeared, a terrifying heaven's aura came down. In Xianyang, countless people were suppressed to the point that they couldn't even raise their heads. Dragon Fifth was high above with the support of the heaven's path, overlooking the entire Xianyang city. Overlooking the skyward palace, a peerless domineering aura was emitted. Whale King and Wang He both revealed looks of amazement. The Tao God's aura was so terrifying. Just the heaven's path alone was half the size of Xianyang. Just by standing there, it gave people a feeling that they were undefeatable. Yin Chuan, come out for this king. Long He roared. The huge dragon aura, together with the heaven's aura, penetrated the entire Xianyang city. Countless people heard the explosion. Buzz. The Xianyang Great Array was activated and blocked the sound wave attack. Inside the Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan had to stop the court meeting. Looking outside the palace, Yin Chuan's face was gloomy. Yin Chuan slowly walked down from the dragon throne. He led the officials out of the Skyward Palace. In the square of the Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan stood in the center. The officials stood respectfully on both sides. Standing in the square, Yin Chuan looked coldly. Lord Dragon King, that is Yin Chuan. Wang He pointed at Yin Chuan and shouted. Dragon Fifth stared at Yin Chuan. East Sea Dragon Palace? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Remember, this king is called Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth said coldly. God, Yin Chuan said coldly. The corner of Dragon Fifth's mouth curled up into a cold smile. You also know about Tao Gods? Since that is the case, this king will not make things difficult for you. From now on, announce your allegiance to the Great Wave Sacred Court. This king will let you go today. Dragon Fifth laughed. Thank you, Lord Dragon King. Wang He shouted excitedly. In the distance, Yin Chuan looked at Dragon Fifth and sneered. Ha! What a joke. Why, you're not willing? Dragon Fifth said in a deep voice. The East Sea Dragon Palace can't even protect itself. You still want to talk nonsense in front of this king? Yin Chuan said coldly. What? Dragon Fifth's face was gloomy. Now, get out of this king's Great Wave Sacred Court. Otherwise die. Yin Chuan said with a glare. Die. Yin Chuan's last words were like thunder, causing the 3 people in the sky to change their expressions. Is this Yin Chuan crazy? Wang He and Whale King said in shock. Chapter 1141. Niobo Studio now, get out of my great Jun. Otherwise die. Yin Chuan glared at him. Die. Yin Chuan's last words were like thunder, causing the expressions of the 3 people in the sky to change. Is Yin Chuan crazy? Wang He and Whale King exclaimed. This was a Tao God, a powerful being recognized by the heavenly Tao. Although not all of them were ancestral immortals. Only ancestral immortals could use the power of the heavenly Tao. Every Tao God was favored by the heavens. Wang He and Whale King were shocked, and Dragon Fifth was even more furious. He had always been high and mighty. Someone actually dared to tell him to get lost? Crack! Dragon Fifth clenched his fist. A mere ancient immortal dares to talk nonsense in front of me? Dragon Fifth said coldly. At the entrance of the Skyward Hall, Yin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes cold. Yin Chuan die, Dragon Fifth roared. He stretched out his hand and sent a palm strike towards Yin Chuan. Suddenly, a golden dragon claw appeared in the air. The dragon claw was extremely powerful, and it tore through the air. Everywhere it passed, the air trembled. Immense killing intent filled Xianyang. Yin Chuan was still expressionless. The dragon claw was about to reach Xianyang's array. Don't be presumptuous in front of the sage king. A roar suddenly came from Xianyang. A huge tiger paw rushed into the sky and collided with the dragon claw. The tiger paw reached out, and a surge of violent aura dyed the sky black. Boom! With a loud sound, the dragon claw and tiger paw shattered. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and a white-robed man appeared in the sky. The Zhen's national beast, the paragon of the tiger race, Bai Ditian. Bai Ditian's face was fierce, and his eyes were filled with violent aura as he looked coldly at Dragon Fifth. "Who are you?" Dragon Fifth asked coldly. Although Dragon Fifth didn't use his full strength, it wasn't something that ordinary people could deal with. Wang He and Whale King's faces twitched. Other than Meng Tian and Wang Jian, how could the great Jin Empire have such powerful people? Moreover, his aura did not lose to Wang Jian's at all. "Lord Dragon King, this is the supreme beast of Dezhun, Bai Ditian." Wang Yi immediately explained. "Bai Ditian?" Dragon Fifth's face sank. At the entrance of the Skyward Hall, Yin Chuan saw Bai Ditian come out and naturally understood what Bai Ditian meant. Bai Ditian felt that Dezhun was too violent, so he intervened for Dezhun's sake. He didn't want Dezhun to become enemies with the East Sea Dragon race. However, would Yin Chuan care? However, since Bai Ditian had intervened, Yin Chuan naturally gave Bai Ditian some face. "Dragon Fifth? Tao God? Haha, you've merely received the blessings of the heavenly Tao. You only possess the power of an ancestral immortal by using the power of the heavenly Tao. However, you're still not an ancestral immortal. Aren't you an ancient immortal as well? Dezhun is not a place you can come to. Go back to the Eastern Sea," Bai Ditian advised. "Ha ha ha, you want this king to go back? Then where will this king's face go?" Dragon Fifth said with a glare. "Face? If you don't leave now, you will lose even more," Bai Ditian said in a low voice. You're the ones who will lose even more. You bunch of ants dare to be impudent in front of me?" Dragon Fifth said angrily. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and the huge heavenly Tao appeared in front of Bai Ditian with a loud rumble. It crashed towards Bai Ditian. "You're courting death," Bai Ditian glared. "Tiger deity slaughter," Bai Ditian shouted. Endless violent aura suddenly surrounded the area. In an instant, the sky darkened. Bai Ditian himself was like a tornado of violent aura. A vast violent aura storm crashed toward Dragon Fifth's heavenly Tao. Bai Ditian's violent aura tornado collided with Dragon Fifth's heavenly Tao. Boom! The surrounding void shook violently. A rolling storm erupted. The void shook, forming a huge spatial wave that swept in all directions. 10,000 dragons, spatial lock formation. Gigu Zi's voice came from Xianyang. Buzz! Xianyang's city's array suddenly froze, and the spatial wave was unable to move. However, this huge wave caught Wang He and Whale King off guard. Wang He spat out a mouthful of blood from this huge wave. Whale King's face also flushed red. The two of them retreated in fear. A battle between Tao gods was not something the two of them could fight against. The tiger deity slaughter collided with the heavenly Tao, and Dragon Fifth retreated more than 50 feet. Bai Ditian, on the other hand, retreated 100 meters. However, the two of them were not injured. The power of the heavenly Tao is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, the Sage King said that in order to use the power of the heavenly Tao, one must be an ancestral immortal. You are only an ancient immortal. Let's see how many times you can use this move, Bai Ditian said with a fierce look in his eyes. Tiger deity slaughter. Boom! Once again, the violent aura tornado crashed toward Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth's expression turned ugly. He did not expect Bai Detian to be so fierce. There was a qualitative difference between ancestral immortals and ancient immortals. They could use the power of the heavenly Tao. Logically speaking, an ancestral immortal could use the power of the heavenly Tao to fight against 1,000 ancient immortals. However, he could not do anything to Bai Detian. Boom! The two of them fought ferociously. Tiger Deity Slaughter. Bai Detian used the Tiger Deity Slaughter again and again, but he could not do anything to Dragon Fifth. As a Tao god, Dragon Fifth was protected by the heavenly Tao, and his strength was extremely fierce. However, Bai Detian was also a person who became more and more ruthless the more he fought. Boom! 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 The entire sky above Xianyang was covered by the violent aura. The pitch-black violent aura made it impossible for the people of Xianyang to see what was going on inside. Only the entrance of the Skyward Palace could be seen. Yin Chuan was still watching carefully. Gigu Zi and Zizi were standing beside Yin Chuan. Sage King, Tao gods are still unique, Gigu Zi said with a smile. Using the power of the heavenly Tao, Bai Detian refined the tiger ancestor's life providence, but he is still an ancient immortal. It is not bad that he can fight against him. However, Dragon Fifth's strength is still too low. He can only use the power of the heavenly Tao, but it is limited. Yin Chuan shook his head. That's right. He is not merged with the heavenly Tao, so he naturally cannot understand the power of the heavenly Tao. Gigu Zi nodded. Now that Bai Detian is unable to hurt Dragon Fifth, what should we do? Should we send more people up? ZZ asked worriedly. It's useless. Without becoming an ancestral immortal, one cannot shake the heavenly Tao. It is already not bad that Bai Detian could do this with the tiger god aura. Gigu Zi shook his head. Then, is there no other way? ZZ asked worriedly. I can kill it. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed. ZZ exclaimed. Wasn't it said that ancient immortals could never defeat Tao gods? How? However, I don't want to kill it now. I lack a tool, Yin Chuan said solemnly. ZZ asked curiously. I will restrain it. You place a curse on it so that it cannot transform, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Oh, ZZ nodded. Whoosh! Yin Chuan soared into the sky. High in the sky, the black aura was dense. In Xianyang, other than the important officials, no one else could see anything. Bai Detian against Dragon Fifth. Whale King and Wang He retreated again and again. The shockwaves from their battle were too ferocious. Boom! Yin Chuan suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. Bai Detian and Dragon Fifth froze. After fighting for a long time, Dragon Fifth was also a little afraid. He had not heard of Bai Detian before coming here. How could he be helpless against someone who had suddenly appeared in Xianyang? How many powerful beings were there in Xianyang that he did not know? At this moment, Dragon Fifth was filled with hatred towards Whale, King, and Wang He. How dare these two dogs hide from him? What ancient immortals? Only your head. He regretted not listening to his big brother. How could it be easy for Xianyang to scare Whale King and Wang He to that extent? Dragon Fifth had already made up his mind. When he returned, he would definitely punish these two dogs. Just then, Yin Chuan appeared. Looking at Yin Chuan, Dragon Fifth's eyelids twitched. Bai Detian, leave it to me. There are still two culprits. Since they are here, there is no need for them to leave. Kill, Yin Chuan ordered coldly. Yes, Bai Detian replied. At this point, Bai Detian naturally understood that although he had obtained the tiger ancestor's life providence, he was still inferior to Yin Chuan. Swish! Bai Detian charged towards Wang He and the Whale King. The surging aura covered the sky. Yin Chuan? Good. You have delivered yourself to me. Dragon Fifth roared. He reached out and grabbed. Heavenly Tao binding. Boom! The heavenly Tao appeared again and suddenly shrank towards Yin Chuan from all directions. A huge pressure seemed to want to squeeze Yin Chuan to death. Dragon Fifth stood outside the heavenly Tao and watched as it squeezed Yin Chuan. Ancient immortal? Without the heavenly Tao, you will always be an ancient immortal. Yin Chuan sneered. Boom! A green heavenly Tao suddenly rushed out from Yin Chuan's body. However, this heavenly Tao was a broken one. There were countless cracks on the heavenly Tao. It was the heavenly Tao nurtured by the heaven-devouring Tao scripture. However, it was not complete. It was not important at all. What was important was that Yin Chuan's understanding of the heavenly Tao was much better than Dragon Fifth's. Although it was broken, Yin Chuan's body was in harmony with the heavenly Tao. Dragon Fifth's heavenly Tao was transparent, but Yin Chuan's heavenly Tao was solid. Boom! The broken heavenly Tao suddenly expanded and instantly crushed Dragon Fifth's heavenly Tao. Bam! Dragon Fifth's heavenly Tao instantly shattered and disappeared as if it had turned into countless crystals. This is impossible, Dragon Fifth exclaimed. Yin Chuan's figure instantly appeared above Dragon Fifth as he stomped his foot down. Boom! Dragon Fifth was instantly stomped down. Yin Chuan's stomp was naturally extremely terrifying. It carried the power of the heavenly Tao and seemed to want to stomp Dragon Fifth into meat paste. Roar! Dragon Fifth immediately transformed into his original body in pain. He transformed into a huge golden dragon that was 10,000 feet long. His vigorous and powerful body wanted to break free from Yin Chuan's stomp. But how powerful was Yin Chuan? How could he break free? Boom! Dragon Fifth was stomped into the ground by Yin Chuan. He couldn't move at all. You're a heaven mender? No, that's only a broken heavenly Tao. It's not complete yet. How can you break free from my complete heavenly Tao? Dragon Fifth cried out in shock. Stepping on Dragon Fifth, Yin Chuan's eyes were cold. EC Dragon Palace? I didn't want to bother with it, but since you've personally come, then stay. My dragon carriage still lacks an evil beast to pull the carriage. You want me to pull the carriage? Bastard, I'm the East Sea Dragon King. If you dare to make me pull the carriage, the Dragon Emperor will not let you off. Dragon Fifth roared in shock. Huh? Yin Chuan exerted force with his foot. Boom! The immense power caused Dragon Fifth to feel a burst of pain, and he was firmly pressed under the foot, unable to move. Chapter 1142. Although the commoners couldn't see what was happening on the battlefield, they couldn't change the current situation. The Tao god, Dragon Fifth, was being stepped on by Yin Chuan. Even the wailing bird couldn't make a sound at this moment. In the distance, Bai Detian's massacre was also extremely fierce. Even someone as strong as Wang He was quickly torn apart by Bai Detian. With just a scream, Wang He was split in half. Throwing away the two halves of the corpse, Bai Detian rushed towards the Whale King. As Wang He's corpse fell to the ground, he saw Dragon Fifth in the distance, who was being stepped on by Yin Chuan. No! Wang He let out a final cry of despair. How could they have imagined that a group of mortals who had just ascended would be so ferocious? No, it wasn't just fierce. This world was the world of Tao gods. They were Tao gods recognized by the heavenly Tao. Yet, they were being stepped on by Yin Chuan. Even Tao gods were being stepped on. Wang Yi's eyes were filled with despair and regret. He regretted his little trick of getting someone else to do his dirty work. Perhaps he could have retreated from the true dragon domain. But he didn't. Why didn't he? Why? Regret was useless. Wang Yi's corpse fell to the ground. The moment Wang He died, the golden dragon of providence in the great wave sacred court let out a cry. Roar! The golden dragon of 18 claws of providence soared into the sky. Countless officials felt their hearts tighten. Rumble! Providence quickly flowed towards the great wave sacred court. The golden dragon of providence quickly dissipated. How can this be? The Sage King died? The Sage King died? No, how can this be? Didn't the Sage King say that the great wave sacred court was nothing to worry about? How can this be? The great wave sacred court was filled with wailing. In Xianyang, Yin Chuan was stepping on Dragon Fifth. A book suddenly appeared in front of ZZ. It was the Book of Life and Death. Flipping to a page, ZZ suddenly shouted at Dragon Fifth. With the curse of the Book of Life and Death, unless Yin Xuan and I remove the curse, Dragon Fifth will never be able to transform. The Beast Tao of Reincarnation will bear witness. Boom! A black light shot toward Dragon Fifth. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the golden Dragon Fifth was enveloped by a layer of black gas. The black gas quickly seeped into Dragon Fifth's body. The moment the curse entered his body, Dragon Fifth felt that something was wrong. However, under Yin Xuan's foot, he could not move at all. No, I am the East Sea Dragon King. You roar. In his despair, Dragon Fifth could no longer make a human sound. He had completely sealed off the possibility of transforming. Evil creature, do you submit or not? Yin Xuan said coldly. Roar. Dragon Fifth struggled stubbornly. Umph. Yin Xuan snorted coldly and exerted force with his foot. Boom. Dragon Fifth fainted. Lu Gang. Yin Xuan shouted. Present. Lu Gang quickly flew over. I'll leave this dragon to you to train. Once you've trained it, put it on Zhen's carriage. It'll be useful the next time Zhen travels. Yin Xuan said in a deep voice. Yes, your majesty. Lu Gang answered. After giving Lu Gang a kick, Yin Xuan returned to the front of the sky-facing palace. Many officials could not see it clearly, but most of the powerful officials could see it clearly. A Tao God? Based on the information collected over the years, the Tao God was a powerful existence that preyed on the world. Now, the sage ruler was stepping on it and preparing to use it to pull his carriage. The sage ruler is mighty, the officials said respectfully. Yin Xuan looked at ZZ. ZZ smiled faintly. Meow. A Tao God pulling a carriage. When the time comes, I want to ride it too. Meow shouted excitedly. In the outside world, the evil aura slowly disappeared. It was slowly absorbed into by Detian's body. The commoners could gradually see the sun. At the same time, they could see a figure in the sky. Bai Detian grabbed half of the Whale King's body and threw it down. Everything was quiet, but the commoners could not calm down for a long time. They had been in the celestial world for a few years. At this moment, they finally knew how strong great accomplishment was. They did not know what happened to the Tao God. At the very least, the sage ruler did not need to use the power of great accomplishment to deal with it easily. Long live the sage ruler. Long live the sage ruler. Long live the great accomplishment. Long live the sage ruler. In Xianyang City, the commoners of great accomplishment cheered and bowed to Yin Xuan. All of them were extremely excited. Only the spies from the Great Wave Sacred Hall and the Sea Dragon Taoist were frightened. Dead? All dead. In Great Wave Sacred Hall, the Providence Cloud collapsed. The Sea Dragon Temple was slightly better. The Providence Cloud shook. Sects were different from countries. If the emperor died, the country would be destroyed. However, if the sect leader died, there would be others who could inherit the position. However, everyone in Sea Dragon Temple knew that the Whale King was dead. They were all panicking. In Great Wave Sacred Hall, the officials were even more panicked. However, there was still one person who was extremely calm at the entrance of the hall. It was the Grand Tutor of Great Wave Sacred Hall. Wang Yi is dead? Seems like the Whale King is also dead. What trash! The Grand Tutor's face was gloomy. That's true. If the two of them were really talented, they wouldn't have been infiltrated by my people. The Grand Tutor's face was gloomy. Primordial Dragon Vein? If we didn't know that the two of you were puppets of the East Sea Dragon Palace, why would we compromise? Originally, we wanted to borrow your hands to help the East Sea Dragon Palace find a primordial dragon vein. What a pity, what a pity. Humph. Seems like we can only find it ourselves. The Grand Tutor clenched his fist. Grand Tutor Pang, what should we do? The sage ruler is dead. What should we do now? An official ran over and cried. What are you crying for? It's just that Wang He is dead. The Grand Tutor Pang's eyes were cold. The surrounding officials looked at the Grand Tutor Pang in shock. Do you know the Deju celestial dynasty in the West? The Grand Tutor Pang said. I know. It's just a celestial dynasty. However, Grand Tutor, you have never allowed us to use troops against it. An official said, I, Pang Tianhe, am the ruler of the Daju celestial dynasty. The Grand Tutor Pang shouted. Ah! The sorrowful officials cried out in shock. Wang Yi is dead. There's no point in keeping the Daju Celestial Dynasty. You are the officials of Daju Celestial Dynasty. I promise that when you go to the Daju Celestial Dynasty, your titles will not change. The Grand Tutor Pang said. Pang Tianhe, when the sage ruler was alive, he was very kind to you. You actually betrayed him. The moment the sage ruler died, an upright official immediately scolded. Boom! Pang Tianhe slapped him to death. Flesh and blood splattered on the ground. The hearts of the officials palpitated. I have been the Grand Tutor for so many years. All the cities in the Daju Celestial Dynasty are my disciples. Humph! I only need to give an order, and all the cities will belong to the Daju Celestial Dynasty. If you disobey Dai, those who obey me will prosper. Those who defy me will forget. Pang Tianhe said coldly. A group of officials looked over in shock. Of course, many of Pang Tianhe's subordinates quickly knelt down. Long live the sage ruler! Long live the sage ruler! Pang Tianhe entered the imperial city at an extremely fast speed. The Daju Celestial Dynasty, which had been dormant in the past, suddenly made a high-profile comeback. In the imperial city, Pang Tianhe called a disciple. Disciple. Master. The disciple said respectfully, I want to adopt all the territory of the Great Waves Holy Court to the Great Ju Celestial Dynasty as soon as possible. Go to the Sea Dragon Dojo immediately and find your martial uncle. Ask them to quickly filter out the karmic positions of the birth position. When I unify this place, I need the karmic positions of the birth position of the Great Ju Celestial Dynasty to the Holy Court as soon as possible. Understood, the disciple said respectfully. Then, the disciple quickly left. Pang Tianhe left behind to command his subordinates to quickly collect all of the Daju Celestial Dynasty's territory. Standing at the entrance of a hall, Pang Tianhe looked towards the west. Soon, the news of Xianyang will reach the East Sea. I wonder how the East Sea Dragon Emperor will react. This time, I wonder who the East Sea sent to Xianyang. It seems like it's not good. Pang Tianhe sneered. Xianyang. The crisis was resolved. Everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened before. However, the Daju Celestial Dynasty's fate cloud sea had more fates surging. 2 months later, at the Skyward Hall, Lu Buwei returned. He brought back 2 ancient immortals, Wu Wen and Qin Xiao. Although the 2 ancient immortals had submitted to the Daju Celestial Dynasty, they were more or less dissatisfied. After all, they were once sect masters and sage king. To be demoted in the blink of an eye, both of them had a knot in their hearts. But now, the 2 of them were much more comfortable. Not. Bullshit not. Look at what happened to Wang, he and Whale King. Just by Detian alone had torn them all apart. What did they have to feel unbalanced? Greetings, Sage King. The 2 of them bowed respectfully to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan nodded. The 2 of them returned. Only Lu Buwei stood out. Sage King, news came from the west. The Daju Celestial Dynasty and the Sea Dragon Temple have been merged by a powerful force. The Daju Celestial Dynasty has taken the Sea Dragon Temple's birth position and officially established the Daju Celestial Dynasty. Lu Buwei said solemnly. This emperor understands. Yin Chuan nodded. The Daju Celestial Dynasty? There's nothing to worry about now. As long as they don't step into the territory of the Daju Celestial Dynasty, this emperor will not touch them for the time being. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Lu Buwei nodded. The Daju Celestial Dynasty's territory had increased too quickly, but they were far from enough to manage it. More than half of the people who had enough had been transferred to the Netherworld. The middle-level talents in the mortal realm were a little lacking. Lu Buwei, you will prepare for the 4th examination and recruit talents for the Daju Celestial Dynasty. Yin Chuan said solemnly. This subject obeys. Lu Buwei answered. Jinlong Dominion. The Daju Celestial Dynasty and the Daju Celestial Dynasty were equals. They jointly governed the Jinlong Dominion. News of the battle at Xianyang had also spread to the East Sea at the fastest speed. East Sea Dragon Palace. At this moment, the Crystal Palace was in an uproar. You don't know? You say you don't know where Dragon Fifth went? A Dragon King stared at a kneeling man in front of him. This lowly one really doesn't know. This lowly one couldn't see the scene outside Xianyang. When the evil aura disappeared, Wang He and Whale King were dead, and Dragon Fifth and Dragon King were nowhere to be found. Maybe, that person hurriedly said. Maybe what? Maybe they were killed. That person said fearfully. Impossible. Dragon Fifth's life token is still there. A Dragon King stared. Dragon Fifth hasn't returned yet. It seems like he was captured by Yin Chuan. Dragon One said solemnly. What? He was captured? Dragon Fifth is a Dao God. A Dragon King shouted. So what if he's a Dao God? A Dao God isn't invincible. Dragon One said with an ugly expression. Then what should we do? No, we have to save Dragon Fifth. Yes, we have to go. The group of Dragon Fifth said anxiously. Shut up. Have you forgotten the Dragon Emperor's instructions? Dragon One glared. The Dragon Kings looked over. We have to report this to the Dragon Emperor as soon as possible. Dragon One said with an ugly expression. The other Dragon Kings looked at each other and nodded. Chapter 1143. Yang World, Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Crystal Palace. A white-haired old man sat on the largest dragon throne. His forehead was protruding, and his long white eyebrows extended to his chin. The old man's eyes shone with the light of wisdom that could see through the affairs of the world. Dragon Emperor, please give the order. We will go and rescue Dragon Fifth. Dragon One said, Yes, Dragon Emperor. Our Eastern Sea Dragon Palace has never been bullied like this. A small holy court wants to ride on our heads? Dragon Emperor, you don't have to do anything. We will definitely rescue Dragon Fifth. There were a total of 7 Dragon Kings in the palace, and all of them were asking for battle. The Dragon Emperor rubbed his long eyebrows and looked at Dragon One. Repeat what you said just now. The group of Dragon Kings was stunned. Dragon One was puzzled as he recounted Great Zhen's development, the enmity between Great Zhen and the various dynasties, and the grudge between Great Zhen and Dragon Fifth. Dragon Emperor, Dragon Fifth's whereabouts are still unknown. He must have been locked up by Yin Chuan. Dragon Fifth has never suffered since he was young. I'm worried, Dragon One said anxiously. Is Dragon Fifth dead? The Dragon Emperor asked indifferently. No, his life token is still there. A Dragon King said. Since he's not dead, he won't die. The Dragon Emperor said solemnly. The Dragon Kings looked at the Dragon Emperor in surprise. They didn't see what they wanted from the Dragon Emperor's attitude. He didn't listen to my orders. Since he's imprisoned, let him suffer. Only then will he remember. The Dragon Emperor said indifferently. Dragon Emperor, Dragon Fifth is insensible. Doesn't the Dragon Emperor dote on him the most? How can you let him suffer? Moreover, this concerns the reputation of our Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Dragon One shouted. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. The Dragon Kings quieted down. Dragon Fifth is the youngest. I know that all of you dote on him. The Dragon Emperor said. The Dragon Kings nodded. However, our Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is in trouble. Who knows what will happen? Perhaps Dragon Fifth can stay out of this matter. The Dragon Emperor sighed. The expressions of the Dragon Kings changed, and their eyes flickered intensely. Although they were extremely unwilling, they gritted their teeth and finally nodded. A year later, in the true dragon territory, the Great Extinction Holy Court, Pang Tianhe's study. Pang Tianhe looked at the important ministers in front of him. His expression turned ugly. Is there still no news from the EC Dragon Palace? Pang Tianhe asked with an ugly expression. Not yet. Holy King, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace doesn't seem to care about this matter, an official said with a complicated expression. Pang Tianhe angrily slammed his palm on the table. How's the Zhen's development now? Pang Tianhe looked at another official. Fast, terrifyingly fast. Those officials don't look like natives from a mortal world at all. Their ability to control the country's institutions is superb. Some of the officials quickly merged and divided the territories, while others quickly recruited a large number of talents. Dejun was glowing with a ferocious vitality. The momentum of development is even faster than that of our dynasty. The official said. Pang Tianhe's face turned ugly. Sage King, there's still some internal strife in our dynasty. Once everything is settled, the Great Jin Empire might have already taken control of the other territories. When that time comes, the Kingdom War will be even more difficult. The official added. Got it. You can leave now. Pang Tianhe said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone answered. Everyone left, leaving only one person in the study room. Master. That person looked at Pang Tianhe. Pang Tianhe took a deep breath. Dejun? Yin Xuan is indeed a talented ruler. So many fearsome people actually submitted to him. The Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace actually admitted defeat? Oof. What should we do? The Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace admitted defeat, but we can't. Since the Jew Palace sent me here, they naturally won't send anyone else to help me. However, it's not like we can't seek help from the Jew Palace. Pang Tianhe revealed a cold smile. Master, the Jew Palace's rules can't be changed. I have a way because I found another person, by Di Tian. Pang Tianhe revealed a cold smile. Oh, the Azure Divine King of the Jew Palace took in a concubine more than 10,000 years ago. Do you know that? I know that the Azure Divine King dotes on that concubine to the extreme. However, that concubine didn't give the Azure Divine King any face. Even so, the Azure Divine King still dotes on her. You have to know that the Azure Divine King is also extremely handsome. His strength is also one of the top 5 in the Jew Palace. He dotes on that concubine a lot. Why did that concubine keep ignoring him? Why? Because his concubine had a husband and even a son. Unfortunately, her husband died. I heard that she had a son. However, no one knows if he is dead or alive. No one has seen him. No, perhaps the Azure Divine King's subordinate saw him. Unfortunately, by the time others arrived, his subordinate was already dead. Pang Tianhe said in a deep voice. Master, what do you mean? I've investigated by Di Tian's past. Ha ha ha, he reincarnated. He's alive again. Who? The Azure Divine King's concubine's husband? The disciples' eyes widened. That's right. The Jew Palace won't send anyone to search for the Genesis Dragon Vein. However, the Azure Divine King will definitely be happy to kill Bai Ditian and the others. This is all the information on Bai Ditian. Return to the Jew Palace and personally hand it to the Azure Divine King. The Azure Divine King will definitely send someone. Pang Tianhe's eyes flashed coldly. Yes, Master's wise. After sending the disciple out of the study, Pang Tianhe glanced towards the east. Great Jun? Oof. Pang Tianhe snorted coldly. 5 years later, in the Netherworld, Myriad Ghost Domain. In a manner, Desolation Hua held a stack of information in his hands. A group of people stood before Desolation Hua. Some of them were ghostly cultivators. Great Jun? What a ferocious army. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Li Si, In Hen Tian, and Yifeng. Regardless of cultivation, just their methods alone have reached the level of a domain lord. And this group of people are merely subordinates of Great Jin. Desolation Hua took a deep breath and said, Young Master, Great Jun is indeed ferocious. The speed at which they expand their territory is like a flood. They are unstoppable. A ghostly cultivator said, their ability to govern is also extremely ferocious. Talents are constantly being recruited like the tide. Desolation Huan nodded and said, the Holy Court of Netherworld and the Holy Court of Soul's Wrath. Although these two holy halls do not unify the entire domain, they're still two extremely powerful holy halls. Even so, in the face of Great Jun's army, they are constantly losing ground. There are casualties in small battles, but Great Jun has never tasted defeat in large battles. Perhaps we will witness the birth of a new domain lord with our own eyes. A ghostly cultivator exclaimed. Desolation Hua paced back and forth in the small courtyard. After thinking for a moment, he said, No, we have all overlooked something. What? Everyone looked at Desolation Hua. We have still underestimated Great Jun. This is the underworld, the world of the dead. Besides Yin Chuan, the rest of Great Jun are living beings. Living beings and dead spirits are basically opposing groups. If Great Jun had countless ghostly cultivators, it would be fine if they could achieve this. However, this is not a ghostly cultivator army, but a living person, using living beings to enslave dead spirits. Opposing forms, they're still able to rule like an iron bucket. This Great Jun is stronger than we imagined. Desolation Hua glared. The experts immediately reacted. The Holy Court of Soul's wrath has already lost a third of its territory. The Holy Court of Netherworld has already lost a quarter of its territory. Desolation Hua frowned and said, Reporting, young master, Lord Asan has returned. A voice came from outside the courtyard. So fast. Desolation Hua was slightly stunned. Let him in. Soon, a man rushed into the courtyard. It was the man who had been sent back to see the old ancestor by Desolation Hua. Asan, how are you so fast? Desolation Hua asked in surprise. This lowly one saw the ancestor. The ancestor really dotes on young master. He used his supreme power to send me to the world of the living and gave this subordinate a Yifeng Shui Yin Yang talisman. He asked me to go to Jinlong territory to investigate. After that, I will come down from Jinlong territory to see young master. Asan immediately said, Oh, young master, this is the information I have gathered. This Great Jun is not simple. Asan immediately took out a long scroll of information. Desolation Hua immediately read it. The information detailed Yin Chuan's life, the sealed world, the war in Jinlong territory, and even the grudges of the East Sea Dragon Palace. The more Desolation Hua read, the more shocked he became. Desolation Hua admitted that he was a genius, but he had never seen such a stunning person. A mortal undergoing ancient immortal tribulation? All of you leave first. Desolation Hua said. Yes. Everyone left. Desolation Hua hugged a pile of information and sat alone in the small courtyard, constantly thinking. Yin Chuan's information seemed to have a strong magnetic force, causing Desolation Hua to be unable to move his eyes away. He sat there for 3 days. During this time, Asan was called over to ask some questions. On this day, Asan poured tea for Desolation Hua. When he saw Desolation Hua's eyes changed intensely, it finally turned into determination. Asan, this young master is preparing to go to Great Jun to seek an official position. Desolation Hua said, Seek an official position? A holy court? Young master, what is your status? What is Yin Chuan's status? Even if you go to heavenly court, you will have a high position. If you establish a dynasty, even if heavenly court doesn't dare to say, it will be easy for you to become a holy king. In today's world, who dares to not give you face? Why do you want to humiliate yourself? Asan said in surprise. No, you don't understand. Our family is supported by the old ancestor. As for the other bloodlines, my bloodline can only be considered a little more remote. Desolation Hua shook his head. But if young master seeks an official position in a holy court, you will be laughed at by the other young masters. Asan said worriedly. Laughed at? So what if it's a joke? Will I care about them? Moreover, maybe in the future, I can help the old ancestor. Desolation Hua shook his head. The old ancestor doesn't need help from others, right? Who could do anything to the old ancestor? Moreover, young master, don't you want to tell the old ancestor? Asan advised. No need. I have made up my mind. Desolation Hua's eyes were determined. 10 days later, Great Qin City, Central Palace. Desolation Hua stood alone in the Central Palace, looking at Yin Chuan on the dragon throne. The other courtiers looked at Desolation Hua curiously. Seek an official position? No, to be precise, by an official position. This was the first case in Great Jun. Someone actually dared to buy an official position in Graygen, and in front of a holy king. How bold! Desolation Hua, you want to seek an official position in Graygen? Zombie Yin Chuan said indifferently. Chapter 1144. Holy Court of Great Jun, Netherworld, Great Qin City, Central Hall. Desolation Hua, you want to seek an official position in Great Jin? Zombie Yin Chuan asked. Yes. Desolation Hua smiled. Everyone looked at him. What position are you seeking? Zombie Yin Chuan asked curiously. I don't want an official rank or a noble title. I want the position of Great Jun's army commander. Desolation Hua said firmly. Army commander? In the main hall, the officials were shocked again. What a big tone. Army commander? Although it was just a title, it held great significance in Great Jun. After all, there were only 7 army commanders in Great Jun. Although they had different ranks, every one of them was valued by the Sage King. Army commander? What qualifications do you have to be Great Jun's army commander? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. This is my resume. Desolation Hua took out a jade slip. Immediately, a servant handed it over. Yin Chuan started reading with a hint of curiosity. As he read, Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. Descendant of a sage? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Descendant of a sage? Instantly, countless officials in the hall looked at him. This was not just a matter of status, but also a political issue. If a descendant of a sage became a court official, wouldn't that be an alliance with a sage? Yin Chuan smiled faintly and threw the jade slip back. Not enough. Yin Chuan shook his head. Desolation Hua was stunned. Desolation Hua did not see a trace of excitement in Yin Chuan's eyes. The Grand Ancestor was a sage, but Yin Chuan did not seem to care about a sage. However, Desolation Hua had a strong mentality. Not only did he not resent Yin Chuan, but he also had a trace of admiration in his eyes. He was satisfied with his choice. I know that Great Jun uses its army ferociously. If it wasn't for the fact that it recruited Go soldiers, the war would have already reached the capital of 2 dynasties. Great Jun is in urgent need of Go soldiers. Although I am not talented, I have 10,000 undead followers who are both civil and military. My Grand Ancestor gave them to me years ago. I can provide them to Great Jun as soon as possible, so that the Sage King can manage Myriad Ghost Domain as soon as possible. Desolation Hua. 10,000? Sage King? Everyone in the hall, the officials in hall was shocked. The underworld's the word, was the underworld's war, was the underworld was Great Jun, was the underworld war, was the underworld empire war. Living beings and dead spirits were naturally at odds with each other. Although there were many living beings in the netherworld, they naturally couldn't be compared to the number of dead spirits. With 10,000 City Lord Star on, was Hua, everyone Hua that is, was Hua that Desolation Hua raised an eyebrow, feeling a little uncomfortable. After all, he had brought so many benefits. Was it not enough to change the commander? Not enough. Desolation Hua did not get angry. He pondered for a while, then said, I can persuade Sacred King Yushan to surrender. At the very least, I can make him retreat from Myriad Ghost Domain. Oh, Yin Chuan's expression finally changed. Persuade a dynasty to surrender? Even with Desolation Hua's status, it was impossible for a Sage King to willingly give up his empire. This was not a matter of status. Was Desolation Hua showing his ability? Yin Chuan looked at people based on ability. Yin Chuan had made an exception for the few Legion generals because their abilities were up to par. If he could do that, then Desolation Hua did indeed have the ability to shock the world. All right, I will ask Meng Tian to stop sending troops. If you can persuade Sacred King Yushin to surrender, I will allow you to become the commander of the 8th Army. Yin Chuan said seriously. This was Yin Chuan's official recognition of Desolation Hua. Whether or not he could become a commander, he had acknowledged him. At the very least, she had that kind of spirit when she was no longer desolate. Thank you, Holy King. Desolation Hua took a deep breath and smiled. Yin Chuan nodded. Also, I have something to offer to the Holy King. Desolation Transformation smiled coldly. Oh, Yin Chuan was surprised. He hadn't even been promoted to an official yet, and he was already bribing people? Bribing the monarch with a subject? Looking at Desolation Hua, Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with amusement. Sigh for the courage of Hua Yuhao. Quang. Desolation Hua took out a huge coffin. Yin Chuan's expression changed. I've read some information about Dezhan and know that the Sage King's Dharma treasure is the ancient immortal artifact, the sky-burying coffin. Coincidentally, my ancestor obtained it by chance and gave it to me as a reward. Today, I'll present it to you. I offer it to the Sage King. I hope that the Sage King can bring Dezhan to the heavenly court as soon as possible. Mournful Transformation said with certainty. Sky-burying coffin? Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. He looked at Desolation Hua and said, You're so sure that Dezhan can advance to the heavenly court? Yes, that's why I'm here. Desolation Hua said with certainty. Looking at Desolation Hua, his eyes narrowed. Yin Chuan could already see Desolation Hua's courage. With such a status, he was actually willing to enter the heavenly court as a subject. From the degree of refinement of the sky-burying coffin, it was obvious that he had refined a lot. It should be a commonly used Dharma treasure, but he gave it away just like that. Such bearing and boldness were extremely rare in Dezhan. If his ability was really as he said, then Dezhan had really picked up a treasure this time. Yin Chuan waved his hand. Buzz! The sky-burying coffin suddenly emitted a green light, and a ripple immediately appeared. Then, it slowly flew towards Yin Chuan's palm. Desolation Hua's face revealed a look of surprise. The reason being that Yin Chuan was able to erase his seal with a wave of his hand and completely refine it at a terrifying speed. It was even more refined than he was. No, this wasn't just a refinement. It was as though this was Yin Chuan's to begin with. One had to know that even his old master couldn't have done something so perfect, right? The sky-burying coffin flew towards Yin Chuan. With a sweep of Yin Chuan's sleeves, the sky-burying coffin disappeared. Initially, yours truly did not want to accept gifts from subject. However, this sky-burying coffin is extremely important to yours truly. Therefore, yours truly shall accept this gift. Yours truly promises to return you an ancestral immortal weapon in the future. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, thank you, Saint King. Desolation Hua smiled. Yin Chuan's words were worth 1,000 gold. Desolation Hua was clear about that. Furthermore, Yin Chuan had accepted the gift. As the saying went, gifts blind one's hands. Yin Chuan nodded his head. After the morning assembly, the hearts of the court officials could not calm down for a long time. Successfully bribed an official? Of course, everyone could tell that Desolation Hua's bribe was not about status, subordinates, or gifts. What really caught the Saint King's eye was his ability. Bribing an official with ability? So people were envious. However, what was the use of being envious? They did not have that much boldness. Outside the palace, Desolation Hua's subordinates were also waiting for him. Upon receiving the news of the morning assembly in the central palace, the subordinates were at a loss. Young master, aren't you devaluing yourself too much? You've sacrificed so much just for a chance to become the 8th Army's commander. Just a chance? I don't think it's worth it. What's so good about Dezhan? A subordinate said indignantly. Desolation Hua shook his head. There are some things that you don't understand. Also, from now on, I'm also an official of Dezhan. In the future, I don't want to hear any of you belittling Dezhan. Yes. Everyone could only helplessly reply. Turning back, Desolation Hua looked at the central palace in the distance and took a deep breath. Not worth it. No, Desolation Hua, am definitely not wrong. Desolation Hua's eyes narrowed. Let's go. Desolation Hua shouted. Where to? The subordinates were at a loss. To the capital of the Holy Court. I want to meet the Holy King. Desolation Hua said solemnly. You're really going? The subordinates were shocked. The front line, Meng Tian's main camp. A group of soldiers stood respectfully. General, we're ready. Sir Li Si has also recruited enough talents. When are we going to deploy the troops? Yes, General. My spear is already thirsty for blood." The soldiers rubbed their fists and waited for Meng Tian's order. Meng Tian smiled at the crowd and was about to say something. "The imperial edict has arrived." A loud shout came from outside, interrupting everyone. Meng Tian immediately stepped forward and led the soldiers to welcome the imperial edict. Soon, a eunuch entered. "Greetings to the Holy King. May the Holy King live for 10,000 years." Meng Tian bowed. "Lord Meng, there's no need for that. Haha, the old slave is only here to pass on a message." The eunuch said politely, "His Majesty has decreed that the Holy Court's army must stop advancing." The eunuch read the imperial edict. "Huh?" The generals looked at the eunuch in surprise. "Yes, Your Majesty." Meng Tian took the imperial edict. "The Holy King knew that Lord Meng would be confused, so he had me bring you a secret letter. He told you not to leak it." The eunuch handed over another letter. Meng Tian quickly read it. "Oh, and desolation?" Meng Tian was surprised. "Myriad Ghost Domain, Miluo City, Star Scattered Chess Hall." Star Scattered Chess Hall was a large chess hall. It was surrounded by carved railings and painted buildings, and the environment was extremely elegant. There were many chess boards in the pavilions, making it convenient for chess enthusiasts to play. The chess hall also had a large number of bets, allowing others to bet on the outcome of certain chess players. In a large hall in Star Scattered Chess Hall, a woman was drinking tea. She was extremely beautiful from the left, but there was a long scar on the right side of her face. The scar affected her beauty, making her look slightly sinister. The woman sat on a chair, drinking tea as she looked at a portrait on the wall. As she looked, she seemed to be in a daze. In the portrait was the Great Jun's 2nd Legion commander, Yifeng. Hall Master, bad news. Someone is here to challenge us." A maidservant ran into the hall and said anxiously. When the maidservant entered, the woman flipped her hand and flipped the portrait on the wall. It was as if only she could admire the portrait. "What happened?" The woman's face sank. "I don't know. It started 3 days ago. An extremely powerful chess player came, and he kept winning. Not long ago, he even arrogantly took on 10 people by himself. The entire Star Scattered Chess Hall is in an uproar. The other chess players stopped playing and went to watch that man play." The maidservant said anxiously, "1 against 10? Who dares to cause trouble in my Star Scattered Chess Hall?" The woman's eyes widened as she stood up. "I don't know. This person won, but he didn't want the immortal stones. He put them all into the game. He even said that whoever can beat him will get all the immortal stones. But no one can beat him. He keeps winning." The maidservant said, "Oh, right. Miluo Chess Saint and Tianyuan Chess Saint are here. They knew that someone was here to challenge us, so they arrived early. The 2 chess saints are very enthusiastic about you, Hall Master." The maidservant said immediately, Enthusiastic? So be it. Come, let's go take a look." The woman said. Chapter 1145. Li Luo City, Star Scattered Chess Hall. A large number of Go players gathered in a valley. This was because a powerful Go player had arrived 3 days ago. This Go player placed his Go pieces extremely quickly and won them extremely quickly. He had played a total of 60 Go games and had not lost a single one. Star Scattered Chess Hall divided the Go players into 10 levels. Starting from the lowest level, one had to challenge them one by one before one could face off against the strongest Go master. However, this person had killed his way here. At this moment, he was already facing off against the strongest Go master. Moreover, these strongest Go masters were losing ground in front of him, unable to withstand a single blow. The other Go players in Star Scattered Chess Hall all stopped what they were doing and rushed over to watch this person play. "Quick, junior brother, over here." Everyone was pushing and shoving. Hundreds of people had gathered in the valley. Furthermore, the news quickly spread everywhere. More and more Go experts in Li Luo City came to watch the show. At this moment, a man in white sat in the very center. 10 Go games were arranged in a row in front of him. Each of the 10 Go games had a Go player playing against each other. Smack! Smack! The 10 go pieces were placed one after another. The man in white was also smiling as he tossed black go pieces onto the go board. It was as if he did not even need to think. Fast. Extremely fast. The man in white was none other than the commander of Great Jean's Second Corps, Yifeng. Yifeng placed go pieces without hesitation. However, the 10 opponents were racking their brains. It can't be, senior brother. You told me that someone was playing against 10 go players alone. I thought it was only against first-grade go players. How is that possible? Those 10 people? A spectator exclaimed. All 10 of them are top-grade go players. 5 of them are even the Star Scattered Chess Hall's Go Masters. Star Scattered Chess Hall's Go Masters? 1 against 10, and he's doing it with ease. This person is too abnormal. Hiss. When did such a strong Go player appear in Liluo City? Indeed, perhaps only Chan Fei Tian, Liluo Chess Saint, and Heavenly Essence Chess Saint can compare to him. Chun Fei Tian, Liluo Chess Saint, and Heavenly Essence Chess Saint? Everyone was shocked. Did you see that? Is that pile of deeds God? Everyone looked over and saw 2 subordinates following behind Yifeng. Beside them was a pile of documents. What's that? That's everything that this person has won in the past 3 days. The Star Scattered Chess School opened a gambling house at the same time. This person has been winning and betting on himself all this time. He has won almost half of the Star Scattered Chess School with just 1 low-grade spirit stone. What? A low-grade spirit stone? You won so much? That's right. Furthermore, no one else is allowed to bet. Only he and the Star Scattered Chess Hall are allowed to bet. The Star Scattered Chess Hall has been losing all the way. This time, it's 1 against 10. If we lose, perhaps the entire Star Scattered Chess Hall won't be able to gamble anymore. Bet against the entire Star Scattered Chess Hall? Hiss! Everyone exclaimed in surprise as they looked at Yifeng. However, Yifeng did not care, continuing to play go stones. The 10 go masters on the other side all felt very anxious. Yifeng smiled. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Chess Saint Liluo is here. Get out of the way, get out of the way. The Heavenly Origin Chess Saint is here. The crowd shouted. The crowd quickly got out of the way. Then 2 mortals in their 50s or 60s walked over. One had red hair, and the other had blonde hair. Greetings, Chess Saint Liluo. The crowd called out as they looked at the red-haired man. Greetings, Heavenly Essence Chess Saint. The crowd looked at the blonde man. The 2 were not very handsome, but they looked very imposing. Master, it's that brat. That brat wants to kick down the Star Scattered Chess School. A disciple called out to Chess Saint Liluo. Liluo, what are you doing here? Heavenly Essence Chess Saint asked with a frown. Humph. Something happened to Fei Tian's Go Hall. How can I not come? Chess Saint Liluo immediately called out. Heavenly Essence Chess Saint frowned and said, What does Fei Tian's Go Hall have to do with you? It's fine as long as I'm here. Didn't Fei Tian say that she doesn't like that red-haired man? Don't flatter yourself. Humph. You're the one who flatters yourself, golden-haired lion? Huh. Why don't you look in the mirror? Do you think you can marry Fei Tian? Chess Saint Liluo immediately scolded. Humph. The 2 chess saints snorted at each other. The 2 chess saints turned their heads away. However, the surrounding people did not care about this scene. This was because everyone knew that the 2 chess saints adored Chun Fei Tian and had been arguing with each other for many years. Although Chun Fei Tian had a scar on his face, the 2 did not care about their appearances. It was the same today. When they heard that someone came to kick down the Star Scattered Chess School, they immediately put down everything they were doing and rushed over. After the 2 chess saints scolded each other, they looked at the Go board. Go Master Chen Taoyu throws in a Go stone and admits defeat. An arbiter at the side called out. Huh! Sighs rang out in the surroundings. Yifeng placed another Go stone. The Go Master on the other side already blushed when he saw this Go stone. Blarg! It seemed like he had been holding it in for a long time. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood. TSK. Playing Go can make someone vomit blood? Amid the crowd's discussions, that Go Master smiled bitterly and threw in a Go stone to admit defeat. Go Master allows it. Throw in a Go stone and admit defeat. The surrounding people held their breaths. Go Master Zhou Yunshi throws in a ghost stone and admits defeat. At this moment, Yifeng was losing one ghost stone after another. He threw in a ghost stone and admitted defeat one after another. His ghost skills were too strong. Whoosh! Who is this person? Who is he? Is he so powerful? Everyone was shocked. Yifeng won a large number of immortal stones again. This was 10 Go games, and he won all of them. Everyone looked at the star-scattered chess school's housekeeper. The housekeeper had an anxious expression. He did not expect this person to be so monstrous. A total of 10,000 immortal stones. Let's continue gambling, shall we? Yifeng said with a smile. 10,000 immortal stones? The surrounding Go players all sucked in a breath of cold air. That housekeeper showed a bitter expression. That was 10,000 immortal stones. In addition to the immortal stones they won earlier, the Star-Scatter Chess School was already struggling to make ends meet. The schoolmaster is here. Make way, make way. A maidservant's voice rang out. At this moment, the gamble was as exciting as the Go games. Before the schoolmaster came in, that housekeeper rushed over. The crowd separated Yifeng and Chen Feiyan. Schoolmaster, I'm useless. The Star-Scattered Chess School has less than 10% of our immortal stones left. The housekeeper said bitterly. Schoolmaster, I'm useless. A Go master who had just lost said bitterly. Schoolmaster, this person is here to challenge the school. What should we do? A female Go official asked anxiously. If he still wants to gamble, the Star-Scattered Chess School will lose everything, the housekeeper said with a long face. Chen Feiyan took a deep breath. He understood that an expert had come today. Feiyan, don't worry. With me around, no one can bully the Star-Scattered Chess School. Lilua Chess Saint immediately stepped forward and patted his chest. Feiyan, I'll help you vent your anger, the Heavenly Origin Chess Saint also promised. The two Go Saints were competing with each other for enthusiasm. Chen Feiyan frowned. Yifeng's voice suddenly rang out from the other side of the crowd. Do you still want to gamble? Yifeng's voice rang out. Chen Feiyan's heart skipped a beat. What a familiar voice. No, it's not him. It's not like I haven't heard the same voice over the years. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The Star-Scattered Chess School has never been afraid of anyone. Chen Feiyan took a deep breath and said. As soon as Chen Feiyan opened his mouth, the onlookers were immediately excited. The show was about to begin. Lilua Chess Saint and the Heavenly Origin Chess Saint also suddenly turned serious and looked at the crowd. The crowd quickly made way. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng and Chen Feiyan met. The two of them looked at each other. Suddenly, it was as if they had forgotten everything around them. Their eyes were bursting with countless words that they wanted to say. 10,000 years in a glance. Yifeng and Chen Feiyan both felt a stinging sensation in their noses at the same time, but they held back the tears in their eyes. Suddenly, Chen Feiyan seemed to have realized something. He could not help but take a step back. A strong sense of panic flashed in his eyes. Feiyan, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll help you beat him. The Star-Scattered Chess Saint shouted. Feiyan, I'll help you vent your anger. The Heavenly Origin Chess Saint also shouted. Yifeng was a meticulous person. Naturally, he could tell what Chen Feiyan was panicking about. The scar on his face? That was the scar that disfigured his face for him. Would Yifeng dislike it? Kid, I'll go back and forth with you. Lilua Chess Saint stepped forward. I'll do it. The Heavenly Origin Chess Saint also rushed forward. Many chess players around looked at the two chess saints in surprise. However, the housekeeper from before laughed. The strength of the two chess saints was extremely shocking. This person was finally going to lose. Sir, what about you? Do you want to continue? Of course, the Star-Scattered Chess Hall can only bet 3,000 celestial stones, the housekeeper said with a smile. Yifeng suddenly shook his head. What's wrong? Kid, are you scared? Lilua Chess Saint suddenly shouted. If you guys win this round, I'll return all that I've won. Yifeng said. The housekeeper suddenly laughed. But if I win, Yifeng suddenly laughed. What if you win? The Heavenly Origin Chess Saint asked. If I win, I want her Chen Feiyan. Yifeng laughed and said. What, bastard? The two chess saints exclaimed in shock. The chess players around all looked at Yifeng in surprise. This was more than just a challenge. He was too arrogant. What do you think? Yifeng looked at Chen Feitian. Chen Feitian was very clear. He naturally saw Yifeng's intention. Yifeng was expressing a kind of determination. Whether or not you have a scar, I don't care. When everyone looked at Chen Feitian and saw Yifeng's gentle eyes, Chen Feitian unexpectedly said, "Okay." That one word shattered the dreams of the two chess saints. How could this be? If this was possible, I would have done the same back then. The two chess saints beat their chests and muttered for a while. Then, they looked at Yifeng with anger in their eyes. "Kid, I'll play with you. I'll kill you." The Heavenly Origin Chess Saint said in a low voice. "I'll do it," Lilua Chess Saint shouted. The two immediately started a fight. Chapter 1146. Let's do it together, Yifeng said nonchalantly. Huh? Everyone around was stunned. Together? This person wants to take on two chess sages alone? The two chess sages immediately felt embarrassed. "If you don't want to do it, we'll switch," Yifeng said directly, not want to be long-winded. The surrounding Go players looked at Yifeng with increasingly strange gazes. "Let's do it," the two chess sages immediately shouted. The Go board was quickly set up, and the housekeeper at the side laughed. After all, chess sages represented invincibility. Now that he was fighting two chess sages alone, he was doomed. The surrounding crowd had the same expression. However, no one noticed that Chen Feitian was clenching his fists tightly and biting his lips. He was not in a good mood as he stared at Yifeng without blinking. Clack! The Go pieces began. Yifeng continued to place his Go pieces at an extremely fast pace. Smack! 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 Go pieces continued to be placed, increasing in number. After about an hour, some Go players could not take it anymore. The mysteries of the Go board made some Go players dizzy just by looking at it. Clack! Clack! However, Yifeng seemed to be placing Go pieces at high speed. The two chess sages were originally very fast, but gradually they found it difficult to continue. The two chess sages looked at Yifeng in shock. However, Yifeng did not stop placing Go pieces. Pawn, pawn. Chen Feitian's eyes were filled with conflict. At that moment, his mind was in a mess. Chen Feitian was no longer looking at the Go board. Instead, he looked at Yifeng. Seeing Yifeng's focused face, he felt somewhat dazed. Yifeng was not playing Go. He was healing the wounds in his heart. After half a day, the two chess sages looked up at Yifeng. This time, the two finally understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better than you. This person's Go skills were too terrifying. Many Go players around no longer dared to watch. Under Yifeng's Go skills, the two chess sages seemed to be losing ground. How can this be? Chess Saint Lilua said anxiously. I can't lose. If I lose, I'll fly away. The Heavenly Origin Chess Saint was even more anxious. Smack! 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 Chess pieces continued to be placed. Finally, after 2 days, Lilua Chess Saint and Tianyuan Chess Saint held onto their chess pieces and could not place any more. They could not place a single piece because they were in a stalemate at the moment. However, if they placed any piece, they would lose immediately. Holding on to the white stones, the two of them were unable to play for a long time. Around them, countless chess players no longer cared about the complexity of the game. Instead, he was just looking at the general situation. Suddenly, a Go player exclaimed, "Look, there are words on the Go board." Words? Everyone was at a loss. However, as soon as their thoughts changed, everyone immediately understood. On the chessboard, Yifeng actually used the black pieces to place 2 words on each chessboard. I have no regrets in my life. When these words were read out, everyone was stunned. It was really just 4 words. No regrets in life? Was this done by the white-robed man? Furthermore, it was done on the chessboard of 2 Go sages? Placing these 4 words could only mean that this person's Go skills were stronger than those of the 2 Go sages by a lot. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The 2 Go sages also noticed the 4 words, and their faces immediately turned pale. How could this be? Impossible. The two ghost sages exclaimed in shock. There was no need to talk about these two games. Yifeng won again. Yifeng got up and slowly walked towards Chun Feitian. At this moment, Chun Feitian looked at the words "no regrets in life" on the chessboard and could no longer hold back his tears. As Yifeng walked closer, Chun Feitian took a step forward but quickly took another step back. Yifeng stepped forward and grabbed Chun Feitian's hand. Chun Feitian cried. He choked on his sobs and was speechless. "Let go of Feitian. Let go." The two ghost sages exclaimed. The two of them had lost. They had lost to Chun Feitian. When they saw Chun Feitian's tears, they thought that he had been wronged and immediately exploded. Boom! The two people that Yifeng brought forced the two ghost sages back in an instant. They did not allow them to disturb him. "Let go of me," Chun Feitian said. Yifeng did not let go, but his other hand wiped away Chun Feitian's tears. "I'm here. You are mine. How can I let go?" Yifeng said gently. "I'm already disfigured. I'm no longer beautiful." Chun Feitian cried. "No, in my heart, you will always be the most beautiful. This scar is the proof of our love. If you want to get rid of it, I'll do everything I can to get rid of it for you. Believe me, I'm here. I won't let you suffer anymore," Yifeng said gently. Chun Feitian gritted his teeth and choked on his sobs, not allowing himself to make a sound. With a wave of his hand, one of his subordinates quickly took out a box. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, the box was opened. "A human head. It's a human head," some of the Go players exclaimed. Chun Feitian also looked at the box in surprise. With one look, his eyes widened. "This is Zhuojiang's head. Back then, he caused you to be disfigured. I've already wiped out his entire family," Yifeng said gently. Zhuojiang was the person that Chun Feitian hated the most in his life. Now that the head was here and his entire family was wiped out, it was as if the flames of hatred that had been burning for many years had finally been extinguished. The husband before him was like a mountain protecting him. Sob, sob, sob. Chun Feitian lay in Yifeng's arms and cried for a long time. It was as if he wanted to vent all the grievances in his heart. Yifeng patted Chun Feitian's back. Deep affection flashed in his eyes. At this moment, even a fool could tell that the two of them knew each other. Furthermore, their relationship was not ordinary. You. How can this be? The two ghost sages were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. How can this be? How can Chun Feitian be so gentle? Who is he? Countless Go players in the surroundings were also dumbfounded. Even the housekeepers, maids, Go masters, and officials of Star Scattered Chess Hall were dumbfounded. None of them had enough brains to process this. Who is he? Yifeng hugged Chun Feitian. He ignored the crowd. After crying for a while, Chun Feitian seemed to have just realized that they were in public. Her face turned red, and she immediately pushed Yifeng away. "We've been husband and wife for so long. What are you afraid of?" Yifeng said with a smile. Chun Feitian rolled his eyes at Yifeng. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Only then did Yifeng look at the crowd. "This one is Yifeng, Chun Feitian's husband. Thank you for taking care of my wife over the years," Yifeng said solemnly. "What? Husband?" The surrounding Go masters were dumbfounded. The Go players were also at a loss. Chun Feitian's husband? Master Chun has a husband? Everyone was shocked. However, the housekeepers and maids of Star Scattered Chess Hall were overjoyed after being stunned for a while. That was because the immortal stones that they had lost earlier were not losses at all. Husband. The two Go sages looked at Chun Feitian. They wanted to ask. Chun Feitian looked at the two and nodded. "Thank you for taking care of me over the years." Yifeng nodded and said, "Both of you. Star Scattered Chess Hall has been in trouble over the years. I'm indebted to both of you for your help. In the future, if there's anything that I, Yifeng, can do to help, please feel free to say the word. I, Yifeng, would do my best to help." The two Go sages were immediately discouraged. Chun Feitian has a husband? Then I'm definitely done for. Sigh. At that moment, the two of them did not realize how precious Yifeng's promise was. Chapter 1147. Netherworld, Nether Holy Court, Imperial Capital. Desolation Hua stood outside the Imperial Capital with his subordinates, looking at the majestic city in front of him. Young master, are you really going to persuade Nether Holy King? Every Holy King will not give up their empire. Moreover, even if the Patriarch comes, even if the saints persuade them, they will not give up. A subordinate said worriedly. Desolation Hua patted the fan in his hand, his eyes flashing with confidence. I might not be able to persuade others, but not Nether Holy King. He owes me a great favor. When the old ancestor was preaching the Tao, the serene divine king was still a rogue cultivator. He wanted to listen to the Tao, but he didn't know what to do and almost lost his life. It was my father who saved him and personally introduced him to the old ancestor. Without my father saving his life, he would not have achieved what he has today. Desolation Hua said with certainty. Let's go. I know his character. I dare to spread the writ in the central palace, because I know Nether Holy King. Otherwise, why would I spread the writ? At the very least, I can force him to leave the Thousand Ghost domain. Desolation Hua said with certainty. Yes, young master is wise. The subordinates immediately said. Whoosh. Desolation Hua led the group into the Nether Holy Court's Imperial Capital. Soul Fury Holy Court. In the Imperial Court, Soul Fury Holy King Zhuotianhun sat on the dragon throne, overlooking the Imperial Court. The atmosphere in the Imperial Court was extremely tense. It was obvious that the situation was not good. Report. A Jiao voice came from outside the Imperial Court. Soon, a soldier rushed into the Imperial Court. Report. Holy King, the First Legion Commander Chun Jiu has died for the country. The soldier cried. Zhuotianhuan's eyes flashed with anger. There was an uproar in the Imperial Court. The First Legion Commander had died for the country. Didn't that mean that a large number of cities have been lost? Holy King, the Great Zhen Holy Court is coming aggressively. Our Soul Fury Holy Court has already lost 4/10 of our territory. Holy King, you must put aside your prejudice against the two dynasties and form an alliance to fight against the Great Zhen Holy Court. An official said anxiously. Alliance? Zhuotianhun narrowed his eyes. The Soul Fury Holy Court could be said to have resisted the Great Zhen Holy Court's army, but even so, they were retreating. Dezhun was too ferocious. Previously, no one had expected Dezhun to dispatch troops so quickly. It wouldn't be long before the soldiers arrived at the city gates. Sage King, there is no such thing as eternal hatred, only eternal benefits. Let's wait for our two dynasties to destroy the Great Zhen Empire before we fight again. Another official said. This subject agrees. This subject agrees. Immediately, all the officials in the hall agreed. Approved. Minister of Rights, you will personally go to the Nether Holy Hall and persuade the Nether Holy King to join forces against the Great Zhen Empire. Zhuotianhun said. This subject obeys the decree. An official stepped forward and shouted. After the court session, all the officials left. In the court session hall, Zhuotianhun sat alone on the dragon throne. He tapped his fingers lightly and anger flashed in his eyes. Where did this Yin Chuan come from? Although I, Zhuotianhun, am only a branch of the Zhuo family, I am still a member of the Zhuo family. Humph! Zhuotianhuan's eyes turned cold. Who? With a step, Zhuotianhun disappeared. Soon, Zhuotianhun appeared in a valley surrounded by Yin Qi. Outside the valley, large groups of ghosts were driven in by some soldiers with whips. No, I don't want to go there. Save me. In the valley, endless cries and screams could be heard. It was extremely miserable. Smack! Go in. No, I don't want to go in. Outside the valley, countless ghosts struggled to escape. However, under the whips, there was nowhere for them to run. They were driven into the valley one by one. Those who could not be driven out were directly thrown in. Greetings, Sage King. The soldiers suddenly saw Zhuotianhun and greeted him respectfully. Zhuotianhun ignored them. Instead, he stepped onto the peak of a mountain and looked at the scenery in the valley. In the valley, a black dragon that was 1,000 feet long was circling. The black dragon emitted a faint black light, and its eyes were bloodshot. A powerful, evil aura emanated from it, and anyone who looked at it would feel a chill in their hearts. Countless ghosts and ghosts were driven into the valley. As they struggled, the black dragon opened its mouth and sucked them into its stomach. Don't. No matter how much they struggled, it was useless. The black dragon kept swallowing the ghosts. Nether dragon, 7 fiends, Zhuotianhun shouted. The black dragon turned its head and looked at Zhuotianhun, who was at the peak of the mountain. Zhuotianhun, the black dragon said, "These ghosts are not enough. I hope you could provide me with twice as many." The black dragon said, "That's not a problem. However, I have something I need you to do." Zhuotianhun said, "Oh." 7 fiends was puzzled. "You are a Tao god, and a peak ancient immortal. You are not bad among Tao gods. I need you to kill someone for me." Zhuotianhun said, "Kill someone? Sage King Nether Soul?" 7 fiends said lazily, "No, a zombie king born from the Nether Spring, Yin Chuan." Zhuotianhun said, "Haha, a zombie king? Zhuotianhun, you can't be asking me for help for a zombie king, right? You know that it's not cheap to ask me for help." 7 fiends said calmly. Zhuotianhun raised his eyebrows. "Of course, I will provide you with twice as many ghosts," Zhuotianhun said. 7 fiends shook his head and said, "Looking at you, that Yin Chuan must be a powerful person. Ghosts. The netherworld is so big. If not for waiting for you, would I be lacking ghosts?" "Then what do you want?" Zhuotianhun asked. "What do you want?" "I want you to introduce me to the patriarch or elders of the Zhuo family. I need the method to become an ancestral immortal. I have been stuck at the ancient immortal realm for 20,000 years." 7 fiends said, "Introduce you to the patriarch?" "Impossible." Zhuotianhun shook his head. "Since it's not possible, then forget it." 7 fiends circled around again and ignored him. Zhuotianhun looked at 7 fiends, and his face turned ugly. 7 fiends was stubborn. He only wanted the method to become an ancestral immortal and could introduce him to the patriarch. He was just a member of the side family. Even if he wanted to introduce the patriarch, he would have to pay a great price. He might even lose his favor with the imperial clan. Just as Zhuotianhun was about to explode in anger, the Providence clouds suddenly churned. Zhuotianhun's face changed, and he looked up at the sky. "Roar!" The golden dragon of Providence roared in annoyance. Zhuotianhun closed his eyes and sensed. After a while, his face changed. "How can this be? The Providence of the Nether Holy Court is flowing toward the Great Jin Dynasty? Has the Nether Holy Court collapsed?" Zhuotianhun was shocked. "Impossible. I must have sensed wrongly. How could the Nether Holy Court be destroyed?" Zhuotianhun closed his eyes again and sensed with a strong sense of disbelief. He stood there quietly for a while. Then, Zhuotianhun opened his eyes. "It's flowing at such a speed? Did they submit? What happened to the Nether Holy Court? The Nether Holy King submitted to the Great Jin Dynasty? Did he submit to Yin Chuan?" Zhuotianhun said in shock. One had to know that every sage king had the ambition to rule the world. How could they submit just because they wanted to? Earlier, he had heard that the Great Jin Dynasty and the Nether Holy Court were fighting to the death. Now they had submitted? What had happened? Zhuotianhun began to panic. Yin Chuan? He had not taken the newly born zombie king seriously at first. Who would have thought that he would be so ferocious? In the blink of an eye, he had destroyed his sworn enemy? How long had it been? 10 years. Zhuotianhun suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The pressure that Yin Chuan gave Zhuotianhun was increasing. It was so great that he felt like he could not breathe. 7 evils, I agree. I will introduce you to the Zhuo family elder. Zhuotianhun looked at the Abyss Dragon again. The Abyss Dragon opened his eyes and suddenly said, "No, the Zhuo family head." Zhuotianhun was furious when he saw the Abyss Dragon raise the price, but he suppressed it. "Okay, I will introduce you to the Zhuo family head." Zhuo Tianhun said through gritted teeth. Ha ha, good. It's a deal. I'm not afraid of you lying to me. You have a country here. The abyss dragon stood up and stopped devouring the ghosts. Although Zhuo Tianhun was furious, he wanted Yin Chuan dead more. I will get someone to bring you there. Remember, you must kill Yin Chuan. I want him dead. Zhuo Tianhun said with a savage expression. No problem. However, do you need to be so angry? Seven Evils asked curiously. Yin Chuan's army attacked my dynasty. Many of my descendants were killed by Yin Chuan's army. Death by 1,000 cuts? My favorite great-great-grandson, Zhuo Jiang, was killed by 1,000 cuts. In the end, his bones were ground to dust. Zhuo Tianhuan's eyes flashed fiercely. Zhuo Jiang? That guy who lusts after beauties? The last time I saw him, he was forcing himself on a girl. However, that girl destroyed her own face. He is really unyielding. I think his name is Chun Feitian. Seven Evils recalled. I don't care who he is. After Yin Chuan dies, all of them will die. Zhuo Tianhun said coldly. Get someone to bring me to see Yin Chuan. Also, remember what you said. If you go back on your words, I will eat you. Seven Evils said coldly. 10 days later, Great Zhun Holy Court, Great Qin City, Central Palace. Desolation Hua brought Nether Sage King over. Sage King, I did not disappoint you. Desolation Hua said excitedly. Nether Sage King looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. There was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. However, in the end, it turned into a long sigh. Greetings, Sage King. On the dragon throne, Yin Chuan looked at Desolation Hua and Nether Sage King with satisfaction in his eyes. It was not for the Nether Sage King or Nether Sage King, but for Desolation Hua. Such a talent had actually reached Great Zhun. From today onwards, Desolation Hua will be conferred the title of Great Zhun Holy Court's 8th Legion Commander. The Nether Sage King will submit to the 8th Legion Commander. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Thank you, Sage King. Desolation Hua said solemnly. Just as Yin Chuan was about to confer the title, roar, suddenly, a provocative dragon's roar sounded out from outside the palace. As the dragon's roar sounded out, billowing demonic qi suppressed the entire Great Qin City. Senior Seven Evils, he's right there in the Central Palace. Yin Chuan is in the Central Palace. A coquettish voice sounded out. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. He stood up and walked towards the entrance of the Central Palace. He slowly walked out of the Central Palace. He saw a huge black dragon in the distance. It gave off a monstrous demonic qi that rushed towards the Central Palace. Chapter 1148. Roar! Outside the Great Qin City, a black dragon roared into the sky. The huge sound wave rushed towards the Great Qin City and the Central Palace. Beside the black dragon, a cultivator trembled as if he was the guide. The black dragon was the underworld dragon and the 7 fiends that Zhuo Tianhun had invited. The 7 fiends looked at the Central Palace and then at the huge Yellow Springs Road not far away. Yellow Springs Road? Zhuo Tianhun didn't say there was a Yellow Springs Road here. The 7 fiends looked at the guide with murderous intent in their eyes. Senior 7 fiends, you didn't ask. Hee. Yin Chuan is in the Central Palace. Sorry for the trouble. The guide smiled apologetically. The 7 fiends snorted. At this moment, zombie Yin Chuan slowly walked out of the Central Palace with his officials. Waves of evil aura rushed towards them. Underworld dragon, 7 fiends? Sage Emperor Yuyo said in shock. Yu Qianjun? You know him? Zombie Yin Chuan said indifferently. Sage Emperor Yuyo nodded immediately. Sage Emperor, I've met him once. He was a tyrant in the Myriad Nether Domain and was expelled by the Myriad Nether Domain Lord. However, he's extremely powerful and is at the peak of the ancient immortal realm. Moreover, he's a Dao God. Dao God. The officials were surprised. Yes, the guide beside him is Zhuo Tianhuan's subordinate. It seems that he's with Zhuo Tianhun. 7 fiends? Heh, I didn't expect Zhuo Tianhun to have hidden his strength so well. With such a ferocious dragon, he was able to endure until today. I'm no match for him. Yu Qianjun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Moreover, the myriad Nether Domain Lord was an ancestral immortal. Even if he expelled the 7 fiends, he couldn't do anything to him. Be careful, Sage Emperor, Yu Qianjun said. At the same time, his heart palpitated. The 7 fiends' ferocity was still fresh in Yu Qianjun's memory. Back then, he saw the 7 fiends fight 18 ancient immortals alone and kill them all. Their strength was monstrous. Yin Chuan nodded and looked coldly at the 7 fiends in the sky. Roar! The 7 fiends roared. Their demonic auras surged. The 2 experts looked at each other. Yin Chuan? This is the zombie king from the secluded springs? The 7 fiends stared at Yin Chuan with curiosity. How dare you? Jin Deyu's angry rebuke suddenly came from the Yellow Springs intersection. The 7 fiends' eyes widened. Roar! The 7 fiends opened their mouths and spat out a purple demonic light that rushed towards the Yellow Springs Road. The purple fiend demonic light damages the soul and corrodes the spirit. Ancient immortals will die upon contact. Be careful. Yu Qianjun immediately cried out. Clang! A bell rang, and a sound wave rushed towards the purple demonic light. Boom! The purple demonic light exploded with a loud bang, and the sky instantly became misty. What? Yu Qianjun looked into the distance in shock. The purple fiend demonic light did not have a fixed form. It was just light. Even Dharma treasures could not touch it. How could it be broken by a sound wave? Yu Qianjun had seen with his own eyes how the purple fiend demonic light had instantly killed an ancient immortal. There were still ferocious people in Dezhun? The 7 fiends' eyes widened. Jin Dayu, Zombie Yin Chuan said indifferently. Your servant is here. Jin Dayu's reply came from the Yellow Springs intersection. This evil creature is a Dao god. Guard the Yellow Springs road well. We will deal with it personally, Yin Chuan said indifferently. As you command, Jin Dayu said respectfully at the Yellow Springs intersection. Turning his head, Yin Chuan looked at the 7 fiends. The 7 fiends' eyes also darkened as they looked at Yin Chuan. Evil creature? You dare to call me evil creature? One can survive a heavenly disaster, but one cannot survive a self-inflicted disaster. Don't worry, all of them will be buried with you. It's been a long time since I've eaten flesh. Everyone come into my stomach. The 7 fiends roared. Roar. With a loud roar, the 7 fiends' mouths seemed to produce a tremendous suction force that sucked towards the entire Great Qin city. Ah, Sage Monarch, save us! Immediately, some civilians cried out. Nether Dragon Heaven-Swallowing Technique. Yu Qianjun cried out. Back then, Yu Qianjun had seen the 7 fiends swallow 10 ancient immortals in one mouthful. Many civilians gasped in terror. Impudent! Zombie Yin Chuan coldly snorted. Whoosh! Zombie Yin Chuan made his move. Yin Chuan stretched out his right palm, and with a terrifying speed, his palm instantly appeared at the head of the 7 fiends. He grabbed the 7 fiends' heads with extreme speed. Then, he exerted force with his palm. Boom! The 7 fiends were slammed into the ground by this palm, creating a huge crater in the south of the Great Qin city. The civilians who had been flying were saved. At this moment, almost all of the civilians looked at this scene in confusion. In the south, a huge black energy palm was pressing down on a black dragon, causing it to be unable to move at all. Only its tail was writhing wildly. Yu Qianjuan's jaw dropped. Before he could see what was going on, the dragon had been pressed to the ground. Was he seeing things? If we were in the world of the living, you might be able to fight with my other body. But in the netherworld, in front of my current body, you dare to be impudent? Yin Chuan said coldly. The officials didn't pay much attention to this, but Hua Qiliang sensed something amiss. Yin Chuan had 2 bodies, one in the world of the living and the other in the netherworld. But what did Yin Chuan mean? Were the 2 bodies different in strength? And this zombie body seemed to be more ferocious? The officials and civilians were shocked, and the 7 fiends in the distance were even more confused. With a whoosh, they were pressed into the crater? Was this a joke? Roar! The seven fiends roared in grief and indignation. As the dragon's roar rang out, a black and purple heavenly Tao suddenly appeared behind the seven baleful Qi. Boom! The heavenly Tao appeared and instantly broke free of Yin Chuan's palm. Roar! As they roared, the seven fiends soared into the sky, followed by a vast heavenly Tao and a terrifying heavenly might pressed down. Yin Chuan, you're dead. I'll make you wish you were dead. I'll use Yin flames to burn your soul every day and make you suffer for eternity. The seven fiends roared. Heavenly Tao, help me crush the great Qin city. The seven fiends roared. Boom! The vast heavenly Tao rumbled towards the great Qin city. As the heavenly Tao moved, huge waves appeared in the void, and strong winds blew. Powerful spatial waves swept towards the great Qin city. The seven fiends hid behind the heavenly Tao. They wielded the heavenly Tao to destroy the great Qin city. Without reaching the Tao integration stage, you'll never be able to withstand a single blow, Yin Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yin Chuan stretched out his palm again and rushed towards the heavenly Tao. Haha, it's useless. If you're not a Tao god, you'll never be able to break the heavenly Tao. This is the heavenly Tao. The seven fiends roared excitedly. Boom! However, Yin Chuan's palm strangely pierced through the center of the heavenly Tao. What? The seven fiends cried out in shock. Boom! After piercing through the heavenly Tao, the black palm grabbed the seven fiends' tails again. With a violent swing, the seven fiends, despite their monstrous strength, were instantly flung headfirst into the ground by the terrifying force. Boom! The seven fiends crashed into a tall mountain, instantly shattering it. However, Yin Chuan wasn't done yet. Boom! 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 He lifted the seven fiends again and smashed them headfirst into the ground. Despite their strength, the seven fiends' bodies were already weak as they were smashed again and again. This wasn't a battle at all. It was clearly a one-sided beating. The seven fiends were Tao gods and peak ancient immortals. Now, they were being flung around by Yin Chuan like a whip. The commoners were excited, and the officials were excited. In the distance, Jin Diyu turned his head and looked over with a strong sense of admiration in his eyes. Yu Qianjun's mouth was agape, but he didn't say anything. Yu Qianjun had convinced himself on the way here, but as a holy king, it was impossible for him to not have a nod in his heart. What did Yin Chuan do to deserve this? Seeing this, Yu Qianjun was speechless. Not my ass. The seven fiends that he couldn't beat were like little chicks in front of Yin Chuan. He could crush them as he wished. What was Yin Chuan's strength? An ancestral immortal. This Yin Chuan was definitely an ancestral immortal? An ancestral immortal? This. Yu Qianjun sucked in a cold breath. The indignation in his heart instantly vanished. Meanwhile, the eyes of the other person, Desolation Hua, lit up. His palm crossed the heavenly Tao. Could it be the ultimate zombie? It's outside the heavenly Tao and not within the five elements. The heavenly Tao can't do anything to this ultimate zombie. The ancestor mentioned that this ultimate zombie is the body of a general and subject that even the ancestor has never seen before. Desolation Hua's eyes suddenly flashed. The seven fiends were thrown into confusion, and the heavenly Tao that they had been holding up naturally disappeared. Smack! For the last time, Yin Chuan threw one of them in front of the central hall, in front of the officials. The 1,000-foot-long dragon still looked enormous. It was a magnificent sight, but no one was afraid. The dragon stuck out its tongue and foamed at the mouth. Deep fear flashed in its eyes. After being flung around by Yin Chuan, all its bones seemed to have loosened, and it couldn't move. No, it wasn't that it couldn't move, but that it didn't dare move in front of Yin Chuan. The seven fiends were fierce, but how could they have imagined that they would meet an even fiercer monster today? This was a monster who treated Tao gods like little chicks. Why should they be fierce? The seven fiends hated Zhuo Tianhun to death for tricking them here. It was over. It was over. Our dragon carriage is still missing one dragon. Are you unwilling to pull our carriage? Zombie Yin Chuan said indifferently. Thank you, Sage King, for not killing us, the seven fiends said miserably. Pull the carriage? Pull the carriage? They were Tao gods and they were going to pull it? The seven fiends wanted to cry, but no tears came out. However, considering how domineering this monster was, the seven fiends could only submit. After all, this was someone who could easily crush them. Moreover, pulling his carriage might not be too embarrassing, right? Yin Chuan nodded. At this moment, Yu Qianjuan's last bit of competitive spirit disappeared. Damn, Tao God. This was a Tao God. To pull a carriage? What kind of emperor was he serving? How could he have been dissatisfied? How could he have wanted to fight him? How could he have wanted to fight him? Fie my ass. Yu Qianjun was deeply ashamed of his previous thoughts. In the distance, the expert who had been leading the way for the seven fiends was also dumbfounded. He had been prepared to see the seven fiends slaughter and destroy the great Qin city. But could this be called destruction? This was clearly self-destruction, right? Turning around, that person fled in a panic. Is the great Qin city a place where you can come and go as you please? A roar came from within the city. Swish! A ray of light shot out, and an arrow flew towards that expert who was fleeing. Boom! That expert was instantly blasted apart by the arrow. It was unknown who had fired the arrow, but it was obviously an unknown guard. However, even an unknown guard had such power. At this moment, Yu Qianjun was completely convinced. The Nether Holy Court submission was not undeserved. Chapter 1149. Netherworld, Seoul, Wrath Holy Court, in the Imperial Court. The Nether Holy Court has really submitted to Great Jun. Sage King, Yu Qianjun is so shameless. An old official said bitterly. Great Jun's #1 army general, Meng Tian, has turned his army against us. Meng Tian and Wang Jian, the two marshals, have all fallen. Sage King, the two armies have already reached the hinterland of our dynasty. It won't be long before they reach the city. Sage King, please make a decision quickly. Another old official shouted. Sage King, the officials bowed with worry. Seoul Wrath Holy Court's army was retreating. Zhuo Tianhun naturally saw it. Anxious? No one was more anxious than Zhuo Tianhun. He had never seen such a ferocious army, especially those generals. Where did Great Jun find such ferocious generals? I understand. I have my own plans. You may leave. Zhuo Tianhun sighed. Yes. The officials sighed and left the imperial court. After the officials left, Zhuo Tianhun slowly walked to the front of the imperial court and looked to the west. 7 demons? Why haven't you killed Yin Chuan yet? Zhuo Tianhun asked with an ugly expression. At this moment, a ray of light shot over from afar. Report. The ray of light shouted. A large number of guards immediately went to stop it. Let him come over. Zhuo Tianhun shouted. The guards retreated. Soon, a figure landed in front of Zhuo Tianhun. Sage King, not good, not good. That person, said Jiaohu. What's wrong? Zhuo Tianhun frowned. The Nether Dragon has been captured, and Lord Neo has been killed. That person said anxiously. Captured? Captured? Zhuo Tianhuan's eyes were filled with shock. Yin Chuan grabbed him like a chick and threw him a few times before he was captured. That person explained. Captured a chick? Zhuo Tianhuan's eyes flashed with anger. Who had trained this informant? How could such an important matter be treated like a child's play? I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, the Abyss Dragon scolded Yin Chuan. Then Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and grabbed it. In the end, it fell to the ground and lost its strength. In the end, it was imprisoned. Nether Dragon, 7 demons, he's a Tao god. Zhuo Tianhun said in disbelief. That's the truth is that Yin Chuan. That person was Jiaohu. Die. Zhuo Tianhun slapped him. Boom. That person was instantly smashed into a pile of meat paste. It wasn't that Zhuo Tianhun hated this spy, but that Zhuo Tianhun needed to vent his anger. Roar. Zhuo was Zhuo Tianhun. The guards, and Li Han's. Several days later, at this moment, 3 figures were approaching from the west of the capital. God is editors Jade and God. Emperor God's God, God, God. God, 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 God. City, city, city. Emperor narrow. Jade Emperor and God, God narrowed their eyes. Our mission is to trap the royal family of Han New City. I am in charge of the West. Jade Emperor is in charge of the Southwest. And God, God is in charge of the Northwest. Yes, both of them answered. Swoosh! Jade Emperor and God, God quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the three of them surrounded Han New City. Grand Emperor Sword Formation. Jade Emperor Sword Formation. God Sword Formation. Boom! As the three of them roared, 3 beams of sword light suddenly shot up into the sky for where the three of them were. It was as if they had formed 3 pillars that connected the heavens and the earth. However, these 3 pillars were sword-shaped pillars. They reached the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. Bang! Along with the appearance of the 3 pillars, countless sword chi suddenly surrounded Han New City. The surging sword chi seemed to cover the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire Han New City was covered. In the city, countless people looked into the distance with a change in expression. How could this be? So many sword chi? While countless people were terrified, the sword of a large number of cultivators suddenly trembled. Buzz! My sword is out of control. Swoosh! My sword, where is it flying to? There were exclamations everywhere. The swords of countless cultivators suddenly turned into streams of light and flew into the sword chi storm outside the city. They rotated around the entire Han New City along with the sword chi storm. A divine sword flew in, and the surrounding sword chi seemed to increase by a fraction. However, it wasn't just one sword that flew out of Han New City. Thousands, no, millions of swords suddenly flew out of Han New City. Buzz! Zhou Tianhuan's long sword suddenly trembled. What's going on? Zhou Tianhuan's expression changed. He suppressed his long sword fiercely to prevent his sword chi from flying away. What a terrifying sword intent. It can even bewitch an ancient immortal sword? Zhou Tianhuan's expression changed drastically. After millions of long swords surrounded the city, the powerful sword formation outside seemed to have expanded by about 10 times. Buzz! It isolated the inside from the outside, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Imperial Guards, break the formation for me. A general shouted. Boom! Thousands of strong practitioners rushed into the sword chi storm. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the Imperial Guards were swept into the sword chi storm. Bam! What was thrown out again was a pile of broken limbs. Whoosh! A man suddenly appeared in the west. The Grand Emperor. Who are you? Why are you making an enemy out of me? Zhou Tianhun asked coldly. Great perfection, sacred king, my master. The man smiled slightly. Yin Chuan? Zhou Tianhuan's expression changed. He sent the 7 evils to kill Yin Chuan. And Yin Chuan also sent someone? The sacred king is very angry at your disobedience, so he sent me here, the Grand Emperor said indifferently. He then looked at the entire Han New City and said, Han New City subjects? The Han New Sacred Court is about to be destroyed. The Great Perfection Sacred King has a decree to kill the entire clan of the evil leader, Zhou Tianhun. As for the rest of the people, as long as they don't resist, they will let bygones be bygones. Wow! The entire Han New City was in an uproar. During this period of time, the Han New Sacred Court had been retreating, and everyone's hearts were heavy. However, who would have thought that the war would end so quickly? The enemy was already at the city gates? Scoundrel! Zhou Tianhuan's eyes were filled with anger. He stepped forward, pulled out his emperor's sword, and slashed towards the Grand Emperor. A vast sword aura rushed towards the Grand Emperor in the void, as if it was going to cut him in half. Zhou Tianhun was an ancient immortal, so he was naturally very powerful. The sword aura rushed towards the Grand Emperor. The Grand Emperor smiled and stretched out his right index finger towards the tip of Zhou Tianhuan's Emperor's sword. Countless cultivators around were at a loss. Is this person stupid? Is he using his corporeal body to touch the sacred king's emperor's sword? Corporeal body? He's not even using his protective aura. He's using his corporeal body to touch the sword. While the ghost cultivators were in shock, the tip of the sword and the finger collided. Ding! Everyone saw that when the tip of the sword and the finger collided, a large amount of electric arcs were created. Boom! Zhuo Tianhuan's sword aura shattered. The Grand Emperor's finger remained in midair. Hiss! Everyone sucked in their breaths. Corporeal body? What a terrifying corporeal body. With his corporeal body, no, the weakest fingertip, he was able to receive the sword of the sacred king? Am I seeing things? Soul Fury City was in an uproar. Zhuo Tianhun looked at the Grand Emperor in shock. How could a human have such a strong corporeal body? Zhuo Tianhun didn't know that the Grand Emperor himself was a sword. The Grand Emperor's sword, Jade Emperor's sword, and God's sword had each given birth to a sword soul. This was easy to handle. 5,000 years into the heavenly secrets, and 200 split souls were nourished by 1,000,000 years of sword souls. Among the great generals of the Great Accomplishment Realm, few could match the sword will of the three deities. At this moment, Zhuo Tianhun felt a chill in his heart. Soul Fury Sacred Hall, people of the world, listen up. I need your strength. Raise your right hand. Zhuo Tianhun shouted. Ong. The golden dragon of 18 claws shouted, and its voice spread throughout the Soul Fury Sacred Hall. At this moment, the Soul Fury Sacred Hall had lost half of its territory. More importantly, as the Soul Fury Sacred Hall was retreating, the hearts of the people were wavering. There were very few people who were sincerely willing to contribute their strength. Even though there were very few, a large amount of strength gathered and rushed towards the golden dragon of 18 claws of destiny, which then merged with Zhuo Tianhun. Rumble. Zhuo Tianhuan's strength increased exponentially. The Grand Emperor looked and slowly retreated into the three deities' sword formation. Boom! Zhuo Tianhun rushed into the formation. Bam! 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 Countless sword chi exploded, and the sword formation continued to operate crazily. Although the sword chi flew everywhere and countless divine swords left the formation still had its mysteries. Rumble. Zhuo Tianhun fought for a long time, but he couldn't hurt the three deities. This fight lasted for 2 days. In these 2 days, countless people became more and more disappointed in Zhuo Tianhun. Roar. Zhuo Tianhun was forced back. Zhuo Tianhun couldn't hurt the three deities, and the three deities couldn't hurt Zhuo Tianhun, who had mobilized the power of the dynasty. However, the three deities didn't intend to hurt him. They just wanted to trap him. Once they were trapped, the strong practitioners in the surrounding cities received the news. Some came to rescue the king, but more were incomparably flustered. As for Meng Tian and Wang Jian, the two armies were also fiercely attacking at this moment. The two marshals fought to be the first, as if they were competing in speed. 10 days. 10 days later, the two marshals had completely arrived outside Soul Fury City. Above Soul Fury City, more than half of the Sea of Destiny had been lost, and it was getting fainter and fainter. Tian stood at the foot of Soul Rage City with hatred. This time, they were really at the city gates. When the news spread, the remaining cities of Soul Fury Sacred Court were in an uproar. Boundless City Lord is willing to lead Boundless City to submit to Great Jun Sacred Court. Boom! The Sea of Destiny lost another portion. Myriad Head City Lord is willing to lead Myriad Head City to submit to Great Jun Sacred Court. Tian sent a large number of civil officials to those cities. Many wavering city lords surrendered in the blink of an eye. The three deities' sword formation was removed. Outside Soul Fury City, it was completely surrounded by Great Jun's army. Tian held a command flag in his hand. Kill! Roar! The rolling army charged towards Soul Fury City. Zhuo Tianhun, who had been trapped for close to a month, had aged a lot. People of Soul Fury Sacred Court, raise your right hand. Lend me your power. Zhuo Tianhun roared. Ong! The golden dragon of destiny possessed him again. However, at this moment, there were fewer and fewer people borrowing Zhuo Tianhuan's power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Jian, Meng Tan, Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, and God surrounded Zhuo Tianhuan. Boom! A group of strong practitioners suddenly erupted into battle. Zhuo Tianhuan's power had increased by a lot. At this moment, he could resist for a while. The battle of a group of peak ancient immortals instantly created an endless storm, making it difficult for people to see clearly. However, the result was without suspense. Not long after, Zhuo Tianhuan, who had lost an arm, was restrained by Wang Jian and instantly escorted back. In front of Soul Fury Sacred Court's Court Assembly Hall. At this moment, more than 10,000 people were tied up, and they were all kneeling in front of the Court Assembly Hall. Boom! Zhuo Tianhuan's cultivation was restrained, and he was also restrained on the square. Tian stood on the square and looked down at the entire city. Everyone, remember this. Soul Fury's Sacred Court will be wiped off the face of the world by Great Jun. From now on, the entire myriad ghost domain will belong to Great Jun. Tian waved his sleeves and roared. Roar! 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 Great Jun's soldiers roared excitedly. Among them, many were new recruits that had just been recruited in recent years. At this moment, the new recruits were all excited because they had witnessed the rise of Great Jun. 20 years ago, everyone was discussing who would be the final winner between Soul Fury and Yushin. However, who would have thought that in just 20 years, the situation would change so drastically? Sacred King Yushin submitted to Great Jun, while Soul Fury's Sacred King was now imprisoned and kneeling in front of his own court assembly hall. While countless soldiers were excited, they were also filled with endless admiration for Great Jun's Yan Xuan. What kind of emperor was he? Stop, what are you doing? Do you know who I am? Zhuo Tianhuan roared. Tian turned his head. I'm a disciple of the Zhuo family. I want to see your sacred king in Yan Xuan. Zhuo Tianhuan said coldly. The sacred king has decreed that I will be in charge of Soul Fury's royal family. Henshin's eyes flashed coldly. You? Who do you think you are? What do you want? Zhuo Tianhuan said arrogantly. Clearly, the Zhuo family's bloodline gave him great confidence. What do I want? Other than Zhuo Zhang's family, which I have handed over to Lord Yifeng, I have captured all 13,456 of your descendants. Tian said coldly. Zhuo Tianhuan's eyes widened. 13,456 descendants? Even Zhuo Tianhuan himself didn't know how many descendants he had. Who was this person in front of him? How would he know? What do you want? I've decided that everyone here will be executed by 1,000 cuts right here in this square. After that, their bones will be ground to dust. As for their souls, they will all be burned with flames. Their souls will be destroyed in pain and despair. Tian said sinisterly. No, you can't do this. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? I am from the Zhuo family. Zhuo Tianhuan shouted in shock. Do you know who I am? Tian said coldly. You? Zhuo Tianhuan was stunned. My surname is Tian laughed sinisterly. Zhuo Tianhuan suddenly thought of something. Family? You are a descendant of the family. Your family is not extinct. How is that possible? Zhuo Tianhuan shouted in shock. Yes, your Zhuo family was very secretive back then. However, my family is not extinct. Zhuo family? You killed your master with your servant. You led the world to destroy my family. How cunning. To think that my family trusted you so much. Tian said coldly. No, it has nothing to do with me. I am just a side branch. If you want revenge, go to the imperial family. Zhuo Tianhuan said in fear. It was as though he was afraid of the family. Yes, one by one. All of you will die first. One day, I will take back everything that my clan has lost. Tian said with hatred. Begin. Tian bellowed. Yes, sir. Countless military officers replied. The other generals of Great Jun didn't say anything. He let Tian vent the hatred in his heart. No. Help! Countless shouts were unable to change the reality of this moment. All the citizens of Soul Fury City watched in horror as the high and mighty emperor was sliced into pieces one by one. The news quickly spread throughout the myriad ghost domain. Some of the cities that were still resisting also gave up completely. Within the Great Qin City, Yu Qianjun received news that Hun Nu's royal family had been killed by 1,000 cuts, and he was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. That was close. He had surrendered. At this point, the myriad ghost domain had truly unified the world. Chapter 1150. The Zhen Holy Court. In the Netherworld, the myriad ghost domain was completely unified. Zombie Yin Chuan was now the domain lord of myriad ghost domain. In the Netherworld, the true dragon domain was split between Dezhun and Deju. However, Dezhun occupied 3/4 of the domain, while the Ju Holy Court only occupied a quarter. Yin Chuan was not in a hurry to expand his territory. The most important thing now was to prepare for the mid-level officials. The 4 domains still needed a long period of time to stabilize. Dezhun and Deju coexisted peacefully for a period of time. Xianying City, in the study room, a group of ministers gathered. Sage King, this is news from the 4th Army's commander, Meng Wenrua. Lu Gang respectfully handed over a letter. Oh, Yin Chuan received it curiously and opened it. 4th Army's commander, Meng Wenrua, the young master of Jiulu Academy. Later, his sister, Meng Rongrong, ascended and was sent by the Sage King to protect him. Yin Chuan looked at the letter, and his expression changed slightly. Sage King, what happened? Lu Buwei asked curiously. Yin Chuan handed over the letter. Lu Buwei quickly glanced at it and passed it to the other ministers. Goddess Xichen's tomb is about to open. The situation in the northeast continent is changing. Lu Buwei asked solemnly. In Hentian stepped out and said, Goddess Xichen's tomb is buried in the Inspiration Domain. Goddess Xichen once built a large hall called the Inspiration Hall. It is rumored that the 500 heavenly Dao inducements are inside. However, no one knows where it is. No one knows. 500 heavenly Dao inducements? Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. Yes, many heaven menders can only mend a part of the heavenly Dao. However, with the guidance of the Dao inducements, it might be easier. These 500 heavenly Dao inducements might be useless, but there must be some that collapsed in the past. Sage King, do you want to take a look? In Hentian asked. Yin Chuan pondered for a moment. Inspiration Hall? Dao inducements? Yin Chuan's heaven-devouring Dao scripture was still lacking the last layer. It was not that Yin Chuan could not make up for it, but it would take a very long time. If he could obtain its Dao guidance, he would naturally be able to quickly replenish it. Moreover, this world was damaged. Becoming an ancestral immortal seemed to be a little different from his previous life. Perhaps he could find a way to break through in the inspiration weave. Yin Chuan nodded and said, In 3 days, we will personally head to the Northeast Ring continent and head to the inspiration weave. Your subjects are willing to accompany you. The group of important ministers immediately stepped forward and bowed. Yin Chuan looked at the officials and said, Wang Jian, follow me. The rest of you continue to stabilize Dezhun. Yes. Although everyone was regretful, no one refuted. Only Wang Jian's eyes were filled with excitement. Li Si stepped forward and said, Holy King, according to Mr. Monroe's letter, Dongfang Bubi might also go this time. In the Jiulu Academy in the past, Hierarch Dongfang helped his subjects who were not enlightened a lot. If there's a conflict, please, we understand. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes. Thank you, Holy King. Li Si said gratefully. 3 days later, everything was settled. The officials came to send Yin Chuan off. In a huge plaza, roar, roar, 2 gigantic dragons, one golden and one black, stood loftily with their heads raised to the sky. The 2 dragons looked at each other. A hint of sadness flashed in their eyes, but there was nothing they could do. The 2 dragons used chains to pull a huge carriage. The carriage was 2,000 feet tall and was shaped like a huge palace. Wang Jian stood respectfully in front of the palace. He was in charge of driving the dragon carriage. Beside the dragon carriage, the officials of Izhun were sending Yin Chuan off. "Be careful on the road," ZZ said gently. "Okay." Yin Chuan nodded. "Miao didn't come to join in the fun this time?" Yin Chuan looked around curiously. He did not see Miao. She heard that you didn't bring her along, so she hid and sulked, ZZ said with a smile. Yin Chuan smiled. He turned to look at the officials. "Farewell, Holy King." The officials bowed. Yin Chuan nodded and stepped onto the dragon carriage. "Let's go," Wang Jian shouted. "Roar! Roar!" The two dragons each let out a long roar and pulled the dragon carriage slowly into the sky. The two dragons pulled the carriage and slowly flew to the west. Wang Jian drove the carriage. Yin Chuan slowly stepped into the palace. Clang! The door closed. Wang Jian stood at the entrance of the palace and closed his eyes to rest. The two dragons naturally knew the way and flew to the west. Yin Chuan entered the palace and was about to sit cross-legged and cultivate for a while. "Meow, Yin Chuan, you can't chase me away now, right?" "Huh." Meow immediately jumped down from the beam. "Meow." Yin Chuan was surprised. Meow jumped onto Yin Chuan's palm and rubbed against Yin Chuan's palm, acting coquettishly. "I want to go. You don't bring me out every time. I want to go and play." No wonder they didn't see Meow when they sent him off. So she was hiding in the carriage? East Sea Dragon Palace. At this moment, there were 300 figures in white standing outside the Crystal Palace. Inside the Crystal Palace, the Dragon Emperor and 3 Dragon Kings were accompanying a white-clothed man. The white-clothed man drank tea and smiled. "East Sea Dragon Emperor, what do you think of my suggestion?" The 3 Dragon Kings behind the Dragon Emperor widened their eyes, but didn't interrupt. The Dragon Emperor also drank tea and smiled. "Mr. Gongyang, do you know what you're doing?" Dragon Emperor, "I, Gongyang Ben Lei, am not joking. Great Zhou Imperial Court? Other dragon clans? Ha ha, others might be afraid, but my Gongyang family isn't." Dragon Emperor, as long as you agree to be my Gongyang family's vassal, the other dragon clans can forget about touching you. As long as they dare to come, my Gongyang family will block them for you. Gongyang Ben Lei said solemnly. "You?" The Dragon Emperor chuckled. His expression was indiscernible. "In the future, your Dragon Palace will still be the Dragon Palace. I have consulted the Patriarch, and the Patriarch personally agreed. Dragon Emperor, this is an opportunity for your East Sea Dragon Palace. You don't want to see the East Sea Dragon Palace destroyed, right?" Gongyang Ben Lei laughed. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. "Thank you, Patriarch Gongyang, for your good intentions. The East Sea Dragon Palace doesn't need your charity." Gongyang Ben Lei raised his brows. "Dragon Emperor, don't you want to consider it?" "No, the Dragon Clan has their pride. There's no need for the Gongyang family to worry. You've made a wasted trip." The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Gongyang Ben Lei's expression became uglier. Suddenly, a Dragon King rushed into the hall. "Dragon Fifth, we saw Dragon Fifth," the Dragon King said excitedly. "Dragon Fifth?" The Dragon Kings in the Crystal Palace were delighted. The Dragon Emperor's expression changed, but Gongyang Ben Lei showed a trace of curiosity. He was stopped by Dragon 1 above the East Sea. At this moment, the Dragon King said. His expression became uglier. "What happened at this moment?" The Dragon Emperor asked in a deep voice. "Dragon Fifth is pulling Yin Chuan's carriage. Our East Sea Dragon Palace, the dignified Dragon King, was humiliated by Yin Chuan to pull his carriage. Dragon Emperor, give the order. We will avenge Dragon Fifth." The Dragon King said with grief and indignation. When the Dragon King spoke, the other 3 Dragon Kings' expression changed. "What? Bastard, how dare you?" Yin Chuan, the Dragon Emperor, is merciful and spared his life. He actually let Dragon Fifth pull his carriage? Where's the face of our East Sea Dragon Palace? Another Dragon King exclaimed. "Dragon Emperor, let me go. I will go and capture Yin Chuan. He is only an ancient immortal, What is there to fear? Dragon Emperor, I will go and capture Yin Chuan. The Dragon Kings took the initiative to volunteer. The Dragon Kings were enraged. At the side, Gongyang Benlei narrowed his eyes. Yin Chuan? Gongyang Taolu seemed to have died in a sealed world. A Dragon King pulling his carriage? The Dragon Kings looked at the Dragon Emperor, waiting for his permission. At this moment, above the East Sea, Yin Chuan's dragon carriage stopped. In front of the dragon carriage, the seawater soared into the sky, forming a huge wall. On the huge wall, 3 men stood. Each of them looked at the dragon carriage with fire in their eyes. Behind the 3 men, there were 100,000 prawn soldiers and crab generals standing on the waves, staring at the dragon carriage. Wang Jin narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance with his sword hilt. The 3 dragon kings of the East Sea? You want to stop the carriage? Wang Jin shouted. The 3 dragon kings looked at the 2 huge dragons in front of the dragon carriage. The golden dragon naturally recognized it. Dragon 5th, the leading dragon king, said with red eyes. While the other 2 dragon kings were furious, they saw a black dragon. Black dragon? Who was this black dragon? Why didn't they recognize it? Why was there a black dragon in Dejun? Why wasn't there any news? Looking at its aura, it wasn't any weaker than Dragon 5th. Roar! Roar! Dragon 5th cried out in grievance. The black dragon turned to look at Dragon 5th. What are you shouting for? Are you mourning? It's our fortune to be able to pull the Sage King's carriage. Do you want to die? The group of dragon kings. What was going on? This black dragon pulling the carriage wasn't ashamed, but proud. The black dragon was naturally the underworld dragon, the 7 fiends. The 7 fiends had seen the strength of zombie Yin Chuan. Resist? Resist my ass. When they found out that Yin Chuan was the zombie king, the 7 fiends didn't dare to let out a fart. Others might not know, but the 7 fiends knew some ancient secrets. During ancient times, some powerful zombie kings were born, and these zombie kings had a hobby, which was to eat dragons. It was better for them to be obedient. If Yin Chuan was unhappy one day, they wouldn't be able to complain even if they were eaten. Roar, roar. Dragon 5th looked at the 7 fiends in disdain. The 7 fiends looked at Dragon 5th with disdain. The 2 dragons looked at each other with disdain, and the 3 dragon kings were speechless. Where did this weird dragon come from? The dragon race's face was thrown away by him. Wang Jian looked at the group of dragon kings and said coldly, "Everyone, leave quickly and don't disturb the Sage King. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the Sage King's wrath." Ha ha ha, Yin Chuan's wrath? Humph, if not for the Dragon Emperor's order, we would have flattened Xianyang. One of the dragon kings rebuked. What a joke with just you. Wang Jian showed a trace of disdain. Dragon 1, don't talk nonsense with him. Save Dragon 5th first. One of the dragon kings said. No, wait for the Dragon Emperor's order. Dragon 1 shook his head. The group of dragon kings was depressed. Finally, another crack appeared in the sea, and another dragon king rushed out. How is it? Did the Dragon Emperor agree? Dragon 1 asked anxiously. The Dragon Emperor ordered all dragon kings to withdraw. They are not to block Yin Chuan's arrival. The Dragon King said in grief. What? Impossible. The group of dragon kings said in Jiu. The Dragon Emperor wants you to carry it out quickly. The Dragon King said. The group of Dragon 5th gritted their teeth, and their eyes were red. They could only watch helplessly as Dragon 5th pulled the carriage. Roar. The group of dragon kings roared in depression. Dragon 5th, we are useless. Don't worry, we will definitely persuade the Dragon Emperor to save you. Dragon 1 said in grief. After saying that, he didn't dare to look at Dragon 5th's expectant eyes and plunged into the sea. The other dragon kings did the same. In grief and anger, they could only plunge into the sea. Rumble. In a blink of an eye, the group of Dragon 5th, prawn soldiers, and crab generals disappeared. The sea was calm and peaceful. Roar. Dragon 5th felt sad. What are you shouting for? I am stronger than you. We're both pulling the carriage. What grievances do you have? Chi Sha lectured Dragon 5th. Dragon 5th. All right, stop arguing. Let's go. Wang Jian shouted. Roar. The two dragons had no choice but to continue pulling the carriage. Not long after Yin Chuan's carriage left, on the surface of the sea, Gongyang Benlei and his 300 subordinates stepped out. Looking at the place where the dragon carriage had left, Gongyang Benlei narrowed his eyes. It seems like they are also heading to the Inspiration Weave, Goddess Shichin's tomb. Huh. Chapter 1151. East Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon Emperor sat on his throne, looking at the aggrieved Dragon Kings in front of him. Dragon Emperor, Dragon Fifth, suffered such humiliation. If we don't save him, I won't accept it. Dragon One's face was ugly. The other Dragon Kings nodded with resentment. The Dragon Emperor looked at Dragon One and said, "What happened to Dragon Fifth? Isn't he still alive?" The Dragon Kings looked at the Dragon Emperor. Dragon One, you said there's a black dragon other than the Dragon Emperor? The Dragon Emperor looked at Dragon One. Yes, it's an abyss dragon. Its strength is not below Dragon Fifth. Moreover, this dragon has a problem with its head. It was forced to pull the carriage, but instead of being ashamed, it was proud. Dragon One said strangely, "Abyss dragon? Seems like it's from another world." This Yin Chuan isn't as simple as he looks. The Dragon Emperor frowned. In the future, without my order, no one is to stop people from Dejun. The Dragon Emperor looked at the Dragon Kings. The Dragon Kings looked bitter and said, "Yes, there's more." The Dragon Emperor raised his eyebrows. Be careful of the Gongyang family. Gongyang Ben Lei came here with bad intentions. The Dragon Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes. Wang Jian rode the dragon west. Along the way, no other dragons disturbed them. Following behind Wang Jian was Gongyang Ben Lei and the rest. Everyone flew with all their might, but the two dragons were too fast. Other than Gongyang Ben Lei, who could fly with ease, many of the 300 subordinates were struggling. Damn it, is this Yin Chuan a rabbit? So fast. I can't hold on, I can't. Old ancestor, someone can't hold on. The subordinates said bitterly. Gongyang Ben Lei raised his eyebrows. At this moment, he was also unhappy. Who knew that Yin Chuan's dragon carriage would be so fast? With a wave of his sleeve, he led his subordinates and turned into a stream of light and shot into the distance. Xiao. After a few days, the dragon carriage crossed the East Sea and was about to enter the Northeast continent. But when they were not far from the coast, the two dragons abruptly stopped. He glared at the group of people in front of him. Wang Jian was also startled awake. He gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist and looked over coldly. Right in front of him was a white-robed man with 300 subordinates behind him. "Who are you?" Wang Jian shouted coldly. "Gongyang Ben Lei, please come out and meet me, Yin Chuan." Gongyang Ben Lei shouted. Rumble. Rolling sound waves rushed toward the dragon carriage. Roar. The twin dragons roared. Wang Jian's eyes turned even colder. Quang. The dragon carriage's main hall suddenly opened. Meow. A kitten hopped out of the room. Which blind fellow is going to be unlucky again? Meow. Meow cried out excitedly. In the distance, Gongyang Ben Lei's face darkened. Little bastard, what are you talking about? A subordinate behind Gongyang Ben Lei suddenly shouted. Bastard your sister. Your whole family are bastards. Who are you trying to scare with a face like a pig's kidney? Meow, replied Meow. You, little bastard. Little bastard. That person was instantly enraged. Face like a pig's kidney? Everyone looked over. Bushuo didn't think so. His face was red from anger, and he looked like one. Gongyang Ben Lei's face twitched. At this moment, Yin Chuan slowly walked out of the dragon carriage. Sage King. Wang Jian bowed slightly. Yin Chuan stepped out of the dragon carriage and looked coldly at everyone. Who are you? Yin Chuan said indifferently. Gongyang Ben Lei smiled and said, I am Gongyang Ben Lei. I am from the Gongyang family. What's the matter? Yin Chuan directly interrupted. Gongyang Ben Lei's face turned ugly. This person was too arrogant. Taking a deep breath, Gongyang Ben Lei said, Gongyang war strategy Have you heard of it? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows and said, He is your father? Father? Gong Yang Ben Lei couldn't wait to slap him. This cat and man were equally annoying. I will not pursue the matter of Gong Yang war strategy. I am here to ask for something from you. Gong Yang Ben Lei suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, Yin Chuan asked curiously, Is it him, Dragon Fifth? Gong Yang Ben Lei said in a deep voice, Oh. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. I know that you have killed my Gong Yang family's disciples. I have great use for this Dragon Fifth. If you give him to me, the grudge between you and the Gong Yang family will be written off. Gong Yang Ben Lei said in a deep voice. Dragon Fifth angrily roared. 7 demons at the side said, Did your language teacher die early? He doesn't understand. Dragon Fifth, what do you want in exchange? Yin Chuan said indifferently. Exchange? Ha no. Gong Yang Ben Lei looked at Yin Chuan strangely. Yin Chuan looked at Gong Yang Ben Lei and the 300 aggressive disciples behind him. Scram, don't block Shin's way. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Bastard, you dare to be impudent in front of the old ancestor? A person behind Gong Yang Ben Lei shouted. Xing. Wang Jian pulled out his sword, and a blood-red sword light shot out. Boom! The cultivator who insulted Yin Chuan was instantly chopped into a bloody mist. Oomph! Wang Jian snorted. Gong Yang Ben Lei couldn't hold it in any longer. Kill! Roar! The group of disciples drew their swords and charged towards Wang Jian. Wang Jian snorted. He rushed out. Xing! 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 Blood light soared into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, a fierce killing intent burst forth. Below, the roiling sea was suddenly frozen by this killing intent. Rumble! Wang Jian and the disciples of the Gong Yang family began to fight. How fierce was Wang Jian? As a great circle ancient immortal, he was naturally ferocious. In the blink of an eye, about 100 disciples of the Gong Yang family exploded into pieces. In such a short time, he killed 100 disciples of the Gong Yang family. Gong Yang Ben Lei's expression suddenly changed. One had to know that among the people killed by Wang Jian, there was an ancient immortal. How could this person be so fierce? Heavenly Tao. Gong Yang Ben Lei's expression changed. A vast green heavenly Tao rushed towards Wang Jian. Roar! Wang Jian slashed with his sword. Boom! The void trembled violently, and a violent storm quickly erupted in all directions. The huge impact caused the frozen sea below to shatter into countless pieces of ice. The shattered ice and seawater soared into the sky. The surroundings were suddenly surrounded by seawater and sea ice. The 2 dragons were naturally fine. The 7 fiends squinted their eyes as they looked ahead. This Wang Jian, what a terrifying killing intent. I have been in the underworld for so many years, and I have only seen Yin's eye with such a strong killing intent. This killing god is only a subordinate of the Sage King? The 7 fiends exclaimed. Roar! Dragon Fifth also looked on in surprise. With a single collision, Wang Jian was pushed back 100 feet. His figure suddenly turned and stabbed towards Gong Yang Ben Lei. Boom! 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 Each sword was faster than the previous one. The murderous qi was getting stronger and stronger. The disciples of the Gong Yang family suddenly felt a chill. Oomph! Ancient immortal? What a ferocious nature. Unfortunately, you met me. I, Gong Yang Ben Lei, will fuse with the heavenly Tao. Gong Yang Ben Lei roared. Rumble! All of a sudden, a heavenly Tao appeared and wrapped around Gong Yang Ben Lei in the center. Gong Yang Ben Lei's body seemed to have become transparent in an instant. Boom! The originally green heavenly Tao suddenly burst forth with endless heavenly lightning in all directions. It was as if all 4 corners of the world had been occupied by lightning. Everyone was instantly immersed in a sea of lightning. Up, down, left, and right, countless heavenly thunders exploded towards Wang Jian at high speed. Wang Jian's expression changed as he quickly defended himself against the heavenly lightning coming from all directions. Rumble! One after another, the lightning dragons struck Wang Jian endlessly. It was as if 10,000 arrows were piercing through his heart. In an instant, they all struck Wang Jian. The seven fiends stared. No, fusing with the heavenly Tao? How can he fuse with the heavenly Tao? Roar! Dragon Fifth roared in confusion. Gongyang Ben Lei, he's an ancient immortal. Isn't it true that only ancestral immortals can fuse with the heavenly Tao? How can he do it? Once he fuses with the heavenly Tao, he will be invincible. Apart from ancestral immortals, no one can break the heavenly Tao. If he can't break the defense of the heavenly Tao, he will never be able to hurt the person fusing with the heavenly Tao. The seven fiends exclaimed. Roar! Wang Jian roared and broke free from the countless lightning bolts. His sword once again slashed towards the heavenly Tao. Boom! The void shook violently again. The heavenly Tao only trembled, but it didn't hurt Gongyang Ben Lei, who was inside. On the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan looked into the distance. Perhaps this world isn't without any merit. Originally, only ancestral immortals can fuse with the heavenly Tao. In this world, there's actually a secret technique that allows a perfected ancient immortal to fuse with the heavenly Tao. It's a pity that fusing with the heavenly Tao has a huge burden that only ancestral immortals can bear. Ancient immortals can't last long. With that, Yin Chuan didn't look anymore. He reached out his right palm and grabbed in the distance. The seven fiends stared at him from the side. After the battle in the netherworld, the seven fiends knew how fierce Yin Chuan was. At this moment, they naturally wanted to see what kind of methods the emperor that made them submit to had. Yin Chuan reached out his right palm. In the void, suddenly, countless stars appeared. Rolling stars suddenly appeared in the sea of lightning. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 galaxies appeared. Countless stars rotated rapidly, and a terrifying strangulation force wrapped around the surroundings. Poof! Countless lightning bolts were instantly extinguished by this strangulation force. The sea of lightning seemed to be slowly compressing. Ah! Ancestral immortal, save me! Ancestral immortal, save me! The disciples of the Gong-Yang family screamed. Countless stars instantly appeared where Gongyang Ben Lei's heavenly Tao was. Rumble! One by one, the stars collided with the heavenly Tao. After colliding, they quickly rotated around the heavenly Tao. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly Tao seemed to be wrapped by a layer of stars. What is this? Gongyang Ben Lei, who was in the center of countless stars, had a drastic change in expression. Gongyang Ben Lei discovered that his strength was actually unable to shake the strangulation force of the stars. What a powerful force! However, these stars also couldn't hurt him. After all, you're just an ancient immortal. So what if you're in the Tao integration stage? Let's see how long you can last. Yin Chuan said coldly. No, impossible. Gongyang Ben Lei screamed in shock. Gongyang Ben Lei understood that his Tao integration stage could only be considered as a pseudo-Tao integration stage. Soon, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Once he was squeezed out of the heavenly Tao, the result could be imagined. No, explode for me. Gongyang Ben Lei screamed in shock. Boom! The vast heavens will exploded with a loud bang. The powerful explosive force instantly blew up the surrounding stars. Pooh! Gongyang Ben Lei also spat out a mouthful of blood. Swish! Gongyang Ben Lei quickly fled towards the west and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Old ancestor, save me! The 200 disciples of the Gongyang family screamed in fear. However, Gongyang Ben Lei knew that he had kicked an iron plate. His life was in danger, so how could he care so much? In the eyes of the seven demons, the countless stars that surrounded the 200 disciples of the Gongyang family slowly shrunk and quickly condensed into Yin Chuan's palm. Ka. When Yin Chuan clenched his hand, the stars disappeared. The 200 disciples of the Gongyang family were obviously dead. What a terrifying superpower! The seven demons exclaimed in shock. Yin Chuan looked at Gongyang Ben Lei, who was escaping in the distance, and turned back to the main hall. Meow. Meow Meow hopped in as well. Kwang. The main hall closed. Let's go, Wang Jian shouted to Erlong. Erlong didn't dare to say anything and quickly pulled the carriage to the west. Chapter 1152. Yin Chuan's group continued their journey to the west. After passing through many territories, they finally arrived at Inspiration Territory after 3 months. Far away, a vast land appeared. Dragon Fifth shouted, reminding Wang Jian. We've arrived. The 7 fiends looked at the territory in front of them curiously. The 2 dragons slowed down. Just as they slowed down, 70 to 80 rays of light shot into the sky, blocking their path. Inspiration Territory has been sealed. No foreign cultivators are allowed to come close. Go back to where you came from. If you don't stop, we won't be polite anymore. The 70 to 80 immortals shouted, wanting to chase the dragon carriage away. The 2 dragons seemed to be waiting for Wang Jian to speak, but Wang Jian did not speak. The 2 dragons naturally did not ask. They continued to fly forward. Did you hear our words? Still not stopping. Not good. The dragon carriage is rushing over. Block it, block it, block it. Boom. Flowers scattered. The 70 to 80 cultivators were sent flying. Miserable cries were heard. The cultivators were injured all over. The one with the most serious injuries had blood all over his face. Turning his head in pain, the dragon carriage had already entered Inspiration Territory, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The 70 to 80 cultivators clutched their chests, speechless. Barbaric driving? On the other side, Gongyang Ben Lei also arrived at Inspiration Territory, but he did not charge forward like Yin Chuan. Instead, he rushed into Inspiration Territory in a sorry state, heading straight for a valley. Xiao, Gongyang Ben Lei flew over. There were many white-robed cultivators in the valley. Old ancestor. The group of white-robed cultivators greeted respectfully. Gongyang Ben Lei ignored them, heading straight for one of the main halls. In the main hall, there were 2 men sitting with a map in front of them. The 2 were studying it. Gongyang Ben Lei, why are you here? One of the men asked doubtfully. Gongyang Ben Lei sat down, picked up a teapot, and drank a mouthful. The 2 men looked at each other, seeing that something was wrong, and walked over. Gongyang Ben Lei, what's wrong? Where are the people you brought with you? A man asked in a deep voice. Yin Chuan, they were all killed by Yin Chuan. If I didn't leave fast enough, perhaps I would have. Gongyang Ben Lei said with lingering fear. What's going on? Aren't you in charge of persuading the East Sea Dragon Palace? How is it related to Yin Chuan? The dragon monarch of the East Sea was a stubborn old man. He wouldn't listen to me at all. I could only find another way. You have all read the information. The dragon monarch and the other 11 dragon kings doted on Dragon Fifth. As long as I captured Dragon Fifth, I could force the East Sea Dragon Palace to submit. While Dragon Fifth was captured by Yin Chuan to pull the carriage, I went to... Gongyang Ben Lei recounted the events that happened 3 months ago in detail. The Dragon King is pulling a carriage? This Yin Chuan was so bold. Isn't he afraid that the Dragon Emperor will find trouble with him? The Dragon Emperor's brain is damaged. He doesn't care at all and doesn't allow others to care. Gongyang Ben Lei said angrily. How could this be? No matter what, this enmity must be avenged. Yin Chuan will definitely come to the Inspiration Weave. Although his mystique is strong, he must have a weakness. I can't do anything to him alone. If he uses that mystique on me again, you 2 will kill him from the side. Gongyang Ben Lei's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Are you sure Yin Chuan is only an ancient immortal? Definitely. Gongyang Ben Lei nodded. The 2 of them frowned and thought for a moment before nodding in the end. Originally, according to the rules of the family, we were supposed to do our own things and interfere with each other. However, since Yin Chuan has come to the Inspiration Weave, it's a different story. Gongyang Ben Lei nodded with satisfaction. The 3 of us are equal in strength. Moreover, we can use the family's secret technique to reach Dao integration for a short time. No one could stop us. Inspiration Weave. Outside Goddess Ji Qin's tomb. Goddess Ji Qin's tomb was located in the center of 4 mountains. The 4 mountains were extremely tall and arranged in a square formation. The surroundings were shrouded in a large number of arrays, making it look foggy. At the periphery, a large number of cultivators were already standing on the peaks. Countless cultivators were staring at the center. Their eyes were filled with strong anticipation. However, as if they were afraid of each other, no one rushed forward. There was a large number of battles in all directions, fighting for the top of each mountain. Roar! In the distance, Yin Chuan's dragon carriage slowly flew over. Many people turned their heads to look. The dragon carriage rushed straight towards one of the mountain peaks. Where did this blind fellow come from? A large number of cultivators flew out from the mountain peak and shouted angrily. Boom! The 2 dragon heads arched, and the noisy group was immediately sent flying. Everyone! The dragon carriage landed on the peak of the mountain. Sage King, we have arrived. Wang Jian respectfully called out to the carriage. Quang! The door opened, and Yin Chuan slowly stepped out of the carriage. Miao naturally lay on Yin Chuan's shoulder, looking around with excitement in her eyes. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage's high-profile appearance immediately attracted the attention of countless cultivators. Many people frowned, wondering who this was. Whoosh! In the distance, 2 white lights suddenly shot over. In the blink of an eye, they landed in front of them. The 2 of them were none other than Meng Wenruo and Meng Lingtian. Greetings, Sage King. You are finally here. Meng Wenruo immediately smiled. Meng Wenruo, the commander of the 4th Army of the Dajin Dynasty. In the past, she accompanied Meng Rongrong into the immortal world. Yin Chuan nodded. Wang Jian and Meng Wenruo nodded and greeted. Greetings, Sage King of the Dajin Dynasty. Meng Lingtian also smiled. Mr. Meng, have you seen Dongfang Bubi? Yin Chuan asked. I have seen him. I have to thank Yin Di for his help. The Jilu Academy is no longer here. The founder opened a dojo called Dongfang Dojo. Sect leader Dongfang Bubi. Meng Lingtian said with satisfaction. Dongfang Bubi is indeed an outstanding person of his generation. Yin Chuan nodded in admiration. Miao, didn't you say that the tomb opened? Why are you all standing outside like idiots? Miao? Miao was confused. Meng Wenruo smiled and said, the tomb has indeed opened. Some people have already entered. My sister has already entered. Oh, Yin Chuan asked curiously. Sage King, please take a look. There are 4 mountains covered by clouds. Goddess Shichen's tomb is among them. It opened 23 months ago. On the day it opened, multicolored light soared into the sky and the weather changed. At that time, countless experts rushed over, but they were all stopped by the tomb keepers. Meng Wenruo explained. Tomb keepers? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Just as Yin Chuan was feeling curious, a commotion came from afar. Damn it, I can't wait any longer. Fellow cultivators, let's go. Let's barge in. Don't let those women get ahead of us. Suddenly, someone shouted. Swish! About 100 figures suddenly appeared and rushed towards the 4 mountains. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar came from the 4 mountains. A giant beast that was thousands of feet long came out of the array. Dog? Miao was surprised. Sage King, this is one of the tomb keepers' dog deity. He used to follow Goddess Shichen. After Goddess Shichen died, he remained loyal and devoted, guarding the tomb. Meng Wenruo explained. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. In the distance, the 100 cultivators had already made their move. Evil creature, if you block our way again, we will kill you. A cultivator raised his sword and charged forward. Roar! Dog God let out a loud roar. The powerful sound wave suddenly formed a spatial ripple that charged towards a cultivator. Sky-splitting sword art split. That cultivator shouted. A sword ray slashed the sound wave apart. Let's go. That cultivator shouted. The group of experts immediately followed him to the center. Bastard! Dog deity shouted angrily. A heavenly Tao that connected heaven and earth suddenly appeared. Boom! The cultivator at the front was blasted apart by the heavenly Tao and turned into a bloody mist. Under the aftermath, some cultivators immediately cried out in pain. Roar! The dog god quickly pounced in all directions, and the heavenly Tao was used to perfection by him as he quickly crashed into the cultivators that charged forward. Boom! 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 After a series of collisions, more than half of the 100 practitioners were killed or injured, and the rest could only flee quickly. After winning the battle, Dog God stepped onto the peak of a mountain and looked around coldly. Have you bastards forgotten what Goddess Jichin has done for the world? Dog God shouted coldly. Goddess Jichin said that there are things in the tomb for the world, but they must follow her rules. Female cultivators can enter first, and male cultivators can enter 2 years later. If any of them were not venerables, they would be killed. Roar! Dog God roared. The final roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. The restless cultivators in the surroundings immediately quieted down. This dog god is actually a Tao god? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Meow. Women enter first, and men enter later? Why is there such a strange rule? Meow asked, feeling puzzled. Meng Wenrao smiled bitterly and said, Indeed, back when the tomb opened, Goddess Jichin's remnant will set herself. Many people heard it, and most of the female cultivators entered. Actually, there are many strong cultivators in the inspiration weave, such as Dongfang Bubi. They might not be afraid of Dog God, but they chose to wait out of respect for Goddess Jichin. Many people forgot to be grateful. Yin Chuan nodded. The women entered 2 years earlier. Although they were curious, they might have their reasons. Rong Rong went in first. I got my wife to accompany her. Rong Rong is very strong now. There shouldn't be a problem. Meng Wenrao said. Yin Chuan nodded. In the distance, Dog God looked around and then looked at Yin Chuan. After all, 2 dragons pulling a chariot were too eye-catching. Dog God frowned as he looked around. Then, he walked towards the tomb again. Shing! Suddenly, a loud sword hum sounded. On the peak of a mountain not far away, a sword light soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds and mist. Endless sword chi surrounded the sword light. It looked extremely majestic. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The swords of countless cultivators rang out in all directions. It was as if they were worshipping that sword light. My sword? It's out of control? Someone exclaimed. On my sword, bastard, don't shake. Countless exclamations sounded. Dog God's expression changed as he turned his head to look. He saw a man in a purple robe standing on the peak of the mountain. The man carried a bronze sword on his back. His eyebrows were sharp, and his entire body exuded sword intent. His clothes and hair looked like swords. The man's eyes flashed. He looked coldly at Dog God. Who are you? Dog God asked coldly. Someone in the surroundings recognized him. Dugu Batian? He's from the Dugu family of the southern continent. The Dugu family? Invincible swordsmanship? He's from the Dugu family? How did he attract the Dugu family so quickly? Dugu Batian? He killed 7 Tao gods. His swordsmanship is fierce. While everyone was exclaiming, Dugu Batian looked coldly at Dog God. For the sake of Goddess Jichin, I'll spare your life. Get out of the way, or my sword won't recognize you, Dugu Batian said in a deep voice. Chapter 1153. For Goddess Jichin's sake, I will spare your life. Get out of the way, or my sword will not recognize you, Dugu Batian said solemnly. Roar! Goshen roared. Countless cultivators stared at him, but no one dared to step forward. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Dugu family? Goshen naturally did not step aside. There's still 1 month left. I don't care who you are, but no one can break Goddess Jichin's rules. Goshen shouted coldly. Humph. Dugu Batian snorted coldly as he pulled out the bronze longsword on his back. Heavenly Tao, Goshen shouted. Boom! The heavenly Tao of the dog god appeared in front of Dugu Batian in the blink of an eye. Sword River. Dugabatian waved his longsword. Suddenly, a sword light shot towards Go Shun's heavenly Tao. At the same time, the surrounding sword chi converged into a river and crashed into Go Shun's heavenly Tao. Boom! The sword river and heavenly Tao collided, causing the void to shake violently. For a moment, sand and stones were sent flying, and a storm raged, making it difficult for people to see what was going on. Within the storm, a miserable scream could be heard. Boom! The storm dissipated. Goshen was covered in blood as he crashed into a mountain not far away. His body was covered in sword wounds. Dugabatian stepped in the air and stabbed his long sword into his back. He looked down at Goshen. For Goddess Jichen's sake, I will spare your life. Remember, in this world, no one can stop my Dugu family because no one can. Dugabatian said coldly. Dugabatian stepped forward, heading towards the array of the four mountains. Stop! Goshen shouted, but his body was covered in sword wounds. How could he stop Dugabatian? Dugabatian did not pull out his sword, but his eyes flashed coldly. A powerful sword intent rushed towards the array. Boom! The formation exploded with a loud bang. Immediately, the array's interior was exposed to everyone. Between the four mountains, there was a huge hole in the void. The inside of the hole was like a black hole, and no one could see what was inside. Swish! Dugabatian stepped into the black hole. A small world? Meow? Meow was surprised. This must be the spiritual world. It was Goddess Shichen's dojo. Mengwen Ruo said. Let's go. Yin Chuan said. Ong, ong. Dragon Fifth and the Chi Sha let out a long cry and immediately pulled the dragon carriage toward the entrance. Meng Wenruo naturally followed, but Meng Lingtian stayed behind. Other than Yin Chuan, there were many other experts who couldn't wait any longer and rushed towards the interior. Bastard, stop! No one is allowed to enter. Dog God roared. But at this moment, who would listen to him? With such a serious injury, it was already a good thing that no one heard him. Rumble! Countless experts swarmed in. Dog God's expression changed drastically, and he quickly followed. In the surroundings, a large number of experts quickly fled in all directions. Not good. Everyone is rushing over. We have to report this to the sect leader quickly. Oh no, I have to report this to Master as soon as possible. The Holy King is too merciful, letting these rascals take the lead. The experts in all directions anxiously rushed in all directions to inform the ambitious and ruthless people. Meng Lingtian took a step and flew to another mountain peak not far away. At the peak of the mountain, there was a large number of people dressed in white standing there. Meng Lingtian? That's Yin Chuan? A man in white frowned. Meng Lingtian nodded. Have you informed the sect leader? Meng Lingtian asked worriedly. Yes, the sect leader will be here soon. Don't worry, a large number of female cultivators have entered for almost 2 years, but there is no result. It's not that easy to find a peerless divine weapon. The man in white shook his head. As soon as the dragon carriage entered the spiritual world, Yin Chuan discovered the mysteries of this world. This was a small world. The sky was high and the clouds were light. It was boundless. It was similar to the world of light in the Jilu Academy, but it was much more advanced than the world of light, because there was a bright moon in the sky of this world. There were countless stars. The mountains stretched as far as the eye could see, as if it was a real world. The creator of this world must be an ancestral immortal, and he must be extremely powerful even among the ancestral immortals. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Not far away, Meng Wenruo checked the surroundings for a while and quickly came over with a stone. Sage King, my humble wife and Rong Rong entered. I told them to leave clues if it was a small world. They should have gone to the south of the spiritual world. Meng Wenruo said, South? Then let's go. Yin Chuan nodded. Roar! The two dragons pulled the dragon carriage quickly towards the south. Countless experts rushed in. As soon as they entered, they immediately flew in all directions. After all, no one knew where the treasures were or what kind of treasures were inside. Everything depended on luck. Dugabatian broke through the tomb keepers, and countless experts entered in a line. Meng Ling Tian and the other disciples of the Eastern Tao Rite waited patiently. A day later, "Ancestor, it's him, it's him!" A soft shout suddenly came from afar. Meng Ling Tian turned his head and saw another group of experts in white flying over. There were 3 people in the lead. One of them was the one who suffered in the hands of Yin Chuan more than 3 months ago, Gonyang Ben Lei. A cultivator beside him kept pointing at Meng Ling Tian. "Ancestor, it's him. He was the one who spoke to Yin Chuan." The cultivator beside him pointed at Meng Ling Tian. "I'm Meng Ling Tian. Everyone, why are you surrounding us?" Meng Ling Tian frowned. Gonyang Ben Lei sneered. "You know Yin Chuan? So what?" Meng Ling Tian was puzzled. "What did Yin Chuan say to you earlier?" Gonyang Ben Lei said in a deep voice. "Why should I tell you?" Meng Ling Tian said in a deep voice. "Ha ha, why should I?" Gonyang Ben Lei sneered. "Everyone, we're disciples of the Eastern Tao Rite. We have never offended you. Please don't provoke us." An Eastern Tao Rite disciple said in a deep voice. "Ha ha, Eastern Tao Rite? Why haven't I heard of it? What is the Eastern Tao Rite?" Gonyang Ben Lei sneered. As he spoke, Gonyang Ben Lei released a powerful aura towards the disciples of the Eastern Tao Rite. "The Eastern Tao Rite is nothing. However, it's not your turn to bark." A soft voice came from the void behind them. "Buzz." The void trembled, and the pressure on Meng Ling Tian and the others was lifted. "Sect leader." "Greetings, sect leader." The disciples of the Eastern Tao Rite immediately bowed in excitement. "Sect leader?" Gonyang Ben Lei's face turned ugly. Turning their heads, the disciples of the Gonyang family looked behind them. They saw a white-robed man standing behind them. The man was extremely handsome, and his long black hair was tied up in a loose ponytail. He looked extremely free and unrestrained. His eyes were extremely spirited, as if they could see through everything in the world. Standing in the void, it was as if he had merged with the heavens and the earth. The experts did not feel it before. "The sun rises from the east. Only I am undefeatable. You're Dongfang Bai." A man beside Gonyang Ben Lei suddenly smiled. "Who are you? Why are you making things difficult for my disciple?" Dongfang Bai asked indifferently. "Gonyang Ben Hong, Gonyang Ben Tian, Gonyang Ben Lei." The 3 experts of the Gonyang family suddenly shouted. It was as if the person in front of them would be scared witless if they said the name of Gonyang. "Gonyang family? Ha, get lost." Dongfang Bai said with a trace of disgust in his eyes. Apparently, Dongfang Bai did not have a good impression of the Gonyang family. "What did you say?" Gonyang Ben Hong was instantly enraged. Dongfang Bai was insulting his family? "I said get lost immediately." Dongfang Bai narrowed his eyes. "You have less than 60,000 years of cultivation, and you dare to be presumptuous in front of me." Gonyang Ben Hong was instantly enraged. Taking a step forward, Gonyang Ben Hong stabbed his sword at Dongfang Bai. Dongfang Bai narrowed his eyes. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. Dongfang Bai moved his right hand. The moment his right hand moved, a piercing, murderous aura made Gonyang Ben Hong's hair stand on end. A death instinct instantly filled his body. Not good. Gonyang Ben Hong's face changed drastically. Because at that moment, Gonyang Ben Hong saw a ray of white light shooting towards him. The white light was so fast that he could not block it in time. He was a peak ancient immortal, but he could not resist at all. "Heavenly Tao, fuse!" Gonyang Ben Hong cried out in horror. Boom! A heaven Tao suddenly appeared, instantly connecting heaven and earth. At the same time, it wrapped around Gonyang Ben Hong. A powerful aura spread out in all directions. But at that moment, Dongfang Bai no longer looked at him and did not make a move. Because Gonyang Ben Hong, who was wrapped by the heaven Tao, had a gap from his head to his lower body. Blood was flowing out from the gap. Within the heaven Tao, Gonyang Ben Hong's eyes widened as his body was split in half. Boom! The heavenly Tao collapsed and dispersed. Gonyang Ben Tian and Gonyang Ben Lei trembled and did not dare to move. Dongfang Bai held a long sword in his hand. There was no trace of blood on the long sword, but everyone knew that it was this sword that split Gong Yang Ben Hong in half. Gong Yang Ben Hong shouted Dao combined, and the moment the Heaven Dao appeared, he was split in half. The trajectory of the sword could not be seen. Even the ancient immortals could not see it clearly. It was too fast. Dong Fangbu Bai's sword could not catch it. There were many experts around. Not long ago, they saw Dugu Baishan's sword. Although that sword was domineering, it was not as terrifying as Dong Fangbu Bai's sword, because you could not see his sword at all. Everything was over. Gong Yang Ben Tian and Gong Yang Ben Lei did not think of taking revenge for Gong Yang Ben Hong, because Dong Fangbu Bai's strength had made them lose all thoughts of resisting. Dong Fangbu Bai held the long sword with one hand and took out a handkerchief with the other hand. He wiped the long sword gently. Gong Yang family's blood? Filthy. Dong Fangbu Bai shook his head. The group of Gong Yang family disciples was stunned. No one dared to say anything. Go back and tell Gong Yang Zi, Gong Yang family disciples, don't appear in front of me again. If I see you again, I will kill you, Dong Fang Zhengpai said coldly. Gong Yang Ben Lei and Gong Yang Ben Tian's face twitched. Let's go, Dong Fangbu Bai shouted to his disciples. Yes, the disciples shouted excitedly. It was hard for them not to be excited by such a sect master. The sun rises from the east. Only I am undefeated. Chapter 1154. Spiritual World. Yin Chuan drove the dragon carriage, bringing Meng Rongrong, Wang Jian, and Miao south. However, they did not find Meng Rongrong and the rest. Sage King, perhaps they changed directions midway. Meng Wenruo frowned. Change directions? You said that goddess Ji Chen once said that women enter first and men enter later. 2 years later? Yin Chuan frowned. Yes, I can't figure it out either. What's the difference between men and women? Moreover, there's nothing normal in this world. Meng Wenruo shook her head. Then let's find the other female cultivators. Yin Chuan said. Yes. The dragon carriage went around, looking for female cultivators. However, after a few days, there was no sign of any female cultivators. The female cultivators disappeared. I remember that there were at least tens of thousands of female cultivators in the past year. Why are they all gone? Meng Wenruo said in surprise. Stop! Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. Roar! The two dragons stopped abruptly. Yin Chuan looked up at the sky. The moon was still hanging high in the sky. It's been so many days. The full moon has been hanging high in the sky. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes at the moon in the sky. Wang Jian stared and said, Indeed, Sage King. There's something wrong with the moon. In the outside world, the sun star is full. Unless the heavenly dog eats the sun star is always full. However, the moon star is different. The moon star is deficient. The moon will waver. However, we've been here for many days, and the moon has been full. Something's wrong. Roar! The 7 fiends suddenly shouted. Sage King, the moon isn't shining moonlight. Instead, it's burning hot. The 7 fiends immediately tried to curry favor. Roar! Dragon Fifth looked at the 7 fiends with disdain. The 7 fiends rolled their eyes at Dragon Fifth. You're an idiot. You still can't figure out the situation. This silver moon isn't the moon. It's the sun that's been corroded by evil energy. Yin Chuan's expression changed. The sun? Meng Wenruo frowned and looked at the sky in surprise. Let's go to the sun. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! The 2 dragons replied. Just as everyone was responding, a loud explosion came from the north. Boom! A loud sound rang out, causing the earth to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Something happened in the north? Miao asked in surprise. Yin Chuan looked to the north and shook his head. To the sun. Roar! The 2 dragons responded and pulled the dragon carriage towards the sun. For 10 days in a row, Yin Chuan's group flew rapidly towards the sky. The sun hung there, not moving at all. Soon it would arrive. He stopped in the distance. The group of people stared at this scene in shock. The sun was golden in color, but there were many transparent figures flying around the sun. The figures were blue and black in color, and they were rapidly circling the sun. There were so many figures. Heavenly demon? Meng Wenruo's expression changed. Whoa! Roar! Boom! The countless heavenly demons let out horrifying roars as they quickly circled the sun. There were so many of them that when the people below looked at the sun, it appeared silver. Roar! One of the heavenly demons seemed to have discovered Yin Chuan's group and charged at Yin Chuan's group. Roar! Heavenly Demon King! The 7 evil spirits cried out and tried to retreat. However, in the next instant, the heavenly demon seemed to be sucked back to the sun. Then it circled the sun wildly. Heavenly demons? Why are there them here? Meng Wenruo exclaimed. Heavenly demons bewitch cultivators. Furthermore, many of these heavenly demons are actually heavenly demon kings. Heavenly demon kings are even more bewitching. In fact, there are billions of them in front. Wang Jian said, heavenly demons are afraid of the sun. To think that they are circling the sun? Are they not afraid of the sun burning them? Yin Chuan asked with a frown. He looked inside through some cracks. Indeed, countless heavenly demons were burned to ashes by the sun. However, the heavenly demons seemed to be endless. They appeared strangely from the void. There was no end to the heavenly demons. The strange scene made Yin Chuan frown slightly. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the dragon carriage. It was a slightly stooped old man. The old man was transparent and somewhat resembled the heavenly demons. However, he did not cry out ferociously like the heavenly demons. Instead, he looked at everyone kindly. Another guest is here. Ha! Greetings. The old man bowed slightly to Yin Chuan's group. Who are you? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. You can call me Benevolence, old man. I'm a servant who watches over the Inspiration Hall for Goddess Shichen. It's been almost 1,000,000 years. There are so many people here this time. The old man smiled. Inspiration Hall? Rumor has it that there are 500 heavenly Tao inspirations inside. Meng Wenruo was surprised. Yes, the Inspiration Hall is nearby. If you're interested, you can follow me. There are already many friends gathered there. The old man smiled. Meng Wenruo looked at Yin Chuan. Benevolence, old man? Haha, why haven't I heard of you before? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Before coming, Yin Chuan had read a lot of information about the Inspiration Weave. He knew that there was an Inspiration Hall that had disappeared. However, he had never heard of Benevolence, old man. I'm just a servant who watches over the Inspiration Hall. How could anyone have heard of a servant? Haha, everyone, do you want to go? Benevolence, old man smiled. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. Then follow me. Benevolence, old man led the way. The group quickly circled around the huge sun and arrived at the top of the sun. There was a planet at the top. Benevolence, old man led Yin Chuan's group and went straight to the planet. The journey was peaceful. However, Yin Chuan noticed something unusual. There were some heavenly demon kings around the sun. These powerful heavenly demon kings had some intelligence. They glanced at Benevolence, old man from afar, and their eyes were filled with fear. Fear? Yin Chuan looked at Benevolence, old man, solemnly. Ding, 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 ding. Not far from the planet, they could hear a lot of zither music. Zither music? Meng Wenruo was delighted. The dragon carriage flew away with the group. Benevolence, old man turned into a stream of light and rushed to a huge mountain in the distance. The huge mountain was cut in half to form a huge plaza. On the plaza, thousands of women were sitting. These women were all practicing zither music. Around them, there were many mountains. Similarly, there were many women gathered. They were waiting patiently. Rong Rong. Meng Wenruo was delighted. On the plaza, Meng Wenruo saw the woman playing the zither in the distance. One of them was Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong closed her eyes and seemed to be immersed in the zither music. When Yin Chuan saw Meng Rongrong, his serious face showed a relaxed smile. He looked at the surrounding mountains. At this moment, many women were waiting patiently. At the same time, there were also some men. Apparently, they were also knowledgeable people. Yin Chuan recognized one of them. It was Dugu Batian who defeated Dogod that day and was the first to rush in. Dugu Batian occupied an entire mountain by himself. When he saw Yin Chuan and the others, he raised his eyebrows slightly. However, he focused on the thousands of women playing the zither in the plaza again. Yin Chuan stopped at the top of a mountain. Soon, a woman in red flew over. It was Meng Wenruo's wife, Su Sanyang. "Greetings, Sage King." Su Sanyang bowed respectfully. "Sanyang, why are you here?" Meng Wenruo asked curiously. "More than a year ago, we went around the spiritual sense realm for more than 10 days and met Old Man Bai Shan. He was the one who led us here." Su Sanyang said. "Oh." Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. He looked at Old Man Bai Shan in the plaza. Old Man Bai Shan can split into many bodies and go to different places. Su Sanyang explained. "What are they doing?" Yin Chuan pointed at the thousands of women playing the zither. Old Man Bai Shan's zither Dao is very strong. He is teaching everyone more and more zither Dao. I tried to learn it, but I couldn't keep up with their rhythm, so I stopped. Su Sanyang explained. "Learn the zither?" Meng Wenruo asked curiously. "Yes." Old Man Bai Shan said that only those who have reached the heaven-shaking realm in zither Dao can get a pass to enter the spiritual sense palace. Moreover, Old Man Bai Shan is teaching everyone the zither with sincerity. He is teaching them some unprecedented zither Dao, so they are willing to learn. Su Sanyang explained. "Pass? Pass to enter the spiritual sense palace?" Yin Chuan was surprised. Su Sanyang nodded. "These people who came later didn't disturb us." Su Sanyang pointed at Dugu Batian and the others. "Then why didn't Old Man Bai Shan play the zither himself?" Yin Chuan was puzzled. Old Man Bai Shan doesn't have a physical body. He looks more like a projection. He can't play the zither. He can only give guidance. Su Sanyang said. "Oh." Yin Chuan was even more puzzled. He looked at Old Man Bai Shan, who was teaching everyone the zither. Old Man Bai Shan suddenly stopped everyone. "I think you all understand that it is difficult for you to improve your zither skills in a short time. Please stop and let this female cultivator continue to learn the zither. What do you think? You can watch from the side. How much you can learn will depend on your luck." Old Man Bai Shan said politely. The thousands of women stood up and bowed respectfully to Old Man Bai Shan. "Thank you for your guidance." "No problem, hee hee." Old Man Bai Shan laughed. The women flew to the mountains in all directions. Only Meng Rongrong stayed. Yin Chuan's expression was serious. Countless cultivators were also staring at them. Old Man Bai Shan looked kindly at Meng Rongrong and said, "Cultivator, you are the person with the strongest comprehension of zither Dao I have ever seen. Thank you for your guidance." Meng Rongrong said politely. "Haha, this is your good fortune. I won't say much. Zither Dao moves the heavens. You are still lacking a bit. I will teach you the Taishang Inspiration chapter. This was created by a friend of mine in the past. He lost a bet to me. How many years has it been? I wonder if he is still alive." "Hee hee." Old Man Bai Shan laughed. "Thank you," Meng Rongrong said gratefully. Old Man Bai Shan waved his hand. Golden words appeared in the void. As soon as the words appeared, countless fragrances appeared. Traces of solemn aura were emitted. Countless cultivators quickly recorded these words. Only a true zither Dao genius can understand this. Taishang Inspiration Chapter. Cultivator, quickly read it. Old Man Bai Shan laughed. "Yes." Meng Rongrong, quickly read it. Not far away, Yin Chuan squinted his eyes. Taishang Inspiration Chapter? Wasn't this created by one of the 3 clear sages of the Great Thousand World? Taishang made a bet with Old Man Bai Shan, and he lost. Was this Old Man Bai Shan really just a guard of the Spiritual Perception Palace? Chapter 1155. Exalted Inspiration. Everyone could feel the profoundness of the technique. Dragon Fifth's eyes flashed with excitement. The 7 demons beside him also felt the same. This Old Man Bai Shan is indeed a good person. What a profound technique. He actually made it public. Dragon Fifth nodded. It was rare for the two of them to have the same opinion. Everyone silently noted it down, including Dugobatian, who was far away. Just this one piece alone made everyone feel that this trip was not in vain. Yin Chuan stared at Old Man Baishan. Old Man Baishan looked at Meng Rongrong with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Fellow Taoist, I see that your comprehension of the zither is very high. You will definitely be able to comprehend it. Move the heavens with your zither, and you will not have another chance in 15 days. You must comprehend it. Old Man Baishan said. 15 days? Meng Rongrong asked curiously. Yes, within 15 days. Move the heavens with your zither, and the heavens and earth will grant you a certificate to enter the spiritual senses hall. After 15 days, you will not have another chance. So you must be quick. Old Man Baishan said. Meng Rongrong's eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity, but she finally nodded. Old Man Baishan stood at the side with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. 15 days? Yin Chuan squinted his eyes. According to Goddess Ji Chen's request, men could only enter this world after 15 days? Goddess Ji Chen's request seemed to make all men miss the chance to enter the spiritual senses hall. Why? Isn't this Goddess Ji Chen's training ground? Why did she have to make it so complicated? Meng Rongrong's comprehension of the zither was indeed high. In just 5 days, her zither had already reached an extremely high level. Under the sound of the zither, the surroundings lit up and celestial music floated in the air. Countless celestial cranes circled the area. Countless cultivators were intoxicated by the sound of the zither. Not enough, not enough. Old Man Baishan's eyes flashed with anxiety. Fellow Taoist, the exalted inspiration was created by the exalted in remembrance of his beloved. The zither contains infinite love. Do you have a lover? Think of him playing the zither. Old Man Baishan explained patiently. True love. Meng Rongrong closed her eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind. It was a figure that Meng Rongrong loved and hated. Ding, 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 dong, dong, dong. The sound of the guqin suddenly became lingering. In an instant, the sound of the guqin seemed to be filled with infinite beauty. Many female shioja suddenly became intoxicated, closing their eyes to feel the emotional fluctuations at this moment. The sound of the zither affected the emotions of most people. In the distance, Dugobatian had been listening with great appreciation, but his expression suddenly changed. He immediately formed a barrier around himself to block the sound. At the same time, Dugobatian looked at Meng Rongrong in shock. Emotions? The sound of the zither could control people's emotions? If he were to lose control of his emotions in battle, wouldn't he be done for? The sound of the zither lingered on. Roar! Roar! Under the sound of the zither, countless sky demons around the sun were suddenly attracted. They seemed to be intoxicated by the sound of Meng Rongrong's zither and flew towards Meng Rongrong. The group of sky demons came. Old Man Baishan turned his head and looked at the group of sky demons. Ooh! Countless sky demons suddenly woke up and looked at Old Man Baishan in horror. They immediately fled towards the sun. Many people did not care, but Yin Chuan clearly saw this scene. This Old Man Baishan was not simple. Rumble! Finally, the sky and earth changed. Above Meng Rongrong's head, countless seven-colored clouds suddenly appeared. The seven-colored clouds became more and more, and the multicolored light shone down on Meng Rongrong, who was bathed in the center. The zither moves the heavens, auspicious signs descend. Old Man Baishan said excitedly. Boom! Suddenly, a golden light rushed towards Meng Rongrong, interrupting Meng Rongrong's zither playing. A golden light ball stopped in front of Meng Rongrong. Ding! The zither stopped. This is... Meng Rongrong was surprised. Around them, countless experts looked at them anxiously. Boom! Under the auspicious light, a vast golden palace suddenly appeared not far away. The palace was majestic, tens of thousands of feet tall. On top of the palace, there was a huge plaque. Inspiration Palace. Someone read out in surprise. Inspiration Palace. This is the Inspiration Palace? At the same time, Everyone was surprised to find that this inspiration palace was illusory. It was as if it was transparent. The door of the palace opened, but they could not see inside. Inspiration Palace. Someone shouted in surprise and quickly rushed towards the Inspiration Palace. Who? With a pounce, he pounced on empty air. What's going on? Is this just a projection? How can this be a projection? Where is the Inspiration Palace? Countless cultivators, who had pounced on nothing, immediately shouted in surprise. However, most of them suddenly looked at the golden light ball in front of Meng Rongrong. The pass to enter the Inspiration Palace? Duga Batian squinted his eyes. In the distance, Meng Rongrong reached out to grab the golden light ball. When she touched it, she screamed, "Ah!" Meng Rongrong retracted her hand in pain. Eh! The surrounding cultivators, who were about to rush up to snatch it, paused. Whoosh! Yin Chuan immediately approached and looked at Old Man by Shan with a sharp gaze. You! Meng Rongrong shouted in surprise when she saw Yin Chuan. Meng Rongrong had been immersed in the zither these days and did not notice Yin Chuan's arrival. Yin Chuan's sudden appearance caused Meng Rongrong to lose her head out of fear. Old Man by Shan, what is this? Why does Meng Rongrong's divine soul hurt when she touches it? Yin Chuan looked coldly at Old Man by Shan. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that it was not the pass? It's none of your business. Meng Rongrong suddenly shouted. Yin Chuan ignored her and looked coldly at Old Man by Shan. Meng Rongrong, who was at the side, pouted like a little wife who had been bullied. Old Man by Shan smiled bitterly and said, "This is the pass to enter the Inspiration Palace. However, this fellow cultivator is a woman, and it is inconvenient for her to take it." Oh, everyone was puzzled. In the Inspiration Palace, the 500 heavenly Tao's Tao guides correspond to the heavenly Tao of Yang. This pass is pure Yang and female is Yin. Therefore, this pass will repel and burn the divine soul. If a man takes it, this will not happen. Old Man by Shan explained. Pure Yang pass. Everyone was confused. Only men can enter the Inspiration Palace. Women can't enter? Goddess Ji Qin's request in the past was not to let people in. Why? I hid something from you. Women can't enter the Inspiration Palace. I'm sorry. Old Man by Shan smiled bitterly at Meng Rongrong. No, Senior, you don't have to say that. I have to thank you. Because of you, I was able to learn the Inspiration chapter. Meng Rongrong said immediately. All the female cultivators nodded. Although they could not enter, they had gained a lot. Although you can't enter, you can give the pass to others and let them enter. Old Man by Shan said. Meng Rongrong's expression changed, and she suddenly looked at Yin Chuan. Fellow cultivator, I'm willing to exchange an ancient immortal weapon for your pass. Fellow cultivator, I'm willing to exchange 3 ancient immortal weapons for your pass. Fellow cultivator. Suddenly, the voices of the cultivators came from all around. Fellow cultivator, I'm a disciple of the Dugu family. Give me your pass, and the Dugu family will give you an ancestral immortal weapon. Duga Batian suddenly said. Ancestral immortal weapon? The expressions of the experts in the surroundings were complicated. Old Man by Shan did not say anything and stood aside. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Here you are. Meng Rongrong did not look at the others and handed the pass to Yin Chuan. It was as if she did not hear what the others said. Yin Chuan stared at Meng Rongrong, and a trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes. Didn't you hear what I said? Duga Baishan's eyes were filled with anger. He was angered by Meng Rongrong's casual expression. Yin Chuan and Meng Rongrong ignored him. From now on, you and I don't owe each other anything. Meng Rongrong bit her lips and said, Don't owe each other anything? Really? Yin Chuan shook his head and said. Meng Rongrong's face turned pale. She looked at Yin Chuan, and her heart was filled with both love and hate. She felt so sad. Don't think too much. Let time prove it, Yin Chuan said gently. Meng Rongrong nodded. Yin Chuan reached out and grabbed the golden pass. In the distance, Dugu Baishan's expression changed and said, Stop. Xing. A purple sword light pierced towards Yin Chuan. Wang Jian's blood-red sword light collided with it. Boom! The void shook violently. Wang Jian's sword blocked Dugabatian. Dugabatian's face darkened. Take another step, and I won't be polite. Wang Jian said coldly. Sword? My Dugu family is the #1 sword art in the world. At the same time, no ancient immortal is my opponent. Dugabatian shouted coldly. As he spoke, Dugabatian slashed at Wang Jin again. Sword River. Above the void, a huge sword light suddenly appeared, accompanied by rolling sword chi, tilted towards Wang Jian. Killing wave. The rolling blood-red sword chi rushed towards Dugubatian's sword river. Rumble. In an instant, the two of them started fighting. The void storm raged, and for a moment, sand and stones flew. The two of them seemed to have considered the spiritual perception palace under their feet and deliberately avoided it. Boom, boom, boom. As Dugabatian and Wang Jian fought, 3 heavenly Dao suddenly appeared and surrounded Yin Chuan's group. 3 Dao gods? Meng Wenruo's face darkened. The 3 experts each had a heavenly Dao. At this moment, they were staring at the pass, and at the same time, they seemed to be afraid of each other and did not give way to each other. In the distance, Wang Jian and Dugabatian were both experts in the sword, and it was difficult to determine the winner. What a fierce killing intent, Dugabatian said in a low voice. Wang Jian's killing intent surged towards Dugabatian, and the powerful Dugabatian was suppressed and forced to retreat. Impossible. No one in the same realm as me is a match for my sword skills. Dugabatian's sword. Dugabatian suddenly turned to the river. 9 huge sword lights suddenly appeared around Dugabatian, and the purple sword chi storm suddenly increased by 10 times and suppressed Wang Jian. There were 3 other Dao gods in the surroundings who were ready to make a move. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold, and he did not want to delay any longer. World suppressing. A huge coffin fell from the sky and pressed towards Dugabatian. Boom! The void seemed to be squashed, and Dugabatian's 9 purple sword lights suddenly exploded. Boom! The world-suppressing coffin smashed Dugabatian into the star. A huge pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Whoosh! The huge coffin suddenly flew towards Yin Chuan's palm. At the huge pit, Dugabatian was lying on the ground, and his body was covered in blood. Despicable person, you sneak attacked me, Dugabatian shouted weakly. As he spoke, Dugabatian did not dare to stay any longer. He weakly grabbed his sword and fled in a direction. How unlucky! Dugabatian never thought that there would be a day when he would be defeated and flee. He was so direct. He was Dugabatian. The 3 Dao gods surrounding Yin Chuan paused. They originally wanted to snatch the proof, but they hesitated. What a disgrace to the Dugu clan! Yin Chuan did not chase after them. Roar! Roar! The 2 huge dragons suddenly stepped forward, and 2 heavenly Dao appeared. The 3 Dao gods surrounding Yin Chuan changed their expressions. Impossible! These 2 dragons are Dao gods. Someone exclaimed. Dao gods pulling the chariot? Dugabatian has killed several Dao gods, but he was defeated by 1 strike? Exclamations came from all around. The 3 Dao gods were petrified for a while, and they immediately dispersed their heavenly Dao. The 2 dragons also dispersed their heavenly Dao. At this time, no one dared to snatch the proof anymore. Baishan Elder smiled slightly, and a wisp of wisdom flashed in his eyes. Meow, what is the Dugu clan? What the hell? Meow said disdainfully. Yin Chuan looked at the spiritual senses palace not far away. Meow, wait for me outside. Yin Chuan said to Meow, who was on his shoulder. Meow, Yin Chuan, I also want to go in. I want to feel something I want. Meow whispered to Yin Chuan. Oh. Yin Chuan looked at Meow curiously. Meow nodded. I will go in first, and then I will summon you. Yin Chuan said. Meow. Meow nodded happily. I'm going in. Yin Chuan said to Meng Rongrong. In. Meng Rongrong nodded. Yin Chuan looked at Baishan Elder again. Yin Chuan understood that Baishan Elder was not as amiable as he looked on the surface. However, Yin Chuan must enter the spiritual senses palace. Protect Rong Rong, Yin Chuan said to everyone. Yes, Wang Jian answered. Yin Chuan grabbed the proof and squeezed it lightly. Wang! The proof suddenly merged with Yin Chuan's body. Immediately, Yin Chuan's body emitted a dazzling golden light. The moment the golden light covered his body, Yin Chuan felt that the surroundings were not normal. It was as if there was a different space in front of him, and there was a space barrier that prevented people from touching it. However, when the golden light entered his body, Yin Chuan touched the space barrier. He walked forward and stepped into the different space. A majestic palace appeared in front of Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stepped into the palace. Boom! Everyone watched as the doors to the palace slammed shut the moment Yin Chuan entered. Not far away, Bai Shan Elder's eyes flashed. At the same time, he clenched his fists tightly, as if he was very excited. That little girl Jichen also wants to stop it? This is fate. How can you stop it? Take the Tao guidance inside. Bai Shan Elder's face revealed a trace of excitement. At this time, rings of light appeared under Miao's feet. Her figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. She was summoned into the spiritual senses palace by Yin Chuan. Chapter 1156. Inside the Spiritual Perception Palace. Yin Chuan stood quietly in the center of the hall. Miao was suddenly summoned and appeared on Yin Chuan's shoulder. Miao! Miao looked around in surprise. This was a majestic hall that was tens of thousands of feet tall. There were 500 huge pillars in the hall. The pillar emitted an extremely beautiful radiance. The top of the hall was like a starry sky, with countless stars faintly visible. However, the bottom of the hall was pitch black, like the entrance to a huge black hole. Within the black hole, there seemed to be an extremely evil aura that was being sucked in by the 500 pillars. 500 heavenly Tao's Tao induction gather in one place? Is this the main hub of the world of inspiration? Yin Chuan's expression changed. These pillars are Tao guides? Miao asked curiously. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and said, the spiritual perception realm was created by a certain great divine ability. It replicated the 500 heavenly Taos of the outside world to form a realm of its own. As long as this realm is broken, the 500 heavenly Taos replicas will disperse. Miao? 500 copies of the heavenly Tao? Create a world of its own? How did you know? Miao asked in surprise. Because I've opened one before. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Miao? You must be bragging. Miao looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Yin Chuan gently shook his head. Looking at the 500 Tao inducements, Yin Chuan pondered for a moment and said, the Tao inducements here can trigger 500 heavenly Tao replicas. If I take them, the spiritual perception realm will have a flaw. Miao. But I have a feeling that these Tao inducements are prepared for me. Miao turned its head and asked curiously. Then take it. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Tao induction is not the heavenly Tao. After collecting it, it will take an extremely long time and countless opportunities to deduce the heavenly Tao. Others need a long time, but you perhaps. Yin Chuan looked at Miao with a strange expression. Perhaps what? Miao was confused. It's nothing. I've found a Tao inducement that I want. Wait for me to collect it. Then you can collect the others. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Okay. Miao nodded. As soon as Yin Chuan entered the main hall, the cyan heavenly Tao in his shunting acupoint began to tremble incessantly. He guided Yin Chuan to a green pillar not far away. That was the Tao guidance that Yin Chuan needed. Fortunately, Yin Chuan had found it. He walked up to the pillar. Yin Chuan reached out to touch it. Whoosh! The azure heavenly Tao in his shunting acupoint suddenly produced a suction force that sucked the pillar in. The green pillar suddenly disappeared. Rumble. Yin Chuan stood still in the main hall. In his shunting acupoint, the cyan heavenly Tao was trembling incessantly. As it trembled, the countless cracks on the heavenly Tao were slowly mending and recovering. I needed to deduce for a while. You go and collect the others. Yin Chuan said. Meow. Meow excitedly jumped toward the Tao guidance. In the outside world, countless experts stared at the spiritual perception palace. They didn't know what benefits Yin Chuan had obtained after entering. Behind the crowd, Old Man Baishan was also clenching his fists. Collect it, collect it, collect it. Old Man Baishan's eyes were filled with anxiety. The moment Yin Chuan extracted the Cyan Tao guidance. Boom! A loud sound suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. The loud sound reverberated through the entire spiritual perception world. Countless cultivators suddenly looked at the sky in astonishment. They didn't know where the thunder came from. Old Man Baishan was ecstatic. I finally collected it. This world's heavenly Tao has finally become a rootless duckweed. A part of the 500 heavenly Tao that merged into one was finally separated. 1.5 million years. 1.5 million years. Old Man Baishan was so ecstatic that he was about to cry. Along with this loud bang, a loud sound was heard. Not far away, the sun that was surrounded by countless heavenly demons suddenly let out a loud sound. Boom! Many people turned their heads to look, only to see that a crack had appeared on the vast sun. A crack can appear on the sun? Countless cultivators were surprised. Old Man Baishan looked at the crack, and his eyes flashed with surprise. The head of the 1,000 suns, the Cyan Heavenly Tao. This person is really lucky. The first Tao guidance to be collected is the Cyan Heavenly Tao. Among the 3,000 Heavenly Tao, the Cyan Heavenly Tao is one of the most difficult to comprehend. Back then, that bitch Shuan Miao was only able to mobilize this Heavenly Tao because of special reason. Old Man Baishan was surprised, but it was quickly replaced by excitement. As Miao collected the Tao guidance, more and more thunderous sounds were heard. Boom, 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 boom. Loud sounds were heard. Above the sun not far away, more and more cracks appeared. Old Man Baishan was ecstatic. This person is really greedy. She actually wants to collect all the Tao guidance. Who do you think you are? A sage? Even a sage can't comprehend all of them. Haha, collect it, collect it. 500 heavenly Tao clones gathered together. Now that they're scattered by your attacks, there are more and more flaws in this world. Ha ha ha. Old Man Baishan's face revealed a sinister expression. No one would have thought that the originally kind Old Man Baishan's face was now distorted and sinister. A strong resentment was emitted from his face. Old Man Baishan looked at the huge sun and the countless cracks above it. Old Man Baishan's eyes revealed a sinister expression. Suddenly, he drew a line in the sky. Boom! In the void, a huge crack appeared. On the other side of the crack, endless heavenly demons gathered. Come out quickly! Old Man Baishan shouted into the crack. Boom! Endless heavenly demons rolled out from all directions. The surrounding cultivators' faces suddenly changed. Old Man Baishan stared at the heavenly demons. Gradually, the countless heavenly demons scattered in all directions. Slowly, a figure wearing a black robe appeared. This was also a heavenly demon. However, it looked much more solid. It emitted a strong aura. Countless heavenly demons bowed respectfully to this black-robed figure. Blackthorn Heavenly Demon God, under your command, destroy the sun. The sun has collapsed. Destroy it for me. Old Man Baishan revealed a sinister expression. Yes, the black-robed figure replied. Then, under his command, the rolling heavenly demons rushed towards the sun. They rushed towards the cracks in the sun, as if they were risking their lives to perish together. Boom! The sun emitted a series of explosions. However, the heavenly demons did not hesitate and rushed forward without any regard for their lives. Around the sun, more and more heavenly demons gathered. They rolled towards the sun. The surrounding cultivators were also taken care of by the heavenly demons. Countless heavenly demons rushed towards the crowd. Old Man Baishan turned his head and glanced at the spiritual perception palace. He revealed a trace of an excited smile. Then, he turned into a stream of light and shot towards the spiritual perception realm below. The sun was ultimately too far away from the ground. Countless cultivators on the ground below heard the loud sounds. Although they noticed that there was a problem, they did not know what the problem was. What they saw in the sky was still the bright moon. However, with the continuous loud sounds, the moon seemed to be dimming. 10 days later, at the entrance of the spiritual perception realm, whoosh, whoosh, figures came in from the outside world. More and more cultivators rushed in. At the entrance, there were also many people waiting. A white-robed man entered. Immediately, a black-robed man rushed up. "Master, quickly we found it. The peerless godly weapon has appeared. Also, we found Goddess Ji Qin's grave. Quickly." The black-robed man shouted excitedly. The white-robed man's eyes lit up. "Is that so? Where is it?" "North, north." Many people went there. Many strong cultivators went there. However, the peerless godly weapon is too strong. No one got it. "Master, we still have a chance," the black-robed man said excitedly. Good, let's go," the white-robed man said excitedly. At this moment, Old Man Baishan appeared at the entrance of the spiritual perception realm. This was a huge black hole. The black hole led to the outside world. Old Man Baishan smiled coldly. "Shua miao, you bitch. It's useless. Ha ha ha. Everything has its own destiny." As he spoke, he waved his hand. Suddenly, at the entrance, countless sky demons appeared and quickly occupied the entrance. "What?" someone suddenly exclaimed. Just as that person exclaimed, a sky demon rushed into that man's body. "Wong." The man trembled and stopped moving. "Master, what happened to you?" someone at the side exclaimed. Sky demon entered the body. "Not good, it's a sky demon. Let's go." "No, I have to wait for my master." "It's useless. It depends on your master's will. If your master's will can block the sky demon, then it's fine. If not, what if he can't block it?" Just as the two of them were anxious, the man who was invaded by the sky demon suddenly bled from his 7 orifices and fell to the ground. "Master, don't go. Let's go. Your master is dead. The sky demon has confused his mind. Your master's soul must have scattered. What a terrifying sky demon. They have condensed into a physical body. Let's go. If not, we'll die." Countless sky demons appeared. Everyone fled in panic. Old Man Baishan smiled and said, "Look carefully. You can only enter and not leave." "Ah!" "Roar!" the group of sky fiends kept shouting. Old Man Baishan smiled. Then, he followed the cultivators to the north. North, where Goddess Ji Qin's tomb was. 10 days ago, high in the sky, thousands of sky demons devoured the sun. Countless sky demons sacrificed their lives to perish together with the sun. At the same time, countless heavenly demons were heading towards the countless cultivators on the star. Roar! The sky demons rushed over. "Oh, not good. Run. Help. Oh no." The sky demons did not have a physical body. Weapons and treasures could not even touch their bodies. Even the protective chi of the cultivators could not stop the sky demons. In an instant, countless cultivators were attacked. More cultivators fled in panic. Wang Jian, Meng Rongrong, Meng Wenruo, and the others' faces changed. Dragon Fifth and the 7 fiends' eyes were also filled with fear. Roar! Dragon Fifth was anxious. "Damn it, there are so many sky demons and sky demon gods. I don't want to die. I'm still a virgin." 7 demons said in despair. Chapter 1157. Hall of Inspiration. Yin Xuan stood in the center of the hall and deduced the green heavenly Tao according to the Tao induction. The Tao induction only contained a rough outline of the heavenly Tao. However, the heavenly Tao was not just an outline. It contained endless laws and rules. The heaven-devouring Tao scripture was already at the 8th level. The heavenly Tao had a rough shape, but it was still lacking. There were countless cracks. These were the incomplete laws and laws. What Yin Xuan was doing now was to make up for them perfectly. Those who mended the heavens were blessed by the heavenly Tao. Every mender was a Tao god. a Tao god who understood the heavenly Tao the best. The height Yin Chuan reached in his previous life had already determined Yin Chuan's ability. Deducing? For others, it might take a long time. However, for Yin Chuan, who had already completed half of the heavenly Tao, it did not take long. Boom! Boom! Around Yin Chuan, layers and layers of green light surged. In the Heavens Hall Meridian, the cracks in the green, heavenly Tao were recovering rapidly. The cracks were decreasing. The green light around Yin Chuan was also increasing. Meow. Meow had already collected all the Tao induction. At this moment, it looked at Yin Chuan tiredly, as if it was really tired. Its eyes were drowsy. Then, it curled up and fell asleep at Yin Chuan's feet. Rumble. Waves of green light burst out from Yin Chuan's body. 1 day, 10 days, 1 month. Finally, 1 month later. Boom! Yin Chuan's Heavens Hall Meridian suddenly burst out with thousands of green lights. The green lights instantly lit up the entire hall. Yin Chuan's aura seemed to have become much more sacred. In the outside world, there was a sudden explosion. Then, rays of light shot up to the sky from all directions. Celestial music floated in the air. Countless figures of divine beasts and immortal birds danced in the sky. There were countless auspicious signs. All the cultivators in the world looked up at the sky. East Sea Dragon Palace. A group of dragon kings saw the celestial phenomenon and flew towards the Crystal Palace. Outside the Crystal Palace, the Dragon Emperor looked up at the sky. An auspicious sign descending from the heavens. A celebration for the whole world. Someone else added another heavenly Tao. The Dragon Emperor took a deep breath. West Outer Continent. Great Zhou Heavenly Court, Taiji Palace. Wu Zhao, who was wearing a dragon robe, was in the middle of a court meeting. Suddenly, the world rumbled. Wu Jiong flung his sleeves and looked at the sky with a glint in his eyes. Then, his pupils turned golden. In his golden eyes, Wu Jiong saw a green illusion of the heavenly way slowly appear. As soon as the cyan heavenly Tao appeared, hundreds of heavenly Taos appeared. The leader of the 1,000 suns? Qing Tian Dao. Wu Jiong narrowed his eyes. Middle Heaven Continent, outside hall. Zhao Afong raised his head to look at the sky. With a stretch of his hand, a wheel appeared in front of him. Zhao Afong quickly calculated. After calculating for a while, Zhao Afong suddenly revealed an excited smile. Qing Tian Dao, husband, you succeeded. Zhao Afong said excitedly. In the 9 continents of the mortal realm and the 6 continents of the netherworld, countless powerhouses looked up at the sky. Yin Chuan was in the Inspiration Palace. At this moment, he was surrounded by merit that came out of nowhere. Endless merit poured into Yin Chuan's glabella. With the successful mending of the heavens, all the heavenly Taos generously bestowed a large amount of merit to Yin Chuan. Buzz! Yin Chuan opened his eyes. 2 beams of light appeared in his eyes. The heaven-devouring Tao scripture has finally been perfected. Qing Tian Dao, the leader of the 1,000 suns? Unfortunately, mending the heavens cannot break through the shackles of the ancestral immortals. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Oh! Yin Chuan looked at his feet. Meow curled up at his feet and fell asleep. With a smile, Yin Chuan picked up Meow and walked to the entrance of the Inspiration Palace. Outside the Inspiration Palace, ding 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 dong 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 dong, the sound of a zither echoed. Meng Rongrong's zither continued to play. Nearly 10,000 cultivators surrounded the dragon carriage. Outside, there were many corpses on ground. More and more heavenly demons surrounded them, making the surroundings impenetrable. Fortunately, Meng Rongrong's Zither Dao was powerful. Waves of sound techniques were released, and countless heavenly demons immediately turned against them. They blocked the advance of countless heavenly demons. However, there were too many heavenly demons. The circle around them was getting smaller and smaller. Meng Rongrong's forehead was sweating, as if she could not hold on any longer. The 7 fiends, Dragon Fifth, and 3 other Tao gods quickly supported the heavenly Taos. They blocked the heavenly demons' advance. We can't. Sage King, come out. The 7 fiends cried out anxiously. Rumble. The Zither's resistance against the heavenly demons was getting weaker and weaker. In other words, the heavenly demons were getting stronger and stronger. Boom! There was a loud bang from the distant sun, and more cracks appeared. The originally scorching sun seemed to have dimmed a lot in an instant. Standing in the void, the Blackthorn Fiend Celestial looked at the sun coldly. Well done. Continue. Destroy the sun of this world. The Blackthorn Fiend Celestial said in a deep voice. With that, the Blackthorn Fiend Celestial suddenly looked at the people in front of the Inspiration Palace who were resisting. Whoosh! The Blackthorn Fiend Celestial arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Wang Jian dashed forward instantly. Boom! Around Wang Jian, billowing murderous aura erupted. The blood-red murderous aura surged towards the heavenly demons, and countless heavenly demons retreated. The Blackthorn Fiend Celestial looked at Wang Jian and was silent for a while. Murderous aura, I feel that your power is incompatible with this world. Because of this incompatibility, you are unable to unleash your power perfectly? Wang Jian looked coldly at the Blackthorn Fiend Celestial and said, The laws of heaven and earth are in conflict with me, but my murderous aura will not be in conflict. The heavenly demon of the weakest world? Do you want to try? The weakest world? Haha. Everyone thinks that this world is the weakest world. However, who would know that this is the first world to be born in Wuji? Young man, you are still too young. The Blackthorn Fiend Celestial said in a deep voice. Young man? Ha ha. Wang Jian laughed disdainfully. One day you'll understand. Your murderous aura is indeed ruthless, and you might really be able to hurt me. It is not that I am afraid of you, but I have more important things to do. This time, I will spare your lives. The Blackthorn Fiend Celestial said indifferently. After speaking, the Blackthorn Fiend Celestial waved his hand. Boom! Countless heavenly demons immediately scattered in all directions. Countless cultivators' faces relaxed as a feeling of escaping death filled their bodies. All of them laughed excitedly. Spare our lives? Who dares to be so arrogant? Suddenly, a cold shout came from behind Wang Jian. Huh? Everyone looked over and saw that the Hall of Inspiration had opened. Yin Chuan walked out slowly with a sleeping kitten in one hand. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as he looked coldly at the Blackthorn Fiend Celestial. Greetings to the Sage King, Wang Jian and Meng Wenruo said respectfully. The Blackthorn Fiend Celestial also turned to look at Yin Chuan. Clearly, he was surprised by the sudden appearance of this hothead. The surrounding cultivators' hearts were in their throats. They hoped that Yin Chuan would not anger the Blackthorn Fiend Celestial. However, why would Yin Chuan care about other people's thoughts? He took a step forward, and a powerful aura slowly pressed towards the heavenly demon. Do you want to die? The Blackthorn Fiend Celestial asked coldly. It's not that I want to die. It's you who wants to die. You, who are neither human nor ghost, are qualified to say that you will spare my life? Yin Chuan said coldly. Humph. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Blackthorn Fiend Celestial shouted. With a wave of his hand, the surging heavenly demons suddenly charged towards Yin Chuan. This time, there were more than 10 million of them. The surroundings were instantly dyed black by these heavenly demons. The horrifying heavenly demons charged towards Yin Chuan. Meng Rongrong's expression changed. No. However, it was too late to play the zither. Under the control of the heavenly demon, the heavenly demons were several times faster. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Yin Chuan. However, Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. Green heavenly Tao, Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Wang. From Yin Chuan's body, a green heavenly Tao suddenly appeared and spread in all directions. Once the green heavenly Tao appeared, endless heat rushed towards the heavenly demons. Ah! Roar! The heavenly demons that were touched by the green heavenly Tao were incinerated. In an instant, 10 million heavenly demons were incinerated. The green heavenly Tao was still spreading to the outside world. As it spread, all the heavenly demons that came into contact with it were incinerated. The extreme yang qi was many times more intense than the yang qi of the sun not far away. Oh no! The heavenly demon suddenly shouted. Boom! The heavenly Tao exploded at an extremely terrifying speed. In an instant, it swept across countless stars in all directions. With this spread, more than 90% of the heavenly demons were incinerated. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn was the focus of attention. He was suddenly knocked back more than 30,000 meters. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn stabilized himself. However, his arms were trembling violently. He looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Yin Chuan stood in front of everyone. At this moment, all the cultivators looked at Yin Chuan in shock. It can't be, right? Everyone could not resist the heavenly demons. Why did these heavenly demons look like ashes in front of Yin Chuan? Green heavenly Tao, the head of the thousand suns, wasn't it destroyed? The heavenly demon god Blackthorn shouted in horror. I do not reject the heavenly demons. However, as a heavenly demon, you must be clear about your position. The heavenly demons are just tools for cultivators to prove their Tao hearts. You can't do whatever you want in the world. The heavenly demon world is where you belong. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn fell silent. Let's go, Yin Chuan said to everyone. Everyone nodded. Although Meng Rongrong was a little conflicted, she still boarded Yin Chuan's dragon carriage. Let's go, Wang Jian shouted. The dragon carriage carried Yin Chuan and his group and left quickly. When the other cultivators saw that Yin Chuan and his group were leaving, they immediately followed behind. They did not dare to stay. The surrounding cultivators left in a blink of an eye. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn silently watched Yin Chuan and his group leave. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn clenched his fists tightly. The heavenly demon world is where we belong? Ha ha! Without the heavenly demon world, how could you exist? Humph. This world should belong to the heavenly demon world. The leader of the thousand suns? But the blazing sky demon? One day, I will beg the Lord to bestow the green heavenly Tao to me. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn said coldly. Roar! Ah! The surrounding heavenly demons slowly gathered. What are you looking at? Continue to destroy the sun. Go! The heavenly demon god Blackthorn shouted coldly. Countless heavenly demons immediately turned around and flew toward the sun in fear. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn turned around and commanded the countless heavenly demons to perish together with the sun. Chapter 1158. Jinlong Dominion, Great Ju Sacred Court, Royal Palace. Sage Monarch Pang Tianhe met a group of men in green. Greetings, seniors. It's my honor to have 5 Tao gods in my humble abode, Pang Tianhe said with a smile. The group of men in green nodded. The Azure Divine Monarch has instructed us to kill Bai Ditian. Where is he? The leader of the group, a man in green, asked. Pang Tianhe smiled faintly and said, Tao gods, it must have been tough for you to come all the way here. Rest for a while. I will send people to investigate quickly. Investigate quickly? Didn't you send a letter saying that you knew where Bai Ditian was? The leader of the group asked. Pang Tianhe smiled apologetically and said, Yes, I do know that Bai Ditian is in the Great Ju Sacred Court. However, I do not know where exactly. Seniors, the Azure Divine Monarch has requested to kill Bai Ditian, and I naturally do not dare to delay. However, if we rush over recklessly and scare Bai Ditian away, we will not be able to answer to the Azure Divine Monarch. The group of men in green thought for a while and nodded. After all, according to the information that Pang Tianhe had sent, Bai Ditian's strength was not ordinary. Although Bai Ditian could not defeat them, he might be able to escape. Everyone, please wait for a few days. After I have investigated everything, we will kill Bai Ditian. With 5 Tao gods, even if Bai Ditian is extremely powerful, he will not be able to escape death. Pang Tianhe said with a smile. Yes, everyone nodded in agreement. I have arranged the best environment for everyone. Everyone, please, Pang Tianhe said with a smile. The group of formidable martial artists nodded. After making the arrangements, Pang Tianhe returned to the study alone. The Azure Divine Monarch only wants to kill by Ditian? Since he has sent 5 Tao gods, how can I not make good use of them? It is a pity that Yin Chuan's whereabouts have been unknown during this period. Pang Tianhe's expression darkened. Spiritual perception domain. The dragon carriage quickly headed towards the ground. 10 days later, the dragon carriage reached the ground. The cultivators following behind also gradually dispersed. Perhaps they cannot keep up with Yin Chuan and disappeared. On the dragon carriage, Miao was still asleep. Wang Jian, Meng Wenruo, and Su Sanyang stood outside. Yin Chuan and Meng Rongrong were standing in the hall. Come back with me, Yin Chuan said softly. Meng Rongrong shook her head and said, Didn't you say so? Let time prove that I'm not ready. Yin Chuan looked deeply at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong lowered her head, not daring to look into Yin Chuan's eyes. She retreated slightly. Sigh. Yin Chuan sighed softly. Hearing Yin Chuan's sigh, Meng Rongrong felt as if her heart was being squeezed. She bit her lip. This is the last time. The next time we meet, you must come back with me, Yin Chuan suddenly said with a solemn expression. Yin Chuan was not good at talking about love. It was not that Yin Chuan did not understand love, but Yin Chuan's love was more restrained. You're so domineering. Meng Rongrong pouted slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. I'm not domineering, but I'm worried about you wandering outside. Yin Chuan shook his head. Because he was worried? Meng Rongrong's previous resentment disappeared by half. She no longer refuted. Holy King, we're here. Wang Jian's voice came from outside the hall. Yin Chuan frowned slightly. Quang. The door of the hall opened with a bang. Wang Jian, Meng Wenruo, and Su Sanyang stood respectfully outside the hall. Wenruo, you and your wife will stay in Huanan continent for the time being, Yin Chuan said. Yes. Meng Wenruo immediately understood. She looked at Meng Rongrong and did not say anything in the end. Wang Jian, you will escort Meng Wenruo, Meng Rongrong, and Su Sanyang to the Eastern Territory. Come back when you're done. Yin Chuan looked at Wang Jian. Yes, Wang Jian replied. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. She had mixed feelings for a moment. Yin Chuan had thought everything through. This inexplicable feeling made Meng Rongrong's nose ache. At this moment, Meng Rongrong wanted to throw everything away and throw herself into Yin Chuan's arms. The resentment in her heart seemed to fade as Yin Chuan made arrangements again and again. Take care, Yin Chuan said gently. Okay. Meng Rongrong bit her lip and nodded. The two of them walked out of the hall. This was the entrance to the spiritual perception realm. However, at this moment, there were countless demons flying around the entrance of the spiritual perception realm. Roar! Countless demons surrounded the spiritual perception realm. They saw the dragon carriage from afar. Boom! Thousands of heavenly demons charged at them. Yin Chuan stared. Buzz! A cyan heavenly Tao rushed over. Whoosh! More than half of the demons at the entrance of the spiritual perception realm were burned. For a moment, the other demons looked at Yin Chuan and the others in fear. Has Old Man Baishan been here? Meng Wenruo frowned. Old Man Baishan, this person looks extraordinary. Something big might happen in the spiritual perception realm. You guys go first, Yin Chuan said to Meng Rongrong. Then what about you? Meng Rongrong asked worriedly. Me? In this spiritual perception realm, I am indebted to goddess Ji Chun. I might not stop other things, but I will protect her corpse. I will not let those ungrateful people taint her corpse, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Okay, be careful. Meng Rongrong nodded. Yin Chuan watched as Wang Jian led the others out of the spiritual perception realm. In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan was the only one left on the dragon carriage. The surrounding demons were afraid of Yin Chuan and did not dare to come forward. On the ground, More heavenly demons slowly emerged and blocked the entrance to the spiritual perception world. Old Man by Sean, using demons to block the entrance, only allowing entry and not exit. Yin Chuan frowned and thought, Holy King, Holy King. The 7 fiends suddenly shouted. Yin Chuan looked at the 7 fiends. Holy King, look at the corpses on the ground that were killed by the demons. They have all turned into dried corpses. The 7 fiends shouted. Yin Chuan also noticed the 7 fiends shout. The corpses on the ground seemed to have had their blood sucked out, but there were no wounds on their bodies. It's the suction force from the ground. Holy King, I am a nether dragon, so I am more sensitive to the power of darkness. There is an evil force under the ground that incites the demons to suck out the blood of the corpses at the same time. The 7 fiends immediately said, Under the ground? The power of darkness? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly. It's the eviling force. However, it's still a far cry from the Holy King's way of the heavens. Holy King, I'm not bragging, but you're the strongest Taoist god I've ever seen. No one can compare to you. The 7 demons flattered. Dragon first looked at them with disdain. Disdain my ass. Are all the dragon kings from the East Sea Dragon Palace stupid? The 7 fiends looked at Dragon Fifth with disdain. Dragon Fifth was furious when he heard the 7 fiends criticizing the East Sea Dragon Palace. He pounced on the 7 fiends. The 7 fiends did not want to be outdone. The sound came from the north last time. Fly north, Yin Chuan said calmly. The 2 dragons immediately stopped fighting and obediently pulled the carriage towards the north. Yin Chuan ignored the 2 dragons. As the 2 dragons flew, they slandered each other. Along the way, Yin Chuan saw many dried corpses. Their blood was being sucked out by the ground. The number of demons on the ground seemed to be increasing. However, after flying for a few days, they could no longer see any demons. It was as if the demons in this area were all gone. Rumble. In the mountains in the distance, there were rumbling sounds. Looking from afar, endless light shot into the sky. Hurry, Yin Chuan said. The 2 dragons immediately pounced. In the blink of an eye, they were close. There were huge mountains in the surroundings. At the peak of each mountain, there were 5 forces. Yin Chuan immediately saw Meng Lingtian and the others. They were obviously disciples of the Easter Training Hall. The leader was an extremely handsome man in white. Yin Chuan noticed his fierce aura from afar. Yin Chuan looked over. The man seemed to have sensed something and looked over. Dongfang Booby? Yin Chuan's expression changed. In the distance, Dongfang Booby saw Yin Chuan and instantly reacted. Obviously, his disciple had described him. When he saw Yin Chuan, Dongfang Booby nodded slightly. After all, Dongfang Booby and Li Si were familiar with each other. Yin Chuan nodded and turned to look at the other mountains. The experts on the other 4 mountains looked at Yin Chuan and stared at the valley. In the valley, it was a sea of vines. Endless vines swam quickly and covered the entire sea of vines. From the gaps in the sea of vines, rays of light rushed out. It was as if the sea of vines had trapped countless experts inside. Wow! The sea of vines churned. Suddenly, a huge green monster emerged from the sea of vines. Vine demon? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Wasn't this sea of vines the appearance of the vine demon in the past? And that green monster, wasn't it the original body of the vine demon? Vine demon of the exceptional godly weapon, 7th. He had already given it to his son. Why was it here? Was Yin Dong in here too? Yin Chuan's face darkened. Suddenly, he saw the words on the vine demon. Vine demon of the exceptional godly weapon, 6th. 6th? Not 7th? Yin Chuan was slightly shocked. All along, Yin Chuan thought that there were a series of exceptional godly weapons, and the vine demon was only 7th. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. 7th wasn't the order of the exceptional godly weapons, but the number of the vine demon. There was more than one vine demon in this world. There were at least 7. Wow. The vine demon quickly twisted countless vines, stirring up the experts inside. Heavenly way. Heavenly way. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. About 10 heavenly ways shot up from the center of the sea of vines, but the vine demons still trapped all the Tao gods below. Exceptional godly weapon? It is indeed an exceptional godly weapon. 10 Tao gods are trapped under it. Qisha exclaimed. Wow! The vine demon shouted arrogantly. On the surrounding mountains, including Dongfang Bubi, the 5 exceptional godly weapons didn't interfere. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from inside the Sea of Vines. All Tao gods hold the Sea of Vines. I will break it. Okay. Shouts came from inside the Sea of Vines. Heavenly Sword of Dugu. A loud roar came. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 9 huge sword forces rushed out from the Sea of Vines. The sword forces shot up into the sky, tearing the air and the wind. In an instant, it was like a big explosion, cutting down countless giant vines. In an instant, with the 9 sword forces as the center, billions of sword chi burst out like a blooming sword lotus. Suddenly, the vine demon's vines were shattered. Wow! The vine demon cried out in pain. Chapter 1159. Why? The vine demon was torn apart by the billions of sword chi below, instantly exploding into billions of fragments. The peerless divine weapon instantly shattered. Boom! Countless fragments exploded in all directions. The scenery under the Sea of Vines was completely exposed. A huge golden palace. In front of the palace stood Dog God and Old Man by Sean. Old Man by Sean controlled tens of thousands of sky demons and blocked the outside world with Dog God. On the ground, thousands of corpses were strewn everywhere. At this moment, close to 10,000 cultivators surrounded the two and the palace in circles. 9 of them had heavenly Daos behind them, and each of them had their own heavenly Daos. Countless experts held their swords and stared at the golden palace. The palace had the words, "Evil Suppressing Golden Palace" on it. Roar! Dog God roared in grief. Without Goddess Ji Chun, you wouldn't be here today. Ungrateful things. Do you really want to dig up Goddess Ji Chen's grave? Leaving Goddess Ji Chen's corpse in the wilderness? Today, you dare to touch Goddess Ji Chen's corpse. In the future, you will be hunted down by the world. Roar! Dog God roared in grief. Dog God, everything is fated. Sigh. Old Man by Sean's side. Senior, thank you. Without you, my companions, and I wouldn't be able to hold on until now. Everyone else is dead, but I will hold on until the end to protect Goddess Ji Chen's last breath of peace. Dog God thanked Old Man by Sean. Ji Chen saved the world. How can I not come when there are evil people digging up her grave? The treasure in the evil suppressing golden palace is the hope Goddess Ji Chen left for the world. How can I let these evil people have their way? Old Man by Sean said hatefully. Treasure? The hope of the world? The eyes of all the cultivators surrounding the evil suppressing golden palace lit up. There are no treasures in the evil suppressing golden palace. Only Goddess Ji Chen's corpse. Dog God frowned. Is that so? Seems like my information was wrong. There is only Goddess Ji Chen's corpse inside. No matter what, I will help you. These evil people don't even think about tainting Goddess Ji Chen. Old Man by Shan shouted. But Old Man by Shan's words seemed to make things worse. The 10,000 cultivators around didn't believe him. They looked at the evil, suppressing golden palace with anticipation. Dog God looked anxious. Dog God, Goddess Ji Chen must have taught you how to control the evil suppression golden palace. Use it to maximize its defense. Unless everyone attacks at the same time, no one will be able to break through the golden palace. I will use the heavenly demons to disrupt them. Old Man by Shan shouted. All right, Dog God replied. He then stepped onto the golden palace. His hands glowed with golden light as he touched the roof of the golden palace. Buzz! The evil suppressing golden palace suddenly emitted a bright golden light. This was the last line of defense. On the other hand, Old Man by Shan summoned more and more heavenly demons. 100,000, a million, densely packed together. Senior, no matter what the outcome is, Dog God will never forget. Dog God shouted. Old Man by Sean nodded. However, the 10,000 cultivators in the surroundings looked at each other, and their eyes gradually turned cold. The evil-suppressing old man said that as long as they attacked together, they would be able to break open the Golden Palace. For a moment, all of them were looking forward to it. On the top of the 6 mountain peaks, Yin Chuan and the experts of the 5 forces raised their eyebrows at the same time. Bai Shan Old Man was not helping Dog God at all. Dog God, be careful of Old Man Bai Shan. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and shouted. Dog God looked up. Humph! He snorted coldly and ignored Yin Chuan, as if he thought that Yin Chuan was also a gravedigger. In the distance, Old Man Bai Shan looked at Yin Chuan with a meaningful look. Ah! Suddenly, Meng Lingtian's scream came from behind Dongfang Bubi. Everyone looked over. They saw that one of the fragments of the vine demon that were scattered all over the sky had fallen on Meng Lingtian's head. This fragment was still emitting a faint green light like a seed. The vine demon? The vine demon was not destroyed. It was beaten to its original form. The peerless divine weapon is still here. As long as it is nourished, the peerless divine weapon can be restored to its peak. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were excited. Everyone had seen the power of the peerless divine weapon with their own eyes. Although Dog God and another Dao God canceled each other out, there were still 8 Dao Gods and nearly 10,000 cultivators. Even Duga Batian. How could a peerless divine weapon trap so many experts? Wasn't this a precious treasure? Many people's attention shifted to the vine demon. Seeing this, Old Man Bai Shan's face darkened. He immediately said, Dog God, it seems like these people don't want the things in the evil-suppressing Golden Palace. That's great. Hearing Old Man Bai Shan's words, everyone's face changed again. They all turned to look. Duga Batian took a step forward and shouted, I was the one who destroyed the vine demon, so this seed is also mine. I will not interfere with the things in the evil-suppressing Golden Palace. Huh? Many experts' faces darkened. What? You don't agree? Humph! If I say it's mine, then it's mine. If anyone dares to snatch it from me, I will fight to the death with him. Duga Batian said hatefully. Duga Batian's roar made everyone's face sink. Obviously, Duga Batian was notorious. Everyone turned to look at the Golden Palace. Duga Batian, however, took a step forward and rushed toward Meng Lingtian. Swish! Duga Batian suddenly appeared in front of Meng Lingtian. Brat, give me the vine demon, Duga Batian said coldly. A powerful aura rushed toward Dongfang Bubi and the others, causing a storm to rise. Meng Lingtian's face darkened. Secmaster, this is a vine demon bestowed by heaven. Please deal with it. Meng Lingtian respectfully handed it over to Dongfang Bubi. Dongfang Bubi said indifferently, since it's a vine demon bestowed to you, you should keep it. Ah, Meng Lingtian said in shock. This sect master naturally hasn't reached the level of snatching treasures from disciples. Keep it well. Dongfang Bubi said indifferently. Yes, thank you, sect master. Meng Lingtian immediately shouted excitedly. But Duga Batian's eyes were cold. Humph, do you think you can take this sovereign's things? Duga Batian said coldly. Dongfang Bubi looked at Duga Batian and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This cold light was like a sword intent that rushed toward Duga Batian. This sword intent wasn't vast, but it was filled with a sinister aura. Duga Batian had never seen such a sinister aura before. Scram! Dongfang Bubi said coldly. Ha ha, you want to scram? You're courting death. Duga Batian shouted angrily. Boom! A powerful sword intent slashed toward Dongfang Bubi. The powerful sword intent pounced like a ferocious tiger and stabbed toward Dongfang Bubi's forehead. Dongfang Bubi narrowed his eyes and a cold light shot out from them. With Dongfang Bubi as the center, the void around him shook violently. A white light shot toward Duga Batian. Boom! Dugabation's sword in tin exploded. His entire body froze in the air. There was a hole in his forehead. Hiss! The experts on the surrounding peaks all felt their hearts skip a beat. Many people didn't see what happened, but it was already over. All they saw was a white light. White light. Many people didn't understand, but Yin Chuan saw it. What a fast sword. The sword is unconventional, but it's extremely fast. This isn't the orthodox sword Dao, but the unorthodox sword Dao. But the unorthodox sword Dao is actually so fast. Fast? Yin Chuan exclaimed. In the air, Dugu Baishan's sword pierced through his forehead. His tenacious vitality left him on the verge of death. No, I have the Dugu heavenly sword, and I haven't used the purple firmament sword technique. I have countless shocking sword techniques, Dugu Batian said with difficulty. Dugu Batian knew that it was over, but the unwillingness in his heart made him resentful. I only use one sword to kill, Dongfang Bubi said coldly. On the other side, countless experts attacked the evil suppression Golden Palace at the same time. More than 10,000 experts attacked with heavenly energy, divine swords, and heavenly sabers. Dog God, activate the Golden Palace with all your might. Old Man Baishan shouted. Okay. Dog God quickly activated the Golden Palace. The evil suppression Golden Palace instantly erupted with billions of golden light. It exploded with the strongest power and defensive power to block everything. Heavenly demons, go! Old Man Baishan shouted. While all the experts were worried, the countless heavenly demons suddenly rushed toward the Dog God. Boom! Tens of thousands of heavenly demons entered his body. Dog God's soul was instantly impacted. Dog God trembled, and the power he used to control the Golden Palace suddenly became chaotic. The evil suppression Golden Palace, which was originally shining with billions of golden light, instantly dimmed. Its strongest defense was instantly removed. Boom! At this moment, countless forces crashed into the evil suppression Golden Palace. Boom! The tremendous force sent the Dog God flying. Around the evil suppression Golden Palace, the powerful force caused the void to shake, and nothing could be seen clearly. Dog God screamed in pain. Bam! Suddenly, a hand caught Dog God. It was Yin Chuan who caught Dog God. At the same time, the power of the Azure Heavenly Path surged into Dog God's body. Bam! Countless heavenly demons were instantly incinerated. Dog God instantly came to his senses. But he was most worried about the evil suppression Golden Palace. No! Dog God shouted in shock. But it was all too late. Everyone's attack had severely damaged the Golden Palace, which had the weakest defense. Rumble. The ground cracked. Wisps of black evil energy were emitted from the ground. Nearly 10,000 cultivators looked over and saw countless cracks on the Golden Palace. The door of the Golden Palace was blasted open. Everyone saw the interior. Inside, there was only a coffin, a huge coffin. There was nothing else. Nothing was there. There were no treasures. Is that really the corpse of goddess Ji Chen? Someone exclaimed. No, we have been tricked. That Baishan old man, that old man. Everyone looked at Baishan old man. Dog God looked at Baishan old man angrily. Traitor, you lied to me, Dog God pounced on Baishan old man. Whoosh, but he missed. Baishan old man was just a projection, not a real body. Ha 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 ha, I lied to you. Not only you, but your companions were also killed by me using heavenly demons to distract them. Ha ha, the evil suppression Golden Palace is finally broken. Finally broken, ha ha. Baishan old man's face suddenly became ferocious. Traitor, traitor, Dog God roared in grief. Wong. Above the countless cracks in the evil suppression Golden Palace, a huge projection slowly appeared. Slowly, the projection condensed into a form. A human head with a snake body. Goddess Ji Chun. Yan Chuan's expression changed. Not far away, Dugu Baishan's corpse fell to the ground. Dongfang Bubi also stared at Goddess Ji Chun. Almost everyone looked at Goddess Ji Chun. Goddess Ji Chen's projection slowly appeared. The evil suppression golden palace is finally broken, sigh. Goddess Ji Chen's projection sighed. Goddess, is that you? Is that you? Dog God suddenly ran in front of Goddess Ji Chen. Dog God, you are still here. I'm just a remnant thought of Goddess Ji Chen. I am attached to the corpse of the goddess. When the corpse was disturbed, I woke up. Goddess Ji Chen said, It's them, goddess, it's them. Those traitors, they dug up your tomb. We couldn't stop them. Dog God cried. Around them, the nearly 10,000 experts who attacked the evil suppression golden palace had ugly expressions. Not only did they end up empty-handed, they also had to face Goddess Ji Chen's blame. Sigh. Goddess Ji Chen sighed. At this moment, Yinchuan also noticed that the people of the 5 factions who didn't participate in the battle were also sighing. Although they entered the spiritual world, they didn't make a move. That was because the 5 factions still respected Goddess Ji Chen. But the nearly 10,000 cultivators in the valley were a different story. Ha ha ha, little girl Ji Chen, do you still recognize me? Old man Baishan was in a good mood. 100 evil, old demon? Congratulations, you're finally going to escape. Goddess Ji Chen sighed. 100 evil, old demon? Yinchuan raised his eyebrows. Old man Baishan, 100 evil, old demon? Ha ha, spiritual world, it's been 1.5 million years. Do you know how it feels to be poisoned for 1.5 million years? That bitch Shuan Miao used 500 extreme, young, heavenly Tao clones to form a spiritual world to poison me? You're just a guard, just a guard? Old man Baishan roared. You're just a guard, yet you spent such a price to build the evil suppression golden palace? But it's still broken, it's still broken. I'm going to come out, and everyone who hurt me will pay the price. Roar. 100 evil, old demon roared with a ferocious expression. The heavens are dead, and the heavenly Tao has collapsed. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. You won't be able to take revenge. Goddess Ji Chen's virtual image shook her head. Even if it's dead, I'll still whip its corpse. I'll whip the corpse of everyone who hurt me, including you. I'll grind your bones to dust. Roar, 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 roar. 100 evil, old demon roared. From the cracks in the ground, countless heavenly demons rushed to the sky. Following 100 evil, old demons' hand, they rushed towards the golden palace. Crash! The golden palace, which was already in ruins, collapsed. Goddess Ji Chen's final remnant will looked at 100 evil, old demon one last time. 100 evil, old demon. I hope you cherish the world and the people. Goddess Ji Chen's remnant will slowly fade away. Boom! At that moment, a loud explosion sounded. Above the starry sky, the dim moon exploded with a loud bang. Vaguely, everyone saw the heavenly Tao appear one after another. Boom! A heavenly Tao exploded with a loud bang, causing the entire world to shake. Not good. The spiritual world is about to collapse. Someone shouted. Countless heavenly demons rushed towards Goddess Ji Chen's coffin. No, roar. Dog God rushed over. But there were too many heavenly demons, and Dog God was instantly invaded. Suddenly, Yinchuan appeared beside Goddess Ji Chen's coffin. He grabbed the coffin and Dog God and appeared on the dragon carriage. Let's go, Yinchuan ordered. Roar, roar. 2 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage towards the outside world. The spiritual world collapsed, and cracks appeared in the void. The dragon carriage instantly entered the cracks and exited the spiritual world. At this moment, countless experts were fleeing in panic from all directions. The heavenly Tao of the spiritual world exploded one after another, and the world became unstable. On the ground, black gas rushed into the sky. Billions of heavenly demons rushed out and charged towards the countless cultivators. 100 evil, old demons' virtual image had already disappeared. But deep within the cracks, 100 evil, old demons' voice sounded. Roar, I'm finally out. Blood, I want endless blood. 100 evil, old demons' voice came from the depths of the earth. Countless cultivators were killed by the heavenly demons. Their blood was instantly sucked into the depths of the earth. Rumble. Outside the spiritual world, the entire spiritual weave suddenly experienced a huge earthquake. Cracks appeared in the entire spiritual weave. Countless experts rushed over from the outside world and looked around in fear. An extremely evil aura was emitted from the depths of the earth. "I, 100 evil old demon, am finally out." Roar. The loud roar echoed throughout the entire spiritual weave. Chapter 1160. Outside the Afflatus Dominion. Yin Xuan, Dongfeng Bubi, Gongyang Benlei, and countless other experts were standing on the surface of the ocean, looking at the Afflatus Dominion. Endless black gas filled the air, causing the Afflatus Dominion's land to crack. Billowing malevolent aura filled the sky as heavenly demons surged out. Countless cultivators were instantly struck and quickly fell to the ground. Once they died, their blood was immediately extracted. The providence and merit of the sacred halls and dojos in the Afflatus Dominion were forcefully extracted. "Ah, Shuamiao, you bastard. You sealed me for 5 million years, but you still let me out in the end." Evil old demon's arrogant voice rang out. "To celebrate the birth of this old demon, all living beings of the Afflatus Dominion, offer your blood." "Ha ha!" Evil old demon laughed maniacally. "This old demon is an ancestral immortal? An ancestral immortal stronger than goddess Zhichen?" Dog God, who was in human form, trembled. Countless experts were present, but none of them dared to charge in. "Vile spawn, how dare you!" Suddenly, there was a loud roar in the void. Following the roar, the sky above the Afflatus Dominion shone brightly, and a vast heavenly might descended from the sky. Amidst the heavenly might, Yin Xuan saw a huge white pillar that went straight into the depths of the Afflatus Dominion. Boom! The pillar slammed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Countless plum blossoms spread out in all directions. Wherever the plum blossoms went, the malevolent aura dissipated. However, there was too much malevolent aura. For a moment, the plum blossoms and malevolent aura clashed. "Plum blossoms? It's Sage Sheeman." Dog God was overjoyed. "Sage." Yin Xuan's expression turned serious. "Yes, Sage Sheeman is here. This evil old demon is doomed. He's a sage, the strongest existence in the world." Dog God clenched his fists excitedly, looking at the vast Afflatus Dominion. Yin Xuan had mixed feelings for a moment. "Return." Yin Xuan called to the two dragons. "Roar! Roar!" 7 fiends and Dragon Fifth immediately gave a long howl, then turned and flew towards the east. Evil old demon's world was a dominion. And, with the arrival of a sage was there. It would be a pity not to watch such a scene. However, since Yin Xuan had given the order, the two dragons could only helplessly fly towards the east with hidden bitterness. "Leave? Why?" Dog God was shocked. Yin Xuan shook his head. "A battle between saints? Huh." Yin Xuan felt bitter in his heart. Now that his cultivation was too low, what was the point of looking at it? He had to recover to the ancestral immortal level as soon as possible. Yin Xuan felt uncomfortable as he drove back to the imperial court. As for the battle between the saints that countless cultivators were fighting to watch, Yin Xuan was not interested in it at all. No matter how strong his power was, could it compare to his own body? He had to find a way to dispel the ancestral immortal's restrictions as soon as possible. Seeing Yin Xuan insist on leaving, the dog god stopped arguing. "I'm a dog god. Thank you for saving my life twice. May I know your name?" Dog god asked. "Yin Xuan of the Great Perfection Holy Court." Yin Xuan nodded. "Yin Di? Previously, I was stupid and was deceived by 100 evil old demon. My benefactor suggested it, but I insisted on doing it, causing Goddess Shichen's evil-suppressing golden palace to fail. If not for Yin Di, Goddess Shichen's corpse would have." Dog God said with regret. "Shichen? After all, she is the benefactor of the world, so I can't ignore her. Moreover, also benefited from her this time. Since the tomb has been destroyed, let's move it to my Jinlong territory. With me here, no one can touch Zhichen's tomb, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Dog God opened his mouth and wanted to ask for Goddess Zhichen's coffin, but when he thought of his previous mistakes, he was too ashamed to ask for Goddess Zhichen's coffin. For a moment, Dog God was dejected. Dog God, what are your plans for the future? Yin Chuan asked. I don't know, Dog God said bitterly. Return to Jinlong territory with me and continue to guard Goddess Zhichen's tomb. Don't let any rascals come near it. At the same time, invite all the cultivators in the world to pay respects to Goddess Zhichen. Regain the gratitude of the world. Yin Chuan said. Hearing Yin Chuan's words, Dog God's eyes lit up. Okay, thank you, Yindi. Dog God said emotionally. Dog God's biggest dream was to guard Goddess Zhichen's tomb. Now, continuing to guard it was the best home for Dog God. Goddess Zhichen has been dead for almost 1,000,000 years, right? Are you also trapped in the ancient immortal realm? Yin Chuan looked at Dog God. Dog God smiled bitterly and said, in the spiritual world, I have no chance of becoming an ancestral immortal. Oh, Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. No chance? What do you mean no chance? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Yindi, you don't know the way to become an ancestral immortal? Dog God said in surprise. When Dog God said that, Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with joy. Roar! The 7 fiends who were pulling the chariot also shouted excitedly. The 7 fiends had been waiting for 20,000 years without finding a way. Could it be that Dog God knew the way? You don't know? Can you tell me? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Dog God was slightly stunned and said, It's not impossible. It's not a secret. You don't think it's a secret, but there are very few cultivators in the world who know about it. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Oh, I understand. Dog God's expression changed. Yin Chuan looked at Dog God, and the 7 fiends who were pulling the chariot also pricked up their ears to listen. It's indeed impossible for anyone in the world to become an ancestral immortal. However, I heard from Goddess Zhichen that when heaven died, its last remnant will gather all the ancestral immortals in the world to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao and placed a curse on all living beings in the world, the curse of blood. Dog God said. Curse of blood? Yin Chuan was puzzled. Yes, the curse of blood states that all living beings born in this world have a fixed number of ancestral immortals. Only by killing the ancestral immortals can one become an ancestral immortal. Dog God said. Oh, this is a curse on the fate of all living beings. Only when you kill an ancestral immortal can your curse be lifted. Of course, they're extremely lucky people. If an ancestral immortal kills an ancestral immortal, one dead will be replaced by another. However, this requires great luck for the ancient immortal to encounter it. Dog God explained. Yin Chuan did not pay attention to the latter part of the sentence. However, the first part of the sentence made Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. In other words, it's not luck. There's a curse of blood on my fate. As long as I kill an ancestral immortal, the curse will be lifted. I can break through to the ancestral immortal realm. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Killing an ancestral immortal as an ancient immortal. If you succeed, the ancient immortal will definitely become a peerless hero. When he becomes an ancestral immortal, he will definitely become a fierce ancestral immortal. Our world, the weakest world, has already collapsed. Heaven also knows how weak the weakest world is, so it thought of this method. In order to strengthen itself and prevent all living beings in the world from being completely destroyed, it placed this curse. It's to change the ancestral immortals of this world. Dog God nodded affirmatively. Although the curse of blood is too vicious, it makes each generation of ancestral immortals stronger than the previous. What a tragic curse. Yin Chuan nodded his head. Roar! Dragon Fifth let out a cry of surprise. An ancient immortal killing an ancestral immortal? Are you kidding? They're not even on the same level. The 7 fiends exclaimed. Roar! Dragon Fifth nodded. Understand now. No wonder the world has never heard of the curse of blood. The ancestral immortal must have deliberately kept it a secret. Which ancestral immortal would be foolish enough to say that killing himself would make him an ancestral immortal? The seven fiends were enlightened. Yin Emperor, ancestral immortals are not easy to kill. It's too difficult. Even now, I don't have the confidence to do it. Dog God said. Yin Chuan smiled. The gloominess he felt from not being able to interfere in the battle between Hundred Fiend and the saints instantly dissipated. Just because you don't have the confidence doesn't mean I don't either. No matter what, this information of yours is extremely useful to me and Great Jun. Yin Chuan thanks you. Yin Chuan said solemnly. This is nothing. Dog God said blankly. Ha! To me, this information is more important than mending the heavenly Tao. Yin Chuan laughed loudly. Yin Chuan was in a good mood, but the seven fiends pulling the carriage in front were conflicted. After waiting for 20,000 years, they actually received such a ridiculous piece of news. Kill an ancestral immortal? What a joke. How could an ancient immortal defeat an ancestral immortal? An ancestral immortal could easily defeat 100 of you. True Dragon Domain. Great Jin Holy Court, Xianyang. At this moment, Great Jun was operating as usual. But at this moment, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared in the south of Xianyang. They were all dressed in green and flying high in the sky. There were 21 figures in total, and one of them was the leader. Azure Sky Blazing Sun Formation. The leader of the group, a man dressed in green, said, "Yes." The 20 subordinates shouted in unison. Whoosh! They quickly surrounded Xianyang and flew up. Who is it? The guards of Great Jun immediately shouted. However, the 20 subordinates were already in position. Formation rise! The leader in green in the south shouted. Boom! A heavenly Tao suddenly shot up from the north. Boom! 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 To the east, south, and west, a huge heavenly Tao emerged from each of them. Boom! 4 heavenly Tao suddenly surrounded the entire Xianyang. Buzz! The 4 heavenly Tao burst out with dazzling light at the same time. Then, as if they were connected, the 4 heavenly Tao connected together to form a huge square heavenly Tao wall that surrounded the entire Xianyang. Million Dragons Formation. Sufu's voice suddenly came from Xianyang. Roar! Roar! Dragon roars came from the ground. The formation rose from all directions of Xianyang. It defended against the attacks of the heavenly Tao outside. All the green and green got into formation. Only their leader remained in the sky. He coldly looked at the skyward palace inside the Million Dragons formation. A large number of officials quickly gathered. Lu Buwei flung his sleeves and glared. For Tao gods? They were sent by the Great Extinction Holy Court. Tao gods setting up a formation. This is going to be troublesome. This is a formation set up with heavenly Tao. Yifeng said in a low voice. Lu Buwei looked at the sky and said coldly, "Oomph. When we were playing with heavenly Tao, these guys were still playing with mud. Minister Lu, look at that person." Meng Tian pointed at the leader in green in the sky. The leader in green reached out and gathered a portion of heavenly Tao in each direction. In his hand, 4 heavenly Taos gathered, forming a huge 4-colored ball of light. The ball of light carried a powerful destructive force, causing the void to tremble. He can mobilize multiple heavenly Taos? An ancestral immortal? Lu Buwei's face suddenly sank. At that moment, above the Sea of Providence, Yin Chuan's statue suddenly opened its eyes. 2 beams of light shot out. An ancestral immortal? Yin Chuan's statue suddenly spoke. The ancestral immortal in the distance was slightly stunned. The statue spoke? But so what? As long as I'm here, Xianyang will be destroyed today. Lu Buwei, Yin Chuan's statue called out. Here, Lu Buwei replied. You will be in charge of Xianyang's military. If necessary, use the terracotta army. Remember, stall this ancestral immortal for me. Don't let him escape. Yin Chuan's statue called out. Yes, your majesty, Lu Buwei replied. ancestral immortal. Don't let me escape. Is Yin Chuan's brain damaged? Chapter 1161. Xianyang, Chaodian Palace Square. More and more officials gathered. All of them stared at the sky with solemn expressions. The azure-clothed man with the 4 balls of light in his hand stared coldly at skyward palace. Where is Bai Ditian? Also, where is Yin Chuan? The man in the sky asked in a deep voice. Lu Buwei smiled and took a step forward. I am the Prime Minister of Great Zhun, Lu Buwei. May I know who you are? Why did you use this formation to trap my Xianyang? The azure-robed man sneered. The huge ball of light in his hand smashed towards Xianyang. The faces of Meng Tian, Meng Yi, and the others immediately turned gloomy. The group of generals wanted to rush forward in anger. Lu Buwei opened his arms wide, and his wide sleeves shook violently, blocking everyone as he stared fixedly at the sky. The light ball collided with the great formation of Xianyang. Hong! The great formation of Xianyang shook violently. In the midst of the shaking, a storm rolled up in all directions. The interior of the formation was no longer as impregnable as before. Instead, the interior of Xianyang was shaking violently. Countless houses collapsed. The array trembled as if it would shatter at any moment. Countless officials had gloomy expressions. Even so, Lu Buwei did not allow anyone to make a move. Prime Minister, the sage monarch allowed us to use the terracotta soldiers. Meng Yi said anxiously. Lu Buwei shook his head and said, the Holy King's ultimate goal is to delay them. But Meng Yi frowned. Meng Tian pulled Meng Yi over and told him not to interrupt. Ouch. Some of the injured citizens in Xianyang started to cry out in pain. Disciples of the Eastern Faction Depot, save the people and protect them. Lu Buwei shouted. Yes, Lu Gang replied. High up in the sky, the azure-robed man who had almost destroyed the great formation of Xianyang sneered. Xianyang City? Indeed extraordinary to actually be able to block my 4 strands of origin returning chi. The azure-clothed man sneered. Sir, where do you come from? Why are you making things difficult for me, Great Zhun? Lu Buwei shouted again. All right, I want you to know that we are disciples of the Azure Divine Palace of the Absolute Palace. The Azure Divine King is my brother. On the orders of the Azure Divine King, kill Bai Ditian. At the same time, kill Yin Chuan. The azure-robed man laughed evilly. How dare you? The courtiers were enraged. However, Lu Buwei waved his sleeves again, blocking the fury of the ministers. Azure Divine King? I heard that the Absolute Palace has 12 palaces. Is the Azure Divine Palace one of the top 3 palaces in the 12 palaces? Lu Buwei laughed. Oh, you actually know about my Absolute Palace? The azure-clothed man's expression changed slightly. Who doesn't know that the Jew Palace is powerful? They controlled 6 territories in the outer eastern continent and were one of the strongest forces in the outer eastern continent. It's hard not to know, Lu Buwei said with a smile. It's good that you know, the green-robed man said in a deep voice. Since you're the younger brother of the Azure God King, I presume you're the Emperor Green Fire who became an ancestral immortal 3,000 years ago? Lu Buwei laughed. You're quite knowledgeable, Emperor Green Fire said in a deep voice. Emperor Green Fire? It doesn't matter if you want to meet my holy monarch or Bai Ditian. Unfortunately, you've come at the wrong time, Lu Buwei said with a smile. Oh, you saw it just now? The holy monarch returned through the statue. He's on a trip outside and Bai Ditian is with him. They're not in the court. Lu Buwei said. Humph, where did they go? Emperor Green Fire asked in a deep voice. I don't know where exactly. However, you heard what the holy monarch said just now. The holy monarch and Bai Ditian are rushing back at full speed. If you don't mind, you can wait here, Lu Buwei said with a smile. Humph, Pang Tiana said that the courtiers of Great Zhun are all cunning. Before I came, I promised Pang Tianhe that I would help him destroy Xianyang and kill Yin Chuan. Since Yin Chuan hasn't returned, I'll destroy Xianyang first. Emperor Green Fire said in a deep voice. Wait, Lu Buwei shouted. Oh, you want to beg for mercy? Emperor Green Fire, I don't care why you agreed to destroy Xianyang. However, have you forgotten something? This is the center of Great Zhun. If you have the ability to destroy it, the holy monarch above the Sea of Providence will sense it. Bai Ditian will also know. When that happens, I'm not sure if Bai Ditian will return. Lu Buwei shook his head and said, Oh, Emperor Green Fire raised his eyebrows. The holy monarch asked me to keep all of you here. All of you have to wait for the holy monarch to return. Why don't you wait for a while? After a while, when Bai Ditian returns, we can talk about our grievances in detail. Lu Buwei said. Oh, Emperor Green Fire was slightly taken aback. He felt that something wasn't right. However, Lu Buwei's words were reasonable. Yin Chuan and Bai Ditian were rushing back. If he destroyed Xianyang and Bai Ditian escaped, he wouldn't be able to answer to his brother. He would wait for a while. Lu Buwei saw that Emperor Green Fire was tempted and smiled. Since there's still some time, and all of you have to wait for the holy monarch and Bai Ditian, why don't you rest and have a cup of tea? Have a cup of tea? Emperor Green Fire looked at Lu Buwei strangely. The holy monarch and Bai Ditian won't be back for a day or two. If all of you don't mind, during this time, we can entertain all of you. We can play chess and drink wine while waiting for the holy monarch and Bai Ditian to return. Lu Buwei smiled. Emperor Green Fire. The group of experts in green. Their murderous intent was completely extinguished by Lu Buwei's words. Play chess? Have a cup of tea? Are we here to have fun? We are here to kill. Emperor Green Fire tried his best to look aggressive. Everyone, I don't mean anything else. I just feel that since we are waiting, there's no point in wasting time like this. Am I right? Lu Buwei smiled. With every sentence that Lu Buwei said, the atmosphere changed a little. As they spoke, they felt that something was amiss. It was as though they were old friends who had met. Lu Buwei's words were just right. They were neither close nor distant. Emperor Green Fire looked at Lu Buwei strangely. He felt that something was amiss. It was extremely awkward. We are here to kill all of you. Emperor Green Fire said coldly again. I know, but we haven't killed anyone yet. Let's wait for the holy monarch and Bai Ditian to return. What does drinking tea have to do with killing? Lu Buwei said blankly. Indeed, drinking tea had nothing to do with killing. Emperor Green Fire's brain couldn't handle it. He tried to think of the wrong elements in Lu Buwei's words. Everyone, why don't we do it here? I'll send people to prepare a banquet. Lu Buwei pointed at the square of Skyward Hall. A banquet? The group of people in green looked at Emperor Green Fire strangely. Emperor Green Fire was at a loss as well. He had come with murderous intent. Now that Lu Buwei said that, he seemed to be extremely embarrassed. Humph, cunning official of Great Zhun. Play chess. Drink tea. Leave it for the netherworld. Wait? So what? Trap Xianyang and wait for Yin Chuan and Bai Ditian to return. Emperor Green Fire shouted angrily. As he spoke, he retreated into the array. Lu Buwei sighed slightly, as if he was regretting that he couldn't play chess with Emperor Green Fire. In the array, Emperor Green Fire kept thinking. What went wrong in his confrontation with Lu Buwei? Wasn't he filled with murderous intent earlier? Why did it seem like he owed Lu Buwei something? Why did the atmosphere change so suddenly? What was wrong? He ignored Emperor Green Fire. Lu Buwei and the group of officials quickly entered Skyward Hall. Kwong. The doors of the hall slammed shut. Minister Lu is amazing. Yifeng praised. Lu Buwei shook his head and said, Let's pacify Emperor Green Fire first. However, this isn't a long-term plan. There are too many variables. Yes, just now Xianyang almost. One of the officials said worriedly. Lu Buwei shook his head and said, No, I asked Su Fu to do it. Oh, everyone looked at Su Fu in surprise. Su Fu smiled and said, I've worked with Minister Lu for many years. I understood with one gesture. Does this mean that our array can stop Emperor Green Fire? One of the officials said in surprise. Of course. Our array came from Mr. Gigazi. Not to mention Emperor Green Fire. Even if there were two more, they wouldn't be able to shake it. Su Fu said proudly. Minister Liu wants to hold Emperor Green Fire back. That's right. Let them think that Xianyang can be destroyed at any time, and that there's nothing to worry about. The Sage King wants to hold Emperor Green Fire back. Although I don't know why the Sage King is doing this. It must be very important. Everyone, cooperate with me and hold them back. Lu Buwei said seriously. Yes. Everyone answered. East of Xianyang, at the Yellow Spring Road. The array spread, so Emperor Green Fire and the others didn't notice it. At the entrance of the array, Bai Ditian frowned and looked into the distance. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Bai Ditian. Jindayu. Bai Ditian, the Sage King wants you to enter the Netherworld first. Don't let them see you. He wants me to replace you at the Yellow Spring Road. Jindayu said seriously. Bai Ditian nodded with a trace of doubt. Time passed. The two dragons pulled the dragon carriage and quickly flew towards the true dragon dominion. Along the way, the two dragons didn't dare to delay. Yin Chuan's eyes were filled with excitement. He had just obtained the method to become an ancestral immortal, and an ancestral immortal had already come knocking on his door. He was really lucky, just as the dragon carriage was speeding. Heavenly Tao combine! Heavenly Tao combine! With two loud shouts, two heavenly Taos suddenly appeared in front of the dragon chariot. Roar! The two dragons instantly stopped. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows and looked over. He saw a figure standing in each of the two heavenly Tao, and they were both Tao integration. Gongyang Benlei? Yin Chuan's expression turned ugly. One of the two heavenly Tao was Gongyang Benlei, and the other was naturally Gongyang Bentian. The two of them ran all the way and chased after Yin Chuan and the others. In the Hall of Inspiration, Gonyang Bentian had gained nothing. Even Gonyang Benhong had died. He couldn't return to his family. However, if he helped Gonyang Benlei deal with the East Sea Dragon Palace, he might be able to redeem himself. The moment Gonyang Benlei said that, Gonyang Benhong immediately agreed. He originally wanted to watch the battle between the sages, but he didn't expect Yin Chuan to turn around and leave. He didn't get to watch the battle between the sages. Phew, run. Why are you running so fast? Gonyang Benlei shouted as he panted. You almost got away. Gonyang Bentian also panted. Yin Chuan saw the two of them and immediately understood what they meant. At the same time, he was angry. He was in a hurry to go back, and these two were still blocking his way? You can't leave now, right? Gonyang Bentian sneered as he panted. Crash into them. Yin Chuan was also angry at the two of them and directly shouted at the two dragons. Chapter 1162. Crash into them. Yin Chuan was also angry at the two of them, so he directly shouted at the two dragons. The seven demons. Dragon fifth. Gongyang Benlei. Even the dog god, who had been sitting cross-legged on the side, was shocked. Crash? Was this a joke? The two heavenly Tao in front of him were one with the heavenly Tao. Is Yin Chuan out his mind? Gonyang Bentian said in shock. Gonyang Benlei didn't know what to say. However, the two dragons quickly carried out Yin Chuan's orders, pulling the carriage towards one of the heavenly Taos. Crazy? Yin Chuan, are you crazy? I am one with the heavenly Tao. You can't hurt me at all. Gonyang Bentian roared. Ong. Without any hesitation, the two dragons charged towards Gonyang Bentian's heavenly Tao. Seeing the two dragons charging at him with such ferocious momentum, Gonyang Bentian's face twitched slightly. The two dragons rushed over. This aura was indeed incomparably majestic. If not for the fact that he was one with the heavenly Tao, he might have been scared away by this aura. Go ahead. The body is one with the heavenly Tao. You ancient immortals want to break the heavenly Tao? Dream on. Bang your head against the heavenly Tao and die. Gonyang Bentian roared. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer, Yin Chuan widened his eyes. Suddenly, a green heavenly Tao shot into the sky. The heavenly Tao enveloped Yin Chuan and the dragon chariot. Immediately, it slammed towards Gongyang Ben Tian. Two mighty heavenly Taos collided above the sea. Hong! Huge waves rose from the sea, and a huge crater appeared with a loud rumble. The moment the two heavenly Taos collided, Gongyang Ben Lei, you lied to me? Gongyang Ben Tian suddenly roared. Didn't you say that Yin Chuan was only an ancient immortal? Was he just an ordinary ancient immortal? How could he control the heavenly Tao? It was one thing for him to control it, but he was actually one with the heavenly Tao. Not far away, in the heavenly Tao, Gongyang Ben Lei's eyes suddenly widened. With a huge impact, the two heavenly Taos immediately clashed. Under the huge impact, the two Tao gods were competing in their control of the heavenly Tao and their usage of the heavenly Tao. Competing in control? Gongyang Ben Tian used a secret technique to fuse with the Tao in a short period of time. As for Yin Chuan, he was the heaven mender of the clear sky Tao. Competing in utilization? To put it bluntly, the clear sky Tao was created step by Yin Chuan. How could he not be better than Gongyang Ben Tian when using the clear sky Tao? Most importantly, Yin Chuan's azure sky path was the leader of the thousand suns. The result of the collision between the two heavenly Taos was obvious. His heavenly Tao exploded with a loud boom. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand, and a huge dragon claw appeared in the void. Boom! Yin Chuan's dragon claw instantly tore Gongyang Ben Tian into pieces. They were both ancient immortals. With Yin Chuan's ferocious nature, he naturally had the strength to kill someone of the same level. Moreover, Gongyang Ben Tian was immersed in this legendary collapse. His heavenly Tao was destroyed by the collision. Before he died, Gongyang Ben Tian only had one complaint. Gongyang Ben Lei, you jinx! Bam! Dismembered corpses filled the sky. The two dragons shuddered and immediately understood what kind of ferocious person the Emperor on by Long's chariot was. The dog god opened his mouth in shock. This didn't make sense. Gongyang Ben Tian was careless. He thought that Yin Chuan was just an ordinary ancient immortal while he was a Tao unification expert and could instantly kill Yin Chuan. However, things were always unpredictable. In the end, he became an ordinary ancestral immortal after the collision, while Yin Chuan became a Tao unification expert. He was instantly killed. How unlucky! It was also because Gongyang Ben Lei's information was not symmetrical. Yin Chuan turned to look at Gongyang Ben Lei. How could Gongyang Ben Lei dare to stay? He wanted to cry, but no tears came out as he turned and ran. What a monster! How did he encounter such a monster? Clear Sky Tao. It was actually Clear Sky Tao, the heaven mender from some time ago. If you had Clear Sky Tao, you should have said something. If I knew you had Clear Sky Tao, we wouldn't have fought. Gongyang Ben Lei fled in a panic with grief and indignation. As he fled, Gongyang Ben Lei had the urge to cry. What was going on? It was the same last time. They were panting as they chased after Yin Chuan, but they were all killed by Yin Chuan. This time, they were panting as they chased after Yin Chuan, but they were all killed by Yin Chuan in one move. How was he going to explain this to his family? Was he going to die while panting? If those old ancestors of his family knew, wouldn't they spit out tea and die? The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt. As for Yin Chuan, he stood on the dragon carriage and turned his head to look at Gongyang Ben Lei. In the end, he didn't choose to chase. Full speed ahead to Xianyang City. Yin Chuan said, "Roar." Yes, the two dragons roared. The two dragons sped up again. Yin Chuan, on the other hand, was solemn, because it was not convenient for his zombie body to enter the world of the living. The Jiangshan body was not perfect yet, and it had reached a critical stage. Once it broke through, the power of the Jiangshan body would rise to another level. Thus, it was not convenient for him to fight ancestral immortals now. More importantly, at the peak of his first life, Yin Chuan thought that the Jiangshan body was the most perfect body. However, Yin Chuan also noticed the strangeness of the human bloodline. It was as if his body had terrifying potential, to the point that it was not weaker than the Jiangtian body. The human bloodline came from two places. His father came from Yin Zizai. His mother came from the Kong family. Could the bloodlines from two sides compare to the Jiangtian body that he had created in his first life? Yin Chuan urgently wanted to increase the strength of his body. The two dragons pulled the chariot east. News of what had happened in the true dragon territory quickly spread. The great despair, Holy Court, Holy King, Xianying City is trapped. Great Jun is everywhere, and we can't contact Xianying. Now that they have no leader, it's time to send troops. One of the officials said excitedly. Peng Tianhe narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Why? Holy King, Great Jun has no leader. They're like a plate of loose sand. The official said anxiously. A plate of loose sand? Ha! You underestimate Great Jun's officials. I've studied Great Jun. The city lords of Great Jun were all brought up from the sealed realm. They're not simple. They're all experts in governing and commanding armies. How can Great Jun have so many talents? Peng Tianhe said with an ugly expression. More importantly, Great Jun's officials are extremely united. They're terrifyingly united. Peng Tianhe said in a low voice. Of course, there's also a flaw. I've studied the information of these officials. Those officials of Great Jun are all ambitious and ruthless characters. Liu Buwei, Li Si, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Yi Feng, and so on. Even that eunuch Zhao Gao is an impressive figure. These people are arrogant and unruly. Only Yin Chuan can subdue them. No one can make them bow their heads. In other words, as long as Yin Chuan is alive, these people will always be Great Jun's officials. However, as long as Yin Chuan is dead, these people won't submit to anyone, and internal strife will definitely rise again. Great Jun will collapse soon. It's a kind of ability for a country to gather so many strong officials, Peng Tianhe said in a low voice. Let's wait for Yin Chuan to return. If Yin Chuan doesn't die, our troops will be useless. If Yin Chuan dies, we won't have to spend much effort. Great Jun will collapse soon, Peng Tianhe said in a low voice. Yes. The officials nodded. Court is dismissed. Peng Tianhe said. The officials retreated. Peng Tianhe summoned everyone from Zhugong. Master, what instructions do you have? A disciple asked curiously. Peng Tianhe narrowed his eyes and said, Let's go outside Xianyang and watch the battle. The people from Zhugong exclaimed in surprise. These days, there's been a huge rock hanging over my heart. I feel like I've overlooked something. Let's go. We'll go to the battlefield and wait. Peng Tianhe said in a low voice. Yes, everyone answered. East Sea Dragon Palace. Crystal Palace. The Dragon Emperor sat on his throne. 5 Dragon Kings stood in front of him. One of the Dragon Kings was gloating as he recounted something. Zhugong, ancestral immortal, they trapped Xianyang? The Dragon Emperor frowned slightly. Yes, Dragon Emperor. Yin Chuan is going to be in trouble. Ha ha. This is what they call, those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. The gloating Dragon King laughed. The Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes. Yin Chuan wants to hold back Emperor Greenfire, while Emperor Greenfire wants to kill Yin Chuan, and by Detian. This is unusual, the Dragon Emperor said in a low voice. Ha. So what if it's unusual? It's better if they perish together. The Dragon King laughed. No, you're oversimplifying. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. You guys guard the East Sea Dragon Palace. I'm going to Jinlong Dominion. The Dragon Emperor said in a low voice. What? Dragon Emperor, you're going to Jinlong Dominion? Didn't you say that no matter what happens, you won't leave the East Sea Dragon Palace? Didn't you say that we have to prepare for the battle with all our might? The Dragon King was shocked. No, Yin Chuan is more complicated than I thought. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Under the surprised gazes of the dragons, the Dragon Emperor left the East Sea and headed straight for Xianyang. 10 days after the Dragon Emperor left. Roar! Above the East Sea, 2 huge waves suddenly split into 2. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage quickly swept across the East Sea and rushed into Jinlong Dominion. Great Jin Sage Court, Xianyang. 4 Heaven Dao formed a huge array and trapped Xianyang City. Great Jun's army gathered from all directions. However, in front of the heavenly Dao array, they could not shake it at all. Not far from Xianyang, Jin Diyu looked at the generals in front of him. Generals, you can only feign an attack. Don't use your full strength, Jin Diyu said in a low voice. Yes, everyone answered. The generals left quietly. Kill! Roar! The 4 armies attacked the array again. However, how could the heavenly Tao be shaken by ordinary soldiers? At the intersection of the river of the underworld, Zhang Yi and the others waited quietly. At that moment, some onlookers were attracted from all directions. They quietly hid in the distance. There were experts from other dominions, Pang Tianhe and the Dragon Emperor. Others might not have noticed anything, but the Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and suddenly stared at the mountain array at the intersection of the river of the underworld. The aura of the river of the underworld? It's actually the aura of the river of the underworld. Indeed, Great Jun is not simple. The origin of the Nether Dragon also makes sense. The Netherworld? I can go to the Netherworld from here? The Dragon Emperor's eyes flickered. In the azure sky, sun-burning array, Emperor Green Fire, who had been in the array for many days, appeared again. Over the past few days, Emperor Green Fire had finally thought it through. He had been led into a ditch by Lu Buwei. Bastard, what a treacherous subject of Great Jun. How dare you lie to me? Are you stalling for time? Emperor Green Fire looked coldly at Lu Buwei. Emperor Green Fire, what are you talking about? Aren't we stalling for time? Lu Buwei said innocently. Chapter 1163. Bastard, what a treacherous subject of Great Jun. You dare to deceive me? Are you stalling for time? Emperor Green Fire looked at Lu Buwei coldly. What are you talking about, Emperor Green Fire? Aren't we just stalling for time? Lu Buwei said innocently. Emperor Green Fire, I've actually been in love with you for a long time. In a few more days, Sage King and Bai Ditian will be back. Lu Buwei continued to coax him. This time, Monarch Green Fire was not as easily fooled as before. You are indeed cunning. You have deceived me for so long. Emperor Green Fire said coldly. What are you talking about, Emperor Green Fire? Why can't I understand? Lu Buwei pretended to be puzzled. I don't have to destroy Xianyang, but I can destroy all of his support in Xianyang before Yin Chuan comes back. I can kill all of you important ministers, but Yin Chuan will still come back. I can reduce his support and disturb Yin Chuan's mind. Roar! Emperor Green Fire roared. The ministers around him frowned slightly. Apparently, Emperor Green Fire had seen through Lu Buwei's deception. Emperor Green Fire, you've completely misunderstood us. How could that be? Lu Buwei continued. You think I'm stupid, don't you? Monarch Green Fire said angrily, his eyes ferocious. No, I just thought you were stupid. Lu Buwei said with a smile. Emperor Green Fire was stunned. The 20 experts who had set up the formation were also slightly taken aback. The Dragon Emperor was also surprised by Lu Buwei's attitude. Stupid? Stupid? Lu Buwei's drastic change in attitude made Emperor Green Fire's face turn red with anger. I'm stupid? In the distance, Pang Tianhe's expression was extremely dark. How could Emperor Green Fire not realize it until now? Master, why don't we inform Emperor Green Fire? Someone asked. What's the point of informing them? Lu Buwei wants to hold Monarch Green Fire back, but I don't want Monarch Green Fire to leave either. Why should I inform him? Besides, remember, we didn't come to Xianyang today. Pang Tianhe said in a deep voice. Didn't come? Aren't we here? Then just pretend that he's not here. Pang Tianhe said in a deep voice. The disciples were at a loss, not understanding Pang Tianhe's deeper meaning. Pang Tianhe did not explain. Instead, he stared into the distance. Roar! Emperor Green Fire roared. I'm so pissed off, you treacherous bastards. Since you want to die, then die. For strands of origin restoration chi. Emperor Green Fire shouted. Boom! Above the four heavenly ways, the power of four heavenly ways gathered again and rushed toward Emperor Greenfire. In an instant, a huge light ball appeared in front of Emperor Greenfire. It was 3 times bigger than the first one. Break the formation. Emperor Greenfire roared. Boom! A huge ball of light descended from the sky and crashed into the great formation of Xianyang again. For a moment, countless citizens of Xianyang were in a state of panic. After all, the previous shock wave was still vivid in their minds. The entire Xianyang was shaken. Boom! Under the huge impact, the void shook violently, and a huge storm swept out in all directions. Even the periphery of the heavenly Tao was instantly swept by the endless storm. The great formation of Xianyang trembled slightly, but it was not as turbulent as before. I'm fine. The great formation of Xianyang did not shake at all. Xianyang did not shake at all? There was no earthquake at all? The citizens of Xianyang touched themselves and looked up at the sky in surprise. They looked at Emperor Greenfire with surprise, suspicion, confusion, and even disdain. Emperor Greenfire's face twitched slightly when they looked at him. He looked at his palms. Were the 4 strands of origin restoration chi he had just used fake? Emperor? A Tao god called out in a daze. Again, Emperor Greenfire shouted. Rumble. Strands of power of heavenly ways quickly gathered around Emperor Greenfire. Once again, he attacked Xianyang. Boom! There was another loud sound. The storm raged in all directions. However, the great formation of Xianyang could not be shaken at all. Emperor Greenfire looked at his palms and was stunned for a moment. The citizens of Xianyang were relieved. Only then did they stop worrying. Emperor Greenfire turned his head and looked around. The soldiers who came to rescue the emperor from various cities had already retreated far away and left the battlefield. In front of Chaotian Palace, the official of Dejun smiled mockingly. At this moment, how could Emperor Greenfire not know that he had been deceived? He looked at the countless experts around him. Their strange gazes seemed to be mocking him. Was he stupid? Bastard die. Emperor Greenfire was furious. Emperor Greenfire reached out, and a long token appeared in his hand. The token was like a flame. Greenfire token. 1,000 flames incinerate sun. Emperor Greenfire roared. He waved the token in his hand. The 4 strands of heavenly ways immediately spewed out billowing flames. They rushed toward the great formation with the token. The previous light ball was only 1,000 feet in size. This time, the fireball was 1,000 feet in size. Boom! There was another huge collision. This time, Emperor Greenfire used a Dharma treasure. Xianyang's great formation finally shook. However, it still had no effect on the inside. Lu Bue looked at the sky with his hands behind his back. His eyes were extremely solemn. Meng, Yi. Lu Bue shouted. Minister Lu. Meng, Yi immediately shouted. I've successfully angered Emperor Greenfire. He won't give up for a while. However, we have to be careful. Terracotta Army. Prepare the army just in case. Lu Bue said in a deep voice. Yes. Meng Yi nodded. Meng Yi retreated. Lu Bue continued to watch coldly. The various armies of Xianyang made preparations. Boom! 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 Emperor Greenfire bombarded Xianyang again and again. However, the great formation of Xianyang was extremely sturdy and could not be shaken at all. In the distance, the Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and watched. Pang Tianhe took a deep breath. What a terrifying great formation. Yeah, with such a great formation guarding the city. Who can break it? Emperor Greenfire is an ancestral immortal. Even with Dharma treasures, he can't be shaken. A disciple frowned. In the distant valley, Jin Diyu watched the battle from afar and clenched his fists. After all, Emperor Greenfire was causing trouble in Xianyang. Zhang Yi grabbed Jin Diyu and shook his head gently, telling him not to be rash. The sky was filled with flames. Outside Xianyang, the land was barren. In an instant, apart from Xianyang, the entire area had turned into a sea of fire. It was endless and filled with boundless flames. The surrounding cultivators retreated again and again, just as Emperor Green Fire was venting his anger. Roar, roar. Suddenly, two loud dragon roars came from the horizon. Then, everyone saw that in the horizon, two huge dragons, one golden and one black, were pulling a carriage, quickly flying over. Boom! The moment the dragon carriage entered, the surrounding flames dissipated. Sage King is back. Immediately, the people of Xianyang cheered. Sage King is back. Sage King is back. The entire Xianyang was filled with excited cheers. Although Emperor Green Fire could not break the Great Formation, he was still extremely terrifying in the eyes of the people. If he broke it, he would definitely die. Countless people prayed silently in their hearts, praying for Yin Chuan's quick return. Finally, Yin Chuan returned. Yin Chuan was the spiritual pillar of the people of Dezhun. Now that he appeared, everyone's worries instantly dissipated. As for Lu Buwei and the other officials, their expressions relaxed slightly. The Sage King had returned and finally completed his mission. Yin Chuan? In the distance, Pang Tianhe's expression darkened. At the same time, he looked coldly at Yin Chuan. The Dragon Emperor, however, watched with interest. He looked at the mysterious emperor. On the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan looked coldly at the sky above Xianyang. Four heavenly Tao connected heaven and earth. In the middle, a green-robed man held a token that was long and shaped like a stick. He was constantly spreading the power of the heavenly Tao in all directions. Hey, this person is holding a fire stick. What is he doing? Why is he so happy? Qisha suddenly laughed. Emperor Green Fire, who was attacking Xianyang's great formation in the distance, suddenly froze. His eyes were red as he followed everyone's gaze and looked at the dragon carriage. He had a ferocious expression. Lu Buwei, what did you do to him? Yin Chuan suddenly asked strangely. Sage King, I only said that he was stupid. Then he was stupid. Lu Buwei laughed. Have they always been short? Ha ha. Countless people in Xianyang burst into laughter. They looked at Tao Lord Green Fire and were instantly much happier. The Sage King had returned. What were they afraid of? Bastard, you are the stupid one. You are the stupid one. Tao Lord Green Fire was ridiculed by the crowd. Emperor, Emperor! The group of Tao gods immediately exclaimed. The Tao gods' hurried cries finally made Tao Lord Green Fire calm down. He quivered and looked at Lu Buwei. There was a lingering fear in his eyes. What happened to him? Why did he lose his composure? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Emperor Green Fire looked at Yin Chuan. Of course, he was still frustrated and uneasy. Change the formation. Don't let Yin Chuan return to Xianyang. Emperor Green Fire immediately shouted. Emperor Green Fire had experienced the power of Xianyang's formation. If Yin Chuan returned to Xianyang, how could he deal with him? Boom! The group of azure-robed people was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the formation changed rapidly and instantly surrounded Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stood in the center of the formation, but was not too worried. On the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan stared at Emperor Green Fire. Ancestral immortal? Yin Chuan asked again. It's too late to remember that I am an ancestral immortal. Where is Bai Ditian? Emperor Green Fire said in a low voice. He had waited for so long for Yin Chuan and Bai Ditian to return. However, Yin Chuan had returned. Where was Bai Ditian? If Bai Ditian did not return, what was the point of him staying here? Bai Ditian? Bai Ditian! Yin Chuan shouted with a smile. Here! In the distance, a reply came from outside Xianyang City. Emperor Green Fire's face suddenly twitched as he turned his head to look. He saw Bai Ditian standing in a valley in the distance. He was standing there quietly. Emperor Green Fire. Emperor Green Fire seemed to have realized something. You did not return with Yin Chuan? Emperor Green Fire reprimanded with an ashen face. I've always been here. How can I return with the Sage King? Bai Ditian laughed. Emperor Green Fire. He had been lied to, and he had been lied to so miserably. A great sense of humiliation filled his heart. Thief, you lied to me. You actually lied to me, and said that Yin Xuan and Bai Ditian returned together? Bai Ditian has always been outside Xianyang City. He has always been by my side. You actually lied to me? Emperor Greenfire was still depressed as he looked at Lu Buwei with hatred. Lu Buwei smiled and said, "Didn't I say that you are stupid? You refuse to admit it." Puffed. Emperor Greenfire was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The weather is dry, and being angry is harmful to the body. It is not your fault that you are stupid. You will feel better if you admit it. Lu Buwei added fuel to the fire. Emperor Greenfire, who had just felt a little better, was so angry that his face turned red again. Lu Buwei was not fooling around. He had done it on purpose. The angrier the opponent was, the easier it was for them to lose their composure. Now the effect was achieved. Chapter 1164. Atlas Studios Emperor Greenfire flew into a rage out of humiliation, but he was still rational. Yin Xuan, Bai Ditian, and you traitor, I won't let you have an easy time. I'll make you wish you were dead. Emperor Greenfire roared angrily. As he spoke, he waved the green fire token in his hand at Yin Xuan. Boom! Within the formation, endless green fire suddenly swept up and surged towards Yin Xuan. The green fire surged in the void, causing it to tremble. Yin Xuan focused his gaze and waved his hand. The green heavenly Tao appeared. Bam! The rolling green fire instantly swept back. Boom! The green fire instantly hit the formation, causing it to tremble slightly. Emperor Greenfire's expression darkened. Heavenly Tao? You're a Tao god? Emperor Greenfire's expression changed. Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor God. Yin Xuan coldly called out. Xing! 3 long swords flew out from Yin Xuan's sleeves. The moment the long swords appeared, they charged towards one of the Tao gods. The 3 swords brought with them vast ferocious power and ruthlessly hit the heavenly Taos of the 3 Tao gods. Boom! 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 The 3 Tao gods suddenly trembled. In the outside world, Bai Ditian also made his move. His palm brought with it boundless baleful aura as it hit the heavenly Tao of the last Tao god. It was a pincer attack from the inside and outside, causing a huge force to burst forth. Boom! Emperor Greenfire's azure sky burning sun formation exploded. The 2 green-clothed cultivators were instantly severely injured. Seeing. The 3 deities instantly transformed into their human forms. Then, they each threw out a sword-shaped pillar that reached the heavens and the earth. Like the heavenly Tao, they ruthlessly hit a Tao god. At that moment, Bai Ditian's baleful aura tornado also hit a Tao god, pushing it further and further away. As for the other 16 ancient immortals, Dezhun's soldiers rushed forward and went straight for the 16 ancient immortals. Roar! There was no need for Yin Xuan to say anything. Monarch Greenfire's formation was all entangled by Yin Xuan's subordinates. Stepping forward, Yin Xuan left the dragon carriage. Roar! The dragon carriage flew towards Xianyang. Yin Xuan looked coldly at Emperor Greenfire from midair. The array was broken in the blink of an eye. Anxiety appeared in Emperor Greenfire's eyes. I'll give you a chance to fight me alone. Remember, use your full strength. We're going to kill you, ha ha ha. Yin Xuan suddenly laughed out loud. The citizens of Xianyang all looked on with yearning. Yin Xuan's current insolence looked extremely carefree. Oomph. The grand formation is only used to trap you. Since you want to die, then die. Oomph. Ancient immortal? Ancient immortals would never understand the gap between them and ancestral immortals. Heavenly Tao? A mere Tao god dares to court death in front of me? Emperor Greenfire said coldly. Emperor Greenfire waved his long sleeves. Ancestral immortals' control of heavenly Tao is not something an ancient immortal like you can understand. Heavenly Tao! Emperor Greenfire shouted. Boom! A red heavenly Tao suddenly appeared in front of Emperor Greenfire, connecting heaven and earth. Boom! 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 4 heavenly Tao suddenly appeared on the left, right, and back of Emperor Greenfire. The 4 heavenly Tao slowly revolved around Emperor Greenfire. The terrifying rotation caused the void to distort violently. The storm tore apart, sending gravel into the sky. You can't understand the power of an ancestral immortal. Ha ha ha. 4 heavenly Tao gather, raging inferno. Emperor Green Fire shouted. Boom! The 4 heavenly Tao suddenly erupted with dazzling light. The surrounding area was instantly enveloped by a sea of fire. The 4 heavenly Tao spewed out fire dragons that charged towards Yinchuan. Yinchuan merged with the heavenly Tao. Boom! Boom! The fire dragons collided with the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao remained unmoved. Go! Emperor Green Fire shouted angrily. The 4 heavenly Tao suddenly collided with the azure heavenly Tao. Rumble! On the ground, the mountains and rivers were sent flying by the impact of the heavenly Tao. The 4 heavenly Tao collided, causing the void to distort. The terrifying heat was also closing in on Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. The 5 heavenly Tao collided violently. Boom! After the tragic collision, the world outside, Xian Yang, lit up. The huge light seemed to have covered the radiance of the sun. Rumble! The intense distortion in the void caused countless experts to retreat again and again. Dang! At the Yellow Springs intersection, Jin Dayu used the Divine Emperor Bell to prevent the array from breaking. The surrounding area was instantly flattened. Pang Tianhe and the other experts retreated in horror. The strong light was so blinding that no one could see what was inside. That's all you got? Huh? Yin Chuan's voice sounded. How can this be? How can you, a heavenly Tao, block my 4 heavenly Tao? Emperor Green Fire exclaimed. Boom! The surrounding light receded, revealing Yin Chuan again. Yin Chuan stood in the Qing Tian Dao. The Qing Tian Dao was unharmed. However, 3 of the 4 heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire were destroyed. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Emperor Greenfire formed another 4 heavenly Tao. But why? Why couldn't the 4 heavenly Tao of Yin Chuan defeat 1 heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire? Emperor Greenfire? You cultivate the Yang heavenly Tao, right? 4 Yang heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire? The aura is indeed majestic. However, my heavenly Tao is the head of the 1,000 suns. You want to use these heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire to shake my head of the 1,000 suns? Yin Chuan smiled coldly. Qing Tian Dao, you're cultivating the Qing Tian Dao. Emperor Greenfire's expression changed. It's good that you know. Now it's my turn. Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Boom! Qing Tian Dao slammed into Emperor Greenfire and tried to crush him. Emperor Greenfire's expression darkened. He commanded the 4 heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire to crash towards the Qing Tian Dao. Boom! The 5 heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire collided again. The Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Greenfire was unstoppable. Yin Chuan looked ferocious as if he wanted to use the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Greenfire to crush him. No, it's impossible. The Green Fire Token. Emperor Greenfire exclaimed. The moment the Green Fire Token appeared, the void trembled slightly. Boom! 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 Suddenly, another 3 heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire appeared. Together with the 4 heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire, they charged towards Yin Chuan. Boom! The 7 heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire finally blocked the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Greenfire. The 2 sides were in a stalemate. The surroundings were already in ruins. Green Fire Token? This Dharma treasure is not bad. It actually attracted 3 heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire. Is it yours? Yin Chuan said coldly. My brother gave it to me. He's the Green Divine King. This is an ancestral immortal weapon. Humph! Emperor Greenfire said coldly. Rumble! The 7 heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire exploded with immense power. They surrounded the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire from 7 directions and pushed inwards. It was as if they wanted to crush Yin Chuan and the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire. Rumble. Faced with the 7 heavenly Dao of Emperor Green Fire, the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire finally showed signs of weakness. Ha! Yin Chuan, you're only an ancient immortal. The strongest ancient immortal is only a Dao god who can use one heavenly Dao. I'm an ancestral immortal who can use many heavenly Dao. So what if you have the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire? I'll crush it all the same. Once the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire shatters, you'll die. Emperor Green Fire said coldly. Ancestral immortal? You think you're worthy of being an ancestral immortal? You become an ancestral immortal, but you can't merge with the heavenly Dao. Haha, I think the Azure God King must have helped you reach the ancestral immortal realm, right? Yin Chuan sneered. Emperor Green Fire's eyes narrowed. So what? I believe that the Azure God King must have forced an ancestral immortal to his last breath before letting you deal the final blow, right? Yin Chuan chuckled. Emperor Green Fire's face turned ugly. So what? So what? I think you're not qualified to be an ancestral immortal at all. You're wasting an ancestral immortal spot. Yin Chuan said coldly. I'm still stronger than you. Emperor Green Fire said coldly. Can't merge with the heavenly Dao? Haha, then you're the most useless ancestral immortal. Let me show you the wonderful use of Dao merging. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yin Chuan pointed at the sky. Explode. The Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire suddenly exploded. Hong! The explosion of the heavenly Dao was more than 10 times stronger than before. Under the immense power, the 7 heavenly Dao were instantly blown apart. The world lit up several times brighter than before. The terrifying sound made the ears of countless cultivators ring. From where Yin Chuan was, the explosion spread in all directions. The Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire brought endless heavenly lightning and blasted the surroundings into chaos. At the center of the explosion, Emperor Green Fire screamed. Boom! The light faded. Emperor Green Fire immediately rushed into the distance. Dragon Emperor stood in the distance, his face twitching. An ancestral immortal was beaten up by an ancient immortal and turned to run. However, an ancestral immortal was an ancestral immortal after all. His speed was shocking. It was so fast that Yin Chuan couldn't catch up to him even though he was a Dao merging. Roar! Suddenly, Yin Chuan's hair turned blood red and grew rapidly. Rumble! The ground suddenly turned into a surging sea of blood. Yin Chuan didn't give chase. Instead, he used a super divine ability. With the help of the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire, the sea of blood instantly expanded to infinity. In an instant, the surroundings of Xianyang became a surging sea of blood. The sea of blood expanded faster than Emperor Green Fire's fleeing speed. Emperor Green Fire, who was fleeing, suddenly realized that the world had turned blood red. Above him were blood clouds, and below him was a boundless sea of blood. Within the sea of blood, Yin Chuan was a god. Boom! Yin Chuan appeared in front of Emperor Green Fire. Oh no! Emperor Green Fire's expression changed. Big brother, save me. Emperor Green Fire waved the Green Fire token in his hand. A huge beam of light burst out from the token. World suppression. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Boom! The sky-burying coffin fell from the sky and slammed into the light of the Green Fire token. The light shattered and the sky-burying coffin suppressed Emperor Green Fire and the Green Fire token. Rumble. The Green Fire token seemed to be about to unleash its power. However, it was suppressed by the sky-burying coffin. The Green Fire token was unable to unleash its power. He stepped into the sea of blood, and evil power surged from the sea of blood. No, bastard! Emperor Green Fire cried out in shock. Emperor Green Fire couldn't use his feet. Heavenly Dao! Heavenly Dao! Emperor Green Fire cried out in shock. However, the heavenly Dao didn't appear again. An ancestral immortal who hasn't reached Dao integration wants to summon the heavenly Tao from my sea of blood? Here, the laws of heaven and earth listen to my orders. Here, I am the heavens. Yin Chuan said coldly. Under the pressure of the sky-burying coffin, the green fire token trembled. It seemed like it couldn't hold on any longer. No, no, big brother, save me. Emperor Green Fire cried out in shock. Boom! A light figure suddenly appeared from the green fire token. It seemed illusory yet real. A man with a dignified face stood on the sea of blood and stared. Big brother, save me. Emperor Green Fire cried out in joy as if he had found his last hope. The man turned to look at Yin Chuan. Ancient immortal? You are being suppressed by an ancient immortal? The man looked at Emperor Green Fire coldly. Big brother. Emperor Green Fire cried out in grief. The man looked at Emperor Green Fire with disappointment before turning to Yin Chuan. I don't care who you are. Emperor Green Fire is my younger brother. Release him now. The man said coldly. In the distance, Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes. Azure Divine King? Projection? In the distance, Pang Tianhe's eyes flashed with surprise. Isn't Azure Divine King in seclusion? Release him? Yin Chuan said coldly. That's right. Release him. Otherwise, you will be an enemy of Extinction Palace. Azure Divine King said coldly. Yin Chuan fell silent for a moment. Emperor Green Fire saw Yin Chuan's silence and felt that there was hope. Azure Divine King revealed a look of satisfaction. After a moment of silence, Yin Chuan sneered. So what if you were Extinction Palace? Who do you think you are? Impudent. Azure Divine King glared. Those who stand in my way will die. Yin Chuan's eyes darkened. He waved his hand at Azure Divine King's projection. Bam! Azure Divine King's projection shattered. World suppression. Yin Chuan shouted again. Hung! The blue fire token exploded with a loud bang. No! Emperor Green Fire screamed. Bam! Beneath the sky-burying coffin, Emperor Green Fire exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, but it was drowned in a sea of blood in the blink of an eye. He died without a complete corpse and turned into a meat paste. Dragon Emperor looked into the distance in shock. Sky-burying coffin? How can it be so strong? Isn't it an ancient immortal artifact? Dragon Emperor stared in shock. In the distance, Pang Tianhe was inexplicably shocked. Dead. Ancestral immortal was killed by Yin Chuan. Emperor Green Fire is dead. Pang Tianhe exclaimed. What a terrifying great perfection. What a terrifying Yin Chuan. A disciple shouted. Master, should we return to the imperial court? Another disciple asked in horror. Return to the imperial court? How long could the great extinction holy court last? Ha! We can't stay in Jinlong Dominion any longer. Pang Tianhe said rationally. In the distance, after Yin Chuan's sky-burying coffin killed Emperor Green Fire, he stood in midair. The sky-burying coffin danced around Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan sensed his fate. Crack, crack, crack. There seemed to be a sound coming from within his body. Bam! A loud sound came from Yin Chuan's body. Rumble. Endless heaven and earth yuan qi suddenly gathered from all directions and surged into Yin Chuan's body. Blood-bathing curse. It's broken. It's finally broken. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed. In Xianyang City, the people cheered and the ministers were excited. Dragon Fifth, 7 demons, and Dog God looked into the distance in shock. Holy King is too awesome. Ancestral immortal? He killed him just like that. 7 demons exclaimed. Roar! Dragon Fifth was also in disbelief. At this moment, Dragon Fifth was no longer unhappy about being captured that day. What was there to be unhappy about? He could kill an ancestral immortal just like that. How could he defeat him? As for Dog God, he was speechless. On the way here, he thought that Yin Chuan was joking. He didn't expect that he would kill an ancestral immortal after returning. Were ancestral immortals that easy to kill? The experts brought by Emperor Green Fire were still fighting, but when they saw Emperor Green Fire being killed in the distance, their combat strength dropped drastically. This can't be real. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Yin Chuan looked at the sky. Ancestral immortal tribulation? Come on. Yin Chuan shouted excitedly. Rumble. Dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Tribulation? So fast. Dragon Emperor was slightly stunned. Chapter 1165. In the sky, rolling dark clouds quickly gathered. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with dark clouds. Above the Blood Sea, Yin Chuan raised his head and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. A wild smile appeared on his face. Ancestral immortal tribulation? This is the ancestral immortal tribulation? That's all there is to it. Yin Chuan said with contempt. In his first life, Yin Chuan had never seen an ancestral immortal tribulation in the greater world. Such a tribulation would only appear when the heavenly Tao was incomplete. The dark clouds pressed down on the Blood Sea and set off huge waves. The green heavenly Tao disappeared. At this moment, the heavenly Tao no longer protected the ancestral immortal tribulation. However, did Yin Chuan need to be afraid? Boom! With a wave of his hand, the sky-burying coffin flew out. Gradually, countless shadows of ferocious beasts emerged from the dark clouds. Each of them bared their fangs and roared at Yin Chuan. Roar! Roar! These ferocious beasts brought with them a huge, ferocious aura as they roared and charged down with the might of the heavens. The black dragon was the leader. All of them looked ferocious. In the distance, the Dragon Emperor raised his eyebrows. Ancestral immortal tribulation? It shouldn't be like this. The 10,000 beasts stampede picture formed by the black thunder of destruction? This is twice the power of an ordinary ancestral immortal tribulation. Roar! The black dragon roared as if he was about to dive down into the Blood Sea. Heaven suppression, Yin Chuan roared. He threw the sky-burying coffin into the sky. As it flew into the sky-burying coffin suddenly turned pitch black and grew bigger. The void around the sky-burying coffin distorted. Roar! With a command, the 10,000 beasts charged down. They collided with the sky-burying coffin. Boom! Under the huge collision, the void suddenly distorted violently. All the ferocious beasts that collided with it instantly collapsed into countless black thunderbolts and were quickly sucked into the sky-burying coffin. Rumble! The sky-burying coffin was unstoppable as it swept through all the ferocious beasts. Roar! Boom! The sky was filled with the sound of explosions and the countless ferocious beasts almost instantly. The sky-burying coffin finally hit the tribulation cloud. Boom! Under the huge collision, the powerful sound of the collision caused the entire Blood Sea to surge with monstrous waves. The surging sea of blood engulfed the sky. Ka! The huge tribulation cloud was instantly torn apart, turning into countless pieces in the blink of an eye. Rumble! The Blood Sea engulfed the heavens and instantly sucked the remaining tribulation clouds into the Blood Sea. Rumble! The shattered tribulation cloud struggled in the sea of blood for a while before slowly dissipating. A rain of blood slowly fell from the sky. Yin Chuan stood in the air. The sky-burying coffin flew back. The Blood Sea seemed to be breathing all of a sudden. For a moment, the surging Blood Sea absorbed the yuan qi of the world with a terrifying momentum. The surging qi of heaven and earth was absorbed by the Blood Sea. Then, it gathered at the center of the Blood Sea and rushed towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan quickly absorbed the heaven and earth yuan qi that had condensed into liquid form. Like a sponge soaking up water, what it asked for was surging. Who? Above Xianyang, the yuan qi of heaven and earth suddenly stagnated. This stagnation then spread to the entire Dajin world. Before long, all the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the entire Dajin world gathered towards Yin Chuan. The Blood Sea expanded and expanded, absorbing more and more yuan qi of heaven and earth. This suction force also expanded rapidly. Before long, all the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the entire Jinlong domain was gathering towards Yin Chuan. Others might not have felt it, but Yin Chuan could clearly feel it. Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. His bloodline was drawing on the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. Yin Chuan's previous super theurgies came from the inheritance of his bloodline. His blood was extremely outstanding, but the power did not come out of nowhere. It was the power sealed in his bloodline during the inheritance. Before becoming an ancestral immortal, he relied on the inheritance to pass it down. After becoming an ancestral immortal, he had to rely on his own power to store it. For example, there was an energy storage space in his blood. Normally, the energy stored inside would explode violently when he used a theurgy. When the energy was exhausted, the energy storage space would continuously replenish it from the world. This was done unconsciously. This was also the reason why Yin Chuan's theurgies were limited and had side effects in the beginning. Now, things were different. Because Yin Chuan was an ancestral immortal now, he could sense this space and automatically replenish it. When the time came, it would explode all at once. However, Yin Chuan now realized that this space was terrifyingly large. It was so large that even he had not been able to open it up to this extent in his previous life. Bloodline inheritance? Yin Zizai? No, it's definitely more than that. The bloodline of a human is indeed no weaker than that of a general. Yin Chuan sighed. Rumble. The Yuan Qi of heaven and earth gathered. Because of the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, the entire sky around the Blood Sea became filled with multicolored light. Tribulation? That's it. Ancestral immortal? Pang Tianhe smiled bitterly. The Dragon Emperor took a deep breath. What terrifying Yuan Qi of heaven and earth! How much will Yin Chuan's strength increase? The surging Yuan Qi of heaven and earth lasted for an entire incense stick's worth of time. Boom! The Blood Sea receded, leaving Yin Chuan alone in the sky. The sky was filled with rosy clouds. The Yuan Qi of heaven and earth gathered in all directions. It was incomparably majestic. Ancestral immortal? The tribulation was over. Ancestral immortal? The officials of Great Zhun were all excited. Congratulations, Holy Ruler. Long live the Holy Ruler. The officials of Great Zhun shouted excitedly. Congratulations, Holy Ruler. Long live the Holy Ruler. The citizens of Xianying also cheered. Ancestral immortal? The eyes of the 7 fiends flashed with envy. As expected, after killing an ancestral immortal, they could replace him. But that was an ancestral immortal. The 7 fiends were conflicted. First Firmament Ancestral Immortal? Haha. First Firmament Ancestral Immortal? However, I'm still an Ancestral Immortal. I'm finally an Ancestral Immortal. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with excitement. With this starting point, Yin Chuan felt that it was enough. Next, without needing to transcend the tribulation, Yin Chuan would continue to charge forward. Just as Yin Chuan was feeling satisfied, roar! A deafening dragon roar suddenly came from afar. The dragon's roar was so loud that the earth began to tremble. Not just Xianying, but the entire Great Zhun. No, the entire True Dragon Domain and Chuanjin Dragon Domain shook violently. The various cities in the True Dragon Domain quickly activated their formations. In Xianying, the Dragon Monarch, Pang Tianhe, and the other spectators all looked toward the east in surprise. That was because the dragon roar had come from the east. Holy King, congratulations, Holy King. A long voice suddenly came from the east. Giguzi. Yin Chuan frowned as he looked toward the east. Congratulations, Holy Ruler, for becoming an ancestral immortal. However, it's a double blessing now. Holy Ruler, you just absorbed the natural energy of the world. I've finally lived up to your expectations and found it. Giguzi's voice carried a hint of excitement. You found it. Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. The primordial dragon vein, the location of the dragon head. Holy Ruler, I've found it. Great Zhun's prosperity begins now. Giguzi's voice came from afar. The primordial dragon vein? In a distant mountain valley, the dragon monarch's expression changed. In the south, Pang Tianhe, who was preparing to leave quietly with his disciples, was also shocked. The primordial dragon vein? Pang Tianhe looked toward the east in surprise. Holy ruler, we've found the dragon head of the primordial dragon vein. Holy ruler, should we drive it to Xianying? Gigu Zi's voice came. Open the dragon head and drive it to Xianying. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. Gigu Zi's voice came from afar. Roar! In the east, another dragon roar shook the heavens. Beneath this dragon roar, heaven and earth reverberated with the roar of a giant dragon. The earth trembled. The ground of the entire true dragon territory was shaking. Countless commoners and cultivators looked at the earth in shock. In a city in Great Zhun. Not good. There's an earthquake. Is the dragon pulse moving? No, not that one. All of the dragon pulses are moving. What's going on? The mountains over there are moving. Which direction are they moving in? The earth is rising. A mountain is rising from the ground? For a moment, cries of shock came from all over Great Zhun. The entire earth was shaking and moving. Countless mountains and rivers suddenly rushed away, and countless mountains and rivers rushed back. Some mountains and rivers directly sank into the ground, and some mountains and rivers suddenly emerged from the ground. The entire true dragon domain was going through an earth-shaking change. The people of Great Zhun, Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! Yin Chuan's voice instantly spread to every corner of the world. The holy ruler's voice. Countless commoners looked up. Great Zhun will undergo earth-shaking changes. Our Great Zhun's prosperity has begun. During this period, there will be some drastic changes. Everyone, be careful of your own safety. Those who can enter the city should quickly hide in the city. All officials and guards of Great Zhun must protect the commoners. Do not cause any disturbances. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. Countless officials and guards responded to the sky. Great changes were happening in true dragon domain. Boom! In a volcanic region, a volcano suddenly erupted into the sky. Boom! Boom! Almost all of the volcanoes in true dragon domain were violently erupting. The sky was filled with flames, and it was incomparably magnificent. The primordial dragon vein? The primordial dragon of the great earth. Pang Tianhe said with an unsightly expression. He had been here for many years without finding anything, but Yin Chuan had found it, and even awakened the primordial dragon. The dragon emperor looked to the east with a complicated expression. The East Sea Dragon Palace was close to true dragon domain, and they were looking for the primordial dragon. Now, it had appeared, but it was Yin Chuan who had found it. The primordial dragon? The primordial dragon vein is the most powerful in the world. Every continent in the world of the living will have one. The primordial dragon vein in the outer eastern continent has appeared. The awakening of the primordial dragon vein will draw the fate energy of all 36 domains in the outer eastern continent. Yin Chuan and Great Zhun can use this opportunity to draw the fate energy of all 36 domains in the outer eastern continent. As long as they can stop the attack, Great Zhun will become unstoppable. More importantly, the Yuan Qi of all 36 domains in the outer eastern continent will be centered around true dragon domain. The Yuan Qi of all 36 domains will be more abundant than in the other domains. The Dragon Emperor side. Similarly, the awakening of the primordial dragon vein will draw the fate energy of the world. They will definitely become enemies with the world. It seems like true dragon domain will be in for another bloodbath. Chapter 1166. Rumble. The earth in Jinlong Dominion churned violently. Countless living beings narrowly escaped death. However, as long as one was a citizen of Great Zhun, even an ordinary citizen, a large number of cultivators were dispatched to rescue and protect them. The earth rose and fell, and the mountain ranges moved. However, everyone suddenly noticed something different. Worldly essence energy. The worldly essence energy seems to have become denser. A citizen exclaimed. Amidst their shock, the citizens also noticed something different. The worldly essence energy was increasing at a crazy rate. The Sage King said that Great Jun will prosper. Could it be that this is the time? Someone's eyes lit up. Now, immediately, countless citizens were filled with anticipation. Although many buildings were destroyed in the earthquake, it was not difficult for cultivators to rebuild them. Perhaps a dozen complicated spells would suffice. However, the increase in worldly essence energy was what everyone yearned for. With more worldly essence energy, one's cultivation speed would increase. With more worldly essence energy, each generation would become more and more outstanding. Long live! Long live! Countless cheers came from the surrounding cities. At this moment, this scene appeared in Xianyang. Roar! A loud dragon's roar came from the east. The earth rose and fell. Mountains and rivers rose from the ground. In the distance, the citizens saw a huge mountain range slowly moving over. A mountain range? Is that a mountain? That's a dragon head. A dragon head. The citizens exclaimed in shock. Their mouths were agape. A dragon head. It was indeed a dragon head. However, this dragon head was too big. It was so big that everyone was at a loss. A mountain-shaped dragon head. However, this dragon head was at least 10 times bigger than Xianyang. After all, Xianyang City was already the largest city in Jinlong Dominion. In terms of diameter, it was 5,000 miles wide. This was a huge city with a diameter of 5,000 miles. However, the dragon head before them was 10 times bigger than Xianyang City. The huge dragon head reached into the clouds. Clouds had already drifted past the dragon's mouth. The clouds at the lowest level only reached the dragon's mouth. How big did the dragon have to be? That was not all. Some cultivators with good eyesight could see it. After the dragon head, there was a long dragon body. The dragon body was no longer a whole body. Instead, it was made up of countless mountain ranges. It was a vast and endless dragon body. Roar! The giant dragon roared, its voice shaking the void. In the distance, Peng Tianhe watched this scene in a daze. What a terrifying primordial dragon vein! Peng Tianhe exclaimed. It is indeed a huge vein. This dragon's body should be able to stretch across half of the true dragon domain, right? This is too exaggerated, right? A disciple exclaimed in shock. Not far away, the Dragon Emperor's eyes also flashed with excitement. Primordial dragon vein? What a great primordial dragon vein! The primordial earth dragon. If my East Sea Dragon tribe obtains an earthen primordial dragon, we will definitely. The Dragon Emperor's eyes glinted with desire. However, this desire didn't last long before it dimmed. The Dragon Emperor smiled bitterly. East Sea Dragon Palace? If we really obtain the primordial dragon vein, it's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. At the entrance of Skyward Hall, a trace of excitement flashed in the eyes of the great Jun official. Dog God revealed a look of surprise. What is Yin Chuan's background? The 7 fiends and Dragon Fifth were also dumbfounded. Dragon Fifth? Is this a dragon? The 7 fiends asked in confusion. Roar? Dragon Fifth looked at the 7 fiends in confusion. The 7 fiends looked into the distance and said, Our bodies are 10,000 feet long, and we are called dragons. If we are dragons, then what is this thing in front of us? It has dragon whiskers. No, even a strand of hair is bigger than us. If this thing is a dragon, then what are we? Dragon hair? Roar. Dragon Fifth didn't know what to say. Dragon hair? From afar, Gigu Zi and a group of feng shui masters were standing on the dragon's head. However, they looked so insignificant that they wouldn't even notice this tiny speck of dust. However, apart from the great Jin officials, the Dragon Emperor and the other experts all looked at Gigu Zi solemnly. This was the primordial dragon vein, and it was attracted by this speck of dust. Roar! As it approached, the towering dragon head roared again. Then, it slowly swam around Xianyang. Rumble! The primordial dragon's body, the mountain range, slowly formed 2 huge circles around Xianyang, as if the dragon was coiling up. Then, the huge dragon head suddenly sank into the ground. The dragon head sank into the ground. What's going on? How can a dragon sink into the ground? Are you stupid? This is the primordial dragon vein, born from the earth. So what if it sinks? Countless people exclaimed. The dragon head sank into the ground and disappeared. However, in the next moment, the entire Xianyang shook. Gigu Zi and about 100 feng shui masters quickly flew into Xianyang City. Rise! Gigu Zi shouted. Roar! A dragon's roar came from the depths of the ground. All of a sudden, Xianyang City floated up. It rose higher and higher. The huge Xianyang City, with a diameter of 10,000 miles and a large amount of land around it, quickly rose higher and higher. Soon, it was above the height of the low clouds. Some busybodies flew up and screamed. Dragon head, under our feet is a dragon head. The dragon is holding up the entire Xianyang. What a huge dragon horn. We are all standing on the dragon head. Countless commoners cried out in surprise. This scene was too magnificent, so magnificent that everyone felt their souls tremble with excitement. Great Zhen's capital? I'm a citizen of Great Zhen. I'm a citizen of the powerful Great Zhen. Countless people were extremely proud at this moment. There was usually a protruding bone on the dragon head, which usually meant holding up the sky. Holding up the sky. At this moment, Chaotian Hall was on the protruding bone, and the entire Chaotian Hall square floated up with the protruding bone. Rumble. Standing in the Chaotian Hall square, one could overlook the world. Roar. The primordial dragon let out another long roar and suddenly came to a halt. Rumble. Endless primordial chi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions. The dragon's mouth inhaled and exhaled primordial chi of heaven and earth. For a moment, the primordial chi of heaven and earth around Xianyang reached an unprecedented level. A golden-robed old man with long eyebrows flew out slowly. This old man did not have Song Tianzong's soaring aura. Instead, he looked like an extremely gentle old man. However, this appearance made Yin Chuan and Song Tianzong reveal grave expressions. The Eastern Sea Dragon Monarch. Song Tianzong asked, "Greetings to the two of you." The Dragon Monarch smiled faintly. Dragon Monarch? Yin Chuan looked at the Dragon Monarch as well. Roar! Dragon Fifth cried out in shock. Yin Chuan, Song Tianzong, and the Dragon Monarch, the three ancestral immortals, stood at the same height and looked at each other. Chapter 1167. Yin Chuan, Song Tianzong, and Dragon Emperor, the three ancestral immortals, stood at the same height and looked at each other. The atmosphere in the sky above Xianyang became heavy. In the distance, the battle continued. The Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, God of Heaven, and Bai Ditian were fighting for Tao gods, but they were getting further and further away. As for the other ancient immortals, they had already been captured. In the past, the number of ancient immortals who became ancient immortals was counted in the tens of thousands. Great Zhen's hidden foundation was terrifying. The four Tao gods, after witnessing what had just happened, were in no mood to fight. They had long wanted to escape, but they were all ancient immortals and couldn't escape. However, the battle was getting further and further away from Xianyang. Yin Chuan brought his officials and looked at Song Tianzong and Dragon Emperor. "Since the two of you have come uninvited, may I know why you two have come?" Yin Chuan asked coldly. Song Tianzong and Dragon Emperor frowned slightly. Dragon Fifth, who was not far away, suddenly screamed at Dragon King. It was as if he wanted Dragon King to save him from his misery. "Are you being silly again? Be careful. Sacred King will punish you." The seven fiends looked at Dragon Fifth with disdain. Dragon Fifth looked at them speechlessly and continued to ask Dragon Emperor for help. Yin Chuan turned his head and looked at him. Under his gaze, Dragon Fifth quivered and opened his mouth, but he didn't dare to shout again. Instead, he looked pitifully at Dragon Emperor in the distance. Dragon Emperor looked at Dragon Fifth, his long eyebrows trembling slightly. What? Dragon Emperor, are you here for Dragon Fifth? Yin Chuan looked at Dragon Emperor solemnly. You worry too much, Emperor Yin. Dragon Fifth made a mistake, so he has to pay the price. It's his fortune to pull your chariot. Dragon Emperor smiled. Dragon Fifth looked at Dragon Emperor in shock. He didn't believe it. The seven fiends looked at Dragon Fifth with schadenfreude. Dragon Fifth wanted to slap them. Yin Chuan wasn't satisfied and looked at the two of them. Are the two of you here for good or evil? Yin Chuan asked straightforwardly. I'm just passing by. It's kind of me. The Dragon Emperor smiled. How about Lai Shan? So what if it is? Song Tianzong sneered. If you're kind, I, Dejun, will hold a banquet to welcome you. If you are evil, I, Dejun, will let your blood splatter the sky. Yin Chuan said with a serious look in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a murderous aura filled the air. Blood splashed across the sky. The Dragon Emperor looked at Yin Chuan with a trace of surprise. He didn't expect Yin Chuan to be so unyielding. Song Tianzong's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. The primordial dragon vein belongs to the outer eastern continent. Only the virtuous cultivators of the outer eastern continent can possess it. Song Tianzong said solemnly. Only the virtuous can occupy it? Could it be that cult leader Song is talking about yourself? Yin Chuan suddenly said with a smile. Me? Ha ha ha. Although I, Song Tianzong, am the ruler of a territory, I'm not so arrogant as to be virtuous to the outer eastern continent. Song Tianzong said, while shaking his head. Oh, Yin Chuan frowned as he looked at Song Tianzong. Today, after seeing De Zhen's majesty, Tianzong feels deeply moved. Ever since Yin Di killed Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor, I can foresee that in less than 10 days, Azure Divine Sovereign Emperor will personally come to Xianyang. He will come to destroy Xianyang. Song Tianzong said. So what? Yin Chuan did not think much of it. I, Song Tianzong, live for the saber. I traveled the world, sharpening my saber. When I saw Yindi's surging blood sea, I suddenly thought of a person, Sword Demon Yin's eye. Song Tianzong said. Yin Chuan looked at Song Tianzong, feeling confused. Sword Demon Yin's eye is also a powerful person with a surging blood sea. Unfortunately, I have never had the chance to fight him, which is a lifelong regret. Now that I have reappeared at the blood sea, I would like to exchange pointers with him. Song Tianzong said gravely. Blood sea? My blood sea is not his blood sea. Yin Chuan said indifferently. I created the heavenly saber, 7 styles. Today, I am not here to stir up trouble in Xianyang. This is my wish. I will only send out one saber strike. If Yindi can block this saber strike, I, Song Tianzong, will naturally apologize. How about it? Song Tianzong said as he stared at Yin Chuan. Song Tianzong's fighting spirit intensified. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes as he stared at Song Tianzong. One saber strike? If I can block it, you, Song Tianzong, will apologize. If I cannot, won't I, Yin Chuan, be the unlucky one? What is Song Tianzong? While casually speaking, he knows when to advance and retreat. If Song Tianzong could kill Yin Chuan with one saber strike, he would have to compete with the Dragon Monarch for the primordial dragon vein. Furthermore, the Dragon Monarch's attitude was extremely calm. Clearly, he would not fight too hard. Song Tianzong had a high chance of obtaining the primordial dragon vein. However, if Yin Chuan could block this saber strike and display the strength of an expert, Yin Chuan would not pursue the matter any further. Yin Chuan sneered. Song Tianzong was much more powerful than Emperor Greenfire. Both were ancestral immortals, but one knew when to advance and retreat, while the other was rash and brainless. Yindi, what do you think? Song Tianzong asked aggressively again. Yin Chuan could tell what Song Tianzong was thinking. He suddenly smiled. Heavenly Saber, 7 styles? Do you know that this is the true Dragon Dominion and Xianying? If Yindi wishes to mobilize the power of Great Zenith, it is not impossible. Tianzong will wait and see. Song Tianzong smiled. Shaking his head, Yin Chuan said, Heavenly Saber, 7 styles? You only need to send out 1 saber strike, at most 1 strike. My Great Zenith is filled with talents. I may not need to do it personally. Oh. Song Tianzong's face darkened. Song Tianzong wanted to test Yin Chuan's strength. Whether he succeeded or not was not important. What was important was that he could understand Yin Chuan. However, Yin Chuan did not want to fight him. Did Yin Chuan mean to let an official fight with him? Wouldn't that be lowering his status? This was Yin Chuan's counterattack. Although it was a simple move, it was extremely effective. The Dragon Emperor looked at Yin Chuan with a hint of surprise. Ah, very well. Let's see which subject of Great Zenith is so respected by Yindi. Song Tianzong laughed. Emperor Greenfire could not compare to Song Tianzong. Although he was the ruler of a dominion, he was extremely open-minded. Yin Chuan looked at Giguzi. Giguzi nodded and stepped forward. Giguzi, Jianzheng of Great Zenith's imperial astronomer, would like to exchange pointers with Sect Master Song's Heavenly Saber. Giguzi smiled. Song Tianzong's expression changed as he looked at Giguzi. Untalented? Song Tianzong naturally did not think that Giguzi was untalented. It was amazing that an ancient immortal dared to challenge an ancestral immortal. Moreover, Giguzi had controlled the primordial dragon vein earlier. Good. Song Tianzong's eyes revealed a meaningful smile. The Dragon Emperor flew to the side. South of the dragon's head, Song Tianzong stood in the void and looked at Giguzi. Giguzi, watch carefully. Heavenly Saber's first move, meet me at full edge. Song Tianzong shouted. Suddenly, a vast saber light soared into the sky from Song Tianzong's body. The saber light was like the heavenly Tao, piercing through heaven and earth. Of course, it was still slightly weaker, but not by much. The moment the berserk aura appeared, the ground rumbled loudly. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of loud explosions, huge saber lotuses suddenly exploded on the ground. They looked like lotus flowers, but the petals were saber-shaped. Countless saber lotuses bloomed, and for a time, the ground was completely corroded by the saber lotuses. Buzz! Horrifying saber chi spread out in all directions, surrounding that vast saber light, as though it was supporting that saber light. Meet me at full edge. Song Tianzong shouted. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sky-piercing saber light erupted with resplendent white light, instantly illuminating the world. It truly looked like a blunt saber opening its edge. As the saber light opened its edge, the boundless white light suddenly turned into strands of saber chi, chopping down on Giguzi. Boom! The vast saber light chopped down vertically, and the boundless saber chi rushed over. The saber lotuses on the ground spun, stirring up the saber sea and causing it to chop down even faster. The scene was extremely majestic. The sky to the south turned into a world of sabers. This scene was like a small valley facing an ocean pouring down from the sky, and its might was vast to the extreme. Countless ordinary people felt a chill in their hearts as they looked at the saber sea in the south. Gigus, he did not show any fear. Instead, he took a step forward. Ignite the earth fire, howling heavenly wind. Gigus, he shouted. Then he waved his palms at the ground below. The primordial dragon's head, which had been settled, suddenly opened its eyes wide and roared. Roar! The primordial dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. On the ground, where the saber lotuses covered the south, huge volcanic craters suddenly appeared. Boom! Boom! The volcanoes erupted one after another, blasting the saber lotuses into pieces. As the primordial dragon roared, the void shook. The intense shaking caused a dragon head-shaped spatial distortion to appear in front of the primordial dragon. The distorted spatial distortion went straight for the saber light of the heavenly saber. The dragon head, and the saber light collided in the distance. Boom! Tens of thousands of sabers in the sea of sabers crumbled under the impact of the dragon-shaped void. The vast saber light collided violently with the dragon's head, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. The entire southern void shook violently. Looking over from Xianying, the entire southern sky turned dark. One could only hear the sounds of energy colliding with each other. The sky shook violently. After an incense stick's worth of time, the shaking slowly disappeared, and heaven and earth returned to normal. The dragon-shaped spatial distortion disappeared, and so did the huge saber light. Song Tianzong stood quietly in the void, looking at Gigazi with a shocked expression. More importantly, he looked at the primordial dragon giant meridian below Xianying. He didn't draw his saber just now. It was only the first form of the heavenly saber, but it wasn't something ordinary ancestral immortals could block. Gigazit did it with the primordial dragon giant meridian. A roar from the primordial dragon giant meridian could block an attack from an ancestral immortal. Song Tianzong looked at the primordial dragon giant meridian and suddenly felt a sense of eagerness. However, he quickly suppressed this desire. Good feng shui dragon roar. Tianzong has learned from you. Song Tianzong was adaptable and immediately praised. Following that, his figure flashed and went straight into the distance. Boom! A loud sound came from afar, and a heavenly Dao in the distance instantly collapsed. The Dao god that Bai Ditian was fighting was instantly severely injured by Song Tianzong. Boom! 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 Following the same pattern, the four Dao gods were quickly defeated by his Song Tianzong. The Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, God, and Bai Ditian captured four Dao gods in the blink of an eye. Song Tianzong's defeated Dao god flew over again. Four Dao gods. This is my apology to Great Zhun. Song Tianzong said solemnly. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. Yifeng, set up the banquet. The two of you? Please. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. As for the Ra clan, although they no longer roamed the world, they were incomparably glorious in the past. Rumor has it that they were the first batch of living beings born in the world. They are located in the easternmost part of the outer East continent, Song Tianzong explained. Ra clan? I haven't seen them before. Yin Chuan nodded. The Ra clan is somewhat xenophobic. Perhaps it's because of some other reason that they don't allow outsiders to enter their territory. Song Tianzong nodded. However, speaking of which, you and I are going to face Zhu Gong the most now. I'm sure Cult Master Song knows more about Zhu Gong. Yin Chuan smiled. Face? Yin Di, you must be joking. I'm not the one facing Yin Di, but Yin Di. Song Tianzong shook his head and smiled. Is that so? Yin Chuan stared at Song Tianzong with a smile of disbelief. The Dragon Emperor looked on with interest from his side. Song Tianzong smiled. Yin Di, you're worrying too much. I've heard that Zhu Gong is divided into 12 divine palaces. In the beginning, they only occupied one territory. Later on, the 12 divine palaces grew stronger and expanded outwards, seizing 2 more territories. After many years of recuperation, they once again gathered enough resources and seized 3 more territories. Today, they control 6 territories. 2 divine palaces are stationed in each territory. This time, they have cultivated for many years. Presumably, their resources are gradually becoming sufficient. The 3rd expansion shouldn't be too far away. Heavenly Knife territory is close to them. Perhaps they will be the first to bear the brunt? Yin Di said with a smile. Yin Di, you're thinking too much. Ha! Song Tianzong laughed loudly and raised his cup. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and raised his glass. As Song Tianzong drank, a light flashed in his eyes. Clearly, Yin Chuan's words were indeed Song Tianzong's sore spot, but he did not want to say it out loud. Yin Chuan saw that Song Tianzong did not want to say more, so he turned to the Dragon Emperor. Dragon Emperor? I've been looking forward to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace for a long time. Yin Chuan raised his cup and smiled. The Dragon Emperor immediately raised his cup and said, Yin Di, you're too polite. If you have time, feel free to visit the Eastern Sea at any time. Huh. All right, since the Dragon Emperor invited me, I will naturally go. However, aren't you afraid that the Dragon Palace will be lost in Jinlong territory? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. The Dragon Palace will be lost? The Dragon Emperor's eyes suddenly narrowed. Song Tianzong also looked at the Dragon Emperor in surprise. Indeed, why do you say that? The Dragon Emperor shook his head. I'm sure the Dragon Emperor is aware of the dangers of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. I just want to ask if the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is ready. Yin Chuan asked again. A great enemy of the dragon race? The Dragon Emperor could not resist? Who? Also, what was that, CI? Thank you for your kind intentions. Yin Emperor, it's getting late. I have to go back. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Yin Chuan looked at the Dragon Emperor and smiled. No hurry. The East Sea Dragon Palace is close to the true Dragon Dominion. You can go back and think about it. I am sincere in wanting to form an alliance. All right. Thank you, Yin Emperor. I will think about it. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Goodbye. The Dragon Emperor's mind was in a mess. He did not want to stay. Yin Chuan stood up to send him off. I hope the Dragon Emperor will remember my words. The Dragon Emperor nodded and flew out of the hall. After sending the Dragon Emperor off, Song Tianzong also stood up to leave. Yin Emperor, thank you for your hospitality. I will not stay any longer, Song Tianzong said with a smile. All right. Yin Chuan smiled. Whoosh. Song Tianzong also left. Watching the two ancestral immortals leave, Yin Chuan could tell that the Dragon Emperor was really going back, while Song Tianzong was just avoiding suspicion. At this moment, Song Tianzong must still be hiding somewhere outside Xianyang, waiting for the Azure Divine King's arrival. Sage King, what should we do with the 4 captured Dao gods? Lu Gang walked up. Lock them in the prison. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Yin Chuan stood with his hand behind his back and looked toward the south. Yin Chuan looked proud. So what if the Azure Divine King was here? South of Xianyang, in a valley. Pang Tianhe and his disciples were still in shock. Master? Leave? Why? The Azure Divine King will be here soon. What are we afraid of? A disciple said in surprise. Pang Tianhe shook his head. It's because the Azure Divine King is coming that we have to leave quickly. It's not like you don't know how angry the Azure Divine King is. We are related to him, after all. Let's not provoke the Azure Divine King now. Yes. The disciples thought about it and quickly left. Chapter 1169. 10 days passed very quickly. During this period, the group of captured Taoist gods, under Lu Gang's torture, had completely confessed everything. The Great Extinction Holy Court? Yifeng was in charge. Meng Tian led the army to attack the Great Extinction Holy Court, and Zhang Yi was in charge of persuading the city lords to surrender. The Great Extinction Holy Court's army aggressively charged into the territory of the Great Extinction Holy Court. None of this was important to Yin Chuan. What was important was the rage of the Azure Divine King. Standing in the square of the Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan looked coldly at the south. The official stood behind him respectfully. Yin Chuan paid special attention to the south through the Sea of Providence and found a target in one of the cities. The loud sound of something breaking through the air shocked the people in the city. Giguzi, protect Xianyang, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Giguzi nodded. Rumble. A large number of formations were quickly set up to protect Xianyang. They waited patiently for a while. Boom, boom. The first 2 sounds of something breaking through the air exploded, and a gust of wind blew in all directions of Xianying. In the southern sky, the originally clear sky suddenly turned into two colors. One side was filled with purple light, while the other side was filled with green light. The southern sky was filled with purple and green light. Two figures were standing in the air above them. One was green, while the other was purple. They were both dressed in luxurious robes and had a majestic look on their faces. The man in green looked furious, while the man in purple looked at the huge dragon head in front of him in surprise. Boom! Boom! Behind the two of them, there were 10 more figures, all of them green and purple. Rumble! As soon as the 10 figures arrived, each of them shot into the sky, forming a heavenly Tao that connected the heavens and the earth. As soon as the heavenly Tao appeared, a majestic aura spread out. 10 Tao gods. Judging from their posture, the 10 Tao gods were just subordinates. The two leaders were green and purple. Who is Yin Chuan? Give me back my brother's life. The man in green robes shouted angrily. Boom! A loud roar shook the void. In a valley in the west of Xianying, Song Tianzong was hidden within. Seeing the 12 silhouettes in the south of Xianying, his eyebrows twitched. It looks like Yin Chuan is really doomed this time. Purplish-green weave? The Azure God King and Violet God King had actually all come? 10 more Tao gods? These are the palace lords of the 2 divine palaces of the Absolute Palace. Song Tianzong looked on with a complicated expression. Although Song Tianzong was proud, he still had to be careful of the Absolute Palace's experts. Naturally, he understood the strength of the two. Azure Divine King, Violet Divine King. Yin Chuan coldly looked into the distance. The 2 God Kings stared at Yin Chuan at the same time. Violet Divine King sneered and said, Heroes indeed come from youth. In less than 10,000 years, you actually became an ancestral immortal. Unfortunately, you found the wrong person to be your stepping stone. Today is the end for you. The Azure Divine King's eyes turned cold. You are Yin Chuan? Kill yourself. I will leave your soul to be reincarnated, so that my younger brother can slaughter you again after he is reincarnated. Kill myself? Yin Chuan sneered. This was something that Yin Chuan had always said to others. Someone actually dared to say it in front of him. The Azure Divine King sneered and said, To be able to kill my younger brother and become an ancestral immortal, you are indeed extraordinary. Moreover, this is your capital. You can mobilize the power of the world. I naturally understand that. Perhaps if I am alone and you mobilize the power of the world, I might be able to resist for a while. However, I'm not brainless like my younger brother. I have already called the Violet Divine King here. I will not be able to save you. Is that so? Yin Chuan said coldly. The Violet Divine King smiled faintly and said, Azure Divine King is right. Yin Chuan, kill yourself. After that, I can guarantee that I will not kill your officials and relatives. The Violet Divine King's tone sounded like he was giving alms. 2 ancestral immortals with 10 Tao gods came aggressively to force Yin Chuan to kill himself. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed fiercely. He naturally understood that the two were not trying to scare the crowd. The two of them did have the strength. However, how could I, Yin Chuan, be judged by you? Netherworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan slowly walked out and looked at the Yellow Springs Road in the distance. There was a flash of light in his eyes. One Yin Chuan might not be able to stop the 2 Divine Kings, but what about 2? Zombie Yin Chuan stepped out and appeared at the Yellow Springs Road. Looking at the Yellow Springs Road, he was about to step into the world of the living. Suddenly, Zombie Yin Chuan's brows twitched slightly, and his footsteps stopped, because there was a sudden change in the world of the living. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan looked coldly at the 2 Divine Kings. There was no fear at all. Ha 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 ha, you came just in time. A loud shout sounded. The experts in the surroundings immediately revealed puzzled expressions. A man in golden clothes flew over from the north. Whoosh! The man stood in midair and looked at the huge dragon head in front of him. Origin Dragon Vein? Ha ha! Indeed, you are really lucky. The man laughed loudly. Yin Chuan looked at the man, and his fierce expression softened slightly. Great Chi Sage King, why are you here? Yin Chuan asked, puzzled. The person who came was one of the Sage Kings of the True Dragon Domain, Sun Wukong. However, he later gave up the True Dragon Domain and left. Sun Wukong looked at the purple and azure divine kings in the distance and sneered. I went back to report to my benefactor. He said that the origin dragon vein of the Outer East continent is about to rise, and you will definitely face trouble from all sides. Thus, he said that he is willing to lend you a hand and let me bring you his sword. He will lend you his sword for a year to help you protect your territory, Sun Wukong said. With that, Sun Wukong flew towards the Skyward Palace Plaza. Yigu Zi activated the formation and did not stop Sun Wukong. In the blink of an eye, he was close. Sword? The Azure Divine King, Purple Divine King, and Song Tianzong in the distance were all confused. Xing! Sun Wukong waved his hand, and 4 swords suddenly floated in the air. 1 purple, 1 red, 1 green, and 1 black. The moment the 4 swords appeared, a soul-stirring, murderous aura spread out. It was extremely ferocious, making one's heart skip a beat when looking at it from afar. Even the expression of Song Tianzong, who was standing in the valley in the distance, changed. What ferocious swords! Song Tianzong exclaimed. The Azure Divine King and Purple Divine King's expressions sank in the air. They also noticed the ferocity of the 4 swords. The moment the 4 swords appeared, a bone-chilling cold filled the air. Many of the Great Zhen's officials revealed horrified expressions. Sun Wukong's benefactor? Who is it? Only the old officials from the Great Qin Empire understood the meaning of these 4 swords. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and said, The immortal extermination 4 swords? Didn't they remain in the Great Thousand Realms? Lu Buwei raised his eyebrows and said, No, these are the Death Swords. The Death Swords? The officials looked over again. There are no sword souls? These 4 swords do not have sword souls. Lu Buwei asked after taking a deep breath. That's right. The 4 swords in the great wide world are only sword souls. The sword bodies have never appeared. The sword body was brought here. Guwei Guzi's expression changed. Immortal slaying sword, immortal slaughtering sword, immortal trapping sword, immortal exterminating sword. It used to be the most ferocious sword in the great wide world. Although it no longer has a sword soul, it now has an aura of death. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Yin Chuan nodded his head and said, I understand now. Back then, Tong Tian faked his death and stripped the 4 swords of the sword souls to accompany his corpse. His own spirit was entrusted to the 4 swords of the immortal slaying swords and came here. Sun Wukong was slightly surprised and said with a smile, Yin Di is indeed wise. Yin Chuan looked at Sun Wukong and said, Since Tong Tian asked you to bring the 4 swords here, it's obvious that you're going to set up the formation. That's right. Goku nodded. Yin Chuan pondered for a moment as he looked at Sun Wukong. It was as if he was considering whether to accept Tong Tian's help. After all, if he accepted it, then he would be tied to Heavenspan's karma again. Yin Di? Sun Wukong asked in confusion. All right, then I'll have to trouble you. Yin Chuan said with a solemn expression. Tong Tian's kindness. How could he not dare to accept it? All right, today, let me help you block the attack. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Sun Wukong took a step forward and flew out of Xianying again. The 4 swords of the immortal slaying sword followed closely behind. High up in the sky, the Azure Divine King revealed a cold smile. The sword is a ferocious sword, but it's just a death sword. An ancient immortal dares to get involved in this mess? The Azure Divine King said coldly. Death sword? Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile. How about Tong Tian's sword? Yin Chuan naturally knew it best. In the great wide world, Hong Jun taught the 3 pure ones. Among the 3 pure ones, Tong Tian's sword Dao was the most domineering. He was so domineering that Tai Ching and Yu Qing were ashamed to use swords in the end because Tong Tian's sword Dao talent was too fierce. The immortal slaying sword formation was the most ferocious sword Dao formation, the immortal slaying sword formation. In the Three Pure Ones era, no one could compare to Tong Tian in terms of sword Dao. Even Yin Chuan guessed that Tong Tian's sword Dao was comparable to Hong Jun's. Tong Tian was reluctant to abandon the four swords when he came to this world. It was clear how strong the four swords were. Death Sword? This might be the first time the immortal slaying sword formation was displayed in this world. Sage King? Gigu Zi frowned. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, I understand Tong Tian's plan. However, Tong Tian won't change for anyone. No one can change it, not even Tong Tian. Gigu Zi smiled when he heard Yin Chuan's determination. I'm thinking too much. Yin Chuan nodded. Gigu Zi retreated again. In the distance, Sun Wukong had already brought the four swords to the group of experts. The Purple Divine King and Azure Divine King narrowed their eyes. The Azure Divine King sneered and said, Yin Chuan, are you going to let this person die for you? Yin Chuan looked coldly from afar. Sun Wukong glared and said, Die? Ha ha, we don't know who will die. As he spoke, Sun Wukong grabbed the immortal ending sword and hung it in the northern void. Buzz! The immortal ending sword suddenly trembled. In the northern sky of the Azure Divine King, a black sky curtain suddenly appeared. The moment the sky curtain appeared, it was connected to heaven and earth. The Purple Divine King and Azure Divine King's eyes narrowed. A feeling that could sever one's soul was emitted from the black curtain. At a glance, it was as if endless sword intent was rushing into one's mind. Rumble! The two ancestral immortals' consciousness could naturally block this sword intent. However, at the same time, they felt an unprecedented sense of danger. From this black sword, the two ancestral immortals could only feel a kind of intent. Kill, 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 kill. A killing sword intent rushed into the Violet Divine King's body. Boom! The Violet Divine King retreated 10 zhong, his face full of shock. On the other side, the Azure Divine King's sword slashed at Immortal Extermination Sword. Boom! The Immortal Extermination Sword's sword intent collided with the Violet Divine King's sword intent. Boom! The Azure Divine King hurriedly retreated 10 zhong as well. The two God Kings returned empty-handed. In the distant valley, Song Tianzong watched this scene in shock. How is this possible? It was just two swords. The Violet Divine King and the Azure Divine King were ancestral immortals who were stronger than him. They couldn't even defeat two swords? And the Death Sword? This is impossible, Song Tianzong exclaimed. The two God Kings were the same. Ha ha ha! Sun Wukong laughed arrogantly. At this moment, the void suddenly shook slightly. Buzz! As the void shook, an illusory figure slowly appeared. The moment the illusory figure appeared, a vast aura spread out. Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows. The Azure Divine King and the Violet Divine King were surprised. Greetings, Palace Lord. The two God Kings immediately bowed. After the two deity kings bowed, the 10 Dao gods came to their senses. Greetings, Palace Lord, the 10 Dao gods shouted. In the distance, Song Tianzong's eyes flashed with shock. Palace Lord, Ju Palace? His projection? Why would his projection appear here? Song Tianzong said in shock. The projection was dressed in a black robe and wore a black, ferocious mask on his face. No one could see his face clearly. Palace Lord, Ju Palace? In Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. All these years, Yin Chuan had collected a large amount of information and knew that Ju Palace had a Palace Lord. However, no one had seen it before. Other than the 12 Palace Lords of Ju Palace, the others who had seen Palace Lord Ju Palace were all dead. Celestial Slaying Sword Formation? Palace Lord Ju Palace looked around. His voice was hoarse. You recognize it? Sun Wukong was surprised. Azure Divine King. Violet Divine King. How did you offend him? Palace Lord Ju Palace asked in a deep voice. The two God Kings looked at Palace Lord Ju Palace in shock. Him? The two naturally knew that he was the owner of Celestial Slaying Sword. However, we didn't offend him. It was just a coincidence. Azure Divine King explained immediately. A coincidence? Palace Lord Ju Palace asked in a hoarse voice. Yes. Violet Divine King nodded immediately. Since it's a coincidence, leave immediately. Go back. Palace Lord Ju Palace said. After speaking, the illusory figure of Palace Lord Ju Palace gradually disappeared. There was only an order. Violet Divine King and Azure Divine King looked at each other. Azure Divine King's eyes flashed with unwillingness. However, Violet Divine King said helplessly, Palace Lord has given the order. Let's go. Azure Divine King looked into the distance, and his face turned ugly. Go! Azure Divine King turned around and shouted. Song Tianzong looked at this scene blankly from afar. It's over? At the entrance of Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan sneered. Azure Divine King? Is my great Jun a place where you can come and go as you wish? Yin Chuan's shout reverberated through Xianyang. Song Tianzong looked over and was surprised. What was Yin Chuan doing? Azure Divine King and Violet Divine King are leaving. Instead of rejoicing, you want to cause trouble? Do you know how strong they are? Azure Divine King looked at Yin Chuan coldly. Azure Divine King was naturally unwilling. However, Palace Lord Ju Palace had given the order and he had to follow it. Go! Azure Divine King ignored Yin Chuan. Humph! Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Then, he waved his hand, and an azure-colored soul suddenly appeared in his palm. Big brother, save me. The azure-colored soul suddenly screamed. Azure Divine King, who was about to leave, showed a sullen expression. He suddenly looked over. The soul in Yin Chuan's palm was none other than the Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor's soul. Azure Fire? Azure Divine King's expression changed. In the distance, Song Tianzong's eyes goggled. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That day I saw it clearly. After the Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor died, his soul definitely entered the Netherworld realm. How can it be here? Could it be that Yin Chuan went to the Netherworld realm? He even found the Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor's soul in the vast Netherworld realm? Song Tianzong exclaimed. Song Tianzong did not understand. Both the Yang realm and the Netherworld realm were under Great Jun's control. Dead? If one died in Great Jun's territory, their soul could not escape Great Jun's territory. In the Netherworld realm's myriad ghost domain, Azure Divine King sent troops to search and quickly found the Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor's soul. Although the Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor's soul was stronger than ordinary souls, he did not bring his strength with him when he was alive. Hence, he was quickly captured. While Azure Divine King was still in shock, Yin Chuan clenched his fist. Boom! The Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor's soul was instantly crushed and scattered. In the distance, Song Tianzong looked at Yin Chuan in a daze. Was Yin Chuan going to become enemies with Azure Divine King? Was Jiang Yi crushing the Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor's soul in front of him? You bastard! Azure Divine King flew into a rage. Also, aren't you looking for Bai Ditian? Bai Ditian, Yin Chuan shouted. Whoosh! A white figure suddenly flew close to him. Bai Ditian had a baleful aura as he looked at Azure Divine King with hatred. This was the hatred of stealing one's wife and killing one's son. After the interrogation over the past few days, everything was revealed. Bai Ditian's wife had been trapped in the purple-green weave by Azure Divine King. Although he had not forced her to do anything, he had forcefully made her his concubine. He had forced her. How could Bai Ditian not feel hatred and resentment? Hatred? From the moment he received this news, a hatred had been formed. Bai Detian hated that he could not eat Jiang Yi's flesh, bones, blood, and skin. At this moment, Yin Chuan naturally expressed his stance to Bai Detian. De Jun will always be on your side. Bai Detian was extremely grateful. At this moment, Bai Detian completely approved of De Jun. Bai Detian, Azure Divine King's eyes hardened. Azure Divine King, the Palace Lord has ordered us to return immediately. Purple Divine King said with a frown. Purple Divine King looked at Yin Chuan meaningfully. He suddenly knew what Yin Chuan wanted to do. However, this Yin Chuan was too arrogant. How dare he? Yin Chuan was not afraid of them. Instead, he was worried that they would escape. Did he want them to stay? Didn't he just become an ancestral immortal? Why did he have to make all of them stay? Great Chi's Sacred King, please hang up the Immortal Slaying Sword. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! Yin Chuan stepped up. As Yin Chuan stepped up, De Jun's group of strong practitioners immediately flew into the sky. Bai Detian, Heavenly Emperor, Jade Emperor, Grand Emperor, Jin Diyu, and a large number of strong practitioners cooperated and charged towards the sky. Sun Wukong was slightly stunned. Then his eyes flashed. All right, let's hang up the Immortal Slaying Sword. Quick, get out. Purple Divine King's expression changed. He waved his sleeves and brought the 10 Tao gods out of the range of the 4 swords. World suppression. Boom! The heaven-burying coffin collided, and Purple Divine King immediately retreated. However, the 10 Tao gods flew out of the formation. Boom! In the distance, the Immortal Slaying Sword formation was finally set up. Kaboom! Boundless 4-colored sword Qi burst out in all directions. The 4 divine swords pierced through heaven and earth. They were like 4 heavenly Daos that trapped and guarded the 4 directions. Within the Immortal Slaying Sword formation, Yin Chuan, Sun Wukong, Azure Divine King, and Purple Divine King were trapped. Outside, the 10 Tao gods escaped. However, in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by a large number of strong practitioners of De Jun. Chapter 1171. Boom! When the Immortal Slaying Sword formation was deployed, the entire dragon head of Xianying seemed to be trembling. Countless mountain rocks seemed to have escaped from the Earth's gravity and slowly floated upwards. Sword Qi raged. The 4-colored sword Qi enveloped everything in the formation, making it impossible to see what was inside. In the sky, the Immortal Slaying Sword formation pierced through the 9 heavens. Countless clouds revolved around the sword formation, causing the sky to darken. The entire Xianying was filled with a murderous aura. Wherever the slaughter passed, some small lakes and rivers were instantly frozen. In a valley in the west, bewilderment flashed across Song Tianzong's eyes. No wonder the palace lord of the Zhu Palace was unwilling to clash with the master of this sword formation. Just a magic treasure is already so ferocious? Song Tianzong said in shock. Wrong? What did Yin Chuan mean? He wanted to kill the Violet God King and Azure God King on the spot? Earlier, he did not allow the 2 of them to leave because he wanted to kill them. Song Tianzong exclaimed in shock. The Azure God King was a character that even Song Tianzong feared. But now, Yin Chuan actually wanted to kill the Azure God King and Violet God King? Didn't he just become an ancestral immortal? Song Tianzong found this rather unbelievable. At this moment, he turned to look in all directions. There were 10 Tao gods in all directions, and there were 10 experts surrounding each of them. Rumble. For a moment, the 10 Tao gods did not reveal their ferocity. On the contrary, roar, bastard, I am a Tao god, ancient immortal. Why are they all ancient immortals? 10 ancient immortals besieged a Tao god. Great Jun sent out 100 ancient immortals at once. In the distance, the group of Tao gods could not merge with the Tao. At most, they were peak ancient immortals. Indeed, fighting one ancient immortal would not be a problem. Fighting 2 or 3 ancient immortals would not be a problem either. More importantly, he was fighting 10 of them. Furthermore, the Song Tianzong did not have information on many of these 10 ancient immortals. To be able to casually take out 100 ancient immortals, did that mean that Great Zhun still had ancient immortals? Right, there were definitely more. At the very least, Meng Tian and Wang Jian weren't among them. Song Tianzong's heart skipped a beat. Is this still the newly promoted Holy Court? So many ancient immortals had appeared in a world of mortals? Boom! With Bai Ditian and the others in the lead, they slaughtered crazily. Bai Ditian hated the fact that his wife had been snatched away, so he was naturally furious. Inside, the immortal slaying sword formation. The 4 swords sealed off the void. Yin Chuan, Sun Wukong, the Azure God King, and the Purple God King were sealed within. As soon as he entered the formation, Yin Chuan looked around. Sword chi surged in all directions, as well as endless black fog. This made Yin Chuan unable to see through the immortal extermination sword formation. Immortal slaying sword formation? Was there a change? Tong Tian is actually still on guard against me. Yin Chuan revealed a faint smile. The 2 ancestral immortals stared at the sky in shock as well. Immortal slaying sword formation? Isolating the inside from the outside? I can't feel the heavenly Tao. The Violet Divine King's expression changed drastically. Heavenly Tao? Me too. The Azure Divine King's expression was extremely ugly. Within the immortal slaying sword formation, you still want to sense the heavenly Tao? Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile. Yin Di, are you really going to kill them? Sun Wukong frowned. Looking at Sun Wukong, Yin Chuan smiled. I know what you're worried about. There's no need for you to do anything. Just help me hold one of them back for now. I'll take care of them one by one. Sun Wukong's expression changed slightly as he nodded. All right. Looking at the Azure Divine King in the distance, Yin Chuan's hair suddenly turned blood red. A violent aura erupted as an endless sea of blood surrounded Yin Chuan and swept towards the Azure Divine King. Bastard! The Violet Divine King's expression darkened as he slashed with the purple sword in his hand. Boom! In the void, a sword energy suddenly appeared and charged towards the Violet Divine King. The Violet Divine King's expression changed as he immediately met the sword. Boom! The Violet Divine King retreated slightly. However, this was not the end. As the immortal extermination sword energy appeared, hundreds of sword energy appeared from the immortal exterminating sword, immortal slaughtering sword, and immortal trapping sword, and swept towards the Violet Divine King. Rumble. The 4 swords were ferocious as they erupted with a vast might. The Violet Divine King was instantly trapped by the swords and was unable to support the Azure Divine King. The Azure Divine King waved the azure sword in his hand. A sea of azure flames suddenly appeared around him and charged towards Yin Chuan's sea of blood. Boom! The sea of fire and the sea of blood collided and fused together. The fire and sea enveloped the 2 of them. So what if I can't use the heavenly Tao? I'm still an ancestral immortal after all. I've been an ancestral immortal for tens of thousands of years. Who knows where you've reincarnated? The Azure Divine King slashed with his sword. Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile. I should be the one saying that to you. The sky-burying coffin in his hand collided with the sword. Boom! The sea of blood and the sea of fire exploded violently. The 2 formidable figures fought fiercely. Outside, Song Tianzong looked at the immortal extermination sword formation in shock. Who is it? In this world, other than those sages and heavenly emperors, is there anyone stronger? Song Tianzong's expression was extremely complicated. He could not see the inside of the immortal extermination sword formation clearly, so he turned to look at the 4 Tao gods. Song Tianzong's expression became increasingly strange. This was because Gigazi, whom Song Tianzong thought to be a peerless expert, was standing calmly at the entrance of Heavenward Palace as if he was not worried at all. How can Great Jun be so confident? Song Tianzong's expression became even more conflicted. Before he came, Song Tianzong had obtained information about Great Jun. According to the information, Great Jun was a newly ascended holy court and was rather weak. Rather weak? Which bastard compiled this information? How could this be called rather weak? Clang! Suddenly, a bell rang in the distance. A loud sound reverberated through heaven and earth. The sound of the bell was extremely unique, and it made Song Tianzong shudder. What a strange bell! Song Tianzong's expression changed as he looked over. He saw one of the heavenly Daos instantly shatter. A Dao god was sent flying while vomiting blood. Boom! A golden-robed man struck out with his palm. A bird claw appeared and stabbed into that Dao god's chest. Ah! That Dao god screamed in shock. The golden-robed man held a huge bell in one hand and grabbed that Dao god with the other. He flew toward the plaza of Heavenward Palace. Go deal with the other Dao gods. Jin Dayu shouted to the other 9. Yes, the 9 ancient immortals replied. Jin Dayu flew to Heavenward Palace and threw that Dao god aside. Instantly, a group of guards came forward. I have already sealed his cultivation and sent him to the celestial prison to await Sacred King's judgment. Jin Dayu said solemnly. Yes, in the distance. Boom, 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 boom. Another 4 loud sounds rang out as 4 heavenly Daos collapsed. The ancient immortals brought by the Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, Deity, and by Detian heavily injured him. The 4 of them brought the restrained Dao god to the plaza of Heavenward Palace and sent him to the celestial prison. In the sky, the Dao gods were struggling. Each of them was filled with endless disbelief. In the plaza of Heavenward Palace, the officials looked at the immortal slaying sword formation in the distance. Giguzi looked at the Grand Emperor, Deity, and Jade Emperor. The 3 of you, Giguzi said softly. Mister, the 3 of them greeted Giguzi respectfully. When ancestral immortals forge divine swords, they will erase the consciousness of the sword's soul, leaving only its instinctive consciousness behind. The 3 of you should know this, right? Giguzi said plainly. The 3 of them had solemn expressions as they nodded in the end. Sacred King is benevolent and has left you with your own consciousness. He doesn't want to lead you in a certain direction, so you can make your own choices. Countless divine swords have given birth to sword souls, but very few can reach the peak. It's not innate, but acquired through hard work. You will gradually understand everything about Sacred King in the future. However, I want to tell you that everything about Sacred King is the strongest. It's everything. Sacred King forged the 3 of you and gave you the chance to grow on your own. I hope you will cherish it. Giguzi said solemnly. Yes, the Grand Emperor, Deity, and Jade Emperor replied. Sacred King wanted son Wukong to set up the celestial slaying sword formation mainly for you guys to observe. Giguzi explained. Ah, the 3 emperors were shocked. Then why didn't he let us in? The Grand Emperor asked in shock. That's right. If we enter the formation, it will be clearer for us to observe from the inside. Jade Emperor frowned. That's right. Deity nodded. Giguzi shook his head. Enter? You guys are still far from it. Sacred King is worried that you will be assimilated by the celestial slaying sword formation. Ah, the 3 of them were shocked. Observe carefully. Sacred King is stalling for time. Don't waste this opportunity. Giguzi said solemnly. Yes, the 3 emperors said solemnly. The 3 of them stood at the side and stared at the celestial slaying sword formation. They were all swords, so they naturally comprehended more than others. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. At this moment, a woman in purple suddenly appeared in the square of facing Heaven Hall. Greetings, Empress, the officials said respectfully. It was Zizi. When she appeared, she looked into the distance in shock. What's going on? What happened while I was in seclusion? Empress, there are enemies attacking. Sacred King is fighting with ancestral immortals. Those Dao gods are here to invade, Yifeng said immediately. Oh, then, ZZ revealed a hint of worry. Empress, don't worry. Sacred King should be fine. Otherwise, Yifeng said. After Yifeng said that, ZZ understood. If something happened, Yin Chuan from the Netherworld would definitely come out immediately. However, even so, ZZ did not treat the group of Dao gods in the distance well. She waved her hand, and a ray of black light shot toward a Dao god in the distance. Book of Life and Death. Curse the heavenly demon to devour his heart, ZZ said coldly. Boom! The black light seemed to ignore the heavenly Dao and rushed into the Dao god's body. That Dao god was suddenly in a trance. This trance was too fatal. More than a dozen ancient immortals attacked at the same time. Boom! When the Dao god came back to his senses, he was severely injured by more than a dozen ancestral immortals. He spat out blood and was immediately captured. In the distance, Song Tianzong looked at ZZ in confusion. What's going on? ZZ's curses were getting more and more vicious. As long as they had not reached Dao unification, ZZ could successfully curse even Dao gods. In an instant, the Dao gods who were still struggling were captured. Some wanted to escape, but how? Not long after, the group of Dao gods was wiped out. Song Tianzong looked at the great perfection expert strangely. You call this weak? Inside the celestial slaying sword formation, under the siege of the four immortal slaying swords, the purple divine king was incomparably frustrated. Roar! Yin Chuan and green divine king were locked in battle. The two great divine kings were shocked and furious. The biggest disadvantage here was that they couldn't use the heavenly Dao. Otherwise, the two in front of them would definitely die. However, would Yin Chuan's use of the heavenly Dao be weaker than the two of them? At the entrance of the heavenly-facing hall, Sword Qi slowly appeared around the Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, and God. It was as if they had gained great enlightenment from their observation. Chapter 1172. Within the immortal extermination sword formation, the sea of fire and blood enveloped the Azure Divine King and Yin Chuan. On the other side, Sun Wukong controlled the immortal extermination sword formation to delay the Violet Divine King. Rumble, the Violet Divine King, was in a sorry state, but this was only delaying. It's been 20 hours. What a powerful immortal extermination sword formation. It's so powerful even when hidden. The Violet Divine King's eyes flashed with shock. You should be honored. In the current world, you are number one in the immortal extermination sword formation. Sun Wukong laughed. He turned his head to look not far away. Clearly, he was puzzled. Why was Yin Chuan fighting for so long? 20 hours had passed, and the victor was still not decided? And in this split second, the Violet Divine King seemed to have found an opportunity and swung the purple sword in his hand. Boom! After clashing with the four swords, the Violet Divine King shot towards the sea of blood. Break for me! The Violet Divine King slashed at the sea of blood. Boom! The sea of blood split apart, revealing Yin Chuan and the Azure Divine King. The sky-burying coffin clashed with the Azure Divine Sword. Both of their clothes were slightly tattered, and their other hand were facing each other's palms. Yin Chuan's eyes were ferocious. The Azure Divine King's eyes were also filled with shock. Boom! The sea of blood and the sea of fire were split apart by the Violet Divine King. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. His right hand suddenly turned into a claw and grabbed at the Azure Divine King's right arm. Not good. The Azure Divine King's face changed. Shit. The Violet Divine King's face also changed. The Violet Divine King's palm struck towards Yin Chuan, wanted to force Yin Chuan to give up on the Azure Divine King's claw. But this time, how could Yin Chuan give up? His right claw broke through the Azure Divine King's palm strike in even faster speed and grabbed his right arm. Rip! With a fierce aura, Yin Chuan tore it apart. Roar! The Azure Divine King roared in pain, and the Violet Divine King's palm was also close. Hastily, Yin Chuan met the attack with his left palm. The power of the sky-burying coffin weakened, but it still managed to block the green sword. A purple light rushed towards Yin Chuan's left palm. Boom! Yin Chuan paused. He turned his head and glared at the Violet God King. Roar! The Azure Divine King howled in pain. The Azure Divine King's right arm was torn off by Yin Chuan. Fresh blood instantly drenched his azure robes. Yin Chuan, the Azure Divine King roared. The Violet Divine King repelled Yin Chuan with a palm strike, but he was unwilling to continue fighting. The situation is not right. Let's go back first. Purple-green confluence. The Violet Divine King shouted. The long sword in his hand stabbed towards the Azure Divine King. The Azure Divine King's azure sword also stabbed over. When the two swords collided, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the tip of the swords. Boom! A huge force erupted, and the sea of blood and the sea of fire exploded. The immortal extermination sword formation suddenly shook, and a crack was suddenly exposed. Whoosh! The Violet Divine King and the one-armed Azure Divine King were instantly sent flying. Not good. Sun Wukong's face sank. Yin Chuan looked at the outside world through the crack. Yin Chuan, I will be back. I will turn Xianying into a living hell. Roar! The Azure Divine King held onto his severed arm and roared at Yin Chuan. All the Tao gods outside were gone. The two of them naturally understood the result. At this moment, they fled towards the south with an intense unwillingness. Yin Chuan lifted the severed arm of the Azure Divine King and squeezed it. Boom! The severed arm of the Azure Divine King turned into dust. Roar! The Azure Divine King roared with hatred from afar. Yin Chuan has been poisoned by my purple demon divine poison. He won't be able to get away with it. Just use your magic power to grow your right arm. The Violet Divine King shouted. The Azure Divine King turned his head and no longer looked at Xianying with unwillingness. Swish! The two of them turned into streams of light and disappeared. Yindi, are you all right? Sun Wukong looked at Yin Chuan's left arm. His left arm had already turned purple. I'm fine. Remove the array. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Sun Wukong nodded. As the array was being removed, Yin Chuan looked up at the black fog above the array. He was deep in thought. Rumble. The array was removed. In the blink of an eye, the sky was clear. Yin Chuan stood in the void. His left arm turned more and more purple. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold as he looked at his left arm. Ka. Countless stars appeared on his palm. It was as though billions of stars were revolving around him. They formed a stirring force that rapidly drew the purple light from his left arm into his palm. Purple demon divine poison? In just a short while, it was all extracted. Oomph! Yin Chuan snorted. He clenched his hand, and the purple demon divine poison instantly dissipated. Yin Chuan defeated the Azure Divine King. Song Tianzong, who was watching the battle from afar and preparing to reap the benefits, gaped in shock. Did I see wrongly? Yin Chuan did not use the power of the world to tear off the Azure Divine King's arm. The Violet Divine King and Azure Divine King fled in panic. Song Tianzong said in shock. That's not right. This is completely different from what I expected. In Song Tianzong's mind, the Azure Divine King should have easily destroyed Xianying. However, was that the case before his eyes? Yin Chuan had just become an ancestral immortal. A first-stage ancestral immortal. The Violet Divine King and Azure Divine King were fourth-stage ancestral immortals. The difference was so huge. How could it be reversed? Could it be that immortal vanquishing sword formation? Song Tianzong's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Sun Wukong, who was beside Yin Chuan. Reap the benefits? That's not easy. Although Yin Chuan's clothes were somewhat tattered, they were fine. After all, the Azure Divine King had lost an arm. Sect Master Song. Yin Chuan suddenly turned his head to look at Song Tianzong in the west. Song Tianzong's face froze. He was discovered again? How did Yin Chuan discover him? Since Yin Chuan noticed him, Song Tianzong naturally could not hide anymore. Ha ha! Congratulations, Yin Emperor, for showing off your might. Song Tianzong flew out and laughed. Yin Chuan stared at Song Tianzong without smiling. Yin Chuan knew that if he lost this time, Song Tianzong would definitely take advantage of the situation. Sect Master Song, I plan to head to the purplish-green weave to kill the Violet Divine King and Azure Divine King immediately. What do you think? Yin Chuan suddenly asked. Song Tianzong was slightly stunned, as if he did not hear clearly. What? You plan to wipe out the purplish-green weave? When? Song Tianzong said in shock. Immediately. Yin Chuan said directly. Song Tianzong. At this moment, Song Tianzong finally understood what it meant to be arrogant. Yin Chuan was too arrogant. Even he did not dare to touch the purplish-green weave. Yet Yin Chuan, who had just become an ancestral immortal, said that he wanted to wipe out the purplish-green weave? What kind of joke was this? Song Tianzong could be considered someone who did great things, but he had never seen someone so arrogant. Immediately? Yin Emperor, you are so bold. This song wishes Yin Emperor victory. Song Tianzong immediately ignored himself. Yin Chuan looked at Song Tianzong with a faint smile. This smile made Song Tianzong shudder. I know. The Heavenly Saber Weave has formed an alliance with the other 7 weaves to deal with the purplish-green weave. I hope that you will immediately inform them to prepare to attack together and wipe out the palaces. Yin Chuan said sullenly. What? Song Tianzong's expression changed. How did Yin Chuan know? Yin Chuan stared at Song Tianzong. Naturally, Yin Chuan was not very friendly to Song Tianzong. Yin Emperor, you must be joking. Song Tianzong shook his head. Joking? I'm not joking. Inform them as soon as possible and attack together. I don't want all the palace masters of the Absolute Palace to show up while we are dealing with the purplish-green weave. I want the 6 Absolute Palace weaves to attack from all sides. I will kill the Violet God King and the Azure God King to get rid of this evil for you. How about it? Yin Chuan looked at Song Tianzong intently. Haha, Yin Emperor, you misunderstand. Song Tianzong shook his head and laughed. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. The Holy Court of Great Zhen already has enmity with the purplish-green weave. The Heavenly Saber Weave is in the middle. If you still want to be the Oriole, you will be making an enemy out of Great Zhen. As Yin Chuan spoke, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Song Tianzong looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Has this Yin Chuan really gone crazy? Is he biting everyone he sees? However, the battle just now had given Yin Chuan a right to speak to him as an equal. Naturally, Song Tianzong could not ignore him. Sect Master Song, this is also a good thing for you. Why not? Yin Chuan smiled. Song Tianzong was speechless. Not only had he not become the Oriole, but he had also gotten himself into trouble. What do you think? Yin Chuan looked at him intently again. Song Tianzong looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression and then at the Shurlong giant vein. After a while, he took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. Yin Emperor, you are so bold. I, Song Tianzong, will not be unreasonable anymore. Ha ha ha, good. Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Sage King of Great Qi, since Sect Master Tong Tian has borrowed the fairy slaying sword formation for a year, can I trouble you to make a trip to the purplish-green weave with me? Yin Chuan smiled. Sun Wukong looked at Yin Chuan in shock. This Yin Chuan was too aggressive, wasn't he? Yin Emperor, they escaped in the end because I had too little control over the fairy slaying sword formation. This is your home ground, so it's fine. The place we're going to next is their home ground. They can mobilize more power. I'm worried that when the time comes. Sun Wukong frowned. No worries. The power just now was enough. Yin Chuan nodded. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded. Ming, Yi, gather the troops. The Terracotta Army will follow me into battle. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Ming Yi replied loudly. Song Tianzong was stunned. So fast? Just like that? It was really right away. Wasn't this too right away? Yin Chuan swept his gaze across the ministers. Chapter 1173. Bai Qi returns to his position. The dragon chariot pulled Yin Chuan south. The terracotta soldiers surrounded the area as the army advanced toward Heavenly Saber Weave. 100,000 soldiers came with great momentum. The terracotta soldiers were not ancestral immortals. Naturally, they were not as fast as the Azure God King. However, they did not stop and finally arrived at Heavenly Saber Weave. Yiguzi by Di Tian, Meng Yi, Sun Wukong, and Song Tianzong stood on the balcony in front of the chariot. Song Tianzong looked at Yin Chuan's majestic dragon chariot and then looked at the large saber he rode on every time he traveled. No matter how he looked at it, Song Tianzong felt shabby. He looked at Yin Chuan speechlessly. Did all emperors like to show off? Yin Di. Song Tianzong frowned. Yin Chuan was puzzled. You're leaving just like that? Xianyang is empty. Aren't you worried that someone will cause trouble? Not to mention others, if the dragon monarch goes, what will happen to Great Zhen's primordial dragon vein? Song Tianzong asked. Yin Chuan and Gigu Zi were here? What if an ancestral immortal went to Xianyang? Ancestral immortal? There's no need to worry. Yin Chuan shook his head and said with certainty. Oh, Song Tianzong narrowed his eyes. Yin Chuan's casual attitude was not fake. Ancestral immortal? There's no need to worry. Could it be that Great Zhen had the strength to fight an ancestral immortal? When he thought of this, Song Tianzong's heart churned. Which bastard collected the information on Great Zhen? Was this considered weak? The group moved extremely quickly. The army of 100,000 quickly arrived at a training ground. The training ground was surrounded by blade-like mountains that pierced into the clouds. A sea of virtuous clouds churned in the sky. Above the virtuous clouds, thousands of avatars could be seen. Heavenly Saber Training Ground, Yin Chuan said solemnly. As the army of 100,000 flew over, hundreds of experts suddenly flew over from afar. Stop! How dare you? A loud shout came from afar. Where did this army come from? How dare you be so impudent in my Heavenly Saber Training Ground? A shout exploded in the air as a powerful aura pressed over. Ancestral immortal again? Gigu Zi's expression changed. Whoosh! A white-robed man suddenly appeared in front of the 100,000-strong army. Second brother, it's me. Song Tianzong called out. Oh! The white-robed man paused slightly. Swish! The white-robed man approached and looked at the crowd in surprise. This is my younger brother, Song Tianren. Song Tianzong introduced. This is the great perfection sage king, Yin Chuan. Song Tianzong introduced. Song Tianren was slightly surprised. Why was Big Brother so serious? However, Song Tianren wasn't as rash as Monarch Greenfire. He immediately bowed and said, Greetings, Sage King de Zhen. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded. Big Brother, you guys are? Song Tianren asked in confusion. Yin Chuan looked at Song Tianzong and said, Sect Master Song, I hope that we can officially battle the Azure God King and Violet God King within a month. Song Tianren was slightly taken aback. What was going on? Against the Azure Divine King? Purple God King? Song Tianzong's face twitched slightly. However, he still nodded and said, All right, I will inform the other Weave Lords. Half of them have already made up their minds, but the other half are hesitant. If I gather them, they will be more confident that we will succeed. All right, I will wait for your news. Yin Chuan nodded. There is still a month. Why don't you rest at the Sky Saber Dojo for a while? I will let my younger brother entertain you, Song Tianzong said. There is no need. I still have matters to attend to in the Sky Saber Weave. Yin Chuan shook his head. He still had matters to attend to in the Sky Saber Weave? Song Tianzong's eyes suddenly narrowed. This was his own weave. Did he still have matters to attend to? Haha. In that case, let my younger brother accompany you. After all, this is my home ground. If there are any unnecessary troubles, my younger brother can easily resolve them. Song Tianzong said. And Yin Chuan did not object. Song Tianzong called Song Tianren to the side and gave him some instructions. As he spoke, Song Tianren's face kept twitching. Big brother, do you tell stories? Song Tianren asked in confusion. How could that be? Didn't the disciples say that Great Jun was rather weak? How could this be called rather weak? Song Tianzong was also speechless when he heard Song Tianren's words. Who did you send to investigate Great Jun? I will teach him a lesson when we return. Song Tianzong said angrily. Song Tianren nodded speechlessly. Wasn't he just spouting nonsense? That disciple would definitely be punished when he returned. Song Tianzong left. Song Tianren stayed behind. Yindi, where are we going? Song Tianren asked. To slaughter the world's sect. Yin Chuan said. Oh. Song Tianren was slightly stunned. Under Meng Yi's command, the army quickly flew in a certain direction. Slaughter the world's sect. Sun Wukong was slightly stunned. However, Bai Ditian's body suddenly trembled, and a trace of nervousness flashed in his eyes. Song Tianren looked at Sun Wukong. He had just learned that this person was in charge of the fairy eradication sword formation, so he was naturally very polite. My brother is the leader of the heavenly Dao Dominion, and the Skyblade Dojo is the largest sect in the Dominion. However, our sect does not rule the world and gives other blade cultivators space to live. Some of the more talented blade cultivators can even be recommended to join the Skyblade Dojo. Song Tianren explained. With competition, the Skyblade Dojo can be guaranteed to flourish. Sun Wukong nodded. The Slaughter the World sect is one of the sections. The sect leader is called Bai. 5,000 years ago, he made a name for himself in the heavenly Dao Dominion. His blade was domineering, and his killing intense sword. I originally wanted to take him in as a disciple, but my brother also took a fancy to him. My brother and I competed for a while, but who would have thought that Bai would suddenly go into seclusion for 5,000 years? Song Tianren said, Bai, slaughter the world sect? Slaughter the world sect? The Holy King. Bai Ditian suddenly looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan nodded and said, There is one. When we entered the heavenly Dao Dominion, you wanted to fight alone and left us. At that time, I had the opportunity to meet him. A bitter smile suddenly appeared on Bai Ditian's face. The army of 100,000 quickly arrived at a mountain gate. Outside the mountain gate, a large number of tiger tribe elites were roaming. There were also many blade cultivators fighting each other. Here, killing intent soared into the sky, and there were countless skeletons on the ground. This is... Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows. This is an ancient battlefield. Before the Skyblade Dojo was established, 2 holy halls fought here. No less than 100 million people died. This is a place of great danger, but Bai established his sect here. Song Tianren said, Roar. As the crowd approached, a tiger's roar suddenly came from afar. Many of the elites who were fighting each other immediately stopped fighting and faced the outside together. Who are you? A blade cultivator asked coldly. Deputy sect leader Song? I already said that my sect leader is still in seclusion. Another blade cultivator said. At the same time, he looked strangely at the army of 100,000. What was going on? At the side, Gue Guzi suddenly took out a token from his pocket. Whoosh! He threw the token, and the leading blade cultivator immediately caught it. That person glanced at the token, and his expression changed. You are, that person exclaimed. Meng Yi, guard the surroundings. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Meng Yi answered. Yin Chuan, Gue Guzi, and Bai Ditian flew into the air and headed inside. At this moment, with the token leading the way, no one dared to stop them. The sect leader has instructed us. Everyone, this way please. The leading blade cultivator said respectfully. The 3 of them flew to a side hall. Meng Yi ordered the army to guard the surroundings and be on guard against everyone, including Song Tianren and Sun Wukong. There was a hint of curiosity in Sun Wukong's eyes. Naturally, Song Tianren was even more curious. Yin Chuan knew Bai. Judging from his tone, they had known each other for 5,000 years. Furthermore, they had been to the Heavenly Blade Weave before. Back then, weren't they in the Sealed Realm? For a moment, Song Tianren was even more resentful of the disciple who was collecting information. Clang! Yin Chuan, Gue Guzi by Ditian entered a large hall. Inside the main hall, there were 11 coffins placed there. Beside the coffins was a huge black banner. Sage King, did you set this up back then? Bai Ditian asked curiously. Back then, I met Bai Tushur and acknowledged him. At the same time, I entered the heavenly secret dreamscape for him here. Yin Chuan nodded. Gue Guzi. Yin Chuan looked at Gue Guzi. Gue Guzi nodded. Outside, a hint of urgency flashed in Song Tianren's eyes. He desperately wanted to know what had happened in the hall. However, at this moment, Ming Yi and the Terracotta Army were blocking him, so it was not easy for him to investigate. At this moment, a long shout suddenly came from the hall in the distance. It was Gue Guzi's voice. Soul, return. Rumble. For a moment, the weather outside the world-slaughtering sect changed, and a strong wind blew. Song Tianren and Sun Wukong were both confused. Inside, a large number of souls gathered from all directions. 11 coffins, 11 people, and all the souls returned to their original positions. Rumble. The souls kept surging into the 11 coffins. Yin Chuan stood at the front and watched. Gue Guzi and Bai Ditian stood together. Bai Ditian thought for a moment and said, Bai Tushur, my son Bai Tushur. Bai Tushur's 200 souls did not travel with the Sage King. I wonder if there will be any conflict when the time comes. Ha ha, supremacy Bai, you don't have to worry. Besides being your son, Bai Tushur has another identity. He is the Sage King's favorite general and the best warrior. The heavens are very kind, and he is the most loyal person to the Sage King. Gue Guzi laughed. Huh? Bai Ditian was deep in thought. All the souls entered the coffins. After entering the coffins, Yin Chuan waited patiently for 5 minutes. Boom! The lid of the first coffin suddenly exploded. A man with a scar on his face slowly sat up. Yin Chuan reached out and removed a black jade talisman from the man's forehead. The black jade talisman seemed to have a mind of its own. As soon as the talisman was removed, a violent killing intent was released. The water in the air instantly condensed into frost and fell. The violent killing intent even spread out of the main hall. The expressions of the guards outside the hall changed drastically. Crack, crack, crack. The lids of the other 10 coffins also slowly opened from the inside. Slowly, the 11 people regained their consciousness. The scarred man opened his eyes. 2 rays of saber light seemed to shoot out from his eyes, tearing through the void. Turning his head, the scarred man suddenly saw Yin Chuan, Gue Guzi, and Bai Ditian. The man's killing intent suddenly retracted. Boom! After the coffins exploded, the man knelt on one knee. His eyes were filled with excitement. Aye, Bai Qi, greet the Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor, we are alive again. Heavenly Emperor, I did not fall behind. The man's eyes were filled with tears of excitement as he almost shouted. This shout seemed to be able to affect everyone. Gue Guzi's eyes also became slightly moist. Good. Bai Qi, from today onwards, Bai Qi will be the 9th Army Commander of the Great Jun Holy Court. He will be the Marquis of Wuan, Yin Chuan said happily. Above the Sea of Providence in Xianyang, there was a sudden roar. Countless officials looked up in shock. Who is it? Why is he so generous? Bai Ditian looked at this scene in shock. Bai Qi, the Marquis of Wuan? He was conferred the title of Marquis without any achievements? In the Great Jin Holy Court, Bai Qi was the only one. Also, he called Yin Chuan the Heavenly Emperor. Is this my son from my previous life, Bai Tushur? Chapter 1174. Outside the World Massacre Sect, Yin Chuan, Bai Ditian, and Gue Guzi returned to the dragon carriage. Song Tianren and Goku looked curiously at the 11 people at the entrance of the hall. Each of them was wearing a suit of armor. They looked up at the sky. The leader had a scar on his face, making him look extremely ferocious. Tribulation clouds rolled in the sky. Ancient immortal tribulation? Song Tianren was shocked. These 11 people wanted to become ancient immortals? The tribulation clouds rolled, and the sky darkened. Bai Qi stared at them. Roar! With a loud roar, the ground beneath his feet trembled. The long saber in his hand shot up into the sky, and a huge saber light rushed towards the tribulation clouds with monstrous killing intent. The killing intent condensed into blood lotuses that accompanied the saber light. Killing evil and condensing lotuses? Song Tianren's face sank. Boom! The vast tribulation clouds were cut in half by Qi's saber. The pitch-black tribulation clouds seemed to have been dyed red by Qi's saber. Breaking the tribulation with one saber? Song Tianren's face darkened. I'll leave the rest to you, Bai Qi said. Yes, my lord. The 10 of them replied. The 10 of them raised their sabers and rushed into the sky. The tribulation clouds that had been cut in half were instantly destroyed. Rumble! In a short while, the tribulation clouds completely disappeared. Is this the ancient immortal tribulation? Fuck! Are you guys cutting cucumbers? Song Tianren was speechless. This was the ancient immortal tribulation. Why'd it look so easy? After cutting through the tribulation, Bai Qi brought his 10 subordinates to Yin Chuan. Sage King, it's over. What do you do next? Bai Qi smiled. Song Tianren wanted to take off his shoes and throw them at Bai Qi's face. It's over? What do we do next? What kind of tone is this? Is this tribulation a piece of cake? Thinking back to his own tribulation, Song Tianzong looked at Bai Qi as if he was looking at monster. Wait for another month. After 1 month, we will destroy the purple-green weave. Yin Chuan said, Yes. Bai Qi nodded. Bai Qi turned to look at Bai Ditian and frowned. Finally, he sighed. Sage King, I wish to kill the Azure Divine King. Bai Qi said. Song Tianren was speechless. What do you mean you want to kill the Azure Divine King? Azure God King is an ancestral immortal, while you are just an ancient immortal. You want to kill Azure God King? Do you think you can kill me just because you want to? All right, I'll leave the Azure Divine King to you father and son. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes. Bai Qi and Bai Ditian replied. Bai Tu sure? Since he had regained the memories of his first life, Bai Qi was prepared to use his original name, Bai Tu sure. In the past, Bai Tu sure had held grudges and hatred toward Bai Ditian. However, after experiencing so much, he had gotten over it. Bai Ditian might not be his father anymore, but his wife was his mother. He could only acknowledge this father. Meng Yi, give half of the terracotta soldiers to Bai Qi. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Meng Yi replied. General Meng, don't worry. I'll try my best to reduce the losses of your soldiers. Bai Qi smiled. Haha. I naturally believe in Wu and Marquis' ability to lead troops. Among the generals of Dezhun, you are definitely the best. Meng Yi laughed. Bai Qi smiled. Purple-green weave, Purple God Palace, and Azure God Palace. One in the east and one in the west. Bai Qi, Bai Ditian, you two will be in charge of Azure God Palace. Yin Chuan said. Yes. The two replied. Sage King of Deqi, I'll have to trouble the immortal slaying sword formation to accompany you to Azure God Palace. Yin Chuan looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded. All right, Gue Guzi, Ming Yi, and I will head to Purple God Palace to kill the ancestral immortal and replace him. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Gue Guzi and Meng Yi replied. At this moment, Song Tianren's pupil shrank. At this moment, Song Tianren finally understood why Yin Chuan was so eager to destroy the purple-green weave. For the ancestral immortal? To kill the ancestral immortal and replace him? To achieve this goal? Song Tianren looked at this scene in a daze. He suddenly had a better understanding of Dezhun's strength and dominance. What was Dezhun's background? What kind of nonsense did the disciple in charge of gathering intelligence gather? Weak your sister. East Sea Dragon Palace, Crystal Palace. The Dragon Emperor sat on the main seat with 8 Dragon Kings beside him. In front of him was a Dragon King in azure. Is Yin Chuan dead? Xian Ying destroyed? What about Dragon Fifth? Where's Dragon Fifth? A Dragon King asked anxiously. The Dragon King in Azure hesitated for a moment before saying, Azure God King, Purple God King, and 10 Dao gods have arrived in Xianying. Purple God King is here too, and 10 Dao gods? Dejun is really finished this time. Dragon, E said. What about Dragon Fifth? Tell us quickly. The Dragon Kings asked anxiously. The Dragon King in Azure hesitated. Quiet, listen to him. The Dragon Emperor shouted. Yes. Everyone looked at the Dragon King in Azure. The result is different from what we expected. Oh, the Dragon Kings were puzzled. 10 Dao gods were completely annihilated. The Purple God King was injured, and the Azure God King had an arm torn off by Yin Chuan. The two of them fled in panic. Great Jun did not suffer any casualties. The Green Robe Dragon King said. The Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Kings, how could this be? Azure God King is extremely domineering. Yes, Azure God King and Purple God King are two ancestral immortals. They are extremely fierce. They have always been the ones bullying others. I have never heard of them being bullied so badly. Old Six, did you see wrongly? The Dragon Kings were doubtful. The Dragon King in Azure also thought that he had seen wrongly, but the result was too obvious. How could he see wrongly? This is not normal. Yin Chuan has just become an ancestral immortal. How could he defeat Azure God King? Let me ask you, what did Yin Chuan do after the battle? Did he go into seclusion to heal? No, he would not say it. He probably did not show himself and went to heal secretly. The Dragon Emperor said in a low voice. No, Yin Chuan gathered 100,000 troops and charged towards the Indigo Weave. He said that he would destroy the Indigo Weave. The Dragon King in Azure said. The Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Kings, destroy the Indigo Weave? What did I just hear? The Dragon Kings looked at the Dragon King in Azure speechlessly. The Dragon King in Azure smiled bitterly. He was telling the truth. But this was too strange. A month passed quickly. Sky Saber Dojo. The two brothers, Song Tianzong and Song Tianren, were chatting. Big brother, how could you do this? Song Tianren's face darkened. Song Tianzong shook his head. It's not that I'm not benevolent, but I have to think for the Sky Saber Dojo. What about the other 7 weaves? Song Tianren asked with a complicated expression. They have already agreed. Some people even use tricks to get the palace lords to come out and prepare for a sudden attack. Song Tianzong said. 8 weaves, no, 9 weaves if we include the true dragon weave, are attacking Absolute Palace at the same time. They have a high chance of winning. Moreover, aren't the palace lords of Absolute Palace wary of the 4 immortal exterminating swords? Song Tianren said anxiously. The master of the 4 immortal exterminating swords isn't in the outer eastern continent. Moreover, we're only borrowing the swords this time. Have you thought about the fact that the Indigo Weave is Absolute Palace's home ground? Their home ground can mobilize endless power of merit. Moreover, do you think the Indigo Weave only has 2 ancestral immortals? Are there no other ancestral immortals? Are Yin Chuan and the others sure they can win? What if they return empty-handed? Song Tianzong said solemnly. Return empty-handed? If Yin Chuan and the others fail, they will still have the protection of the 4 immortal exterminating swords when they return. But what about us? Our Sky Saber Dojo will have to bear the wrath of Absolute Palace. Do you know that? Song Tianzong said solemnly. But you can't leak the news to the Indigo and Indigo Divine Kings. Song Tianren said anxiously. No, there's no harm in telling them. Who knows what I said? This way, at least we won't offend either side. Besides, I only said that Yin Chuan is attacking. I didn't say that the alliance is targeting Absolute Palace. Song Tianzong said solemnly. Big brother, don't offend both sides in the end. Song Tianren said anxiously. Enough. What's done is done. We're about to set off for the Indigo Weave. Don't talk so much. Song Tianzong said solemnly. Big brother, Song Tianren looked anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Indigo Weave. Azure God Palace. The Indigo Divine King's arm had been restored with magic power, but it would take many years for it to recover to its former state. Currently, 5 figures were seated in Azure God Palace. Indigo Divine King, Violet Divine King, and 3 others were seated below him. One was leaning on the Indigo Divine King, while the other 2 were leaning on the Violet Divine King. Clearly, they were their respective subordinates. Ha 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 ha. Good, very good. Yanchuan? What gall? He actually dared to chase after us. A cold light flashed in the Indigo Divine King's eyes. A glint flashed in the Violet Divine King's eyes. That's right. This is our home ground. Humph, this Yanchuan is indeed crazy. Immortal slaying sword formation? It worked the first time. Do you think we'll walk right into his trap the second time? Ha! Not to mention our 10 million disciples. We have 10 Tao gods and 5 ancestral immortals. A cold light flashed in the Azure Divine King's eyes. Palace Lords, if Yin Chuan and Gigazi are here, doesn't that mean that Xian Yang? One of the subordinates said. Xian Yang? The 2 Tao gods' eyes lit up. Indeed, Xian Yang is empty. That's the primordial dragon vein. What if we can move it here? The Azure Divine King's expression changed. The Violet Divine King frowned. The 2 exchanged glances. After all, there was only one primordial dragon vein. They needed to split it between the 2 of them. Let's move it back first. We'll talk about the rest later, the Azure Divine King said. The Violet Divine King nodded. Although Xian Yang is empty, we can't treat it lightly, the Azure Divine King said. That's right. Each of our palaces will send an ancestral immortal. Let's move it back first. The Violet Divine King said, your subordinates are willing. The 3 ancestral immortals shouted in unison. 2 will do. You and you. The Azure Divine King said. Yes. The 2 responded in unison. While the 2 ancestral immortals of the Indigo Weave were heading to Xian Yang, the Heaven Blade Weave, Yin Chuan led the army to attack the Indigo Weave. Roar! Roar! The 2 dragons pulled the chariot with a grand momentum. 100,000 terracotta soldiers charged toward the Indigo Weave with soaring, killing intent. Ziwen established the Holy Court, while Ziwu established a Tao field. They both listened to the Violet God King's orders. Ziwen disappeared, leaving only Ziwu to accompany the Violet God King. There are 5 Tao gods in the Violet God Palace, 2 million disciples, and 3 million soldiers. The black-robed figure said respectfully, 2 ancestral immortals, 5 Tao gods, and 5 million disciples and soldiers? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yes, go. Yin Chuan nodded. The black-robed figure bowed respectfully, then shot into the distance and disappeared. Meng Yi, Yin Chuan called out. Here. Meng Yi stepped forward. This Violet God King is a first firmament ancestral immortal. Whether you can kill him and seize his position will depend on you. Yin Chuan said. Yes, thank you, Sacred King. Meng Yi immediately smiled. The 5 Tao gods will be dealt with by the Terracotta Army. Gue Guzi and I will kill the Violet God King. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Meng Yi replied. Meng Yi went to arrange the troops, while Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi stood at the peak of a mountain. Gue Guzi, I will protect you. You will be the one to kill the Violet God King. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, but Sacred King, do we really have to do this? Tantiani. Gue Guzi frowned. It's fine. Tantian send us the immortal exterminating swords for mutual benefit. He wants to see my universe in palm. Great Void Arcane Art. Just show it to him. Tong Tian is arrogant, but he is trustworthy. He will not see it for nothing. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Gue Guzi nodded. As he spoke, Gue Guzi quickly flew away. 2 days later, outside the Purple God Palace, the earth was churning. In these 2 days, Gue Guzi had found countless earth dragon veins and gathered them from all directions. The churning earth immediately attracted the attention of the disciples of Ju Palace. What's going on? A large number of disciples of Purple God Palace rushed to the sky. In the Purple God Palace, the Purple God King sat on a huge throne, and 6 people sat below him. Finally can't take it anymore. The Purple God King sneered. Palace Master, Yin Chuan, and the others really dare to come? One of them also sneered. Since they are here, no one can leave. The Purple God King said coldly. Yin Chuan stepped out and flew to the outside of the Purple God Palace, looking at the huge and glorious palace from afar. Yin Chuan gently stretched out his hands, and countless stars began to revolve around his palms. The stars spread out in all directions, increasing in number. Whoosh! The void around the Purple God Palace was distorted. In the midst of the distortion, the Purple God King's pupils suddenly shrank. All of a sudden, stars appeared out of nowhere in the distorted void. You all go and deal with the others. I'll take care of this, the Purple God King said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone quickly retreated. The Purple God King looked coldly at Yin Chuan in the distance and stepped out. Boom! A heavenly Tao suddenly shrouded the Purple God King. This was an ancestral immortal who could merge with the heavenly Tao and use the power of heavenly Tao was not comparable to an ordinary Tao god. Merging with the heavenly Tao, the Purple God King waved his hand. Behind him, other heavenly Tao suddenly appeared. 1, 10, 20. A total of 20 heavenly Tao, like soldiers in a formation, slowly trembled behind the Purple God King. Controlling 21 heavenly Tao, the current Purple God King's strength was not comparable to that of Xianying. This was an ancestral immortal, the power of an ancestral immortal. The surrounding stars were still increasing in number, and they were getting bigger and bigger. Boom! Outside Ju Palace, many disciples were instantly sent flying. The stars that appeared out of nowhere were incomparably vast. Each one was 10,000 feet in diameter, and they were getting bigger and bigger. The surrounding space was quickly filled with countless stars. Yin Chuan stood on top of one of the stars, opened his arms, and manipulated the countless stars around him. The enlarged version of a universe in the palm, the great heavenly void arcane art, and far to the west, outside the Azure God Palace, the immortal slaying 4 swords surrounded the Azure God Palace. Outside, the Terracotta army was engaged in a massacre. The immortals slaying 4 swords were fierce, and far away in the sky, there was a thick fog surrounding it. Within the fog, 2 eyes slowly emerged. 2 eyes that were 10,000 feet in size. They were embedded in the fog. Eyes, a Tao god exclaimed. How could the immortals slaying 4 swords have eyes? The Tao god did not hesitate. He rushed into the sky and waved his sword, about to stab the eyes. The eyes seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned to look at the Tao god. Boom! The Tao god's body swayed, and he fell from the sky. Ah, senior brother, what happened to you? An ancient immortal flew over and quickly checked. My soul was destroyed, the ancient immortal exclaimed. The pair of eyes outside the immortal slaying 4 swords could destroy a Tao god soul with just a glance. The ancient immortal stared at the huge pair of eyes in the sky with a horrified expression. The huge eyes were looking to the east, at the place where Yin Chuan was fighting, and at the countless stars that surrounded the Purple God Palace. Although they were billions of miles away, the eyes could see clearly. They remembered the trajectory of the stars, and the surrounding sword chi was imitating the rotation of the stars in the east. One could vaguely see a black-robed figure sitting cross-legged, as if he was comprehending something. Great void arcane art? Great void? What a great nothingness. Using the stars to seal this space and then shattering it, squeezing out the spatial fragments. This place no longer belongs to heaven and earth. The immortal slaying sword formation is a world within it. Are you trying to turn this entire region into nothingness? So, this is the trajectory? Even the heavenly Daos were pushed out of the void. Great void arcane art? No, there's also the heavenly mysteries. This isn't pure nothingness. If it was pure nothingness, it would have already begun to disintegrate the Purple Divine King. Now, Purple Divine King has only lost the power to borrow the heavenly Daos. This is more like the heavenly demon world? The black-robed figure said solemnly. Within the star area, the heavenly Daos collapsed, and heaven and earth no longer existed. Gue Guzi, Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! Gue Guzi, who was covered in golden light, pounced towards Purple Divine King. Boom! Gue Guzi, who was filled with power, punched out. When he punched out, his fist seemed to emit a dragon's roar. It was extremely powerful. Roar! Why is it the same as the immortal slaying sword formation? There's no heavenly Daos? Purple Divine King suddenly revealed a trace of panic. After exchanging blows with Gue Guzi, the Purple God King was actually beaten back? No, it shouldn't be like this. Merit energy, fate energy, come. Purple Divine King shouted in shock. Ha ha ha, no need to shout. In the great void arcane art of the Sage King, you have already escaped from the weakest world. Here, everything is nothingness. Gue Guzi laughed. Rumble. Gue Guzi crazily attacked. For a moment, Purple Divine King panicked. Still want to escape? Humph, come back for me. Thousand Dragon Explosion. Gue Guzi shouted coldly. Thousands of yellow dragons rushed out of Gue Guzi's body and rushed towards Purple Divine King. They surrounded him in the center and suddenly exploded. Boom! The huge explosion burst out millions of golden light. The two experts inside continued to attack each other crazily. Outer North Continent. Roaming Jade Palace. Huff! Tong Tian let out a long sigh. As expected of the sacred art jointly created by Bai Wang and Ying, no one can create it without great wisdom and courage. Ying, no, you should be called Yin Chuan in this life. Since you have shown me this sacred art, I will repay you. Tong Tian said in a deep voice. Purple Divine Palace. Gue Guzi fought Purple Divine King for an entire day. Boom! A claw grabbed Purple Divine King's head, and countless yellow dragons rushed into Purple Divine King's body. The battle stopped. Why? You are an ancient immortal. Why is your will stronger than mine? Why? Even if I have lost the heavenly Tao, I am still an ancestral immortal. I am unwilling. Why? Purple Divine King howled in grief. I used to be an ancestral immortal too. Gue Guzi said indifferently. Boom! The Violet Divine King exploded. His body instantly exploded. Huff! Gue Guzi let out a long sigh. Victory! Wong! Countless stars quickly converged into Yin Chuan's palm. Rumble! Heaven and earth rumbled. The void that was shattered by Yin Chuan suddenly filled up automatically. Yin Chuan's forehead was sweating. What he did just now was very tiring. Thank you, Sage King. Gue Guzi said respectfully. Yin Chuan nodded and turned to look at the void in the west. Azure Divine Palace in the west. In the sky above the immortal slaying sword formation, the huge I met Yin Chuan's gaze from afar. Slowly, the huge I slowly disappeared into the black fog. Then it slowly disappeared within the immortal slaying sword formation. In front of Bai Qi and Bai Ditian was a man with both arms and legs chopped off. It was the Azure Divine King. No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you will be attacked by the entire palace. You can't kill me. The Azure Divine King screamed. Father, do it. Mother is waiting for you outside the formation. Use the Azure Divine King's head to welcome her back. Bai Qi said in a low voice. Kill the Azure Divine King? Vent his anger for his wife? Bai Detian's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't wait to cut the Azure Divine King into pieces. However, his bloodshot eyes couldn't hide his last bit of rationality. No, Bai Detian gritted his teeth. What? Bai Qi frowned. I owe you and your mother too much. You need the cultivation of an ancestral immortal more than me. You kill him and give me his corpse. Bai Detian shook his head. You should do it. The resentment and anger in your heart can only be removed by killing the Azure Divine King. I'm not in a hurry to kill an ancestral immortal, Bai Qi said in a low voice. Bai Detian shook his head. He looked at his son in front of him and suddenly smiled guiltily. Great Qi Sage King, let me out, Bai Detian said to son Wukong, who was nearby. Son Wukong nodded. Bai Detian stepped out of the immortal slaying sword formation. Bai Qi looked at his father's departing figure, and a trace of warmth flashed in his eyes. Then Bai Qi looked at the Azure Divine King coldly. No, you can't kill me. The Azure Divine King screamed. Slash! The Azure Divine King's corpse was cut in half. The powerful Azure Divine King died on the spot. Sun Wukong looked at Bai Qi and sighed. Boom! The immortal slaying sword formation was retracted. In the outside world, the battle had ended. The Terracotta army had won. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. Although the Terracotta army had suffered casualties, they weren't many. At this moment, 2 million cultivators were tied up densely in an empty space. We have already surrendered. Please let us go. The tied-up cultivators shouted worriedly. The 2 million cultivators kneeling on the ground were being guarded by the Terracotta army. Bai Qi stepped forward and appeared before the Terracotta army. My lord, these people are afraid of us. They can't escape, so they surrendered. My lord, how should we deal with them? A Terracotta army general asked. Bai Qi narrowed his eyes. My lord, we have surrendered. We were wrong. We are willing to join the great Jin nation and redeem ourselves. My lord, we have surrendered. Please forgive us. My lord, amidst the pleas, Bai Qi said coldly, the great Jin nation does not keep idle people. Locking them up is a waste of resources. Kill them all. No, my lord, we have surrendered. My lord, please treat the captives well. My lord, we have surrendered. Kill. Bai Qi said coldly. Rumble. The Terracotta army mercilessly killed the cultivators with all their might. Another 2 days passed. At the border of the purple-green weave, Yin Xuan and Bai Qi met up again. They met again with Song Tianzong. Song Tianzong was petrified. Sect Master Song. The Purple Palace and Azure Palace kings offended my Xianying Empire and were killed by us. The purple-green weave is yours now. To make it easier for you to manage it, we killed all the Absolute Palace disciples at the headquarters of the 2 palaces. Quickly, take the purple-green weave, Yin Xuan said. After saying that, Yin Xuan led everyone away, leaving Song Tianzong alone, sweating profusely as he digested this news. 10 days? 10 days? Are you joking? In that case, big brother, hand me over. Let me die in exchange for your safety. Song Tianren said angrily. You, when father and mother died, they entrusted you to me. How can I let you die? However, this time, we really... Song Tianzong said with a dispirited expression. No, big brother, you have changed. This is not you. Song Tianren shouted. What? Big brother, back then, you were so proud. Back then, you dared to challenge the world. Back then, you set the Sage of Battle as your goal. Back then, you looked down on the heavenly Tao domain. Back then, you were insufferably arrogant. Now, why are you so fearful because of the Zhugong? This is not you. Where is your ambition? Where is your undefeatable saber heart? Didn't you say that a saber cultivator should have the ambition to challenge the world? Why did you become like this? Song Tianren called out in disappointment. When Song Tianren called out to him, Song Tianzong suddenly retreated, showing an unsightly expression. Big brother, this is not the first time. Back then, in Xianyang, if it were you in the past, you would have directly fought Yin Chuan. You would not have thought too much or used too many schemes. You only used one saber strike. This is not your style. This is not you at all. I did not dare to believe it. However, I cannot help but think that back then, big brother, you were afraid. Were you afraid of anyone who might be stronger than you? Did you not dare to fight him? Why? Song Tianren called out again. Song Tianzong took a step back after being questioned. Panic appeared on his face. Heavenly Saber Song Tianzong, you are the Heavenly Saber. Back then, you had the tyranny to challenge the world. Why? Song Tianren pressed. Song Tianzong suddenly closed his eyes, showing some pain on his face. Seeing his big brother in pain, Song Tianren suddenly showed some pity in his eyes. Big brother, why? Song Tianzong asked slowly. Huh. Song Tianzong sighed softly and opened his eyes. This is a secret of mine from back then. Unfortunately, huh? Actually, your big brother can no longer raise his cultivation. Song Tianzong said in pain. What happened? Someone broke my saber heart and Dao heart. That battle left an unforgettable shadow in my heart. That saber strike, Song Tianzong said bitterly. Whose saber can compare to Big Brother's? It's not that it can compare. It's just that it is on a completely different level. The difference is too great. Oh, that person by Yin's eyes side back then, the saber demon. The saber demon. Yes, that group of people passed by the Heavenly Saber Dojo. Back then, I was a saber fanatic. As long as there was a strong saber cultivator, I would want to exchange pointers. When I saw the saber demon, I pestered him to fight. However, the saber demon ignored me and even looked down on me. After pestering him many times, I returned empty-handed. Then, I sneak attacked him and used his daughter to force him to fight. You don't know this. That night, the saber demon was angry at me for pestering him, so he sent out a saber strike. That saber strike broke my saber heart and Dao heart, although it spared my life. Song Tianzong said bitterly, your saber heart and Dao heart are broken. You will never be able to make a breakthrough in this life. Song Tianren showed an unsightly expression. Yes, I killed the saber demon. However, do you think that I could do it? I can only stay at this height for the rest of my life. Hence, I hope that you will be strong. Hence, everything I do is for you. I want to support the Heavenly Saber Dojo until you can surpass me. However, Song Tianzong sighed. Big brother, I don't know. Song Tianren suddenly said, feeling ashamed. Reporting. A shout came from outside the hall. A disciple rushed into the hall. How is it? Song Tianren asked. Reporting to the two sect masters, 7 weaves ambushed the Absolute Palace. In the end, they failed at the last step. Only the Center Gate Weave and the Divine Capital Weave won. God King Zhao and White God King returned with heavy injuries. However, the other weaves lost, and the Absolute Palace won. However, because the 2 God Kings were heavily injured, the Absolute Palace counterattacked. The Center Gate Weave Lord and the entire dojo were slaughtered. Before this disciple returned, 8 God Kings worked together and surrounded the Divine Capital Weave, that disciple said. The Song Tianzong brothers' expressions changed. God King Zhao and White God King were only injured, and they wanted to kill 2 Weave Lords? In that case, Yin Chuan killed 2 Weave Lords. How angry would the Absolute Palace be? My Heavenly Saber Dojo is also... Song Tianzong suddenly trembled. When Song Tianren saw his big brother's panic, he immediately felt sad. His saber heart and Dao heart were all broken. Was there no hope for his big brother? There's no other way. My Heavenly Saber Dojo is also finished? Finished? Song Tianzong muttered. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed across his face. No, the Heavenly Saber Dojo can't be Grey Jun's scapegoat. Absolutely not. I already informed them from the start. I already told them. Second brother, you were also bewitched by Yin Chuan. Remember, you were deceived. If you want to protect the Heavenly Saber Dojo, the only way is to join forces with the Absolute Palace and draw their anger to the Holy Court of Great Jun. Draw all of their anger to us. Song Tianzong glared. No, big brother. This will break our trust. No, it has to be like this. It's better for him to die than me. It's better for him to die than for us to die. Big brother, we might not die. Big brother, don't be afraid. We might not lose to the Absolute Palace. No, we can't win. You don't know how strong the Absolute Palace is. Apart from the Palace Lord, there are 30 ancestral immortals, 100 Tao gods, and countless ancient immortal disciples. They are really angry this time. No one can stop them. No one can stop them. The news from Indigo Weave hadn't yet spread to the world, but the news of the primeval dragon Vane's appearance was quickly spread to most of the outer East continent through spies from various weaves. In a weave's holy court's imperial court, a holy king was in the middle of a court meeting. A subject stood respectfully before him. What did you say? The primeval dragon Vane's appearance? Yin Chuan? The newly risen Great Jun? The holy king exclaimed. Yes, Yin Chuan has also just become an ancestral immortal. He's at the first level of ancestral immortal. The court was abuzz with discussion. The subjects were all shocked. The primeval dragon Vane? Absorbing the outer East continent's providence? Good. The primeval dragon Vane belongs to the virtuous. Yin Chuan has just become an ancestral immortal. He doesn't have the right to possess it. I want you to follow me to the true dragon domain and bring back the primeval dragon Vane. This subject is willing to go. This subject is willing to go. This subject is willing to go. For a time, the hall was filled with excited voices. In a weave's dojo. Ha. The primeval dragon Vane? Yin Chuan doesn't deserve it. Everyone, follow me to the true dragon domain. Yes. The weave lords of the outer East continent were all excited when they heard the news. How many years had it been since the primeval dragon Vane appeared? How could Yin Chuan deserve it? A storm was brewing in the outer East continent. A large number of ancestral immortals set their sights on the true dragon domain. Most ancestral immortals and Tao gods dropped everything they were doing and led their subordinates to the true dragon domain across the ocean in an aggressive manner. A storm was brewing in the true dragon domain. Heroes from the outer East continent were marching toward Xianyang. Chapter 1178. The terracotta soldiers led the way, and Yin Chuan's dragon carriage finally returned to True Dragon Dominion a month later. Roar! Along the way, the twin dragons were especially excited. Not only them, but the terracotta soldiers were also very excited. Of course, there were some casualties, but war was unavoidable. The harvest was great. Bai Qi was born. Gue Guzi, Ming Yi, and Bai Qi each killed an ancestral immortal and passed their tribulations to become ancestral immortals. Bai Qi drove the dragon carriage with a high-spirited look on his face. Sun Wukong didn't say a word, but his brows were slightly furrowed. After entering True Dragon Dominion, their speed was even faster. A few days later, they arrived outside Xianyang. Far away, the flames of war soared into the sky. There were 10 heavenly Daos in all directions. It was as if a certain force was trying to take over Xianyang by force. Ming Yi stopped the terracotta soldiers. Bai Qi said respectfully, "Sacred King, there's a change in Xianyang." Quang. The door to the main hall opened. Yin Chuan slowly stepped into the carriage and looked into the distance. There was indeed a battle in Xianyang, but it wasn't a big scene. The invaders were only an ancestral immortal, 2 Tao gods, and 10 ancient immortals. They were currently fighting with the soldiers of Xianyang. Sacred King, this is the neighboring dominion to the north, Barbarian Dragon Dominion. This is the first army commander of the Barbarian Dragon Holy Court, Barbarian Bull. He's a second stage ancestral immortal. He clearly didn't understand the situation and rushed to Xianyang. Gui Guzi laughed. Meng Tian? Isn't he leading an army to conquer Great Void Holy Court? Yin Chuan frowned. The one fighting Barbarian Bull was Meng Tian. Meng Tian was leading a group of ancient immortal soldiers in a crazy battle. Above the sea of fate clouds, Meng Tian's statue of fate descended and merged with Meng Tian. Meng Tian's strength suddenly increased. Barbarian Bull was anxious, but Meng Tian was getting more and more excited. Seeing Yin Chuan frown, Meng Yi immediately opened his mouth and said, "Holy Monarch, Big Brother's speed of leading troops is extremely fast. Perhaps the Great Extinction Holy Court's various major cities have already been taken down." Yin Chuan nodded, his brows relaxed. Haha, Sage King, I think General Meng Tian is jealous of Wang Jian and Jin Deyu's ascension to ancestral immortality. That's why he quickly subdued all the cities in Great Despair Holy Court. He didn't want to fall behind. Sage King, look, aren't Jin Deyu and Wang Jian both staring at Barbarian Bull, not allowing the Barbarian Bull to escape? From the looks of it, they're all ancestral immortals. Gigu Zi laughed. Ha 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 ha, that's right. Although Meng Tian is a little rash at times, she has definitely completed all the tasks that we have given her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have returned. Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. The terracotta soldiers were waiting in the distance. He was waiting for Meng Tian to succeed. Lord, you rushed to Xianyang as soon as you arrived. I didn't even have time to tell you that Xianyang is not to be trifled with. Barbarian Dragon Holy Court Scouts Jiao voice came from a distant valley. In the distance, Barbarian Bull was also speechless. Why didn't you say so earlier? General Meng Tian, I, Barbarian Bull, have offended you. Let's spar again in the future. Barbarian Bull shouted. Meng Tian spat and said, Bah, who wants to spar with you? It wasn't easy for you to come to me. How can I let you run away? If I don't kill you this time, I don't know when the next time will be. Barbarian Bull's face turned red. Bastard, with the primeval dragon vein here, there will be an endless stream of ancestral immortals coming. You have plenty of opponents. Don't go too far. Barbarian Bull shouted gloomily. Because Barbarian Bull could already feel Meng Tian's ferocity. It was definitely not the same as last time. So what if I go too far? Didn't you come to Xianyang to go too far? Didn't you think of being killed before you killed? Roar. Meng Tian shouted. Rumble. Outside Xianyang, the sky darkened. This battle lasted for 2 days. Boom. 2 days later, Meng Tian finally broke through the heavenly Tao. Now he could show off his strength. Meng army formation. Meng Tian shouted. Roar. Hundreds of soldiers attacked at the same time. For a moment, the world was filled with endless spear light, covering the sky. Boom! A loud sound echoed, scattering all the spear light. The void distorted, and then the scene inside was slowly revealed. Meng Tian's spear stabbed into Barbarian Bull's head, and with a huge force, half of Barbarian Bull's body was shattered. Lord! Barbarian Bull's subordinates shouted in Jiaohu. It's useless. Your lord is already dead. Men, take down the other traitors. Kill anyone who dares to resist. Meng Tian roared. Yes. Meng Tian's army instantly pounced on the remaining ancient immortals. The terracotta army slowly flew back to Xianyang. Meng Tian, Jin Deyu, Wang Jian, Lu Buwei, and the others saw it from afar. Welcome back, Sage King. The officials bowed respectfully. At this moment, everyone understood that the Sage King would definitely win in the purple-green weave. Yin Chuan nodded. Lorbai. Meng Tian's eyes lit up in surprise. Not only Meng Tian, but Lu Buwei, Zhang Yi, and the other officials all revealed a trace of excitement. Bai Chi, everyone long time no see. Bai Chi revealed a rare smile. Meng Tian, has the Great Extinction Holy Court been destroyed? Yin Chuan looked at Meng Tian again. Yes, when I received news that the ancestral immortals had invaded, I was lazy and did not use my army to take the city. Instead, it was my Ming army that quickly arrived at the city and used their individual strength to forcefully take the city. Sage King, please punish me. Meng Tian immediately said, "What's there to punish? I've handed the first army to you, so naturally you can deal with it. As for how you use the army, it's all up to you." Yin Chuan shook his head. "Yes, thank you, Sage King." Meng Tian smiled. Yin Chuan looked at the two and said, "If only see, I'll leave it to you to fuse with the true dragon weave." "Yes." Ifeng and Li Si answered. Lu Buwei, great perfection has unified the myriad ghost weave. This is a day worthy of celebration. Announce to the world that great perfection will begin the 5th examination. Whether it's true dragon weave or any other weave, as long as they have the ability, they can participate. The examination will be held 9 months from now, on the 9th day of the 9th month. You will be fully in charge of it, Yin Chuan said. This official obeys. Lu Buwei answered. The examination? The imperial examination. Now that he had entered the world of the living, he realized that so many things had happened in great perfection in a short period of time. Desolation Melt was not afraid. Instead, he was excited. This was the first time Desolation Melt had seen such a grand expansion. At the same time, he was glad that he had stayed in great perfection. He had made the right choice. Time passed day by day. Skyblade Dojo. At this moment, the Skyblade Dojo welcomed 10 arrogant-looking men. The 10 of them looked at Song Tianzong with cold eyes and a murderous intent. 10 God Kings, I was forced to do this. I have already sent a message to the Violet God Kings and the Azure God Kings. I believe everyone knows that my brother was fooled and acted rashly. Everyone, it was Yin Chuan who killed them. It has nothing to do with us. I can bring everyone to Xianying to avenge the Azure and Violet God Kings. Song Tianzong said. After Song Tianzong said that, the 10's expressions relaxed. Yin Chuan killed the Azure and Violet God Kings. However, the Palace Master told us not to do anything. Why? One of the God Kings asked with an unsightly expression. No, it has always been us killing people. No one can kill us. We have to take revenge. Otherwise, this will be our outcome in the future. Another God King said. The God Kings fell silent. However, the Palace Master. This is the last time. Let's report this to the Palace Master. We must get the Palace Master's approval. Right. We must get the Palace Master's approval. What is great perfection? My absolute palace has risen for 100,000 years. We have never been humiliated like this before. The God Kings were furious. As they spoke, everyone looked at Song Tianzong. God Kings, Song Tianzong, have never thought of targeting you. Song Tianzong said with a bitter smile. One of the God Kings narrowed his eyes and said, all right, this time we choose to believe you. However, you have to show your sincerity. When we attack Xianying, you will come with us. Me? Song Tianzong's expression changed. What's wrong? You are not willing? That God King said with a sullen expression. Go. Of course I will go. Song Tianzong immediately said. The 10 great God Kings were satisfied. The great perfection examination proceeded like a raging fire. Under Lu Buwei's control, batch after batch of examinees were transported to Xianying by the ancient immortals. They waited for the day of the great perfection examination. All around, the various ambitious and ruthless people had strange looks in their eyes. Yin Chuan was too arrogant. The various ambitious and ruthless people came and did not deliberately hide their tracks. This was to tell Yin Chuan that they were here to seize his primordial dragon vein. However, Yin Chuan was actually indifferent. He actually started the great perfection examination at this juncture. The various ambitious and ruthless people wished that they could ask Yin Chuan what he was thinking. However, they endured it in the end. No one wanted to be the first to stand out. Chapter 1179. September 9th, Xianyang. With Yin Chuan's command, Wang Jian led the 2 million candidates to Yin Chuan's universe in the palm. Desolation waved his hand, and countless desks appeared before the remaining 3 million candidates. There were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones on them. Desolation stepped forward and looked at the 3 million candidates. In each of the major cities, everyone has gone through the initial selection process. The Saint King has personally come to the scene. He hopes that everyone can eliminate all distracting thoughts and write beautiful essays. Today's test topic is saints. Desolation Hua said in a clear voice. As he spoke, he used a spell to form the word sage. Yin Chuan looked at Desolation Hua in surprise. He handed the question to Desolation Hua and did not interfere. Saints? Yin Chuan aside, the 3 million candidates also began to think about the question. They were brewing their thoughts. Some candidates were grinding ink while thinking. Some examinees, however, quickly came up with an idea. They grabbed their brushes and officially started writing. The test topic was sage. Ambitious and ruthless people stood at the peaks of the various mountains. It had been a few days since they had arrived. At this moment, the group of ambitious and ruthless people were getting impatient from waiting. No one wanted to take the lead. Great Jin already had a certain level of strength. The first person to take the lead would only cause both sides to suffer, and the others would benefit. But if they didn't take the lead, would they just keep waiting? Would Great Jin even start the exam? This was clearly looking down on the ambitious and ruthless people. There was even a hint of humiliation in it. You still have the heart to take the exam when the enemy is right in front of you? Wasn't this a slap to the faces of the ambitious and ruthless people? Finally, one of the ambitious and ruthless people soared into the sky. A group of subordinates followed behind him. Sage King Barbarian Dragon, Third Firmament Ancestral Immortal, and his subordinates. Gi Guzi said, "Oh." Yin Chuan looked at Sage King Barbarian Dragon in the distance. Yin Chuan, Meng Tian killed one of my subordinates. Hand him over. Sage King Barbarian Dragon shouted. Yin Chuan smiled coldly and said, "A puny little barbarian dragon, Holy King, also wants to be impudent in front of us? If you can break the immortal extermination sword formation, then come and tell me." After saying that, Yin Chuan ignored the barbarian dragon, Holy King. The barbarian dragon, Holy King's eyes widened. Originally, he wanted to lure the great perfection powerhouses in a battle, and then lead the battlefield to the mountains where the ambitious and ruthless people were staying. He wanted to drag everyone into the battle, but he didn't expect that Yin Chuan wouldn't participate in the battle at all. Immortal slaying sword formation? The barbarian dragon, Holy King's eyes turned serious. However, they didn't charge in recklessly. Instead, they remained silent for a while before turning their heads and saying, "Everyone, Manlong, am not being reckless. I am just throwing a brick to attract jade. Xianyang is no longer the same as it was in the past. It will be difficult for my side to break through. If you want to reap the benefits of the fishermen, I don't know how long you'll have to wait. Waiting like this is ultimately not a solution. Everyone, please act together. Who will obtain the primordial dragon vein in the end will be decided by the will of the heavens. How about it?" After the barbarian dragon, Holy King, finished speaking, the ambitious and ruthless people frowned. He wanted to drag everyone into the battle. Although they were here to fight for the primordial dragon vein, no one said it out loud. There was still a layer of cloth covering their faces. It was even more so in the examination hall. What should we do? If they kill everyone, what's the point of this examination? After the examination, I'll die. I don't want to die. The examinees were in a panic. Desolation Flower took a deep breath and said, "The examinees are forbidden to make noise in the examination hall. Men, chase the noisy examinees out of the hall. The rest can continue with the examination." The examinees were shocked. They turned to Yin Chuan, but found that Yin Chuan's expression was still calm. Immediately, some of the examinees calmed down. If they were going to die, then there was nothing they could do. If the Sage King could chase away the experts, then many examinees with good temperament began to write again. Yin Chuan looked at a man in a black robe in the south. Black Deity King? Yin Chuan said calmly. Yin Chuan, you killed my Absolute Palace's disciple. Today is the day you die. Do you have any last words? Black Deity King said coldly. I'm just curious about the person behind you. Why does he look so familiar? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Black Deity King turned his head and saw Song Tianzong standing behind him with a dozen ancient immortals. Song Tianzong, what are you doing? Black Deity King said coldly. Song Tianzong smiled bitterly and said, with the help of the deity kings, destroying Xianyang is a piece of cake. You still want to hide at this time? Black Deity King snorted coldly. Song Tianzong's face turned ugly, but he nodded in the end. As he stepped forward, Song Tianzong merged with the heavenly Tao. The two Tao gods behind him also released their own heavenly Tao. Boom! Boom! Another 20 heavenly Tao appeared. Xianyang was surrounded by 400 heavenly Tao in the blink of an eye. In a valley in the west of Xianyang, the Dragon Emperor and two Dragon Kings from the EC Dragon Palace looked at this scene with their mouths agape. It's over. Dezhun will be destroyed this time. 400 heavenly Tao, 400? When Dezhun was still in the sealed world, as long as there was a Tao god who could control the heavenly Tao, they could sweep through Jinlong territory. One heavenly Tao could defeat all Jinlong territory. But now 400? One of the Dragon Kings said with a conflicted expression, it's not just 400. There are many forces of the outer East continent hidden around Jinlong territory. They are all targeting Dezhun. If they release the heavenly Tao, including Absolute Palace, there will be 800. The Dragon Emperor said in a low voice. Dezhun Holy Court versus 800 heavenly Tao? Was there need to guess the result? Was there a second result? A storm was brewing outside Xianyang. Chapter 1180. 400 heavenly Tao besieged Xianyang City. The aura of the heavenly Tao was majestic. When 400 heavenly Tao auras spread out, many cultivators felt as though the sky was falling. Fortunately, Xianyang's array was exquisite and blocked the aura from all directions. The immortal extermination sword array protected Xianyang City. Yin Chuan looked at Black God King and Song Tianzong in the distance. He did not look anxious, as though these 400 heavenly Tao were nothing. The great world examination continued. Song Tianzong, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. In the distance, Heavenly Saber Song Tianzong's expression changed slightly, but he still hid it. Yin Chuan, I know what you want to say. You still want to frame me at this time? You want me to fight with the 10 Divine Kings? Stop dreaming. In the past, you were the one who forced me. I have already told the 10 Divine Kings everything. Song Tianzong immediately shouted before Yin Chuan could. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and said, Is that so? Unfortunately, that's not what I want to say. I have someone here who has something to say to you. And Song Tianzong's expression sank. Behind Yin Chuan, among the civil and military officials, there was a person wrapped in a black robe. He even used a hat to cover his face. Yin Chuan waved his hand lightly. The black-robed figure walked out. Who is it? Song Tianzong asked in a deep voice. The 10 Divine Kings also looked curiously at this moment. Song Tianzong's surrender had made the Divine Kings somewhat suspicious. Was the truth about to be revealed? The Divine Kings watched patiently. At this moment, they were not in a hurry. Xianyang was already a trapped beast that could not escape from their charge. In front of Yin Chuan, the black-robed figure slowly lifted his hat. In the distance, Song Tianzong's expression changed greatly. Tianren? Song Tianren? Song Tianzong exclaimed. The 10 divine kings' expressions also changed. Song Tianren, Song Tianzong's younger brother? Why is he standing in Xianyang? Big brother, Song Tianren said with a bitter smile. Yin Chuan, you are despicable. You actually capture my younger brother to threaten me? Song Tianzong exclaimed. No, big brother, I did it willingly. I begged Yin Di to let me appear here. Song Tianren shouted. Willingly? Song Tianzong asked, puzzled. Taking a step forward, Song Tianren flew out of Xianyang towards Song Tianzong and the Black God King. Seeing Song Tianren fly out, Song Tianzong sighed inwardly. However, he then frowned even more deeply. How is he going to explain this to Zhugong? Song Tianzong, do you brothers want to avoid offending both sides? Black God King coldly said. Black God King, there must be a misunderstanding here. Song Tianzong immediately shouted. Misunderstanding? Oof. Black God King coldly said. Song Tianzong looked at his younger brother. What happened? Big brother, huh? It was originally us who wanted to besiege Zhugong. After Yin Chuan destroyed the purple-green weave, he even handed it over to us. Yin Chuan has done his utmost benevolence and duty. Why is it that big brother has to go back on his word and help Zhugong besiege Xianyang? Song Tianren shouted. In the surroundings, the 10 divine kings narrowed their eyes and looked coldly at Song Tianren. You bastard! What do you know? What benefits did Yin Chuan give you? What did he give you to help him so loyally? Song Tianzong immediately berated. Shaking his head, Song Tianren smiled bitterly. Yin Chuan did not give me any benefits. Big brother refused to listen to what I said, so I could only use my actions to help you. Help me? This counts as helping me? Tianren, stop messing around. Quickly come back. Song Tianzong said anxiously. No, I am not messing around. Big brother's current personality is actually all because of me. Big brother, as a younger brother, I understand. Big brother's saber heart has been broken. Big brother is no longer as arrogant as before. Big brother has become afraid of death. Why is he afraid of death? It's not because of Big brother himself, but because Big brother didn't care about life and death in the past. Why is he afraid of death? It's because of me. Big brother is worried that after he dies, I will be bullied. Song Tianren said bitterly. Hearing his younger brother's words, Song Tianren's original anger immediately dissipated. He sighed softly. Because of me, Big brother is unable to regain his Dao heart and condense his saber heart. Big brother, your talent is better than mine, much better than mine. My path of cultivation can be said to have been completely under your protection. That was how I got to where I am today. Even when I killed the ancestral mortal back then, it was also you who killed him until he was on his last breath. Big brother, Tianren has always been proud of Big brother in this life. Song Tianren's eyes slowly moistened. Song Tianzong's lips trembled slightly, and his nose turned sour. Emotions flashed in his eyes. Before father and mother died, they entrusted you to me. You're my only family in this world. How can I not take care of you? It's good that you are sensible. Song Tianzong sighed softly. Big brother, the azure purple weave is nothing. Even losing the heavenly saber weave is nothing. Big brother, Tianren owes you too much in this life. As long as you can regain your Dao heart and condense your saber heart. So what if you can give up everything? The world is so big. Why must we be limited to this place? Even if we cannot block Absolute Palace's counterattack, it is not impossible for us to leave this place. Big brother, I do not wish for you to go back on your word because of me. Big brother, in my heart, you will always be that indomitable and ambitious person. You will never compromise. Song Tianren cried out. Song Tianzong clenched his teeth, revealing a pained expression. My Dao heart is broken, and my saber heart is scattered. It is useless. You are Big brother's hope. As long as you can become strong, that will be enough. Song Tianzong said in pain. Song Tianren revealed a bitter smile. I will never be able to compare to Big brother. Big brother, it is Tianren who is dragging you down. The Black Deity King watched coldly from his side. What deep brotherly love. Song Tianzong, so you've been lying to us all this time? Huh? Song Tianzong frowned and looked at the Black Deity King. At this moment, Song Tianzong did not want to reprimand his younger brother. He looked at the Black Deity King sullenly, not knowing how to explain. Good, good, good. Your Heavenly Saber Dojo is really bold. Indeed, the deaths of the Purple Deity King and the Azure Deity King are related to you. The Black Deity King said coldly. Black Deity King, on that day I informed them in advance. I did not. Song Tianzong said somewhat anxiously. Enough. I don't want to hear your explanation. I will give you two options. You can enter the Immortal Punishing Sword formation first and work with us from the inside. Then, we will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, we will consider you a part of the deaths of the Purple Deity King and the Azure Deity King. The Black Deity King said with a sullen expression. You. Song Tianzong immediately flushed red. Enter the Immortal Punishing Sword formation and work with them from the inside? This was obviously sending him to his death. Don't worry, there are so many of us. The Immortal Punishing Sword formation is nothing. After you enter, we will attack at the same time. You will be fine. The Black Deity King sneered. Enter? Was Zhu Gong trying to get rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness? No, they wanted to use Dejun to kill him. Then, Zhu Gong would be able to take over the Heavenly Saber Weave more easily. Zhu Gong did not have good intentions from the beginning. Song Tianzong was so angry that his body trembled. Are you going in or not? Oof. The Black Deity King looked coldly at Song Tianzong and turned to look at Song Tianren. Seeing the Black Deity King look at his younger brother, Song Tianzong's expression changed. Okay, I will go in. I hope you don't go back on your words. The Black Deity King looked coldly at him. All disciples of the Heavenly Saber Dojo, listen up. If something happens to me, Song Tianren will be the leader of the Heavenly Saber Dojo. Song Tianzong said. Master. A look of anxiety appeared on the faces of the disciples. Big brother, don't. Song Tianren immediately shouted. Song Tianzong smiled and said, It's okay. When I enter, Zhu Gong will attack. No. Song Tianren roared. As Song Tianren spoke, he looked at the Black Deity King. Black Deity King, I was the one who ambushed you that day. If you have anything, come at me. Song Tianren roared. As Song Tianren spoke, he swung his saber at the Black Deity King. Don't! Song Tianzong exclaimed. Oof! You are courting death. The Black Deity King snorted coldly. Suddenly, the Black Deity King extended a finger, and a strand of black light shot out, instantly shooting towards Song Tianren's forehead. Song Tianren did not block it. In fact, the earlier saber strike was fake. At this moment, Song Tianren looked at Song Tianzong. I remember that Big Brother once said that a man does not seek to live with heaven and earth, but to die a worthy death. I already owe Big Brother too much. I hope that I can help Big Brother condense his saber heart. Song Tianren said with moist eyes. Without any resistance, the black light instantly reached Song Tianren's forehead. Boom! Song Tianren's head suddenly exploded. Vice Sec Master, the Heavenly Saber Dojo disciples exclaimed. Countless ambitious and ruthless people in the surroundings were dumbfounded. Is this person crazy? Is he courting death? In Xianyang, many of Great Zhan's officials saw this scene and sucked in a breath of cold air. This pair of brothers is too. The Black Deity King did not expect that his finger strike would instantly explode an ancestral immortal's head. Is this person crazy? Song Tianzong stood in midair in a daze as he watched the head of the brother he had been protecting explode in front of him. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Song Tianzong's entire body was trembling. I already owe Big Brother too much. I hope that I can help Big Brother condense his saber heart. I hope that I can help Big Brother condense his saber heart. I hope that I can help Big Brother condense his saber heart. The last sentence kept echoing in Song Tianzong's mind, and his head buzzed. Son, We can't avoid this great famine. Yesterday, to feed you, your father cut off the meat on his leg and gave it to you. Your father is gone, and your mother is dying. If you're hungry, eat us. Remember, you must take care of little brother until he grows up. You must. There is no water here. If we die, release our blood and store it in a gourd. Otherwise, it will solidify. You must live on. Take good care of little brother. Big brother, where are father and mother? You said that father and mother left. When will they return? Big brother, I can't cultivate anymore. It's fine as long as I am as strong as you. Just protect me. I don't want to cultivate anymore. Big brother, my talent is not as good as yours. Don't worry about me. Eat this vermilion fruit. Eat it and protect me. Song Tianzong's head buzzed, and his scalp went numb. Song Tianren's headless corpse fell from midair. A few disciples quickly picked it up. Little brother is dead? Tianren is dead? Song Tianzong's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. A stifling aura surged from his entire body. Overwhelming hatred brewed in Song Tianzong's heart. Roar! Song Tianzong raised his head and roared. As he roared, surging saber qi gathered around Song Tianzong. The surging saber qi surrounded Song Tianzong and gradually formed a huge pillar that reached the sky. This saber-shaped pillar pierced the 9 heavens. An extremely sharp aura surged out. Saber heart. The scattered saber heart quickly gathered together with this saber-shaped pillar. Fear of death. At this moment, Song Tianzong no longer had any fear of death. All he had was boundless hatred. Revenge. Revenge for his little brother. Lunatic. The Black Deity King said coldly as he looked at Song Tianren's headless corpse. Song Tianzong looked at the Black Deity King, his eyes filled with hatred. What? A coward like you still wants revenge? TSK. The Black Deity King said coldly. I want your life. Song Tianzong's face was completely distorted. He slashed down with his saber. The huge, saber-shaped pillar that reached the sky also slashed at the Black Deity King in a frenzy. The 350 heavenly Tao crashed into the immortal slaying sword formation. Suddenly, the immortal slaying sword formation shook violently. The expression of Sun Wukong, who was controlling the immortal slaying sword formation, changed. Rumble. The immortal slaying sword formation shook violently. Under the pressure of the 350 heavenly Tao, it seemed like it would instantly collapse. However, despite the shaking, it did not collapse. The surrounding experts narrowed their eyes. What a powerful immortal slaying sword formation! Holy King Barbarian Dragon exclaimed. The Dragon Emperor also narrowed his eyes. That's not right. Even the 350 heavenly Tao can't break this formation. White Divine King's face darkened when he realized that the immortal slaying sword formation could not be broken after one collision. Everyone, use more force. The immortal slaying sword formation is already shaking in the wind and rain. It no longer has the strength to resist. Just use a little more force, and the immortal slaying sword formation will be completely broken. White Divine King roared. Roar! The group of experts roared. Sun Wukong was slightly anxious. He turned to look at Yin Chuan and said, Yin Di, the immortal slaying sword formation has reached its limit. It might not be able to hold on any longer. In the distance, Yin Chuan was not anxious. Instead, he suddenly laughed. You can, right, Prime of Tong Tian? Yin Chuan's eyes glinted as he said. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, revealing a look of surprise. Prime Tong Tian? Yin Chuan looked at the 4 immortal slaying swords and said again, the immortal slaying sword formation was only broken by the Grand Supreme, Primeval, Junti, and Jin. It was broken by the 4 sages. It's fine if it was broken by the 4 sages. But Prime Tian, do you think that this group of people is qualified to break your immortal slaying sword formation? After Yin Chuan finished speaking, Sun Wukong in the distance revealed a look of surprise. Prime Tian? Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the immortal slaying sword formation. Ha 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 ha! The loud laughter spread in all directions. Outside Xianyang and Xianyang, there was this grand laughter everywhere. The aura of the immortal slaying sword formation suddenly erupted. The sword chi instantly condensed several times. For a moment, the sword chi seemed to have turned into a real sword. It was extremely sharp, and the sword chi exploded in all directions. Inside, countless sword chi gathered towards the center. Not far from Sun Wukong, the sword chi condensed and slowly condensed into a blurry figure. It was a man in a black robe. The man's face was filled with arrogance. His long hair was draped behind his back and fluttered slightly. He looked extremely wild and unruly. The body that was completely condensed by sword chi slowly solidified. An extremely domineering aura rushed out. A projection? A physical projection? The Dragon Emperor in the distance changed his expression. What a terrifying aura. Dragon Emperor, why do I have a feeling of fear when I look at him? The Dragon King at the side said, in surprise. The immortal slaying sword formation gradually stabilized. The surrounding disciples of Zhugong had a drastic change in expression. Break the formation, quickly break the formation. This projection is condensed by the sword chi of the immortal slaying sword formation. Once the immortal slaying sword formation is broken, this projection will collapse. Quick, everyone, use your full strength. The White Divine King exclaimed. Roar! The group of experts immediately roared. The 350 heavenly Daos suddenly burst out with dazzling brilliance. All the ancestral immortals and Dao gods almost burst out with all their strength at the same time and violently charged towards the immortal slaying sword formation. The sword chi projection of Prime Tian gradually condensed. Seeing the 300 heavenly Daos charging towards him, Prime Tian revealed a cold smile. You overestimate yourselves. Prime Tian snorted coldly. With a snort, the immortal slaying sword formation suddenly expanded outwards. In an instant, billions of sword energy shot out in all directions and charged towards the 350 heavenly Daos. 350 heavenly Daos versus the immortal slaying sword formation presided by Prime Tian. Hung! The space between heaven and earth surged and distorted, forming a huge spatial vortex that seemed to swallow everything in all directions. Under the huge impact, 100 heavenly Daos suddenly collapsed. The remaining heavenly Daos even retreated. All the Dao gods were sent flying. In midair, they vomited blood and were shocked. Although the ancestral immortals were not that miserable, they did not have it easy either. Their respective heavenly Daos were knocked back by the impact. Outside the immortal slaying sword formation, the wind raged. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Space and earth were in chaos. In the distance, the Dragon Emperor revealed a look of shock. Who's Prime Tian? How can a sword chi projection be so ferocious? The Dragon Emperor said in surprise. Standing in the void of the immortal slaying sword formation, Prime Tian looked coldly at the ancestral immortals around him. Sword chi surrounded him, making him look like an undefeatable god. Domineering. Greetings, Prime Tian. Sun Wukong immediately said respectfully. Not far away, in Xianyang, Yin Chuan looked at Prime Tian in the sky and smiled. Prime Tian's style is not inferior to back then. Ha ha ha, but he knows me best. Prime Tian looked at Yin Chuan and laughed heartily. Outside the immortal slaying sword formation, the God Kings were shocked. Prime Tian, this is the person our palace master did not want us to provoke. This is him. White God King looked at sect leader Tian with an ugly expression. His eyes were filled with uncertainty as he said, heroes of the four territories. Although this projection is strong, it relies on the fairy slaying sword formation. Everyone, follow me to break the fairy slaying sword formation. I will not take the four fairy slaying swords. I will let you divide them among yourselves. Follow me to break the fairy slaying sword formation. White God King shouted with an unyielding tone. The disciples of Zhugong naturally supported him. However, the heroes of the four territories frowned. Some of them were afraid. However, more people were eager to give it a try. That was because the immortal slaying sword formation had revealed its strength. It was an ancestral immortal artifact, and a top-tier one at that. Many people were envious. Roar! Suddenly, 6 ancestral immortals stepped out, as if they were going to break the immortal slaying sword formation with the experts of Zhugong. Within the immortal slaying sword formation, Prime Tongtian's eyes turned cold. He turned to look at White God King. With a glance, a ferocious will flashed in his eyes. The impact of the will shook White God King's soul. He was in a daze. How is this possible? White God King exclaimed. However, Prime Tongtian snorted coldly. Prime Tongtian reached out his hand and grabbed the immortal ending sword. Bang! The immortal slaying sword formation was instantly broken. However, Prime Tongtian's projection did not disperse. What? Impossible! White God King exclaimed. If the projection only relied on the immortal slaying sword formation, it would be fine. But now, it did not rely on the immortal slaying sword formation. What should they do? Noisy God, holding the immortal ending sword, Prime Tongtian slashed down from the sky. With a slash, the black immortal ending sword seemed to have dyed the whole world black. It brought with it a huge sharpness and an unstoppable force. It slashed down from the sky towards the White Divine King. As it slashed down, there seemed to be a huge force that sealed the void, causing the White Divine King to be unable to move. No, White God King exclaimed. Senior, please show mercy. Suddenly, a jiaohu sound came from the void. However, how could Prime Tongtian allow others to stop him? Boom! The heavenly sword instantly cleaved the sky into two halves. A huge spatial crack appeared in the void from above, cleaving White Divine King into two halves. The aftermath of the attack rushed to the ground. Boom! On the ground, a huge trench that was 30,000 miles long appeared. The mountains on both sides of the trench exploded. The surrounding experts, including the Tao gods and ancestral immortals, were blown away by the aftermath of the sword. The sky was filled with people. The power of the sword was unparalleled. Countless heroes in the surroundings were almost all shocked. The ancestral immortals who had just appeared to attack the immortal slaying sword formation fled into the forest below in fear. The immortal slaying sword formation was withdrawn, but no one dared to take a step forward. With the sword in hand, Prime Tongtian looked around coldly. The heroes in the surroundings were all speechless at this moment. No one dared to say a word. Damn it! How could a person be so strong to such a monstrous extent? White God King was slashed in half and fell from the sky. The absolute power of the immortal slaying sword could even slash the soul. No one could save those who were killed by Prime Tongtian. At this moment, the faces of the heroes in Zhu Palace twitched. Revenge? Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure shot over from afar and instantly appeared in front of everyone. The remaining disciples of Zhu Palace were all ecstatic. Palace Master. The Divine Kings were overjoyed. The Palace Master of Zhu Palace had come personally. The Palace Master had come. The fear from before had dissipated by more than half. All the disciples of Zhu Palace quickly flew towards the Palace Master. They all stood behind him. Even Black God King, who was fighting with Song Tianzong in the distance, did not dare to continue fighting. He quickly flew behind the Palace Master. Where do you think you're going? Song Tianzong's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he was only staring at Black God King. How could he care about Prime Tongtian? Clang! Suddenly, a blade blocked in front of Song Tianzong. It was Bai Qi who had appeared on the battlefield. Get out of the way! Song Tianzong roared. If you want to save Song Tianren, shut up! Bai Qi shouted coldly. Buzz! Song Tianzong quivered. Save? Could his brother still be saved? Could he still be saved? Song Tianzong seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw. His eyes were filled with eagerness. Bai Qi turned around and left. Song Tianzong looked at Black God King with hatred. Without hesitation, he followed Bai Qi down. The one who had shouted senior, please show mercy, was the Palace Master of Ju Palace. The Palace Master of Ju Palace wore a sinister mask and looked at Prime Tongtian. Senior, I did not discipline them well. Please be magnanimous. The Palace Master of Ju Palace said extremely politely. Prime Tongtian's expression changed slightly as he looked at the Palace Master of Ju Palace. So it's you? Discipline your people well. Prime Tongtian said in a deep voice. Yes, I will teach them well when I return. Thank you for your magnanimity. The Palace Master of Ju Palace said respectfully. Go! Prime Tongtian said. The Palace Master of Ju Palace bowed respectfully to Prime Tongtian. Let's go, the Palace Master of Ju Palace said. Although the Divine Kings were unwilling, no one dared to say anything at this time. Ancestral immortal? They were all ancestral immortals. Why was the difference so great? The ambitious and ruthless people also did not dare to say anything. Prime Tongtian's sword had proven everything. Even the powerful Palace Master of Ju Palace of the Outer East Continent could only bow to him as a junior. Who would dare to be impudent in front of Prime Tongtian? Chapter 1182. The Prime of Tongtian swept his gaze across all the ambitious and ruthless people. None of them dared to stand out. After looking around, Tongtian suddenly looked in the direction of Xianyang. Looking over, many of the officials in Xianyang narrowed their eyes. Yin Chuan, however, smiled. When Tongtian looked at Yin Chuan, there was a black light in his eyes. In the black light, the world Tongtian saw was different from others. Yin Chuan was still the same Yin Chuan, sitting on the dragon throne. Tongtian could vaguely see an emerald green color. Behind Yin Chuan, there seemed to be a giant tree full of vitality. The tree was like a canopy covering Yin Chuan. Cypress tree, heavenly scripture? No, the heavenly scripture was born from the Great Thousand World. It's useless outside the Great Thousand World. But Tongtian revealed a look of surprise. Whoosh! Tongtian appeared in front of Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stood up slowly. Yin Chuan stood up. Tongtian saw that the giant tree behind Yin Chuan suddenly disappeared. Tongtian looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. It's been a long time. Congratulations. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Bai, no. Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi. It's been a long time. Tongtian nodded. This is not the place to talk. Let's go in. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Tongtian nodded. Yin Chuan waved his hand, and countless stars suddenly flew out of his palm and danced in the air of the examination hall. Tongtian, this way, please. Gue Guzi said with a smile. Tongtian nodded and followed Gue Guzi to the palace. Many of the great Zhun candidates looked at the sect leader in bewilderment. Tongtian's shocking sword strike shocked everyone. It seemed that such a peerless figure was good friends with the Holy King. Good friends? What was there to worry about? The group of heroes outside? Didn't they see that they didn't even dare to fart in front of Tongtian? All of a sudden, the fear that they had felt earlier vanished without a trace. Instead, they looked at the test paper excitedly. Desolation Flower looked at Tongtian, who was standing in a hall, and took a deep breath. Surprise flashed in his eyes. Tongtian's sword strike was too terrifying. Could the Holy King do it? Yes. Holy King, Holy King, Holy King, and Holy King. Kuhua looked at sect leader Tongtian in dismay, feeling uneasy. Of course, no one else, the Holy King, Previously, when the immortal slaying sword formation was laid out, there were still people who dared to take the risk. Although all the warlords were domineering in their own territories, they were not on the same level in front of the prime of Tong Tian. Great Jun? Yin Chuan was close to Tong Tian. How could a person like Tong Tian, who could be friends with him, be a person that could be easily bullied? Bastard. Which spy collected the information on Great Jun? Is Great Jun just a weak country? Bastard. The angry rebukes of the ambitious and ruthless characters could be heard from all directions. The Dragon Emperor looked at Tong Tian with a complicated expression. Great Jun Holy Dynasty? Who are they? The Dragon Emperor was confused. Yin Chuan looked around. Then he looked at a valley in the distance. Bai Qi. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Here. Bai Qi flew over. Not far away, Song Tianzong was waiting with a frown. Song Tianzong clenched his fists. Bai Qi had said that his brother could be saved. He had to wait. He had to wait patiently. Yin Chuan looked at the barbarian dragon Holy King and said to Bai Qi, Barbarian dragon Holy King, take him down. Yes, sir. Bai Qi replied. The barbarian dragon Holy King glared at Bai Qi. Sending an official to take me down? Yin Chuan doesn't care about me at all? Bastard. The barbarian dragon Holy King said angrily. Kill anyone who dares to stop me. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Yes. Bai Qi replied. Bai Qi took a step forward and soared into the sky. He held a saber in his hand and dragged it through the air. As he dragged it through the air, the saber turned blood-red and blood-colored lotuses bloomed from it. Evil Qi soared into the sky. Are you trying to make an example out of him? ZZ asked, puzzled. Yin Chuan nodded and said, That's right. Naturally, no one will help the barbarian dragon Holy King now. He was the first to come and destroy Xianyang. Since he dared to come out, he should have known that he would be captured. Now that Bai Qi is making a move, he won't be able to escape. Capture? Not kill. How are you going to deal with him? ZZ asked curiously. Killing might not be the best way to deal with him. Just like last time, use the Book of Life and Death and turn him into the beast path. Barbarian Dragon Holy King. Since he's called the Barbarian Dragon Holy King, I'll grant him his wish. Turn him into a dragon and let him pull my chariot. Yin Chuan said. ZZ suddenly laughed. What's wrong? Yin Chuan asked, puzzled. Nothing. I'm just laughing at the barbarian dragon, Holy King. If he knew that a Holy King would be captured to pull my chariot, he wouldn't have dared to come to Xianyang. ZZ laughed. Ha ha ha. Yin Chuan laughed as well. After giving ZZ some instructions, Yin Chuan left the venue and followed Gui Guzi and the sect leader into a palace not far away. Sun Wukong looked around with a solemn expression before he waited outside the palace. Inside the palace, the doors were tightly shut. Yin Chuan, the sect leader, and Gui Guzi sat at a jade table. Gui Guzi poured 3 cups of tea for them. The sect leader looked curiously at Gui Guzi and then at Yin Chuan. It seems like too many things have happened in the Great Thousand World, the sect leader said with melancholy. Gui Guzi and Yin Chuan were on equal footing in the past. Now, they were one king and one minister. Indeed, in the end, the Great Thousand World is safe, and a person who has transcended was born. Yin Chuan nodded. It's a pity that it's not Pan Gu, Hong Jun, Fushi, or Mingyi. The sect leader nodded. Who can guarantee that it's fated? The last period of the Great Thousand World was the most glorious era. The heroes of the world fought for the heaven's will, and tens of thousands of heroes climbed to the peak. That was the peak era of the Great Thousand World, and it will never be replicated. Huh, it seems like I missed that era. The sect leader laughed. Why did you miss that era? There are 4 worlds in the nothingness. We were originally from the Great Thousand World. The 4 worlds competed with each other. We fought for the Great Thousand World together. Why did you stay in the weakest world? Yin Chuan asked in confusion. In the void, there are indeed only these 4 worlds and nothing else. However, do you know that our weakest world has another name? Whoosh! Sun Wukong took the four immortal slaying swords and quickly flew out of Xianyang City. Chapter 1183. After Sun Wukong left with the four swords, Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi turned to look at the battlefield in the distance. In the middle of the battlefield, blood-colored lotuses filled the void. Soaring killing intent dyed the southern sky red. De Jun and the other generals blocked the barbarian dragon, Holy King's subordinates. Bai Chi's expression was ferocious as he slashed at the barbarian dragon, Holy King's heavenly Tao. Boom! The vast heavenly Tao shattered with a loud boom. The barbarian dragon, Holy King's expression changed. However, Bai Chi's blade was too fast, and the blood lotuses sealed the space. The blade arrived before the barbarian dragon, Holy King, in an instant. Break! Bai Chi shouted loudly. The barbarian dragon, Holy King's imperial sword broke, and the blade reached the barbarian dragon, Holy King's neck. Shit! The barbarian dragon, Holy King, screamed at the last moment. It's over, it's too late. The barbarian dragon, Holy King's heart was filled with sorrow. I wasn't the only one who attacked Xianyang. Why are they targeting me? Where are the others? Why aren't they helping me? The three formidable characters who had helped the barbarian dragon, Holy King, earlier had already gone into hiding. No one came to help. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The blade collided with the neck. However, the barbarian dragon, Holy King's head didn't fly off. Bai Chi's blade turned and slammed into the barbarian dragon, Holy King's neck. Buzz! The huge collision caused the barbarian dragon, Holy King's soul to tremble. The Book of Life and Death is divided into 6 paths. The path of beast belongs to the dragon race, the barbarian dragon. ZZ's voice rang out. The Book of Life and Death floated in front of ZZ. As ZZ spoke, she waved her hand, and the Book of Life and Death shot towards the barbarian dragon, Holy King. Boom! The black chi rushed into the barbarian dragon, Holy King's body. Kaka! The barbarian dragon, Holy King's body suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, his clothes were torn apart, and his head and body changed shape. Gradually, he turned into 1,000 zhang long yellow dragon. Holy King! The barbarian dragon, Holy Hall's officials cried out in shock. Countless people looked into the distance in confusion. What is going on? Although the barbarian dragon, Holy King's name was Barbarian Dragon, he was still a human. How could a human turn into a dragon? From a human to a beast? All the ambitious and ruthless people looked at ZZ, and their expressions changed. Which bastard collected this information? Who exactly are the dangerous people in the holy court of Great Jin? Why isn't there any information about them? Angry voices rang out from all directions. Countless scouts felt extremely wronged at this moment. Fuck! How was I supposed to know that the Great Jin Empire was hiding so many freaks? In the past, he had never seen them as powerful. How did each and every one of them amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? No, this was not amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. It was frightening the world with a single brilliant feat. That Bai Chi, who came out of nowhere, was actually a ruthless character who could suppress the barbarian dragon Holy King. The prime of Tongtian and the Queen? How would I know that there were so many monsters in the Great Jin Empire? The barbarian dragon Holy King, who was knocked dizzy, quickly regained his senses. But how did he become like this? Roar! The barbarian dragon Holy King shouted in panic. Boom! Bai Chi's blade fiercely struck the Torvosaurus head. Shut up. It's your fortune to be able to pull the Saint King's carriage. Bai Chi shouted. Pull a cart? The Torvosaurus was instantly ashamed and resentful. It quickly twisted and turned. He wanted to rush out. Are you itching for a beating? Boom, 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 boom. Bai Chi raised his saber and started beating the Torvosaurus. In the examination hall, the papers shone brightly, showing the excellence of this batch of examinees. After waiting for a while, in the south, Bai Chi's battle was also coming to an end. The barbarian dragon, Holy King, seemed to have lost its bones. Bai Chi sealed its cultivation and twisted it over. Boom! Holy King, I did not let you down. Bai Chi said happily. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded. Lu Gang, Yin Chuan shouted. Here! Lu Gang immediately went forward. Take him away, Yin Chuan said. Lu Gang immediately understood what he meant. Take him away and torture him? Yes. In the distance, the barbarian dragon Holy King's subordinates were all captured. Boom! Suddenly, Wang Jian brought 2 million examinees and flew out of the universe in his palm. Holy King, the combat examination examinees have finished. We are waiting for the final ranking, Wang Jian said. Get someone to sort out the results. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Desolation Hua quickly went forward and said, Holy King, all theory examinees, stop writing. Sort out the results. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Yin Chuan looked at the 5 million examinees and said, the 5th Great World Examination has ended. All examinees, wait in Xianyang. Yes. Long live the Holy King. The 5 million examinees said respectfully. At the same time, there was also a kind of worship. After the battle, just now, everyone's hearts calmed down. Rumble. In the distance, dark clouds suddenly appeared. Yin Chuan frowned and looked over. Dog God, Gue Guzi said in surprise. Dog God is going through the ancestral immortal tribulation. The white deity king, who was killed by Tong Tian, was lucky enough to be an ancestral immortal. Lu Buwei said in surprise. So, it's because of heavenly kindness and great merit. Yin Chuan said thoughtfully. Gue Guzi nodded and said, Indeed, Goddess Ji Chun was kind to heaven and earth in the past. Dog God followed Goddess Ji Chun and naturally received a large amount of heavenly kindness and great merit. The ancestral immortal position will be given to people with heavenly kindness and great merit. He couldn't become an ancestral immortal for a long time because of the spiritual perception realm. Yin Chuan nodded. Bai Di Tian, go and keep an eye on him, just in case. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. Bai Di Tian, who was not far away, replied. At this moment, Song Tianzong, who was not far away, could no longer endure and quickly flew over. Yindi, Song Tianzong said with a complicated expression. Sec Master Song, have I, Dejun, done you wrong? Yin Chuan said coldly. Yindi, I was possessed. All my mistakes were caused by me. As long as Yindi can save my younger brother, I can give up everything as long as my younger brother can live. Song Tianzong said sorrowfully. Sec Master, you can't do that. The nearby disciples immediately exclaimed. Yin Chuan looked at Song Tianzong and sighed softly. It's not impossible for him to live. However, if he lives, he has to be reincarnated. Song Tianren can still cultivate the ghost Dao. The ghost Dao? My younger brother's soul didn't scatter? He really turned into a ghost? Song Tianzong said in pleasant surprise. A beam of light quickly flew over from a distance. It was Dejun's 5th Legion's commander, Enchanting. Sage King, I did not let you down. Enchanting said with a smile. He waved his hand, and a green soul suddenly appeared in front of him. Big brother, have you condensed your saber heart? The green soul rushed over anxiously. Tianren, Song Tianzong felt a lump in his throat. Did you condense it? Song Tianren's soul asked anxiously. Yes. Song Tianzong nodded with bloodshot eyes. That's great. Big brother, my death was worth it. Song Tianren said happily. Song Tianzong looked at his younger brother. He wanted to scold him for being brainless.